Volume 6. Chapter 501, Sword Cloud. Chapter 501, Sword Cloud. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ, KLKL. During training breaks, all AI we could hear was Lu Lan's grumblings. Shu Emon has really left. Will she encounter formidable experts? Will she get hurt? Yi Bai is so powerful and the Spear of Heavy Cloud was only formed just recently. Aren't you worried, AI Hui? Lu Lan is very worried. Reaching the end of his patience, AI Hui chided Lu Lan, are you very free? If you are very free, go and supervise Fatty. AI Hui suddenly stopped in mid-sentence. Fatty was in Spear of Heavy Cloud too. He was gone, along with Iron Lady. After staying silent for a moment, AI Hui stood up and patted Lu Lan's shoulder. Lu Lan, don't be so anxious. After AI Hui finished his sentence, he walked to the metal basket sword pagoda. His hand was holding a gray-colored sword. The blade of the sword was wide and thick, plain and unadorned. It looked like it was made of neither wood nor metal. Two ancient words were engraved on the body of the sword, edgeless sword. It was as light as a feather. It was the most suitable sword for AI Hui now, since his body was frail and delicate. Edgeless sword was one of the presents that the Gong residents had sent over. Out of all the weapons that the Gong residents gifted AI Hui, it was also the most outstanding one. Gong residents had spent a lot of effort and energy thanking AI Hui. Edgeless sword's background was unknown. No one knew who'd forged it. It had been kept in the Gong residents' collection of treasures for over 300 years. Using edgeless sword to pat metal basket sword pagoda, AI Hui yelled, prepare for the next round of training. AI Hui's original name for metal basket sword pagoda was Big Sword. However, it had been forgotten by everyone. Instead, the name Metal Basket Sword Pagoda, which was casually suggested by Gu Xian, was approved by everyone. Even AI Hui himself began to call it Metal Basket Sword Pagoda. Members of Sword of Lightning stood up and took up their positions. Everyone was used to the long training hours. Even though all of them were doubtful about whether or not Metal Basket Sword Pagoda could fly, they were still very serious and meticulous in their training. The fact that Spear of Heavy Cloud had headed towards the front line had a huge impact on Sword of Lightning. Fishback City, which used to be bustling with noise and excitement, was empty and unusually cold and cheerless now. Everyone had put away their playful attitudes and focused on the training sessions. No one was complaining about the high intensity of the training sessions anymore. Tinkle. A sword chime was emitted from AI Hui's edgeless sword. The members had been bracing themselves and unleashed their swords at the same time. A snow-white sword gleam, that resembled surging spindrift under the sun, suddenly engulfed the metal basket sword pagoda. It did not contain any elemental energy, but only a concentrated, biting cold aura. The aura did not dissipate as time passed. The air in the metal basket sword pagoda stood still. The look on AI Hui's face was solemn. Once again, his edgeless sword emitted a sword chime. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More than 300 streaks of sword gleams flashed through the air. The aura they exuded was more concentrated than before. AI Hui came up with the idea of using the sword chime as a word of command by fluke. However, it still worked exceptionally well. AI Hui's entire body was drenched in sweat, giving off hot steam. The 252 streaks of sword aura in the 7 metal basket-like sword pagodas gathered where he was standing and he had to endure an immense amount of pressure. The bones in his body were cracking while beads of perspiration were meandering down his cheeks. His eyes, however, were unusually bright. The concentrated, bone-piercing aura of the sword was incorporeal and formless, yet it could be found everywhere. The streaks of sword aura were gathering towards AI Hui from all directions, creating an immense amount of pressure on him. The sword cloud in his Earth Palace was stimulated, rolling, and tossing non-stop. Nowadays, the sword aura within AI Hui's body was 10 times stronger than it was before. AI Hui initially thought that he could no longer control the 7 pagodas, as he had lost all of his elemental energy. Gu Xian, whose strength was second only to him, was not able to take up his position. As such, AI Hui had to force himself to do it. However, he didn't expect that the sword aura gathered together could be such a powerful stimulation to his sword cloud. The sword cloud was like the sword embryo he'd had in the past. It was extremely sensitive to any sword-related thing. After the sword cloud was stimulated, it gradually became stronger. AI Hui seemed to have a revelation. He thought of the term, sword consciousness, which was often mentioned in those ancient swordplay manuals. Swordsmen from the cultivation era had been extinct for a very long period of time. No one knew what sword consciousness was or what it looked like anymore. Even AI Hui could not fathom it. AI Hui suddenly thought of the term sword consciousness when the immense sword aura surged towards him from all directions. But he also did not know whether or not his revelation was actually the so-called sword consciousness. We felt as if he had returned to the times he'd spent in suspending Golden Pagoda, where his body was tempered by metal winds that came from all directions. The sword cloud kept strengthening itself while its metallic luster became increasingly intense. We knew it was his essence breath spirit that was being tempered. Sword embryos were formed by essence breath spirit. In the past, he'd racked his brains trying to find a method that could temper his sword embryo, but failed. Now, he suddenly saw the light. So the sword embryo could be tempered like this. So the essence breath spirit could be tempered like this. His physical body was very weak and he was still depleted of elemental energy. However, his essence breath spirit was being tempered continuously, becoming more powerful than before. He could feel that his sensory perception had become stronger. It was an indescribable feeling. His hearing had become sharper. He could clearly hear incredibly soft sounds from a distance. It was as if a string was being plucked right beside his ears. His perceptive range had increased greatly as well. He could sense the presence of someone from a long distance away. However, the biggest change was that he could now see elemental energies. The entire world around him had changed completely. He could see the elemental energies in his surroundings. He could see the long and unbroken traces of metal elemental energy in the wind, the mist-like wood elemental energy that was released from trees and plants, as well as the fire elemental energy emitted by the sun and the raging sea of lava beneath the ground. He knew the diffusibility of earth elemental energy was very poor, as only a very small amount of earth elemental energy could be sensed in the air. And the clouds in the sky were really like immobile water, while the water beneath the ground was like surging clouds. When the different types of elemental energy came together, they turned into a gorgeous, colorful whirlpool. There were also some areas where the boundaries between different types of elemental energy were well defined. In these areas, the elemental energies stayed well within their boundaries. Their variations were rich, exquisite, and unpredictable. This was the first time that the world of elemental energies had appeared before Hui in such a vivid manner. He was very impressed as he came up with countless revelations. If his 5 residences and 8 palaces were undamaged and he'd still had his elemental energy, he could have imitated many of these variations. Unfortunately, he had lost his elemental energy completely. It was as if an enormous treasure trove had suddenly appeared before him, but he couldn't take anything from it. Fate had played a cruel joke on him. The affairs of life were often unpredictable. Hui could only laugh bitterly. He wasn't depressed or discouraged. Having such an experience was already a pleasant surprise to him. Furthermore, Hui's mind was on the metal basket sword pagoda. It was as if the sword cloud in his body was born for the sake of the sword pagoda. Hui was situated at the core within the 7 sword pagodas. All the sword gleams would gather at his position. In other words, his position was the most important among all the positions in the 7 pagodas. It was also the position that endured the most pressure. Even though he had no elemental energy, he could use his sensory perception to control the 7 sword pagodas. Any small change that took place within the 7 sword pagodas could not escape his discerning eyes. He was very surprised that he could use this loophole to control the sword pagodas. This reminded him of embroidery. The only different thing was that he could control more than 200 invisible strings at the same time now. However, the number of things he could do with them was very little. This implied that every string was easily broken. However, this was enough for him. In the past, Hui had relied on a massive amount of elemental energy to gather these sword gleams through a sword formation. The difference now was that Hui could sort out these sword gleams before he gathered and merge them in an orderly manner. This was not going to be easy. In fact, this was harder to execute than the method he used in the past. He used very little elemental energy to sort them out. This meant that each member could not make too many mistakes and all of them had to be well trained. The time taken from when the sword gleams were released by the members to the point where they gathered was very short. One could imagine the difficulty of sorting them out in such a short period of time. This was a huge challenge for Hui. However, as long as he had a plan, he had enough time. His eyes were illuminated by the dazzling streaks of sword gleams, pure and flawless. Silver Soldier saw the layers of fortifications and heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally reached the rear of wall. The fortifications were empty and there were many areas that had yet to be completed. All the blacksmiths had abandoned the fortifications. Infantry Division and Sky Edge Division were purely combat divisions. They did not have many blacksmiths with them. A figure descended from the sky hurriedly. A premonition arose in Silver Soldier's mind. "Sir, we have encountered enemy scouts ahead. We are currently engaging them." Silver Soldier felt slightly shocked. However, he soon regained his composure and said, "Bring a few more men with you, don't let a single one of them off." "I will go," Karakoram Polaris said. Silver Soldier did not stop her and nodded his head. "All right." Usually, a division leader wouldn't personally interfere in such a low-level battle. However, Silver Soldier remembered that Karakoram Polaris had not entered a battlefield before and he felt it was necessary for her to get used to it. Karakoram Polaris brought a small team of Sky Edge elites and set off at top speed to provide reinforcement. When Silver Soldier saw the back view of Karakoram Polaris disappear, he began to calm down. He himself wasn't a rookie and he had rich combat experience. Encountering enemy scouts wasn't a good sign. It implied that even though the enemy forces did not occupy rear of wall, for whatever reason they still maintained a high level of vigilance around this area. This meant that Infantry Division and Sky Edge Division could not occupy an advantageous position without alerting the enemy forces. Furthermore, when he reached the rear of wall, he realized that the number of fortifications was much lesser than he'd expected. Their designs were crude and simple as well. However, after he thought about it again, he understood what had happened. Shirbehai did not expect the wall of North Sea to collapse in such a short period of time. How was it possible for him to build so many fortifications in such a short period of time then? Crude fortifications, rookies with no real combat experience. The upcoming battles would be much more devastating than he'd expected. Very soon, Silver Soldier's conjecture was verified. His scouts had encountered Blood of God scouts and engaged them in battle several times. Even though the battles were small-scale, they were still extremely intense. He could tell the battles were intense when less than half of his scouts returned. Karakoram Polaris returned very soon and she did not look good. The enemy scouts put up a strong resistance despite the fact that they were losing. No one was willing to surrender and all of them fought to their deaths. The intensity level of a battle in the battlefield was completely different from the intensity level of a contest in a training hall. Silver Soldier stepped forward, but he did not console her. With a deep voice, he said, "The enemy's main forces will arrive soon. We need to make good use of the time to push forward and occupy terrains that are advantageous to us." "Okay." Karakoram Polaris nodded her head. She knew that the battlefield was a completely different world. Silver Infantry Division and Sky Edge Division did not care about how tired they were from the long journey. They pushed forward at top speed as they wanted to obtain a deeper position. After advancing for around 25 kilometers, Silver Soldier suddenly ordered the two combat divisions to stop and set up defenses. He also requested everyone to make good use of the time to rest as the enemy forces would arrive very soon. Silver Soldier clearly knew that the enemy had rested well while waiting for them. He also knew that Infantry Division and Sky Edge Division were extremely exhausted. If they did not regain some of their elemental energy now, they would not be able to withstand the Blood of God's first wave of attacks, even with the help of the fortifications. To Silver Soldier, the first battle was extremely important. If they won the first battle, they would gain confidence easily. If they lost the first battle, they would collapse on the spot. Very soon, reality had proven that Silver Soldier's arrangements were very accurate. 4 hours later, the enemy's main forces had arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 502, Decision. Chapter 502, Decision. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. Sir, we didn't see Uncle Shi among them. That bastard is indeed treacherous. Sir, what do we do now? The only plan is to go the whole hog now. Night moth fruit? Mingxiu's face turned deathly white. Her body involuntarily trembled while her eyes were filled with fear and despair. All she had wanted was to prepare some equipment and items for her junior. She had not expected that this would cause a disaster for her junior instead. She had heard of the night moth fruit's notoriety from her eldest brother before. Her eldest brother had mentioned before that even he, himself, would have difficulty detoxifying the night moth fruit. Uncle Shi sighed. When he saw the fearful look on Mingxiu's face, he felt even more guilty. It's my fault for not carrying out the task properly. However, miss, don't be so worried, Master AI's life is not in danger. Uncle Shi recounted the process of how AI Hui used the lightning bolts to counter the night moth fruit. When Mingxiu heard that AI Hui had been struck by lightning for several hours, a worried and distressed look appeared on her face. Subsequently, when she heard that AI Hui's entire body was charred and covered with bandages, the image of AI Hui's appearance flashed across her mind, and she could not help but chuckle. She felt slightly at ease. Her junior had an extremely tenacious character. Even if no clues were found, he would still figure something out. As long as he was still alive, he would definitely come up with a plan. Uncle Shi also relayed what AI Hui had told him before he had departed to return to Mingxiu. It was because of AI Hui's words that he met Mingxiu and not the family head first. Even though AI Hui was weak now, Uncle Shi did not dare to sit idly and do nothing. He was worried about the family head getting angry as well. After pondering for quite some time, he decided to talk to Mingxiu first. Upon hearing Uncle Shi's report, Mingxiu's facial expression remained calm. Her eyes flickered, looking as if she was pondering over something. At this moment, a middle-aged man ran over hurriedly. He was Uncle Shi's trusted aide and had worked under Uncle Shi for over 20 years. On the return trip, Uncle Shi secretly left first without them. The rest of the people returned according to the original schedule. When he saw Uncle Shi, he heaved a sigh of relief and said hurriedly, "Uncle Shi, the convoy was attacked yesterday. Thankfully, Master Mu was there, so we didn't have many casualties." Mingxiu was exceptionally intelligent. Upon hearing these words, she said, "It seems like there really is a spy among us." After staying silent for a while, she continued, "Uncle Shi, go back and report this incident to father first. I will go and have a discussion with first brother." Uncle Shi agreed that this was the only plan for now. He nodded his head and replied, "All right, I will report to master first. Miss, please look out for your safety. I will bring along some guards." A smile appeared on Mingxiu's face. Following which, Uncle Shi left with his aide. After pondering over the incident for a while, Mingxiu stood up and changed her clothes. Then, she told her servant girl, "Tao Su, I will be out for a while." After Mingxiu left her embroidery workshop, she flew straight out of the city. Her eldest brother, Lu Chen, resided in an area that was 100 kilometers to the west of Jadeite City. Lu Chen's teacher, Dai Gang, who was the Jadeite forest's ruler, did not live in Jadeite City either. He lived in an area that was 100 kilometers to the east of the city. The teacher and his disciple lived at the east and the west of Jadeite City, respectively. The two of them were separated by a distance of 200 kilometers. It was no secret that Lu Chen had defied Dai Gang, but this did not affect Lu Chen's position in Dai Gang's heart. Among Dai Gang's disciples, Lu Chen was his favorite. Lu Chen was also known as a divine physician of this era. His attainments in the art of healing surpassed even Dai Gang. Dai Gang was extremely proud of this fact. Lu Chen was a kind individual who had a vast network of friends. As he had healed countless experts, he enjoyed an extremely high prestige. Whether it was from the Jadeite forest, beyond Avalon, or Blood of God, there were many people that owed their lives to him. As Mingxiu traveled further away from the Jadeite forest, the number of people she encountered along the way gradually decreased. Suddenly, Mingxiu stopped. A group of masked men blocked her path. With a deep voice, the leader of the group said, "Miss Mingxiu, my master would like invite you to his residence to stay for a few days." Mingxiu did not panic at all. She replied with a composed voice, "Who is your master?" "Miss Mingxiu will know by then." The group of masked men chuckled as they spread out and surrounded Mingxiu. A glint flashed across Mingxiu's eyes as she turned around and raised her voice, "You're still not revealing yourself?" A helpless sigh rang across the air. "How did you know it was me?" A shadow flashed across the air as a tall individual suddenly appeared before Mingxiu. He carried a huge bow that was around his height on his back. His long hair was tied up using a red string. His small and slanted eyes looked drowsy. There was now a stubbly beard on his familiar-looking face, making him look as if he had been through a lot. When Mingxiu took a closer look at the familiar figure, she was pleasantly surprised. She widened her eyes and said, "Brother Qiu." The familiar voice ripped through the man's thick wall of memory while a ray of sunshine pierced through his heart like a sword. The beautiful image of the girl that had haunted him like a ghost for countless nights in the past now walked out of his cold and pitch-black dream, appearing right before him. Lit up by the sunshine, her bright and beautiful face smiled alluringly at him. "You," Mingxiu gasped. After we reached behind the wall, everyone was extremely tired. That was the first time the division had traveled such a long distance after it was replenished. The situation was much worse than I thought. Damn it! We only had 2 hours of rest. Luckily, I never slacked off during the daily training sessions. Even though I only regained 60% of my elemental energy, I didn't turn into a weak chicken that was waiting to be killed on a chopping board. Honestly speaking, when I saw the armies of the Blood of God, I thought I was not going to survive. At that time, my mind was in a blank. Forgive me for being so timid. The enemy's first wave of attacks almost caused our defensive line to break down. Wei died in front of me when a bone spear embedded with blood crystals pierced through his skull. Subsequently, his body was sucked dry by the bone spear. At that point in time, I think I cried. Yes, I cried. Wei was a good man, but he died in the end. I didn't die. I killed 2 enemy soldiers and don't know how I did it. Back then, I was very scared and my body was trembling. However, I very quickly regained my composure. That was because the enemy attacked us again. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights and was extremely intense. The simple and crude fortifications were not really useful to the infantry and Sky Edge divisions, and they still had a lot of casualties. However, the divisions had not collapsed like they had been worried about. They had endured through the intense fighting. Other than the heavy losses they suffered on the first day, their situation over the next 2 days was much better. This cannot go on. Silver Soldier was panting heavily as he talked to Karakoram Polaris. The enemy forces outnumbered us greatly. We can't get involved in a war of attrition with them. Karakoram Polaris's body was sparkling clean. However, the glint in her eyes had dimmed significantly. She listened to Silver Soldier quietly without saying anything. She knew Silver Soldier had to have a plan. Silver Soldier's metallic index finger swept across the map as he said, "We will retreat." Retreat? But higher-ups want us to defend behind the wall. That's right, sir. You have to think twice about this decision. Karakoram Polaris was slightly surprised as well. She knew how much Silver Soldier wanted to battle the blood of God. Why would he want to retreat at this point in time? A cold glint flashed across his silver mask. The eyes revealed by the mask flickered. On the mask, in between where his eyebrows were, the word infantry was deeply marked. Silver Soldier ignored them and continued, "From the current situation, we can see that Jibai hasn't woken up yet. This is evident from the enemy forces that have attacked us. Even though the intensity of the fighting has been very high, the blood of God have not deployed many of their soldiers. This shows that they are still trying to feel us out. If Jibai was awake, the enemy forces that attacked us would not be so few." The others quieted down. The enemy forces that attacked our divisions these few days are made up of different divisions. They lacked coordination. This also indirectly proves that Jibai hasn't woken up yet, and that they are divided. This is our chance. What's going to happen next is that we will retreat slowly. Take note, we can't retreat too quickly. We will try to lure the enemy forces into a deeper position. The conscription order has been issued, and the conscripted divisions will arrive soon. We try to contact these divisions and have them set up ambushes behind us. We will form a pocket and lure the enemy forces into it. Once they are deep in the pocket, we will annihilate them. We can also flank them from both sides and surround them, Silver Soldier explained with a deep voice. What if the other party doesn't take the bait? We will retreat and build a new defensive line, Silver Soldier replied. Lemon Camping Ground was filled with corpses. There were 2 people standing amid the corpses. Is there still anyone alive? No. Their tones sounded very casual, their facial expressions indifferent. It was as if they couldn't see the corpses around them. Both of them were tall and huge. They also looked very similar to each other. Clearly, they were brothers. If someone saw these 2, he or she would definitely recognize them. They were the Xiaoho brothers. The older brother was Xiaoho Jun, the younger brother was Xiaoho Jia, and they were twins. They were already very talented from a young age. Both of them became masters at the same time. If they were born in aristocratic families, their tales of their achievements would be widely spread. In reality, they were new citizens who had led a tough life since childhood. This caused them to become cynical and temperamental. Have you clarified with them? I have clarified with them. Then what about here? Should we set fire and burn them? That will give us away easily. Let's catch some dire beasts and throw them here. The conversation between the 2 men was short and sweet. They did not waste any time talking nonsense. After a while, both of them caught several dire beasts and threw them into the campground. The 2 of them hovered in the air, chatting casually as they watched the dire beasts chomping on the corpses. Xiaoho Jun said coldly, "Sure Shuemon has left an AI Hui has yet to recover. The only one that is capable of fighting is Blind Do. This is a rare chance." Xiaoho Jia stretched his back and replied with an indifferent tone, "Let's complete this mission as soon as possible. New Light City is still more comfortable to stay in. The reward this time around is enough for us to lead a carefree life for quite a long time, but..." The 2 of them came here because they accepted a mission concerning the snow lava. It was no longer a secret that Sure Shuemon had requested the envoy to take the Sword of Lightning off the conscription order. Because of this, many people lamented. Sure Shuemon indeed had feelings for AI Hui. However, covetous individuals were able to also extract a lot of information from this incident. AI Hui was injured, the Sword of Lightning only had 300 men, etc. AI Huey's refinement method for the snow lava was truly a money-making tool. Excluding Skyheart City, there were a lot of cities that were very poor. At this point, Central Pine Valley was at its weakest. It was like a child that possessed a precious treasure, attracting all sorts of greedy folks. Have you thought about how to obtain the snow lava refinement method? We can get it as long as we capture AI Hui. We have to be fast. There are a lot of people who want the snow lava. If other people get it first, our trip will be wasted. Men die in the pursuit of wealth, while birds die in the pursuit of food. These people better not encounter us. Otherwise, they will be dead for sure. Let's go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 503, Enemy is Coming. Chapter 503, Enemy is Coming. Translator, Irene. Editor, X, TYZ. Lulan carefully carried the unconscious AI Hui down from the metal basket sword pagoda and poured the long-since prepared medicine into AI Hui's mouth. The dark, inky medicine emitted a thick, choking smell. Each time the members witnessed Lulan feeding AI Hui medicine, they would have a sympathetic look. Compared to AI Hui's medicine, their elemental soup was practically a delicacy. Gu Xian sipped on his soup, occasionally glanced over at AI Hui, and prostrated himself in admiration. Training until unconscious, what kind of realm was this? Whatever it was, he couldn't do it. Not only him, but everyone in the Sword of Lightning was unable to do it. Everyone was utterly convinced of AI Hui's capability. There had been some who were concerned that he would injure himself and that their future would fall into uncertainty. No one was worried any longer. Even if AI Hui hadn't recovered. Even if he did not have the least bit of elemental energy. To be honest, Gu Xian was unable to imagine how a person without elemental energy could possibly fight. It went against his common sense. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that the fragrant soup almost seemed less alluring. He continued sipping on it subconsciously. It was true that AI Hui had no elemental energy, but over these past few days of training they had yet to bump into issues. The 7 sword pagodas operated very smoothly. No, even smoother than before. This was something Gu Xian simply couldn't understand and something he felt was the most illogical. Could it be that elemental energy was unnecessary for swordsmen? He found it hard to believe since it violated conventional knowledge. Yet, a live example had been placed before him. What method was boss using to operate the sword pagodas? Do you need my help with your soup, old Gu? It seems like you're having a little trouble. A coarse voice interrupted Gu Xian's train of thought. Gu Xian regained his senses and noticed a bright bald head approaching. He scolded jokingly, "What do you want, old Su? Trying to get a free bowl of soup from me? No way." Exposed, old Yu responded without getting angry, "It's because you're drinking without tasting it." Gu Xian rolled his eyes. "Even then, you're not gonna get it." Old Yu was somewhat curious. "What have you been thinking about these 2 days, old Gu? So preoccupied. Apart from the fact that everybody was impressed by AI Hui's promotion into the Master Realm, within the Sword of Lightning, Gu Xian's abilities were second only to AI Hui. However, they had seen Gu Xian's recent abnormal behavior and were rather worried. While Gu Xian wasn't well versed in worldly affairs, he was able to tell good from bad and could feel the concern of old Yu and the rest. He explained, "I don't quite understand something. It's a fact that boss doesn't have elemental energy, so why is he still able to control our sword rays?" Old Yu paused for a moment, but quickly found it funny. "That's all?" "Yes, just this." Gu Xian looked at old Yu, adding, "You've thought about it too? Any idea?" Old Yu answered matter-of-factly, "How is he able to control our sword rays despite not having elemental energy?" "Very simple, it's because he's the boss. If he can't, then who can?" Gu Xian was speechless and unable to refute. Old Yu continued, "You're overthinking, old Gu. Let's talk about swordsmen. They existed in the past when there wasn't any elemental energy, so why must they have it now?" Gu Xian was stunned. That was right. Swordsmen had a longer history than the Avalon of 5 elements and there wasn't any elemental energy back then, so why must they have it? He fell into a daze. Just then, AI Hui's voice could be heard. "Everyone gather." Unknowingly, AI Hui had woken up from his coma. People raised their heads, somewhat flabbergasted. They had just been resting for a short while and had yet to recover their elemental energy. The sword moves everybody practiced weren't complicated, but as long as someone wasn't following the tempo, the moves would usually fail. This was also why they had to maintain extreme focus at all times. Waving their swords around during such high focus required astonishing physical strength. After each round of training, everybody had to rest in order to recover their elemental energy and physical strength before starting the next round. The Sword of Lightning's training was very dull, much drier than their individual training. All kinds of complaints emerged. For example, they found the sword moves limited and even boring. As such, a popular phrase surfaced within the Sword of Lightning. Are we really swordsmen? I don't think so. Which swordsmen have such few moves? If we were to use them individually, not even a chicken can be killed. A swordsman unable to kill a chicken shouldn't go out there and claim to be a swordsman. If not for the fact that AI Hui had personally released the power of the sword pagodas in Lemon Camping Ground, there probably wouldn't be anyone willing to press on. Ample rest was extremely crucial, as learned by everybody during this period of harsh training. Without rest, they wouldn't even be able to engage in high-intensity training and would commit errors more frequently, hence hindering their practice. So when AI Hui ordered everybody to gather, they were extremely surprised. Something's up. These words alerted everyone. Elementalists who were still alive weren't rookies. They had rich experience. In this chaotic world, not only did they have to face dire beasts, they had to face all kinds of danger, greed, riches, and disputes. Everybody threw the bowl in their hands on the ground and stood up. With his full body wrapped in bandages, AI Hui's eyes were bright enough to light up the night sky. Earlier, his spirit and mind had entered a very unique state where he could see very far away. He'd never seen such a faraway place before and could detect its dangerous aura. It was as if the danger was close by. He then saw some shadows concealed amid the night. About 60 miles away from Fishback City, Xia Hojun stopped in his tracks. A vigilant look flashed across his face. What's going on? While they were both fickle, the fact that they could remain alive until this point and live so comfortably was enough to show that they were capable individuals. Xia Hojun asked in a low voice, "Seems like someone is spying on us. Do you feel it?" "No." Xia Hojia shook his head, the alertness on his face remaining. He scanned his surroundings. A strong expert? Not sure. Xia Hojun continued hesitantly, only in that instant, but it disappeared very quickly, so I can't be sure. It's good to be more cautious, Xia Hojia said in a low voice, his eyes flickering. We're not the only ones eyeing the snow lava. There might be powerful experts, so we can't be complacent. Aha! The duo raised their guard and slowed down. Any mistake on the battlefield would only lead to one ending in death. They'd seen too many powerful experts die from a small oversight. Failing to obtain the snow lava simply meant that their mission had failed. They weren't ready to gamble their lives away for it. In Fishback City, Gu Xian led a group of people back and forth within the city. Boss's orders were very strange. He'd asked for all lights within the city to be lit. Bonfires had to be started wherever possible. He couldn't quite understand the meaning behind this. A strategy to mislead the enemy? But the opponent would immediately notice something fishy the moment they arrived. Nevertheless, he carried out Boss's orders to the letter. It was strange. It was only natural that everybody followed Boss's orders when he was a master. Yet, now that he was severely injured and had yet to recover, it was strange how everybody still complied subconsciously. Gu Xian had traveled extensively and been to many cities. All along, he spoke with his fist. Anything a master possessed would go up in smoke the moment his base level crumbled. No one would listen to his orders anymore and all respect would be gone. Yet, this did not happen to AI Hui. Gu Xian also tried thinking from his own perspective. Why was he still listening to AI Hui? Could he control the sword pagodas? No. He didn't even know how to train, so needless to say he wouldn't be able to lift the pagoda. Could he replace Boss? No. Gu Xian believed that in everyone's eyes, there were inconceivable things going on in AI Hui's mind. There was something about AI Hui that gave people faith. As for the fact that AI Hui was no longer a master, Gu Xian realized that he did not really mind. In his eyes, AI Hui would definitely return to his status as a master, just like Senior Le Buling had. AI Hui was merely facing a low point in life. Gu Xian was highly confident about this, even more so than the possibility of him becoming a master. So damn strange, Gu Xian shook his head. He could only console himself. People who could become leaders usually had special traits. The lights in Fishback City shone brightly, and everybody took the chance to go to the top of Blackfish Mouth Volcano. Right by their side was the sword pagoda that Lu Lan had brought up. The mountain wasn't as magnificent at night. The red glow from its volcanic crater was blocked by thick rolling smoke. The night breeze brushed across AI Hui's face. He was like a mummy who had just crawled out from his sarcophagus. He looked into the distance, his eyes sparkling like stars. Gu Xian and the rest followed Ai Hui's line of sight, but saw nothing. Everybody take this time to rest. The enemy is coming soon. Ai Hui's voice made everybody nervous. They quickly meditated and recuperated. The volcanic crater quietened down and only Lulan was left by Ai Hui's side. He gazed into the horizon. It was extremely quiet around them. At this point, Ai Hui felt something he hadn't before. He felt as if he'd melted into the night. He could see the metal wind blowing from afar. The almost undetectable rippling layers. The ground beneath his feet and the blue dome of heaven above his head seemed to be one with him. His gaze spanned across the mountains and the blue dome of heaven, as if overlooking the field and bearing the weight of all living things. No one noticed that the moment the wind came close to Blackfish Mouth Volcano, it would become abnormally docile. Only Lulan sensed it. He turned around, the red glow in his eyes flickering for a short while before calming down. Behind them, the bubbling snow lava appeared to be flattened into folded layers by an invisible hand. It was smooth and glossy like a heated metal mirror. An obsessed look appeared on Ai Hui's face. This was beyond a wonderful experience. In his eyes, the world wasn't just elemental energy. Some time passed, then he sensed something. Immediately, he separated himself from that marvelous state of mind. He felt somewhat regretful and felt it would be good if he could experience this state once more. With a murderous spirit surging within his bright eyes, he threw away all distracting thoughts. Enemy is coming. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 504, Villa of Conscience. Chapter 504, Villa of Conscience. Translator, Irene. Editor, TYZ, K. Kermit. Lu Chen's residence outside Jadeite Forest City had a very unique name, Villa of Conscience. Its door, made of firewood, was half open and trees were planted all around the fences. A mild fragrance pervaded the air. The whole place was like a Xanadu. To the left of the door were the words "Bridge between life and death," and to its right were the words "Ceaseless Yin and Yang." Above was a big bolded word, "Conscience." Villa of Conscience seldom received visitors, except for those who came specially to seek medical treatment. Lu Chen was very reputable, but had been in seclusion in recent years and practically never accepted patients. The clear moonlight sprinkled over the courtyard. The three of them sat facing one another, sipping on their wine. Lu Chen's features were similar to Mingxiu's, save for the more robust lines on his face. He had a more scholarly aura, his black long hair grazing his shoulders. He wore a loose white robe and wooden clogs, an uninhibited scholarly vibe surrounding him. Lu Chen and Yu Mingxiu had many things to tell each other, but neither knew where to start. Yu Mingxiu had even more words for Mingxiu, but was similarly unable to start. The words turned to wine when they reached the corner of his mouth. The brother and sister started speaking first. Lu Chen spoke to Mingxiu in a somewhat reproachful manner. "You were too rash, sister." Fortunately, nothing cropped up this time, or else it would have been dangerous. They were all fearless soldiers. "I'll go investigate properly." Mingxiu stuck out her tongue mischievously. "Other than brother Mingxiu, I have other preparations." Her childlike attitude only came out before her older brother. He'd been taking care of and pampering her since young, so they were very close. Compared to their scheming and astute parents, Mingxiu trusted her brother more. Lu Chen said what he did out of habit. He knew his sister wasn't an impulsive person and that she had backup. With a loving smile, he continued, "Say it. You never come for nothing. You're definitely not here to visit me." Mingxiu told Lu Chen about Ai Hui and his face turned serious. Even Yu Mingxiu, who had been drowning his sorrows in wine, couldn't help but put his cup down. "Nightmoth fruit is very troublesome." Lu Chen sighed. "Borrowing the force of lightning to deal with it is a bold move that I've not thought of or tried. Judging from the result, he probably has suppressed it, but because the nature's lightning is too aggressive, I'm afraid his injuries are not light, even if he practices lightning. Even if he doesn't lose his life, his 5 residences and 8 palaces won't be able to endure it." Mingxiu instantly became anxious. "Then what should we do? If his 5 residences and 8 palaces are severely injured, I can't do anything." Lu Chen shook his head and continued regretfully, "The 5 residences and 8 palaces are like the skeleton of a human. If not many areas have been injured, then there might still be cures, but if the damage is critical, they're basically untreatable. The residences and palaces are linked and subtly related. Rebuilding the connection is not something that can be done." Yu Mingxiu, who'd been quiet since he'd entered, spoke suddenly. "I don't see it that way." The siblings looked toward him simultaneously. Yu Mingxiu added, do not forget that Senior Lu Buling had also been severely injured before. Ai Hui is tough and durable, not someone who would easily concede defeat. Ai Hui had left a deep impression on him. I hope so. Lu Chen nodded. He hadn't interacted with Ai Hui and so knew little about him. He turned to Mingxiu and said, take 3 vitality branches when you leave. The rest is up to him. Mingxiu responded cheerily, thank you, brother. The vitality branches were Lu Chen's treasured lucky charms. Giving Mingxiu 3 at once was really an expensive gesture. Vitality branches were even more famous than night moth fruits. They were known to revive patients with only 1 breath. Each branch contained a wisp of original life force. It was the source of life of all living things. Lu Chen had invented these vitality branches upon mastering the art of healing. Even Grandmaster Dai was full of praises for them, believing that they were the mark of a new era. Seeing his sister's joyful look, Lu Chen shook his head and turned to the rather foreign Yu Mingxiu. You're finally back. Where have you been all these years? Deep within the wilderness. Yu Mingxiu picked up a wine cup with both hands before draining it in one gulp. His faint stubble made him look quite different. I was very curious to see what's further inside and so I went to explore. Lu Chen sized him up before breaking into a smile. Not easy, coming back alive. Yu Mingxiu burst into laughter and replied ruefully, yeah, I came back alive. The siblings could hear the sorrow in his voice. He must have been through a lot of tribulations in there. The words deep within the wilderness seemed to have a magical power that captured everybody's attention. Even Lu Chen, who stayed out of worldly affairs, appeared interested. Yu Mingxiu wasn't a habitually silent person to begin with, so as he started speaking, he became more lively too. He talked about some of his experiences living deep within the wilderness. Out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of Mingxiu looking engrossed, and so he spoke more energetically and expressively. He was naturally a comical person, so he quickly got everybody laughing. Yu Mingxiu was rather distracted, as if he'd gone back to when he was young. Far away in Fishback City, the lights were brightly lit within the night. It was an exceptionally striking sight. The duo was still worried about finding the wrong place, so they heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing the city. The Xiahou brothers slowed down. Ever since Xiahou Jun noticed something amiss, the two paid extra attention to their surroundings and quickly found many rivals. Xiahou Jia asked eagerly, quite a number of small ants, should we evacuate? Xiahou Jun shook his head. There must be some strong players lying in ambush, so don't be careless. Plus, this is too big of an offense, so do not expose your identity, or else we won't have a life to live even if we do survive. Xiahou Jia acknowledged, his eyes recovering their calm. Snow lava brought a lot of benefits, so many were lusting over it and becoming restless. No one dared to openly seize the snow lava, however, since Shi Beihai had passed away not long ago and Shi Shuemon had stepped into the battlefield. Those who tried robbing snow lava now would certainly be criticized by the masses. The Xiahou brothers knew the pros and cons very well. If the world knew that they had mounted a sneak attack on Central Pine Valley, no one would publicly accept or provide asylum for them. Before they came, they had already been told this repeatedly. Xiahou Jun said in a low voice, we don't have to rush. Let's wait for others to make a move. When the situation turns chaotic, that's when we act. Xiahou Jia nodded in understanding. While he had an irritable temperament, he was like a totally different person in combat. He became extremely calm and tolerant. They carefully avoided their rivals and approached Fishback City, only concealing themselves upon reaching the foot of the mountain. They were experts at ambushing, so no one was alarmed by their movements. They hid behind a rock, becoming one with the darkness. They were only a few hundred meters away from Fishback City. This distance, to them, could be closed within the blink of an eye. They were like seasoned hunters, waiting for the others to take action first. Time passed, but there were still no movements. The Xiahou brothers weren't the least bit impatient. Instead, they became increasingly alert, evidence that they weren't forces to be reckoned with. They made eye contact and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. The prey was very delicate and harmless. The other hunters were the dangerous ones. It wasn't just the two of them, the rest also had the same judgment, which explained why there hadn't been any action yet. Xiahou Jia said suddenly, brother, something's not quite right. Xiahou Jun jolted and asked hurriedly, someone made a move? No. With a doubtful look on his face, he continued, this city seems too quiet. Xiahou Jun paused for a moment before looking around with rapt attention. The lights were still brightly lit, but there was no sound at all, only dead silence. Not right. At this distance, they should be able to hear the voices of the citizens, but no matter how he pricked up his ears, there were none. A chill rose up Xiahou Jun's back. An ambush. He had a premonition at this point. Could it be that Central Pine Valley still had some kind of force left? He did some calculations in his mind. There was only one master, Mr. Doe, left in Central Pine Valley. Needless to say, Master Doe's abilities were great and on par to the brothers, but it would be difficult for a pair of fists to deal with two. Plus, there were so many people lying in ambush. If they made use of this advantage, Master Doe simply wouldn't be able to raise any waves. Or was it that their information was wrong? They were worried about Lou Bueling returning unexpectedly. No one wanted to bump into that freak. If not for the fact that the higher-ups had guaranteed them over and over again that Lou Bueling was waiting to go all out with Dai Gang, they absolutely wouldn't have accepted this task. Suddenly, Xiahou Jun's heart quivered. He looked toward the mountain ridge up front. A ball of black shadow squirmed soundlessly. They wouldn't have noticed it if they weren't experts in ambushes and if they weren't highly focused. They jolted, their eyes wide open. Someone had made a move. It was just in time for them to get an idea of the situation in the city. It wasn't only the Xiahou brothers, there were many pairs of eyes watching within the darkness. They were looking at the brightly lit city as they, too, realized that something was amiss. On the mountain top, above the spot where Iron Lady had bid farewell to Ai Hui, the metal basket sword pagoda rested horizontally. Ai Hui had not expected Great Sword's first battle to happen at this time and place, or that he would face such strong rivals. The snow-covered mountains and the image of a beautiful woman fading far away into the snow flashed across his eyes. His bright-as-stars eyes gazed into the distance, toward the direction of the wall of North Sea. He patted the metal basket below him. The members who'd long been prepared stood up at once, their elemental energy and physical strength 100% recovered. While they couldn't yet see their enemy, they knew it was coming. Gu Xian included, everyone was rolling up their sleeves and rubbing their fists, eager for action. Sword of Lightning's first battle. Looking down from the mountain top, their field of vision was optimal. Those with good eyesight, like Gu Xian, caught sight of a shadow under the lights. The enemy is here indeed. Ai Hui waved the edgeless sword in his hands, an imposing aura instantly pervading the air. Everybody became alert and grabbed the swords in their hands tightly. They were highly focused, that was the signal to get ready for battle. A melodious sword chime sounded from the Blackfish Mouth volcano's volcanic crater, breaking the silence of the night. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 505, A Strike in the Frosted Dawn. Chapter 505, A Strike in the Frosted Dawn. Translator, Irene. Editor, TYZ, K. Kermit. Chang Ningfeng carefully felt his way toward Fishback City. He had already sensed something amiss. Despite the city being too quiet, the lights were charming. Could this be an empty city? He was confident about his excellent ambushing skills, so even as he was guarded, he advanced to investigate nevertheless. It really was a small city, obviously built in a rush. Its defense was also poor. Chang Ningfeng inwardly shook his head. Central Pine Valley's abilities were indeed as rumored, mostly propped up by Shi Xueman. The moment she left, the city fell apart and was no longer able to even protect its snow lava. Now that Ai Hui was injured, he only needed to beware of Master Doe. Chang Ningfeng still didn't dare to be careless. With a tense state of mind, he carefully crossed over the wall, ready to counter any sneak attack from within the city at all times. But there was nothing. The city streets were empty and all the lights were lit. Unknowingly, a wisp of cold air rose within his heart. The empty city was like the bottomless and ferocious mouth of a beast, waiting for its prey to drop in. Chang Ningfeng composed himself by exhaling a deep breath. These people were just trying to scare him. How was this empty city stratagem going to frighten anybody? Ultimately, it all boiled down to the size of their fists and speed of their swords. Just then, he heard an indistinct sword chime. It sounded from a faraway place. Above, a mountain top? Chang Ningfeng subconsciously raised his head and looked in the direction of the noise. All he saw was a sword ray. A bright snow-like silver sword ray descended, and in that instant lit up the blue dome of heaven. Even the city lights were suppressed and dimmed in comparison. What was that? Chang Ningfeng's pupils shrank and reflected a faint silver ray. The silver light flashed and the sword ray was right in front of him, effectively illuminating the fearful look of despair on his face. What is this? Chang Ningfeng's mind went black. He was even unable to associate this silver light, which was as thick as a bowl, with the sword ray. His body was motionless. The thick and solid sword ray had pierced through his body effortlessly. He stared blankly in that position like a clay puppet. The bull-sized hole in his chest made it possible for one to see the ground behind him and the bottomless pit that was in the ground. The blood in his body hadn't had time to splash out from his wound. The sharp whistling sound came late and was accompanied by a wild airflow, exploding into Chang Ningfeng's body. Chang Ningfeng's body was like a frail cloth puppet, instantly ripped apart into countless pieces. Blood rain sprayed and splattered onto the wall. The night resumed its deathly stillness. Fishback City's lights were still brightly lit. The Xiaohou brothers, still lying in ambush behind the rock, were thoroughly shaken up. Mountain top. The sword ray came from up there. Must be a kind of sword formation. The two exchanged gazes and saw the fear in each other's eyes. They did not manage to get a clear look at that sword strike, which was exceptionally rare for masters. Richly experienced players most feared the unknown. No matter how powerful an enemy was, he must have a vulnerable point so it was possible to find a solution. On the other hand, the unknown meant that the enemy was unpredictable. On the mountaintop, the night breeze was slightly cooling. The metal basket sword pagoda was like an ugly steel monster, entrenching itself on a big rock and coldly looking down on the prey beneath. The Sword of Lightning members cheered and were heartened. That black shadow was their first victory, so everybody was feeling excited. Before, they were worried about the uncertain future of Sword of Lightning, but now they were finally able to set aside their worries. The metal basket sword pagoda was a little ugly, but also very practical and provided effective defense. While it wasn't as ferocious and changeable as God's subduing peak when it came to attack and defense, its attacking power was decent. Everyone's faces were filled with joy. Combat strength was the key to surviving in this chaotic world. Even Gu Xian couldn't contain his happiness. If they knew that the black shadow they just killed was Black Fog Wolf, Chang Ningfeng, they would be even more shocked. Seeing that everyone was getting overly excited, we coughed softly. Get ready for the next wave of attack. The crowd gradually calmed down. A sword chime rang again. Fail. Hui shook his head inwardly. More training was needed. Everyone was too agitated and had yet to recompose themselves. Over 30 people had slipped. Such a high rate of error hadn't appeared in a long time. But Hui did not blame the members, as he could understand their excitement. Elites weren't trained and created overnight. Members who made a mistake looked ashamed and somewhat embarrassed. Again. A sword chime rang. Another failure. Although everybody was trying hard to calm themselves down, there were still 5 who made a mistake. Training and actual battle were simply too different. A 90% success rate could be achieved in training, but in actual combat, having a 60 to 70% success rate was already not bad. The Xiaohou brothers exchanged looks, their eyes flickering. Sword formation indeed. Powerful, but not always successful. 3 failures, 1 success. Both were seasoned battlers and understood what methods would be more suitable when dealing with such attacks. They remained still, however. If they could understand this fact, the rest could too. Indeed, a few shadows rose and shot toward the mountaintop like lightning. They had already realized that Fishback City was a bait used to attract their attention, and that Hui's sword formation was placed above the mountain since it provided them with an optimal view. But no matter how powerful, what was the use of a sword formation that succeeded only once out of 4 tries? Seeing the shadows dashing along the mountain range, the members in the metal basket sword pagoda on the mountain top immediately became restless. Just then, Hui's calm voice fell into their ears. Everybody shut your eyes. The members were stunned, but immediately shut their eyes and soon quietened down. Their breaths became more stable and calm. Hui's unclosed eyes shone brightly, like the stars in the sky. Another sword chime rang. Brush. The swords moved as one, a sword ray appeared with a rippling effect. The bright sword ray lit up the sky once again, illuminating the faraway range of mountains. The sword ray slashed across the sky, leaving a dazzling light scar in the darkness. An approaching shadow seemed to have detected it and hurriedly morphed its body. The audience only felt blinded for a second before a few more shadows appeared by its side. Xiahou Jia couldn't help but shout, "Good!" He'd already recognized that shadow. Thousand Shadow Blade, Yu Chongyang. Yu Chongyang was a master and his path of master was doppelganger. He could transform into many difficult to distinguish bodies. Yu Chongyang combined his body-splitting techniques perfectly with blade techniques to form the unique Thousand Shadow Blade. The moment it was fully put to use, the blade rays would be like waves, stacked layer upon layer, making it difficult for people to recognize and making them fall deep into them. Seeing Yu Chongyang displaying Thousand Shadow Blade at such a crucial moment, Xiahou Jia couldn't control his cheer. The sky-breaking sword ray was like lightning, but difficult for the naked eye to catch. It pierced through a shadow. Everybody held their breaths unknowingly. They were full of anticipation. It must be a fail. There were over 10 shadows in the sky, so there was no way for them to identify the real one. It must be a miss. The next moment, the shadows in the sky simultaneously popped and disappeared like bubbles. All that was left was the stupefied shadow of a man staring at the bowl-sized wound on his chest, face full of disbelief. He hadn't had time to figure out how the enemy was able to identify his real body, as the delayed sharp sword whistle, accompanied by the surging airflow, had already struck his body like a heavy hammer. Boom! In midair, Yu Chongyang's body instantly ripped apart, triggering a blood rain. It was a bloody sight. The other shadows that had moved together with him became sluggish as their minds temporarily went blank. Compared to Chang Ningfeng, Thousand Shadow Blade Yu Chongyang had been much stronger. He'd been a master. Furthermore, Yu Chongyang was killed while executing Thousand Shadow Blade. It was much more shocking and impactful compared to what had happened to Chang Ningfeng. Ai Hui stood tall above the sword pagoda on the mountaintop. He looked down, grief and joy absent from his eyes. The sword cloud within his body flowed slowly. Everything that was happening around him surfaced from within his heart in an inverted manner. Ai Hui hadn't heard of Thousand Shadow Blade, Yu Chongyang, but that split body elemental energy transformation left him astonished nevertheless. It was an extremely imaginative path of master. If it had been the past him, he wouldn't have been able to identify the real body. But today he could do it because he was able to see not just elemental energy. There was no elemental energy in Ai Hui's body, but he was exposed to a different sky. At this point his heart was exceptionally calm and free. He raised edgeless sword and instructed, "Get ready for the next wave." Ai Hui's calm was contagious. Everybody threw aside distracting thoughts and shut their eyes, gathering all their focus. A sword chime rang once again. The people below snapped out of their dazed state. A sky-breaking sword ray. Yet another shadow had been struck by the sword ray. A sword whistle and airflow followed immediately, causing the body to rip apart. Blood sprinkled all over the night sky. Fear appeared on the face of the remaining shadow. He suddenly turned around to flee. Only fear was left in his heart. He'd never seen such a powerful sword formation. It reminded him of God-subduing peak. Yes, the sword formation on the mountaintop reminded him of the irrepressible God-subduing peak. He'd only covered a few hundred meters when a sword ray tore across the sky. It penetrated his body and shot into the darkness in front. Clap! His body shattered. The Xiaohou brothers were ashen-faced as they realized that they had bumped into a tough situation. Central Pine Valley actually had such a powerful sword formation. They, too, had been reminded of God-subduing peak, as only it could match a terrifying force like this. Thus far, only Skyheart City, which was under Elders Guild's control, could refine God-subduing peaks. Other cities weren't able to do so. God-subduing peak was the strongest weapon in Beyond Avalon. Yet, another comparable rival had appeared, this unknown sword formation. What exactly was Central Pine Valley's background? How could it possibly have such a powerful weapon? Finally they understood that the powerful figures outside had all underestimated the Central Pine faction. No one dared to think about Snow Lava anymore. As compared to this nameless sword formation, Snow Lava was simply insignificant. Their biggest problem now was to figure out a safe way to escape. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 506, Blazing Shooting Star. Chapter 506, Blazing Shooting Star. Translator, Irene. Editor, XTYZ. Compared to the frightened people at the foot of the mountain, those in the metal basket sword pagoda were much calmer. Closing their eyes and listening carefully to the sword chime, they sensed the aura Ai Hui gave out. This faint aura was a new change that emerged after Ai Hui was severely injured. The aura was very weak, like a gentle wind revolving around the metal basket sword pagoda. If he were to walk out of the pagoda, it would become undetectable. Gu Xian was the first to sense Ai Hui's aura. Everyone else only realized it after they were told. Later on, everyone also realized that the special wave motion that Ai Hui emitted could help them with their rhythm and synchronization. They had not expected to have already acclimated themselves to the countless bizarre conditions that Ai Hui's body had been going through. Only Gu Xian was aware that this unusual undulation wasn't an elemental energy wave motion. Could this be the reason why Ai Hui was able to control numerous sword gleams? Gu Xian started paying more attention to this mystical wave motion. Gradually, he realized that this wisp of weak aura could more easily resonate with a sword. In reality, it was not the swordsmen who felt the aura, but the swords in their hands that responded to it. How amazing! Gu Xian was astonished that such magical swordplay actually existed. It was to the extent that he was uncertain if this aura could be categorized as a type of swordplay. At this moment, Gu Xian was even more in tune with his perception. Many details that were usually difficult to detect during actual combat were now like cobblestones exposed on a dried riverbed. Yet another sword chime sounded. Everyone almost instinctively waved their swords. Those who were watching from the foot of the mountain witnessed this bizarre sight. Layers of sword gleams were lit and piled up like shiny toothpicks, forming a small hill. 7 sword gleam-made hills at different heights illuminated the mountain peak. The next moment, all the sword gleams converged. They gathered so quickly that it was difficult for the naked eye to detect. Even with their eyes wide open, they couldn't figure how the sword gleams came together. Like silver lightning, a dazzling gleam tore across the night sky and was reflected in their eyes. A blood-curdling screech echoed. A sharp sword hiss followed that almost ruptured their eardrums. 300 meters away, east of where the Xiahou brothers stood, a rock exploded together with some flesh. The brothers' faces were ashen, their palms wet with sweat. If the targets of that sword gleam had been them, would they have been able to dodge it? Unlikely. Trembling in fear, Xiahou Jia asked in a low voice, "How does he know?" They hadn't sensed the presence of those who had been hiding behind the rocks so close to them, yet Ai Hui, who was at the mountain summit, had actually located them. Xiahou Jia was dumbfounded, as if he'd seen a ghost. Xiahou Jun was terrified as well. He'd thought that this would be a battle between hunters. Who would have known that the real enemy was actually the prey whom they thought was harmless? Another terrifying sword gleam struck, ripping through the air and darkness. Almost simultaneously, a loud scream sounded, but was drowned by the sharp sword chime. The sound of exploding bodies destroyed the Xiahou brothers' last wisp of fighting spirit. Withdraw! Xiahou Jun ordered without the least bit of hesitation, not placing their faith on luck. Like a flash of lightning, both leapt off their feet. Not only the two of them, but all the other ambushers couldn't care less, fleeing away in disarray. Everyone was very experienced, so their escape routes were meticulously chosen and the distance between them had increased. Some of them directly soared into the sky, while others stayed close to the ground, taking cover and frantically escaping in a zigzag pattern. Ai Hui, who was in the sword pagoda, had bandages covering his face, so one wouldn't be able to determine his expression. However, it could be seen from his exposed eyes that he was looking coldly at those furiously fleeing figures at the foot of the mountain. The edgeless sword in his hand was as before, its rhythm unaffected. Methodically arranged, a sword chime sounded. Under the stimulation of victory, the others were in an exceptional state and practically made no mistakes. Wave after wave of sword gleams repeatedly lit up like a tide. The steel monster situated atop the big rock on the mountain peak spat fatal sword gleams, ceaselessly claiming lives like a machine. Gu Xian was one of the few who managed to stay clear-headed. He was the strongest, so he felt the impact the deepest. His sword moves were regular and thorough, still without any elegance. The sword moves remained simple and crude, but everybody increased their speed. Their rhythm became increasingly coordinated, and the sword gleam's resonance also strengthened. The sword gleams were much finer than before, but their light was more condensed and substantial. They had become much more powerful and mighty. Ai Hui's rhythm was calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos, as if he had no regard for those escaping enemies. Gu Xian knew that wasn't the case, but rather, Ai Hui had already gained complete control over the situation. The intervals between each wave of attack were brief and negligible. Perfect sword gleam. Executing the perfect sword gleam was something they found difficult to achieve in daily training. Yet, it was so effortless during battle. Gu Xian knew that this was because Ai Hui wasn't holding anything back at this point. Ai Hui never used his full strength during daily trainings. Gu Xian's impression of Ai Hui had become more enigmatic. He was still unaware of how Ai Hui could have possibly noticed the enemies. Looking at the desperate escapees being eliminated by Ai Hui, Gu Xian suddenly realized the reason Ai Hui ordered them to light up the whole of Fishback City. Fishback City was the bait. This bait's purpose wasn't to expose the hidden enemies, but to lure and gather them into the vicinity. In other words, Ai Hui had long since noticed and locked onto these targets. He also used the city as bait in order to bring the enemies closer to them while increasing their escaping distance. Ai Hui had planned to get rid of every single one of them right from the start. Gu Xian was frightened by his realization. Goosebumps appeared all over his body. This was too scary. Among the many infiltrators, there wasn't a lack of masters, so where did Ai Hui get all that confidence from? Gu Xian. Ai Hui's voice wasn't loud, but Gu Xian was startled nevertheless. He quivered and quickly looked toward Ai Hui. There weren't any walls to obstruct the metal basket sword pagoda, so he could see him immediately. AI Hui looked at him and only saw a head wrapped up in bandages and a pair of inquiring eyes. Gu Xian immediately squeezed a slight smile out to express an apology and to indicate he was all right. He, himself, was probably unaware that he now had more respect toward AI Hui. These few waves of attacks had been perfect. In terms of effectiveness, they were also perfect and not one sword missed. 9 sword gleams claimed more than 9 lives, including masters and pseudo-masters. AI Hui was also very pleased. The might of the sword pagodas was much better than he'd expected. It also proved that masters could be eliminated through cooperation as long as suitable methods were employed. Of course, if someone else was in his position, the result would not have been as ideal. After all, locking onto a master was an extremely challenging task. AI Hui wasn't affected by changes in elemental energy, so he could easily lock onto a master. It wouldn't be so easy for other elementalists. Nevertheless, the metal basket sword pagoda's formidable power had been validated. Gu Xian's guess was accurate. AI Hui's plan, all along, was to wipe the enemies out. So far, the battle tempo was completely under his control and moving according to his plan. The enemies had no chance. If they had been brave enough to close in on the mountain peak from different directions and sacrifice some lives, AI Hui and the others would have been the ones being massacred. However, fundamental trust was lacking between enemies. The first thought upon meeting with danger was to wait for others to make a move first while they fled. Joining forces was impossible. If they had all moved as a team, AI Hui wouldn't have been this reckless. But this time, he won the bet. Only 3 enemies were left, and the furthest one was already 6 miles away. AI Hui wasn't anxious, however. Instead, he instructed, take 10 breaths and get ready for the second form. Everybody shuddered and quickly recalibrated their state of mind. Earlier, they had executed the first form, which AI Hui had given a name that they simply didn't know how to evaluate. It was called the Great Sword Gleam. Had he come up with that name just because the converged gleams appeared very big? Even this perfunctory name was in line with AI Hui's style. The second form had a much better name, Blazing Shooting Star. Alright, it was equally perfunctory. The second form was pretty complicated as the long swords in their hands had to undergo 3 changes. Other than that, the pace was similar. They had to complete a swing of the sword as they turned their bodies while standing in their own positions. This was exactly why the training for the second move was much more challenging. The slight increase in difficulty of the second move would make it a few times harder for more than 200 swordsmen to move in sync. The chance of success for the Blazing Shooting Star, Sword Gleam was currently only about 60%, despite their diligent daily training. On the other hand, their chance of success for the first form, Great Sword Gleam, was more than 90%. They rarely failed. Everyone shuddered upon being told to get ready for the second form. Even Gu Xian threw away all distracting thoughts, composed himself, and focused wholeheartedly. He knew that inattention would easily lead to failure. 10 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. Everybody maintained rapt attention as another sword chime sounded, this one completely different from before. Each sword form produced different sword chimes. The second form of the sword gleam was shorter, but more intense. Hula! A ring of sword light appeared and curled around everybody. Failure! AI Hui's eyes remained still. With a light tremble of his edgeless sword, another sword chime echoed. A sword gleam shot up into the sky like fireworks. The fireworks kept soaring, but the gleam gradually dimmed and eventually disappeared. At almost the same time, a grain-sized speck of light appeared over Xiahou Jie's head. It fell rapidly and grew increasingly brighter. In the blink of an eye, it illuminated the sky like a meteor. Xiahou Ju's eyes were about to pop out. Dodge it! Xiahou Jie did not hear his brother's voice. He only noticed that there seemed to be a sun rising overhead, casting his shadow onto the snow-white ground before him. What is this? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 507, Brewing Storm. Chapter 507, Brewing Storm. Translator, Irene. Editor, XTYZ. A whistle sounded from overhead. This sword whistle was of a different kind of sharpness. It rumbled, heavy as thunder, causing even the sky to tremble. The illuminated ground before him swayed continuously. Xiahou Jie's shadow extended amid the constant shaking. Xiahou Jie subconsciously tilted his head toward the sky. His body turned rigid. An eye-piercing light ray rapidly magnified in his eyes. The light ray was so intense that he shut his eyes automatically, his mind blanking out. What swordplay is this? The light ray descended so quickly that he was unable to react and could only watch it approach him at an alarming speed. He was not even able to make out its shape since there was only light in his field of view. Bright, white light. Xiaojie's final impression of the world was just a sheet of white. Endless bright light, like an ocean of light that he was unable to break free from. Lost amid the boundless white light, his world gradually turned into complete darkness and emptiness. Seeing his brother being struck and killed by the sword ray with his own eyes, Xiahou Jun's tears overflowed. They were twin brothers and had a telepathic connection from a young age. Since they hadn't been separated before, the pain he felt right now was as if his body and heart had been ripped apart. In order to escape, they had deliberately distanced themselves, resulting in him being unable to provide support in time. He simply hadn't thought about how he could save his brother. Once again, fireworks started rising from the faraway mountaintop. Xiahou Jun felt emotional. He stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked toward the sky. Out of nowhere, a spot of silver light like an unremarkable-looking star appeared overhead, but in the blink of an eye, it suddenly and rapidly increased in size. From darkness to glaring brightness, it only took an instant. The dazzling white light ray was so piercing that it blinded him like a silver ocean would. He grinned, hysteria evident in his face. He roared wildly, "Bring it on!" The surrounding elemental energy gathered toward him like a tide. His body was like a balloon, frantically expanding. Not only did his eyes reflect the piercing silver light, the reflection of a crazy, angry sea of fire could be seen as well. Before, there would have been another surge of elemental energy that echoed with his, but now, he was all alone. The space around him, within a 10-meter radius, became bright red. The devilish red flames were like the tongues of many monsters, sticking out from the emptiness and licking his body. Xiahou Jun stood in mid-air, his legs spread out in a slight squat, as if there was an invisible floor beneath his feet. He clenched his right hand into a fist and turned his body slightly to one side. His entire figure was like a drawn bow. The devilish red fire traces swiftly appeared on his cheeks, causing his sinister grin to look even more terrifying and demonic. The flames circled around his clenched fist. He released a punch toward the sky. The red fist beam shot skyward like a fire pillar. The deafening whiz was about to burn through the blue dome of heaven. In flaming earth fist. This was his path of master, originating from Halloween fire. Xiaojie's path was the exact opposite, yang flaming heaven fist. A pity. The devilish red fist beam collided with the sharp silver sword ray without the least bit of pretense. Boom, dot. A blazing light ball blossomed abruptly, illuminating the whole Blackfish Mouth mountain range as if it was daytime. On the metal basket sword pagoda, the swordsman shook. There was a rising mist since they were all sweating profusely. Their heavy pants filled the air as their evaporated sweat formed a fog that enveloped the whole pagoda. Not only was steam rising from Ai Hui's body, his mouth was filled with a salty bloody taste as he stifled a groan. His body was weaker than an average elementalist, but he had been dealt a more impactful blow, so he was immediately injured. Take 3 breaths and get ready. Once more. Ai Hui's voice was rather hoarse, but his tone remained the same. There was unwavering vigor in his eyes, as if the previous blow had had no impact on him. The other members could feel Ai Hui's determination. They spontaneously adjusted their breathing and the raging elemental energy within their bodies. 3 breaths passed in an instant. The oscillations of the metal basket sword pagoda stopped as it returned to its original calm. A calm before the storm. Everyone was waiting to take action after having accumulated energy and power. They were like drawn bows waiting to release their arrows. A brief, but intense, sword chime sounded again. 252 curling sword rays accompanied 252 pairs of hands as they turned and raised their swords, as if adorning a heavy black steel monster with a layer of fine bright silver chain mail. Fireworks rose in the sky. Xiahou Jun's body was covered with blood. He looked up at the mountain peak, which was silent for a brief moment before firework-like sword rays exploded. He grinned. He knew he wasn't going to escape today. He simply stayed where he was, motionless. The weak were prey for the strong, and his life was about to come to an end. He thought about how he'd committed all sorts of evil deeds in his life. He killed people without feeling any emotions. Such a happy life, not at all bad. Dying together with his brother and dying under such an exceptional weapon. What was there to be displeased about? He thought about how shocking this would be for the world. Panicked and lost faces appeared before him. He laughed out loud, like the hooting of owls, reckless and egotistical. His voice pervaded his surroundings. The dazzling silver light blossomed overhead and became increasingly brighter, illuminating his malevolent, wild, and blood-stained face. Cast on the ground, his shadow trembled intensely like a candle flame in the wind. The sword ray descended like a meteorite. The silver light ray swallowed up that willful and brash shadow, leaving not the smallest trace. The last remaining enemy had long lost his last trace of resistance and willpower. He shook like a sieve. He raised both arms in the direction of the faraway Blackfish Mouth volcano. He plopped down on his knees and cried out incoherently with all the strength he had left, "Surrender! I surrender! I surrender!" A few miles away, Blackfish Mouth volcano was like an incomprehensible monster occupying its territory. The brightly lit fishback city was like the monster's mocking eyes. He was filled with fear and had no courage left. He had seen with his own eyes how more reputable experts had fallen one after another in front of him. He was about to have a mental breakdown. Xiahou Jun's death was the final blow to his already tensed state of mind. He broke down completely. Another firework rose into the sky from that faraway mountain. His body stiffened, his pale face full of despair. He cried frantically, "No, no, no, I surrender, I surrender. I've already surrendered. What else do you want?" The light ray above his head shone down on his lifeless face and shadow as well as on that helpless despair. The light ray swallowed everything before the night sky resumed its darkness. Ai Hui exhaled a deep breath atop the mountain. Battle over. His tensed mind loosened and an intense dizziness took over. He tottered and almost fell over, but managed to grab a hold of the pagoda railing before stabilizing himself. "Boss, are you alright? Are you okay, boss?" Members around quickly noticed Ai Hui's condition and gathered around, faces full of concern. Lu Lan squeezed his way through with a transparent jade green bamboo pipe. "Medicine, Ai Hui." Inside the bamboo pipe was an inky black medicinal syrup. Ai Hui removed the cork and gulped it down in one shot. As the syrup entered his throat, he felt a rush of painful heat, as if it was about to burn up. Immediately after, a slight chill gushed to his brain. Ai Hui felt a burst of energy. "Thank you, Lu Lan." Lu Lan replied happily, "It's what I should do, but..." With a slight cheer in his tone, Ai Hui instructed, "Go clean up the battlefield, the enemies have been crushed." After a short pause came earth-shattering cheers. Many of them were completely exhausted, depleted of both elemental energy and physical strength. They plopped down onto the ground with a silly smile on their faces. Members who still had some strength left dove down the mountain like a nest of bees. Ai Hui stood on the highest point of the metal basket sword pagoda, fixing his gaze far away. It had been a close call. The final enemy had almost left his perceptive region. If not for the fact that he had been too scared and chose to surrender, Ai Hui would have only been able to watch him as he fled. Wiping out all the enemies hadn't been Ai Hui's plan, but a choice he'd made since he realized he had such a large range of perception. There were many advantages to wiping out all of the enemies. One could imagine how the outside world would re-evaluate their judgment of the Central Pine Valley's combat power. More importantly, they had no information about the valley, so they would refrain from acting rashly. Thus, Ai Hui had killed that last surrendering elementalist without any hesitation. Ai Hui was different from Master Do and Yang Xiaodong. He had yet to recover and was no longer a master. He could bring out the metal basket sword pagoda's power, but once he left it, he became a weakling unable to even truss a chicken. Accommodating a foreign master at this point was risky since any moment of disloyalty would put Ai Hui into an extremely dangerous situation. Ai Hui knew just how frail he was. They would finally have time in future to lead a more peaceful life, so this period was extremely crucial. This battle had shocked and impacted Ai Hui greatly as well. He was aware that the warfare level of the world had gone up a notch. Although the metal basket sword pagoda was his own design, even he, himself, had not expected it to be this mighty. He could imagine how this battle would trigger all new warfare innovations if the outside world knew about it. The position of masters would weaken significantly since ordinary elementalists would be able to increase their combat power intrinsically through accumulation and practice, just like the pagoda. The God-subduing peak required a master to control, but the metal basket sword pagoda was a step more advanced. It was cheap to construct and did not require a master to control it. Ai Hui also firmly believed that there were many other ways to verify this fact. He even wondered if a metal basket sword pagoda full of masters would be able to contend against a grandmaster. He did not know, but felt it wasn't impossible. It was difficult for him to imagine what kind of scene would unfold when a sword pagoda formed by a group of masters completed its attack. If it was successful, the current idea that grandmasters were supreme would be subverted. The reason why grandmasters were at the top was because their strength had reached another realm. A realm that human strength and accumulation could not defeat. Ai Hui felt a storm brewing. What would future battles become? He did not know, but what he knew was that future battles would undergo major changes. It was this vague premonition that made Ai Hui determined to not let off any enemies. He had to protect the secret of the metal basket sword pagoda. He wasn't ready. The Sword of Lightning wasn't ready. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 508, Spirits of the Deceased. Chapter 508, Spirits of the Deceased. Translator, Irene. Editor, X, TYZ. Mo Wu felt rather anxious. According to the plan, the Xiahou brothers should have returned that day, but there was still no trace of them so far. Mo Wu was in charge of receiving the brothers. He was in Chaochu's trusted aide. Boss had given him such an important mission, displaying that he was highly regarded. He was also trying hard to maximize his contribution and merit. Among Boss's subordinates, there were quite a few rivals, so Mo Wu needed to be dauntless and active at all times. Success or failure? Regardless, he wanted to at least see them. Not seeing them was Mo Wu's biggest fear. Could it be that the brothers became greedy after obtaining the snow lava? Or were they spies? Or were they thinking about starting a bidding war? Or perhaps they came into conflict with others and got injured? Mo Wu thought it possible that the brothers were injured, but highly unlikely that they were both killed. Their individual abilities were considered decent among masters, but when they fought together, their telepathic connection increased their power significantly. At least 3 or 4 masters had to join hands in order to take the 2 of them down. Mo Wu was of the opinion that no competitor would send 3 or 4 masters out at this time. Even Skyheart City was unable to do so since it was preparing for the appearance of Daigang. After some thought, Mo Wu decided that betrayal was the most probable result, which made him fidgety. He waited yet another day, but the brothers did not show up. Unable to wait any longer, Mo Wu decided to go investigate for himself. He bumped into a few passers-by who looked to be in a hurry. They sized one another up before lowering their heads and continuing on their journeys. Mo Wu remained expressionless, but was inwardly shocked. He was very familiar with the aura of these people. They were all in the same line of work. Could it be that these people were like him? This conjecture made him shiver. He dared not overthink. Instead, he hastened on with his journey with his head lowered. After 2 consecutive days of traveling, he finally arrived at Lemon Camping Ground. He'd been here before disguised as a merchant, so he was very familiar with this place. Lemon Camping Ground was empty. The houses were in ruins and there were no survivors. Mo Wu kept a straight face. People in this trade were all trained to have a heart of stone. When he was discussing strategy with the Xiahou brothers, he'd suggested not sparing any lives. This matter was simply too sensitive and a storm would be generated if outsiders found out. Silencing everyone would reduce the risk of information being leaked. He walked inside and a shadow suddenly dashed in front of him. It was a passerby from before. His face was full of fear and panic as he practically staggered his way into the camping ground. Mo Wu crinkled his brows. Did the Xiahou brothers turn this place into a bloody mess? They were hot-tempered and murderous, unable to stop once initiated. He walked to the center of the camping ground, wondering if he should bury the corpses. Reaching the center, he was stunned. It was completely empty, save for a tall wooden board about the height of a man that was stuck into the ground. On it was a row of words written in blood. Masters and Elementalists, 20 dead. Here, in Lemon Camping Ground, lie the spirits of the deceased gentlemen. The big bloody words were written recklessly and brashly. It was a sight that shocked the eyes and pierced the heart. Before the board was a pile of offerings, which included some remnant clothing, melted chunks of weapons, broken limbs, and so on. A chill ran down his spine, and his limbs were ice-cold, as if he'd entered an icehouse. He suppressed his fear, bent down, and started rummaging through the offerings. He caught sight of a broken cloth that was of a unique quality. On it was an embroidered wolf and the words Black Fog Wolf, Chungningfeng. There was also a broken section of a blade with a transparent crystal hilt that had a fine ribbing pattern. Mo Wu was astonished. He recognized this blade. It was Thousand Shadow Blade, Yuchanyang's Shadow Blade. Mo Wu was more than familiar about all news regarding reputable masters, so he was certain he had not misidentified this object. Yuchanyang was a real master. Mo Wu, who continued sifting through the items, was dumbfounded. He saw 2 halves of a command token, which were the Xiahou brothers' keepsakes. Mo Wu kept them, his face pale as sheet as he turned around and staggered away. Exactly how many masters died here? Who did it? The storm that blew over Lemon Camping Ground quickly swept across the whole of Beyond Avalon. Initially, Mo Wu verified 3 masters, but after some inquiries from all parties, the count went up to 5. The other 7 were reputable experts like the Black Fog Wolf Chang Ningfeng, who was a pseudo-master. One could well imagine the intense aftermath this triggered. Everyone felt it most likely that Le Buling had decided to wipe them out with a sudden attack. They believed that no one else could possibly take down 5 masters and 7 pseudo-masters with no survivors. Indeed, none were spared. It had to be said that if a master wanted to escape, he wouldn't be easily killed unless his abilities were far inferior to his enemy. This was especially the case for a master like the Thousand Shadow Blade Yu Chongyang, whose split body technique was his life-saving skill. But he, too, had perished. The Central Pine Valley had become unfathomable overnight. Everyone sent out huge groups of investigators in hopes of getting to the bottom of things, but gained little. And Xiaochu asked with a grave face, "Any results?" Mo Wu brought the 2 pieces of the command token. Their melted surface served as a decent clue. Mo Wu reported respectfully, "The preliminary report is out. It was some kind of high-temperature swordsmanship. We found a concentrated sword aura on the tokens. This swordsmanship is shockingly powerful and the Xiahou brothers might have already been reduced to dust. The tokens were preserved only because of their unique quality." And Xiaochu was rather surprised. Swordsmanship? While swordsmanship had been flourishing over the past few years and there had been rising master swordsmen like Karakoram Polaris, such a powerful sword technique had been unheard of. Perhaps a new master swordsman had emerged? He sighed. "Isn't Ai Hui a powerful swordsman too? I heard he was injured." Mo Wu hurriedly replied, "Do you remember the battle between Ai Hui and the grass bandits? They poisoned Ai Hui with night moth fruit for revenge." And Xiaochu became excited. Night moth fruit? An accurate piece of news I bought from the guards of the Lu residence's caravan. Mo Wu added, "In order to withstand the toxin, Ai Hui flew into the cloud layer and borrowed the force of lightning. Although he managed to suppress the toxicity of the fruit, he sustained severe injuries and almost became a cripple. The sword aura left on the tokens contained no aura of lightning, so it can be concluded that Ai Hui wasn't involved." And Xiaochu nodded in approval. "So it was someone else." Mo Wu continued, "Boss is wise. Ai Hui is an expert in the sword, he invented Sword of Lightning, and his swordsmanship isn't completely without his teacher's art. We suspect that this mysterious powerful expert might be Ai Hui's teacher." And Xiaochu nodded. There has been a lot of news focused on the Central Pine Valley. Do not act blindly. Yes. Mo Wu departed, and in Xiaochu's expression turned ugly. He felt the ache of losing the Xiahou brothers. Losing 2 masters was a disastrous injury to suffer. He couldn't help but sigh. From the bottom of his heart, he had never wanted to touch the Central Pine Valley. Instead, he was impressed by Ai Hui and his gang. Now that he had power over New Light City, he faced unimaginably extreme pressure. New Light City had weak foundations and declining financial resources, leaving him with no choice but to seek other ways of making money. If not for this desperation, he wouldn't have wanted to seize the snow lava since it was a heinous crime. Not only was New Light City facing fiscal problems, it was also very vulnerable in other aspects. Skyheart City had the 3 central divisions, Master's Glory, the Sky Edge and Infantry divisions, and God-subduing peaks. Thus, New Light City was much weaker in terms of prestige and power. This was an all-around weakness. In time, the disparity between the 2 parties would only increase. And Xiaochu was worried sick. Madame Yi was an extremely ambitious senior and was still cleaning out the central divisions. The situation would change after she was done. If she was able to obstruct Dai Gang this time, her influence would inevitably and sharply increase. When that happened, the whole New Citizen faction might collapse the moment she offered the New Citizens slight benefits. The situation right now seemed calm, but in actual fact, the water was starting to heat up and bubble. And Xiaochu couldn't contain his anxiety as he sighed once again. He walked into the sunlight and gazed at the faraway windy resonant pagoda, praying inwardly. Things would only change if Great Elder Yuchi became a Grandmaster. Skyheart City, the Dread Division's camp. Madame Yi looked at Lu Buling and Wan Shunwei from afar. Their friendly match had attracted the attention of the whole camp. Skyheart City had prepared a luxurious resting place for Lu Buling, but he never stayed over. Instead, he was always hanging out in the Dread Division's camp, looking for people to swap pointers with. The 3 central divisions were very mysterious to him. As someone who was obsessed with training, Lu Buling wasn't willing to waste any time at all. All distinguished experts in the division had been challenged by him. He was stronger than them, but it didn't matter. He would restrict his abilities when fighting. To him, this kind of challenge was fun and interesting. Not wanting to destroy Skyheart City, both contenders dared not engage with too much elemental energy. Even so, their unimaginable utilization of elemental energy was still an eye-opener. The whole clash went on for 2 hours before Lu Buling felt contented and ended it. Madame Yi went forward and greeted warmly, "Uncle Lu." Seeing Madame Yi, a complicated look flashed across Lu Buling's eyes. In regard to Madame Yi's ways, he felt extremely conflicted. He admired the way she handled certain things, but was also disgusted by some of her actions. His mixed emotions were made apparent as he spoke somewhat impatiently, "Get straight to the point." Madame Yi smiled lightly without getting angry. "Does Uncle Lu know what just happened in the Central Pine Valley?" Lu Buling stopped what he was doing and turned around. "Central Pine Valley?" Madame Yi continued solemnly, 5 masters and 7 powerful experts headed over to the Central Pine Valley a few days back, but none came out alive. Lu Buling was stunned. She added, "It's very shocking that the Central Pine Valley has such a powerful expert. In this matter of life and death, it would be good for Beyond Avalon to have extra force and vitality. I wonder if you're able to invite this senior over to join in on the plan to resist Dai Gang?" As if he'd thought of something, Lu Buling's expression became strange. Madame Yi was unable to read him, but she continued sincerely, "If this senior has any conditions, please do let me know and I'll do what I can, even if it means giving up my seat." Lu Buling could no longer contain himself. Raising his head, he broke into hearty laughter. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 509, Sounding Out, Footprint. Chapter 509, Sounding Out, Footprint. Translator, Irene. Editor, XTYZ. Lemon Camping Ground. Xiao Meiqi looked at the desolate camp before him and sighed. He'd been to Lemon Camping Ground before, and although it was tattered and small at that time, it was full of vitality. Now, not a soul was in sight. Only the influential higher-ups were concerned about Lemon Camping Ground. Nevertheless, they were only paying attention to that wooden board and the remnant objects. Yet, not many were interested in the massacre of Lemon Camping Ground. To those powerful figures, Lemon Camping Ground was just a small territory with a small population. Dead or alive, it didn't matter to them. This was times of chaos. Xiao Meiqi asked himself how many people would care if he died. His eyes regained their coldness. In this chaotic world, there was nothing more important than surviving. Sympathy was worthless. He was waiting for Ai Hui. They agreed on Lemon Camping Ground for their transaction location. Gaining Ai Hui's trust wasn't an easy feat. They had a friendly cooperation, but Ai Hui still had reservations. Xiao Meiqi praised Ai Hui inwardly. He was young, but handled things in a very mature and experienced manner. It was difficult to believe that such a capable fellow had been a laborer. Still deep in thought, he caught sight of Ai Hui and cried out in alarm, "Your injuries are this bad? I heard you were injured, but did not expect it to be this serious." Ai Hui was completely wrapped in bandages except for his eyes, and even then, he looked frail. In the past, Ai Hui's breaths were long and deep like those of powerful dire beasts. People could feel the force contained within. Now, his breaths were brief and delicate, a clear sign of his feebleness. What kind of injuries would have led to this? It was beyond a master's level. Xiao Meiqi's heart thumped. He forced a smile. "You look pretty good." Ai Hui's clear and tranquil eyes had the ability to attract gazes, as if possessing a strange force. Although he tried his best to disguise it, Xiao Meiqi's change in expression did not escape Ai Hui's notice. Ai Hui did not get angry. Instead, he said frankly, "Yes, I'm back to the same old me overnight, but..." Xiao Meiqi was a wealthy merchant after all, so his expression quickly returned to normal. He said, smiling, "As the saying goes, a thin camel is still bigger than a horse. You're still able to cause such a scene despite being severely injured." He pointed to the wooden board with his mouth. Among the influential higher-ups, this wooden board was even more well-known than Ai Hui. The big bloody words did not have the intensity of drawn swords and drawn bows, but it did not conceal its intention to threaten and intimidate. This was precisely Ai Hui's style of doing things. Ai Hui shook his head and spoke, not in an unhappy tone, "It's already our mistake that they got involved. This is all we could do." Xiao Meiqi said half seriously, "You've outdone yourself. 5 masters. I was shocked stupid and thought that the news was being spread and distorted. Who knew it was actually true? Knowing that I was coming, many have requested news about you, ... Beneath the bandages came Ai Hui's soft laughter. What news would I have? Ai Hui did not spend any more time on this topic. He asked, "Did you bring the stuff?" The playful look on Xiao Meiqi's face disappeared as he turned serious. "I've gotten most of the goods except for a few materials that are harder to purchase. I'll need more time for those. This is the list of items I've yet to obtain." Take a look. I'll continue thinking of solutions. AI Hui retrieved the list and looked through it carefully. Xiao Meiqi watched him attentively in attempt to obtain clues from his face. However, it was to no avail since AI Hui's face was covered in bandages. His eyes were expressionless and indifferent. AI Hui's list included many types of ingredients. Xiao Meiqi had specially hired somebody to analyze this list, but was still unable to get a clear idea of what these ingredients were for. Having looked through the list, AI Hui nodded and kept it. I'll trust you to get hold of the remaining items. Xiao Meiqi hurriedly replied, definitely. AI Hui added, the snow lava is ready and in a larger quantity this time. I'll trouble you to get these listed items as soon as possible since it's more urgent. Xiao Meiqi took the list and scanned through it. Seeing that the ingredients were all medicinal, he immediately understood. No problem, I'll get them as quickly as possible. Seems like AI Hui's injuries are pretty serious. AI Hui expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mayor. Xiao Meiqi laughed, we're old friends, so it's what I should do. When are you going to take me on a tour around the central Pine Valley? AI Hui looked at him, half smilingly. Xiao Meiqi did not know why, but seeing AI Hui's eyes jolted him. He burst into laughter, saying, just a joke. I, too, lead a tiring life since I'm short on money. AI Hui laughed. If you're short on money, everyone else is a beggar. Whatever awkwardness dissolved in this instant. Xiao Meiqi understood that from a business point of view, working with AI Hui brought many benefits. He hoped for this to carry on. It was not his place to get involved in other matters. He couldn't afford to provoke the others, but neither could he afford to provoke AI Hui. If AI Hui could chop up 5 masters, WHP was him? This thought soothed his heart and relaxed his posture. Xiao Meiqi did not stay long. After checking the inventory, he bade farewell and left. Looking at the disappearing caravan, Gu Xian spoke up. This guy seems problematic, boss. AI Hui nodded in agreement. Of course he could tell that something was not right with Xiao Meiqi today. Instead of exposing it, he sighed meaningfully. Mayor is an intelligent man. Gu Xian asked, somewhat puzzled, why have you come personally this time, boss? Your injuries. AI Hui smiled. How can they feel assured if they don't see me in this state? How else can we gain more time? Gu Xian pondered over his words. Along the way, Zhu Yan had been observing the spear of heavy cloud. Having lost his family and struggling to survive in the cold, Zhu Yan was no longer a willful and arrogant hedonist. He was much more mature now. He had managed to survive and become a master all because he had a good teacher. He knew not how to repay his teacher, but knew that his teacher wasn't in need of his reciprocation. Teacher had helped him choose this path, so he would continue walking down this path. In terms of allocation, the Spear of Heavy Cloud was still quite behind the elite battle divisions he'd seen. The members' abilities weren't too great and they were inexperienced, probably their biggest weakness. Other than these, they had more merits than he'd imagined. Although the members weren't of a high level, they were willing to work hard without complaining. The fire elementalists were especially hardy, never once complaining about the hardship and weariness they faced. Having a sturdy and capable backbone served as the basic guarantee of the team's combat power. He could already imagine how these key experts would step out and make the right choice when met with a predicament during battle. In terms of powerful experts, however, Spear of Heavy Cloud wasn't lacking. Shi Shueman as an individual had strong combat power and, with Yang Xiaodong and Zhu Yan, there was a total of 3 masters keeping watch. Jian Wei, Sang Zijuan, Chen Dai, and the others were all at the pseudo-master level. Other than them, there was Wang Xiaoshan, a earth elemental master proficient in construction, who could greatly expand the battle tactics of the Spear of Heavy Cloud. The most praiseworthy person was Shi Shueman. The former goddess of the induction ground had grown beyond his imagination. Shi Shueman was steady, calm, and spoke eloquently like a general. People in the division had only respect and adoration toward her. Down below is the designated region. Sang Zijuan's words captured everybody's attention. 2 days ago, they had met scouts from the infantry division and received Silver Soldier's plan. After some discussion and consideration, Shi Shueman had agreed to his battle plan. They traveled day and night at double speed toward the designated district. According to Silver Soldier's plan, they were going to lie in ambush together with the infantry and Sky Edge divisions to surround their enemies. The lush mountains ahead carried a certain desolation and loneliness. Man had only left the Silver Mist Sea for a few years, yet nature had already eagerly claimed and expanded its territory. The wild grass and trees had already started to take root in the old cities. Trekking along the wild made everybody's heart feel heavy. All of them had at one point lived in the bustling cities of the Avalon of Five Elements. Those splendid lights, endless streams of people, and vehicles like bamboo carts had yet to be forgotten. Suddenly, Jiang Wei pointed to the valley before them. "Look, there." Everybody followed his fingers and saw a huge footprint that was over a mile long. Amid the mountains it formed a low-lying valley. Everyone became solemn. Zhu Yan mumbled to himself, "Glorious footprints." When Enmuta died, Zhu Yan had been unconscious and wasn't able to witness it for himself. Now that he'd finally seen it, he couldn't help but fall into a daze. Sure Shuemon stared absent-mindedly at the big footprint, her eyes turning red. Teacher had drawn out the silver mist sea's elemental energy, causing it to become increasingly tattered. Even those who came over from the old territory had no interest in it. It was said that citizens of the old territory had already constructed a bridge over the lava river and that many of them came pouring in like the tide. Now that the elemental energy in the Silver Mist Sea and Cloud Palette village had withered, they gradually returned to the old territory. Without elemental energy, the Silver Mist Sea and Cloud Palette village were no longer appealing. Furthermore, dire beasts would occasionally make their way into the Silver Mist Sea and Cloud Palette village, resulting in major casualties. This was another factor that spurred citizens to return to the old territory. There was no elemental energy in the old territory, but there weren't any powerful dire beasts either. The Silver Mist Sea was now completely empty and in ruins. Would the city remnants still be around in the times to come? She recalled what her teacher had said about leaving the Pear Blossom Pavilion to her. She decided to tidy up the place after this battle. Until then. Sure Shuemon clasped her cirrus tightly as she looked at the footprint between the hills with a steady gaze. The first battle was about to unfold beneath Teacher's footprints. Perhaps it was fate. Teacher must be watching over her in heaven. In that case, she was going to claim her first victory in memory of him. She shifted her gaze toward Wang Xiaoshan. "I'll leave the rest to you, Xiaoshan." Wang Xiaoshan nodded sincerely, "I'll do my best." Today, Wang Xiaoshan was a mason who played with mud. His unremarkable-looking clothes were still covered in dust, but between his brows lay an indescribable vigor and confidence. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 510, Pointers. Chapter 510, Pointers. Translator, Irene. Editor, XTYZ. So he's really injured? Gong Qingxiu asked as he fiddled with his wine cup. Behind him were Hanli and Gong Peiyao. Ever since Hanli left Clearwater City after having a match with Ai Hui, he'd fallen into an obsession. He became deranged and got lost in the wilderness. At that time, he was in a semi-conscious state, his body filled with wounds left by dire beasts. Fortunately, he bumped into Gong Peiyao and Venerable Volcano, who were on the way out, and was saved. Unexpectedly, in the process of looking after Hanli, Gong Peiyao developed feelings for him. Hanli, who'd just woken up, was no different from a cripple. Even his mind was in an abnormal state, sometimes clear-headed and sometimes crazy. Nevertheless, Gong Peiyao continued taking care of him without wavering, deliberately took her own sweet time on the road, and refused to return home. Under Gong Peiyao's meticulous care, Hanli's injuries fully recovered and so did his state of mind. When his vision regained clarity, he had become a master swordsman. Newly promoted, Hanli's status naturally rose, and his relationship with Gong Peiyao received Gong Qingxiu's tacit acceptance. Xiao Meiqi picked up his cup, gulping the wine down before placing it back on the table. He's no longer a master. Hanli was astonished. His base level crumbled? The match with Ai Hui had been his turning point. Ai Hui's sword formation had influenced him greatly. As such, he'd been paying close attention to Ai Hui. To him, rival swordsmen whom he was able to exchange pointers with were few. Ai Hui was one of those very few. Xiao Meiqi looked at Hanli worse. His residences and palaces are mostly destroyed. His breaths are brief and weak. His injuries are more serious than rumored. If not for the fact that he's mentally alright, I would be slightly worried. If I lose this snow lava business, I'll be earning much less. Hanli looked disappointed, his heart empty. Gong Qingxiu sighed and said somewhat regretfully, "What a pity." So it's not a sword pagoda? Xiao Meiqi spread his hands. That I'm not sure. Hanli shook his head. Theoretically speaking, it is possible. A sword pagoda is a kind of sword formation, and there's no intrinsic difference. Any sword formation would have an eye, and it must be commanded by a capable and strong expert. It is possible for a sword pagoda to have such might, but only if a master swordsman was commanding it. Ai Hui was poisoned by night moth fruit, so even if he survived by luck, he definitely wouldn't be able to endure the pressure of the sword formation. Gong Peiyao looked dreamily at Han Li. She adored his confidence and frankness. Gong Qingxiu wrinkled his brows. Could it be that AI Hui really has backing? Xiao Meiqi reminded, isn't that a good thing? At least we are all friends and not enemies. Gong Qingxiu relaxed his brows and smiled. That's right. At least we're all friends and not enemies, but. The relationship between the Gong residents and the Central Pine Valley was virtually inseparable. They knew what kind of sword formation AI Hui was drumming up. Many had already forgotten that AI Hui was Wang Shouchuan's only student. The God-subduing peak originated from teacher Wang's theories, so how was it inconceivable for AI Hui to create something similar to the God-subduing peak? Others believed there was a powerful and mysterious expert, but Gong Qingxiu first thought of AI Hui's sword pagoda. According to Han Li, this type of weapon would not be operable without a master. The God-subduing peak also required a master to control. It was not a sword pagoda. Gong Qingxiu was disappointed, but mostly relieved. If there really was a lethal weapon comparable to the God-subduing peak, would the Gong residents be able to withstand it? Not only was he after its power, he greatly feared its influence. A strongly destructive weapon was like an irritable and powerful dire beast. Toward which direction would it toss the Gong residents? To glory or to ruins? Volcanic crater, Blackfish Mouth volcano. Mr. Doe was here to check on the northern underworld king tree as usual. Ever since it had been implanted into the volcanic crater, he would come regularly to examine it. He felt a lot of affection for it since it was something that had followed him for a long time after all. His days in the Central Pine Valley had been very satisfying and leisurely. He didn't have to fight and kill or worry about gratitude and grudges. He was just a teacher, conducting lessons for the kids. It was extremely relaxing. He stopped suddenly. You're here. Yeah. AI Hui raised his head and looked at the northern underworld king tree beside the magma. The red light beams were like a converging luminous muslin, shooting into the darkness that enveloped the tree. The northern underworld king tree was like a monster that came out of nowhere, opening its mouth and greedily swallowing the light. Because of the tree's existence, the volcanic crater was dusky and dim. As compared to when it was first planted, the tree was much stronger now. It had also started to sprout and grow leaves. AI Hui maintained his posture for a long time and found his body aching the moment he was roused by Mr. Doe. He laughed bitterly to himself. He hadn't expected his body to be this weak. Mr. Doe, being extra observant, crinkled his brows. Have your injuries worsened? He'd been satisfied with his life here so far and did not wish for it to be disrupted. In this chaotic world, the key to maintaining such a dreamy lifestyle was to maintain the might of the Central Pine Valley. Fishback City wasn't far from the valley. The sword rays from that night had shaken him greatly, but also made him feel at ease. However, he had not expected that AI Hui's injuries would aggravate. Having stayed in the valley for some time, Mr. Doe understood how important AI Hui was to the Central Pine faction. His value was beyond what was visible. AI Hui smiled bitterly. His injuries had indeed worsened. Commanding the metal basket sword pagoda took a toll on his body. Xiahou Jun's counterattack inflicted great damage. However, the root cause wasn't this, but the sword cloud. The sword cloud within his body was a similar existence to that of the sword embryo. If AI Hui's body was wood, the sword cloud would be a burning flame. The flame was currently very vigorous, but the wood was inadequate. This was the fundamental cause of his poor health. AI Hui had tried many ways to strengthen his body, but to no avail. It was as if his past tempering methods had all lost their effectiveness overnight. With regard to this, Lu Lan had no ideal solution. At least for now, there were no better methods. AI Hui was exceptionally energetic, but his body was declining by the day. Commanding the metal basket sword pagoda during battle had worsened his condition. Mr. Doe sighed. Too much lightning has permeated your body, causing it to repel elemental energy. Without elemental energy replenishment, your body will only continue to deteriorate. AI Hui jolted. Any ideas, Mr. Doe? He had to admit that Mr. Doe was indeed a seasoned master, able to locate the problem at first glance. Mr. Doe continued, you'll have to find another source. In the past, elementalists had falsely believed that the existence of the 5 elemental energies were involved in all living things. This was merely their opinion. For example, this northern underworld king tree isn't within the 5 elements. AI Hui agreed wholeheartedly. He'd felt this way since a long time ago. From the start, his sword embryo had been strange and outside of the 5 elements. Later on, his lightning also wasn't within the 5 elements. Otherwise, why had elementalists not unraveled the secret of lightning throughout the millennia after the construction of the elemental energy system? Mr. Doe sighed again. Perhaps the northern underworld king tree could help, but its actual effectiveness will only be known after trying. We hurriedly said, "Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Doe." Mr. Doe walked to the tree and added, "The tree is able to absorb all light, which becomes its nutrients and eventually its leaves." The northern underworld king tree had a total of 13 leaves. Mr. Doe plucked one off and gave it to Hui. "Try it. It doesn't taste too bad. I've eaten it in the past when I was injured." An ash-gray color emerged on the leaf, and there was a black-veined pattern that crisscrossed on it. Holding it in his hand, Hui realized that the leaf was oddly heavy. If not for the fact that he'd seen Mr. Doe pluck it from the tree with his own eyes, he would have thought that he was holding a big chunk of metal. A big metal chunk fresh out of the oven. It was rather warm. Mr. Doe reminded, "Eat it quickly. The leaf can't be preserved unless you can find northern underworld fog. Otherwise, upon picking it, it will start emitting light and get destroyed." Hui popped it into his mouth without further ado. The leaf melted rapidly in his mouth like a block of ice as wisps of warm flow seeped into his body. Hui felt his withered flesh immediately becoming plump as he felt instantly refreshed. Effective! When the last wisp of the warm flows entered his flesh, Hui felt that his whole body was full of strength. It had been a long time since Hui felt this relaxed. He was beyond happy and quickly removed his face bandages. There was only joy on his face. "Don't be happy too soon." Mr. Doe poured cold water on Hui's joy. The northern underworld king tree is only nourishing your body temporarily. If you do not find a way to continuously nourish your body, it will certainly collapse due to the immense energy. If you're able to find a way, your vitality will increase a notch. Perhaps you might walk a different path then. Mr. Doe's words hit the nail on the head. The cheer in Hui's heart dimmed. Mr. Doe was right. The leaves of the northern underworld king tree were remarkably effective, but could only be used for emergencies and not for daily training. Yet, the notable effects of the leaves of the northern underworld king tree gave Hui considerable inspiration. It was no wonder that while Lu Lan's medicine helped him to regain energy, it wasn't as effective in nourishing his body. The ingredients Lu Lan used had to be refined according to the elemental energy system, and the medicinal syrup was essentially a product of this system. His body had been tempered by lightning, so it was strongly repelled by elemental energy. Past methods he had used to temper his body no longer worked. It seemed like he would need to look for something outside of the elemental energy system. But where should he look for something beyond elemental energy? Hui suddenly recalled that his body possessed something outside of the elemental energy system. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 511, A Story. Chapter 511, A Story. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ, KLKL. Hui looked at the black-colored armor, the golden blood, the blood bandage, and the piece of an unknown beast's bone in front of him. These were the only items he had that might not belong to the elemental energy system. The black-colored armor resembled a skeleton. It was formed by an unknown type of black bone. Hui suspected that it might be the bones of the demonic god in his dream. The intertwining spurs on the black bones that were of various sizes looked like beast fangs, appearing unusually sinister. On its skull, there was a spur that was as sharp as a sword pointing directly towards the sky. On its back, there was a pair of bony, black wings that resembled the wings of the devil. The gold-colored blood was sealed within a crystal, flickering with an alluring luster. The blood bandage was the item that Hui was most familiar with. It had saved his life countless times. Without the blood bandage, he would have been disintegrated into ashes by the lightning bolts in the clouds that time. Even after it had been struck by lightning for a long period of time, the blood bandage remained intact. The piece of unknown beast bone had been found in the cavern of scarlet flying foxes. Until now, Hui had yet to determine which dire beast it came from. Other than being unusually hard, it did not seem to release any elemental energy undulations. Now that he looked at these items again, he had a completely different perspective on them. In the past, when he'd looked at an item, he would subconsciously observe its elemental energy undulations. Now that he'd lost all his elemental energy, he was able to see a lot of new phenomena outside of the elemental energy system. The demonic god armor was surrounded by a thin layer of distorted air. The piece of unknown beast bone must have come from an extremely powerful dire beast in the past. It did not release any elemental energy undulations. Furthermore, it also looked like some kind of crystal, reminding Hui of the firmament iron at the tip of Cirrus. The golden blood looked as if it was surrounded by countless, shape-shifting, mysterious symbols that were moving constantly. Meanwhile, the blood bandage gave off weak, yet strange energy waves. In the past, he would not have observed these phenomena. As such, when they appeared in front of him now, he felt very amazed. Standing beside Ai Hui, Lu Lan's eyes were flickering with a red glow. Ai Hui, these items are very weird. Yes, Lu Lan, Ai Hui replied casually, they are items that do not belong to the elemental energy system. Like artifact remnants? Lu Lan asked. That's right, Ai Hui nodded his head and replied. Items that did not belong to the elemental energy system were not rare at all. Among these items, artifact remnants were the most commonly seen. They were remnants of ancient artifacts that had been corroded by silver mist sea and time. How long has mankind been cultivating? Ai Hui did not know the answer. The ancient cultivation era seemed long and boundless. The elemental energy system, which had merely existed for around 1,000 years, was like a drop of water in the vast sea of the history of mankind. Suddenly, Lu Lan let out a yelp. Ai Hui was shocked and he asked, Lu Lan, what happened? Lu Lan pointed at the golden blood. Ai Hui, Lu Lan finds it somewhat familiar. Ai Hui was startled. He widened his eyes and asked, Lu Lan finds it somewhat familiar? The golden blood was an ancient treasure. From his dream, it seemed to be the blood and seed of the demonic god. The demonic god had released a total of 10 seeds in the hope of being resurrected. A puzzled look appeared in Lu Lan's eyes as he replied, Yes, Ai Hui. Lu Lan does not know the reason behind it as well. I just find it familiar. The weird thing is Lu Lan hasn't seen it before. Ai Hui immediately thought of Master Shao. Lu Lan had not seen blood of demonic god before and yet he found it familiar. There was only one possibility. It was because of his previous owner and creator, Master Shao. Master Shao's background was very mysterious. Was it possible that he had seen the blood of demonic god before? Ai Hui felt that there might be such a possibility. Ai Hui still remembered there were many people who had coveted the ancient treasure last time around. Not only was Blood of God interested in it, but Dai Gang as well. Now that he thought about it, Dai Gang and the rest could have already known what the golden blood really was. It was something that could make a grandmaster go crazy over it. However, Ai Hui felt somewhat worried and fearful after having that dream. Because of the demonic god's evilness, strangeness and formidability, Ai Hui did not dare to try using the golden blood. At that point of time, Ai Hui's training path had been smooth and straightforward. He was improving at a very high speed. Hence, it was natural that he did not want to take any risks at that time. Fundamentally, Ai Hui was an extremely conservative individual. He would definitely not take a risk if there was no need for it. However, when it came to a moment in which he needed to make changes, he would be filled with courage. Lu Lan hesitated for a while and asked, Ai Hui, can you give Lu Lan the golden blood? Without any hesitation, Ai Hui passed the golden blood to Lu Lan. Here, Lu Lan. Even if the golden blood was the blood of a demonic god, something that even a grandmaster had racked his brain to obtain, Ai Hui would still give it to Lu Lan without any hesitation if he needed it. Lu Lan was very happy as his eyes curled into 2 crescent moons. Thank you, Ai Hui. Lu Lan, you must be careful, this thing is somewhat evil. It's the blood of an ancient demonic god. It's also the seed that allows the demonic god to resurrect from the dead, Ai Hui reminded Lu Lan. Ai Hui told Lu Lan about his dream in detail. Lu Lan listened to Ai Hui attentively. After listening to Ai Hui, Lu Lan realized what was going on and said, so it's blood of demonic god. There are 10 seeds in total. 1 has been used on the armor and 1 is with Lu Lan. There are still 8 seeds left. Ai Hui, Lu Lan just thought of something. What has Lu Lan thought of? Ai Hui was stunned. Lu Lan widened his eyes and replied, Ai Hui, do you think blood of God has anything to do with it? Blood of God and blood of demonic god differ only by 1 word. Ai Hui froze, looking as if he was struck by lightning. How could he not have seen this obvious link? Blood of God, blood of demonic god. Was it possible that the creation of blood of God was related to blood of demonic god? Ai Hui suddenly understood why Blood of God and Dai Gang had racked their brains to seek the blood of demonic god. Previously, he was still speculating about Master Shao's background. At this moment, he slightly understood what was going on. If Master Shao wasn't from Blood of God, then he was related to Dai Gang. However, when Ai Hui thought of Master Shao's age, he realized this conjecture was very unlikely. It was more likely that Master Shao was from Blood of God. Ai Hui also thought of Madame Yi, as the stone statue was found in the Yi residence's treasury. It might be possible that the Yi family's ancestors were also looking for blood of demonic god and came across the stone statue by chance. However, they did not find the blood of demonic god and was unable to activate the stone statue. This in turn benefited AI Hui. Countless thoughts flashed across AI Hui's mind, but he did not say them out loud, especially the conjectures that were related to Master Shao. If Master Shao was really from blood of god, why would he want to leave blood of god in the first place? There must be a reason that no one was supposed to know. If AI Hui told Lu Lan about these random thoughts, Lu Lan would be very worried. AI Hui's gaze landed upon the demonic god armor. It was good that Lu Lan wanted the blood of demonic god. He did not need to fuss about which item to choose now. He walked towards the demonic god armor. The last bit of debris from Wall of North Sea had disappeared. The area was lined with unending stretches of tents, resembling a black-colored sea. At this point of time, the camp was bustling with activity. Yi Bai was still in a deep sleep in the ice coffin, but the sound of his heartbeat was deep and heavy. He was like a huge dragon that was in a deep slumber. A few generals walked into the tent and asked, "When will Sir wake up?" "It will have to depend on his luck." Nangong Wulian's eyes were bloodshot and his face was filled with a morbid fascination. He furrowed his eyebrows and continued, "His body is too weak and it needs to be replenished with essence blood." "How do we do it?" After thinking for a while, Nangong Wulian replied, "We will use blood fiends and they must be of high base level. Low-level blood fiends are useless. Kill all the high-level blood fiends. The generals did not leave immediately upon hearing Nangong Wulian's answer. One of them said, "Palace Master, Sir hasn't woken up yet. What should we do next then? Should we send some men as vanguards? We have been pursuing Sky Edge Division and Infantry Division. Should we send some reinforcements?" Suddenly, Nangong Wulian broke into a rage and shrieked, "All of you get out. Don't come and bother me. If you want to talk about anything that has to do with warfare, wait for this fellow to wake up." The generals fled the tent in a panic. The cold palace. Beishu Weisheng, who was sunbathing behind the entrance, opened his eyes. The image of a graceful figure expanded rapidly in his line of sight. Such a rare visitor. Beishu Weisheng poured a cup of tea for Shiyu and passed it to her. Shiyu did not bother to be courteous and took the cup of tea. After she rose from her chair and thanked Beishu Weisheng, she continued, "There's something I'd like to ask Sir about." A smile appeared on Beishu Weisheng's haggard, pale white face. He replied, "It sounds like it's something serious." Shiyu did not beat around the bush. She nodded her head in agreement and asked, "Yes, I want to know what Heart of God is." "Heart of God?" Beishu Weisheng's hand froze momentarily. He stared at Shiyu and sighed softly, "Why are you so anxious?" Shiyu forced a smile. She couldn't tell anyone about the life and death flower sacrificial art, and the swapping of positions between the flower slave and flower master. However, she needed to come up with a solution fast. Otherwise, the longer the problem dragged, the more dangerous it would become for her. When she heard that Beast Venom Temple had developed Heart of God, and the Holy Emperor bestowed it on Yi Bai, she felt like a drowning person who had seen a lifebuoy. Beishu Weisheng placed his cup down and replied with a gentle voice, "There's nothing about it that I can't tell you. It's just that it involves some old affairs. You're definitely qualified to know about it. This story, however, will be slightly long." Shiyu sat upright and smiled. Shiyu has the time and patience to hear it. "Do you know how the name Blood of God came about?" Beishu Weisheng asked casually. Shiyu was stunned as she did not expect the story to start from this question. She shook her head and replied, "It's not because we are blood elementalists?" Beishu Weisheng shook his head and replied, "Back in the day, someone found a drop of God's blood by luck. Subsequently, that person founded Blood of God." Shiyu was dumbstruck. She then stammered, "A drop of God's blood? God's blood? Is there really God's blood in this world?" That's because the secret to God's blood can't be decoded by one person alone. Therefore, that person gathered a group of capable individuals who had the same mentality as him and formed an organization called Blood of God. The secret of God's blood is boundless. As such, the organization has lasted for generations. Once they understood the secret of God's blood, they disapproved of the elemental energy system. They obtained many experimental results and accumulated generations of important knowledge. Blood poison and blood refinement are some of their later achievements. At that time, they developed a humanoid puppet. This humanoid puppet is somewhat similar to a sand puppet, but it is more intelligent and flexible. They called this type of humanoid puppet a god puppet. The creation of the god puppet helped them significantly. Therefore, they purposely created a department that could produce more god puppets. That department is called God Puppet Palace. God Puppet Palace continued to last for many generations until the last palace master suddenly came up with a bold idea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 512, Heavenly God. Chapter 512, Heavenly God. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ, KLKL. Shiyu could not help but sit upright. She felt that what she was listening to was an astonishing insider story. The relaxed look on Bei Shuixing's face had disappeared as he sat upright from his half-lying position. With a solemn tone, he said, he had a few questions in mind. Why do we have to keep trying to decode the God's blood? Why can't we create it? He wanted to create God's blood? Shiyu could not help but cry out in alarm. Yes, he wanted to create God's blood, Bei Shuixing replied as a hopeful look appeared on his face. He is really bold for coming up with the idea of creating God's blood. You can well imagine that this idea raised a lot of objections at that time. Even though the research on God's blood has never stopped and we have obtained a substantial amount of knowledge, there are still a lot of things about the secret of God's blood that we have yet to unravel. Perhaps this is the difference between men and God. Shiyu, who was enthralled by the story, quickly asked, what happened next? Was he able to create God's blood? No. Bei Shuixing shook his head. The difference between God and man was far larger than he expected. He went through almost all the research on God's blood and tried to find a method to create it. Eventually, he failed. However, even though he failed, he still managed to make some gains. He discovered that being able to create God's blood was highly unlikely. However, he also knew that if he lowered his expectations and combined what he'd learned from his specialization in making God puppets, he could create a God puppet that was far more powerful than the ordinary God puppets. Hence, he initiated an ambitious project. Heavenly God. The Skyheart City's so-called master's glory pales in comparison to the project of Heavenly God. Bei Shuixing's mind seemed to wander off. So has he created a god? Shiyu blurted out. I don't know, said Bei Shuixing, spreading out his hands. Shiyu widened her eyes, looking as if she was going to kill someone. I don't know? How could he say I don't know after the story finally came to an end? Bei Shuixing chuckled. Subsequently, he left Blood of God and disappeared without a trace. Even though he destroyed lots of information, there are still some remnants left. His student then tried to use the remnant information to replicate his teacher's work. This student of his was Palace Master Nangong Wulian. Shiyu was stunned. After a while, she said. But Sir Nangong was the Palace Master of Beast Venom Temple, but... Bei Shuixing raised his eyebrows and replied, at that time, Nangong Wulian did not partake in the project of God puppets. He was in charge of managing the blood fiends. As such, he eventually renamed God Puppet Palace to Beast Venom Temple. Bei Shuixing did not think too highly of Nangong Wulian. Nangong Wulian's Beast Venom Temple paled in comparison to the once terrifying God Puppet Palace. What does all this have to do with Heart of God? Reportedly, the most important part of the Heavenly God project was the heart. That is because, according to the previous Palace Master's theory, the heart of the god must be able to withstand immense pressure. It's the most important part of the whole project. This is what's called the Heart of God. As to whether Nangong Wulian's Heart of God or the previous Palace Master's Heart of God is stronger, we still don't know yet. I see, Shiyu muttered. Bei Shuixing continued, why are you so anxious then? You can talk about it again after Yi Bai has tried it. Thank you, sir. Shiyu gave Bei Shuixing a bow. Bei Shuixing waved his hand and replied, these are just some old affairs. I am not the one that created Heart of God, you don't have to thank me. However, you're still young, there's no need for you to be so anxious. Shiyu knew Bei Shuixing had good intentions and she gave him a respectful bow once more. The battle was extremely intense. Silver Soldier wasn't flying in the sky. He was walking on the ground with long, swinging strides. Like an unreasonable beast, everywhere he walked past, men would fall and blood fiends would collapse. His metal-made arms were flickering with a cold glint at this moment. His attacks were unusually violent. If one was to get hit by him, that blood elementalist or blood fiend would explode into a bloody mess. Furthermore, he did not try to dodge the enemy's attacks at all and let them land upon his body. It was as if he was invulnerable. Karakoram Polaris was hovering above his head. 13 swords were floating behind her in a fan-shaped formation, making her look like a peacock that had spread its feathers. Whenever she pointed her finger at an enemy, a sword gleam would streak across the air and a bloody hole would appear in her target's body. She was spiraling through the air nimbly and quickly. Because of her gorgeous figure and her magnificent sword gleams, she became the most dazzling entity on the battlefield. Silver Soldier wiped the blood off of his face. The enemy forces were much harder to defeat than he'd expected. Under such hopeless circumstances, the enemy forces had yet to give up and collapse. Luckily, Silver Soldier's ally forces were rather powerful. Otherwise, even with his plan being executed smoothly, they might not be able to secure a victory. Spear of Heavy Cloud was guarding their position firmly like a nail being nailed tightly to the ground. They were able to withstand the charging enemy forces and entangled them, not giving them a chance to make a retreat. She was truly the daughter of Shur Beihai. Silver Soldier's eyes were filled with admiration. Spear of Heavy Cloud's guard formation looked chaotic, but in reality, it was carefully designed. They had an exceptionally formidable earth elementalist. Those pagoda cannons had been built last minute, and those long tubes were the snouts of lava-spitting beasts. The most impressive member of Spear of Heavy Cloud was a fatty who was 100% accurate with his shots. He would roar every time he shot the pagoda cannon. The white beam of light which shot out from the pagoda cannon was extremely powerful. When Silver Soldier took a closer look, he almost tripped and fell. The simple and crude pagoda cannon was actually shooting out snow lava. The Spear of Heavy Cloud was indeed rich and imposing. In comparison, Infantry Division and Sky Edge Division were like beggars. When Shur Shuaman was choosing the fire elementalists for her division, she thought of how to make use of these fire elementalists' fighting capabilities. Subsequently, she thought of the Hellfire Pagoda cannons. Even though they were simple and crude, they were extremely powerful. She did not need to worry about the snow lava as there was plenty back in Central Pine Valley. Aihui had been worrying about how to sell all the snow lava without crashing the market and causing their price to drop drastically. Initially, the members were in chaos. Luckily, Shur Shuaman ordered Wang Shashan to set up specific arrangements on the battlefield. These arrangements provided rather good protection for the members and allowed them to gain experience rapidly. If a position could no longer withstand the enemy forces, Shur Shuaman, Zhu Yan or Yang Xiaodong would lead an attack and stabilize the situation there. They would take turns doing this. There was once an enemy general who merely showed his face, but he was instantly pierced to death by Shur Shuaman. This dealt a huge blow to the Blood of God's morale. If not for this strategy, Shur Shuaman and her counterparts would suffer heavy casualties. Even so, the brutality of the battles continued to intensify. People continued to die one by one. Aihui felt weird upon putting on the demonic god armor. His surroundings quieted down instantly. Thump, thump, thump. He could vaguely hear the sound of a heartbeat. Aihui listened carefully so he could hear the sound of the heartbeat clearly. The heartbeat was not his. It was coming from within the demonic god armor. An armor had a heartbeat too? Aihui swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Anything that was related with the demonic god armor was strange. Very soon, Aihui discovered that the rate of the demonic god armor's heartbeat was synchronizing with his own heartbeat. He began to feel slightly panicked. Following which, when the rate of the demonic god armor's heartbeat successfully synchronized with his heartbeat, a mysterious power imbued his body. At that instant, he felt like his body was going to explode from the abundance of the mysterious power. He felt as if he could shatter the sky. Fortunately, there was still a tinge of calmness and rationality in his mind. He knew this was an illusion. His body was like a dilapidated house, weak and broken. He heaved a long breath of air. Items from a demonic god were indeed evil. The helmet covered his head completely, while the two openings for its wearer's eyes were level with his eyes. Looking at the helmet from outside, the openings for the eyes were like two whirlpools that were of an unfathomable depth. Looking out from within the helmet, however, the outside world became entirely different. He could see everything in high definition. Aihui never expected that his sense of vision could extend so far someday. He could even see every nook and cranny of the clouds in the sky effortlessly. The sharp spur on the top of his helmet doubled his range of sensory perception. He could sense every movement that took place within 50 kilometers of him. The seemingly heavy armor weighed almost nothing when he put it on. It was unusually light. Furthermore, it fitted Aihui's body very well, looking as if it was tailor-made for him. Aihui looks very formidable, Lu Lan said cheerfully. Aihui tried to spread the wings on his back. The black, bone-made wings started to vibrate and spread open. Suddenly, Aihui disappeared and became a small black dot in the sky. Aihui is so formidable. Lu Lan was dumbstruck. Aihui looked extremely joyful, as if he had gotten a brand new toy. The demonic god armor was far more powerful than he imagined. Furthermore, he could feel that he had only activated a very minuscule portion of the armor's actual powers. When he took off the armor, his legs went soft and he collapsed to the ground. Sweat was released from his body like a gushing fountain. In the blink of an eye, he was drenched in sweat. Aidhui was panting heavily like a dying fish. He was so tired that he could not even move his finger. Lu Lan was shocked by this scene. He hurriedly fed Aidhui a few bottles of medicine. Even though his physical body did not seem to have recovered, his face looked slightly better now. Aidhui looked fearfully at the demonic god armor. It was dangerous. When he was wearing it, he did not feel tired at all. However, when he took it off, he felt like he was going to collapse from exhaustion at any moment. It was not that the demonic god armor would not exhaust its wearer's energy, but it prevented the wearer from knowing that his energy was being depleted and stopped him from feeling tired. This would be advantageous for its wearer during battles. However, if the wearer was careless, he or she might die from exhaustion in a battle that lasted very long. It was indeed demonic. Every part of the demonic god armor was strange. It required its wearer to have an extremely strong willpower. If one lacked willpower, he would be immersed in the pleasure of having unlimited powers and would die unwittingly. Aidhui warned himself repeatedly. After resting for a long while, Aidhui regained much of his energy. He struggled to stand up and walked towards the demonic god armor. After he put on the armor, his fatigue disappeared without a trace. The mysterious power filled his body once more. Aidhui tried to restrain his urge to fly into the sky. He was not wearing this demonic armor for the sake of immersing himself in the pleasure of having unlimited powers. He wore it because he wanted to search for a new source of power. He wanted to find a power that did not belong to the elemental energy system and could heal his frail and broken body. How could he enter the battlefield with such a body? A beautiful image of a woman appeared in his mind. Aidhui subconsciously reached out his hand and touched his own lips. He felt as if the warmth of Shi Shuemon's lips was still there. He thought that his action was somewhat laughable as his lips curled into a smile. A determined look appeared in his limpid eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 513, Train of Thought. Chapter 513, Train of Thought. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ, KLKL. Human activity had ceased, roars and screams had disappeared, and the sparse and spacious battlefield was now filled with smoke. Hot steam was rising from the charred craters on the ground. Everywhere was covered with such craters. If one looked down from the sky, they could see the gigantic footprints of Anmuta were covered with thousands of craters at this point of time. However, at this point of time, no one cared about these things anymore. Everyone was sitting on the ground paralyzed, gasping for air desperately. Even the smoky scent in the air smelled as if it was the best fragrance in the entire world now. Severed limbs and grounded pieces of flesh were all around them. It felt so good to be able to survive. With a dazed look on their faces, all they could think of was this line. Silver Soldier walked around the battlefield and patted the survivors on their shoulders to boost their morale. The battles were far more intense than they'd expected. Even though they were able to successfully ambush the enemy forces were much more stubborn than anticipated. This was somewhat ironic. In the past, these enemy soldiers were just ordinary soldiers in the Avalon of 5 elements. They could not even be considered veterans. They were weak and weak-willed then. However, all of them had become elites now. Even Silver Soldier, who was their enemy, was filled with admiration towards them. He was at a loss. He simply could not understand, why would a bunch of weaklings from Avalon of 5 elements become such an elite unit that refused to give up, and retaliated with all their might even in dire straits after they had joined Blood of God? Why? Was Avalon of 5 elements really that bad? So bad that no one was willing to sacrifice his or her life for it? Instead of feeling happy about obtaining a victory, Silver Soldier was feeling gloomy. When he thought of Madame Yi and the open strife and veiled struggles among the cities, he felt vexed all of a sudden. Alright, actually what do all these things have to do with him? He was just a division leader of the infantry division and he did not have much power. Even if he had power, would he be able to overturn the situation? No. Silver Soldier raised his head and looked at the sky. His silvery mask gave off the reflection of the smoke-covered sky. Silver. Karakoram Polaris's voice woke Silver Soldier up. He withdrew his gaze and saw Shi Shuemon and her counterparts walking towards him. He readjusted his emotions and threw those distracting thoughts to the back of his head. Then, he cupped his metallic hands and said solemnly, I am Silver Soldier. If it wasn't for all of you, we would have been in danger. These were not words of courtesy, but rather, fact. Spear of Heavy Cloud had played a very important role in this victory. If it was not for the fact that Spear of Heavy Cloud's defensive formations withstood waves of attacks from the enemy forces and entangled them, Sky Edge Division and Infantry Division would not have had the chance to flank the enemy forces. When the enemy forces were making their last-ditch effort to retaliate, Sure Shuemon was the one who led the charge to clamp down on the retaliation, completely crushing their morales. Without her, Sky Edge Division and Infantry Division would have had to suffer heavier casualties. Even though Spear of Heavy Cloud was just a regional combat division, it still undertook the most dangerous and difficult task. Silver Soldier held them in high esteem. The strength of Spear of Heavy Cloud clearly surpassed Infantry Division and Sky Edge Division. Sure Shuemon deserved to be praised for her effort. Like father, like daughter. Sure Shuemon held up her cirrus and greeted Silver Soldier and Karakoram Polaris. "Hello, I am Sure Shuemon." "Sir, you're being too courteous. Your strategy and everyone's concerted effort were the keys to this victory." Karakoram Polaris looked curiously at Sure Shuemon and raised her sword to return the greeting. "I'm Hong Kunlun." The two division leaders had a good impression of each other at first sight. Kunlun was the first master swordsman. She was invincible and matchless on the battlefield. Sure Shuemon was from a prestigious aristocratic family. Her strength far surpassed an ordinary master's. Nowadays, there were plenty of combat divisions, but very few female division leaders. They were the only two female division leaders who were so young. Both of them had different temperaments. Sure Zeman was fair and grave, while Hong Kunlu was cold and sharp. "How's Ai Hui?" Silver Soldier's question shocked Sure Shuemon. Silver Soldier actually knew Ai Hui? "He's injured. He had yet to recover at the time we left," Sure Shuemon replied. Silver Soldier was startled. He quickly asked with great concern, "He's injured? Is his injury severe or not?" Sure Shuemon cast a glance at Silver Soldier. From his tone, she could tell that he wasn't faking his concern. Following which, she bluntly asked him, "Sir, are you very close with Ai Hui?" "I stayed in Central Pine City for a period of time," Silver Soldier replied. Upon hearing these words, Sure Shuemon suddenly understood why Silver Soldier was so concerned. She explained, "He was struck by the poison of night moth fruit. Even though the poison has been removed, his body is still gravely injured." Upon hearing the term night moth fruit, fear flashed across Silver Soldier's eyes. He only felt at ease when he heard that the poison had been removed. He shook his head and said, he was always injured in the past. His body was always covered with cuts and bruises. Even when he trained, he would not care about injuring himself. When he thought of the day where he'd rescued Ai Hui and Duan Mu Huanghan outside of Suspending Golden Pagoda, a smile unwittingly appeared on his face behind the silvery mask. The image of a beautiful and sweet-looking figure emerged from his memory at the same time. The smile behind the ice-cold mask froze. An indescribable grief filled his heart, causing him to forget to breathe for a moment. His smile disappeared bitterly. After so many years, he still could not forget her, despite trying so hard to do so. No oath of eternal love was made, no magnificent love story was created. There was only warm sunshine and a gentle smile, beautiful like a dream. Even though it lasted only for a short period of time, it was real, and it was cruel. Like the deadliest poison in the world, it hid in the innermost part of his heart. He must bear the responsibility for everything. He told himself in his heart. Silver. He was startled by Kunlun's voice. When he saw the worried look on Kunlun's face, he returned to his senses. The grief he felt earlier withdrew like a receding tide into the innermost part of his heart. How could an ignoble person, such as he, be so emotional? He was fortunate to have once had such a beautiful dream in his lifetime. A solemn look reappeared in his eyes, resembling a river that flowed calmly and silently. He said, "I just thought of Central Pine City." Sure Shuemon thought that Silver Soldier had recalled the bloody battles in Central Pine City. The gazes of Jiang Wei, Sang Jijun, and the rest softened. Without any hesitation, Sure Shuemon asked bluntly, "What's our next move?" The rest looked at Silver Soldier. Because of this victory, Silver Soldier had gained everyone's approval as leader. Silver Soldier did not say anything as his gaze swept across the battlefield. When he saw those dazed and fatigued faces, he sighed softly. At this point of time, the most important thing for him to do was to give the soldiers rest and reorganize them. Most of the soldiers in the 3 combat divisions were rookies. It was not easy for them to fight such a tough battle without collapsing. Even if they obtained a victory, their energies were spent. At this point of time was crucial to their survival. In a direct confrontation, Blood of God would definitely be in an advantageous position. The troops from Avalon of 5 Elements had to depend on their defensive formations to withstand Blood of God's offense. The loss of this battle would leave a huge impression on Blood of God. Blood of God would definitely carry out a counterattack. They were stationed at the wall of North Sea. This little bit of damage was not enough to deal a huge blow to Blood of God military-wise. It would only enrage them. An enraged beast might be more dangerous, but it would reveal more of its weaknesses as well. Sometimes, a chance came only once. Once it was lost, it wouldn't come back again. A lot of things in life followed the same logic. At this point of time, it was meaningless for him to feel pity for his life. He was marble-hearted and his gaze was stone-cold. I have an idea. Central Pine Valley. Wearing the demonic god armor, Aihui did not dare to waste any time. He was observing his body with great attention. In Aihui's eyes, the demonic god armor was still extremely mysterious. When it came to combat or training, Aihui's observation skills were extraordinary. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Power couldn't be created out of thin air. The ancient artifacts consumed spiritual force, while the current heaven-grade weapons consumed elemental energy. What did the demonic god armor consume then? Aihui suspected that the demonic god armor consumed life force. The fatigue caused by the demonic god armor made Aihui feel as if he was breathing his last. This was coupled with the fact that he was already using the blood bandage. If it were not for the blood bandage, Aihui suspected that he might be sucked dry by the demonic god armor. In order to replenish his energy, he had to eat a leaf from the northern underworld king tree every time he took off the armor. Of course, this was just Aihui's speculation. He had yet to reach the level where he could comprehend the meaning of life force. However, Aihui was absolutely certain with regards to his theory. How could a demonic god who sought to resurrect himself be a friendly entity? If that was the case, he wouldn't be called a demonic god. When Aihui thought about this, he felt pessimistic. As long as the demonic god had a chance to overturn the situation, he would definitely grab it. After all, why would a prideful demonic god allow a human to control his body? All of these were Aihui's conjectures. However, even if they were facts, Aihui could only brace himself to accept them at this moment. He simply did not have any solutions. The leaves from the northern underworld king tree, that could relieve and stabilize his condition, were limited in number. This meant he couldn't use the demonic god armor indefinitely. Therefore, once he started using it, he had to commit to it. He had tried a few plans. Until now, he still had not found the solution. Aihui realized there might be some problems with his current train of thought. Perhaps he should change his tactics? Encountering setbacks during training sessions was nothing out of the ordinary for Aihui. After encountering countless setbacks, he gradually found some tricks to resolving his problems. Sometimes, the trick of changing his train of thought and looking at a problem from a different perspective would produce a better result. He did not put on the demonic god armor immediately. He pondered over it, came up with an idea of what he was going to do and determined his goals. After thinking it through, he put on the demonic god armor once again. In his eyes, the world became different once more. Aihui was already very familiar with this kind of feeling. This time around, he did not try using any other powers. He placed all his attention on his body. His flesh was dried up and his life force was diminishing. Streaks of lightning were traveling through his flesh. These fine lightning streaks were the remnants of the lightning bolts that had struck him last time. They were the ones that destroyed the life force in his body. His flesh could not grow in an environment that was filled with streaks of lightning. This logic was easily understandable. Lightning was the bane for almost all living things. Wait. Logically speaking, with so many streaks of lightning traveling through his body, his flesh would dry up gradually until he disintegrated into ashes. However, this did not happen to him. He was severely injured, but his life would not be in danger as long as he did not use any powers. Aihui noticed that his flesh was quite different from before. A bold idea appeared in Aihui's mind. Was it possible that his flesh had already become a brand new, extraordinary type of flesh? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 514, Sick and Extraordinary. Chapter 514, Sick and Extraordinary. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ, KLKL. At that time, our family had obtained 2 of them in total. We did not know what they were used for. It just so happened that you were coming of age and we needed to find a good teacher for you. We gave one of them to Grandmaster Dai in the hope of getting him to accept you as his disciple. Grandmaster Dai gave his consent cheerfully. If this item can be so coveted by a Grandmaster, it's definitely an extraordinary artifact. We hid the other one in our secret chamber and we didn't dare to tell anyone about it. Subsequently, Grandmaster Dai asked us about it and we acted as if we knew nothing and told him there was only one. This item is of great importance, you must keep it by your side at all times. Before you find out what it is, don't show it to anyone. Follow the path of viridescent flower, and you will have no trouble becoming a master. Of course, becoming a grandmaster is an extremely arduous feat if this artifact can assist you in doing so. Duanmu Huanghun had already destroyed the secret letter from his home. He had memorized every single word in the letter. His family had taken great pains to send the wooden box to him. They actually used Lu Mingxiu as a cover to send it. Rather than the Duanmu family, the Lu family was actually the family that Grandmaster Dai truly trusted. After reading the secret letter, Duanmu Huanghun understood a lot of things. It turned out that Grandmaster Dai had accepted him as a disciple to fulfill a transaction. No wonder why his teacher practically did not care about him at all. His teacher always treated him differently from first senior and second senior. However, Duanmu Huanghun discovered that he wasn't too disappointed. He understood what was going on. His teacher was unconcerned with him. Likewise, he was unconcerned with his teacher. Duanmu Huanghun was a proud and arrogant individual. He felt that he could still progress, even if he did not have a teacher. At the end of the day, he had to find his own path for himself. Now, he was glad that he had been kidnapped by Shi Shueman. It was at Central Pine Valley where he could truly relax himself. He could finally keep himself away from the internal strife in Jadeite Forest. Now, he could spend all his energy and talents on his training. This was the best moment of his life. He had found his path, the path that belonged to him, the path of viridescent flower. In the bamboo forest, Duanmu Huanghun was sitting cross-legged on the ground with both his eyes tightly closed. His palms held the archaic wooden box, looking as if he was asleep. A beautiful pattern of a viridescent flower was revolving beneath his body. The wind was rustling and bamboo leaves were drifting through the air. However, any leaf that drifted within 10 meters of Duanmu Huanghun's body would be repelled by an invisible force. The revolving pattern of the viridescent flower beneath Duanmu Huan's body changed its shape every 1 hour. Every day, there would be 24 changes to the pattern of the viridescent flower. Every new pattern was completely different from the previous one. After 20 days had passed, Duanmu Huanghun had created 480 different types of viridescent flower. Duanmu family's viridescent flower had a long history. It could be traced back to the distant cultivation era. The Duanmu family had a collection of more than 2,000 types of viridescent flower, but most of them had lost their uses by now. Every time the pattern of the viridescent flower changed, the elemental energy around Duanmu Huanghun's body became more concentrated. It was as if there was an enormous archive in Duanmu Huanghun's head. Right now, he was breaking it apart, destroying it, and rebuilding it over and over again. This was only the beginning. This was destined to be a very long process. Duanmu Huanghun was filled with expectation. Lu Lan was doing his best to prepare elemental soup for everyone. Right now, the members of Sword of Lightning were in the metal basket sword pagoda that they were embarrassed of in the past. They were going through the simple sword moves that they used to mock and complain about, over and over again. Nothing is more convincing than an actual battle. These bloody words on the wooden slab and lemon camping ground were the first declaration they made to the world using swords, and it had shocked every city. They were shocked by their own powers as well. They had a new understanding of the metal basket sword pagoda and themselves. When they had completed this process, a transformation would take place. They did not understand what was going on. All they understood was that they could become stronger. Because Ai Hui was injured, Gu Xian occupied his Migres position for the time being. It was the first time he experienced the immense pressure that Ai Hui always faced in the past. Gu Xian wasn't a weak individual. He did not give up easily. Like a whetstone, the pressure he faced forced him to improve every day. Nowadays, Fishback City had sufficient resources. Every day, they would be provided with sufficient elemental soup. Everyone knew that such an environment was hard to come by in times of chaos. Without needing to be prompted, everyone was training frantically. There was a person beside the metal basket sword pagoda. It was Blind He. He bore a heavy responsibility. By building metal basket sword pagoda, he had merely completed the first phase of his task. Right now, he was trying to complete the second phase of his task. This time around, rather than forging a gigantic sword, he was supposed to forge a sword for every member of Sword of Lightning. Right now, everyone was using a different sword. Most of their swords had been used for a very long time. It was alright for them to use their current swords for training. However, for an actual battle, their swords would pose a problem. Taking this issue into consideration, we gave Blind He the task of forging a sword for everyone. There was a total of 300 men in Sword of Lightning. As such, 300 swords would have to be forged for them. To prepare for the scenario where a sword might be damaged and had to be replaced, Blind He had to forge at least 500 swords to keep some as spares. Quantity wasn't the main issue. The biggest problem that perplexed Blind He was to figure out what kind of sword suited the members of Sword of Lightning the best. As a weaponsmith, he had high expectations for the weapons he forged. Every weapon he made had to be top quality. Even though he had made the metal basket sword pagoda, he was still baffled by it. It was only until he witnessed its might during the last battle that he understood how it could be used. These few days, he had been staying around the metal basket sword pagoda to get a feel of how it operated and how the members trained. After observing quietly for a few days straight, a rough idea began to form in his mind. He returned to the furnace and started the forging process. He sprayed the white cluster flames over a piece of metal. Like an ice cube, the piece of metal melted into a puddle of molten metallic liquid easily. He then started to add various materials into it. His movements were fluid like water, graceful and beautiful. Every time he added in a material, an elemental energy ripple of a different color would streak across the surface of the molten liquid. Colorful elemental energy ripples began to gather and intertwine on the surface of the molten liquid. Eventually, gorgeous and dazzling elemental energy ripples were formed. Blind He was very focused. The faint glow from the eyes on his palms engulfed the molten metal. Every change taking place in the molten metal was under his control. The elemental energy ripples on the surface of the molten metal continuously undulated. The glow released by the eyes on his palms suddenly turned cold as a layer of frost appeared on the surface of the molten metal. The molten metal had solidified into an ingot. The gorgeous and dazzling elemental energy ripples looked as if they were frozen on the surface of the ingot, creating extremely beautiful patterns. Blind He did not stop. He picked up the snow lava that he had prepared earlier and poured it over the metal ingot. Sizzle! A loud and clear sizzle resounded through the air when wisps of white-colored, scorching flames rose from the metal ingot. Densely packed cracks began to appear on the surface of the metal ingot. Blind He picked up an iron hammer and hammered the metal ingot. The surface of the metal ingot was as crispy as a biscuit. Very soon, its surface broke down and revealed a silvery white metal within it. It was a silvery white, half-transparent metal ingot that resembled a silvery white crystal. Soft and thin flower petals were frozen within the metal ingot. They were formed layer upon layer, looking extremely beautiful. The petal-shaped patterns contained glittering silver powder, which made the metal ingot dazzle when it was placed under the sun. A satisfied look appeared on Blind He's face as he muttered, "Pearblossom Dazzling Silver. From today onwards, you are called Pearblossom Dazzling Silver. I have no regrets in my life anymore, I have no regrets in my life anymore." The snow-white petals in the metal ingot resembled pear blossoms. Luckily we did not have the time to care about him, otherwise he would have come up with another ugly name for it again, like white cluster flames. If that were to happen, Blind He would vomit blood. Blind He was very emotional. Up to now, this metal ingot had the highest grade among all the metal ingots he had ever created. It was every weaponsmith's dream to be able to create his own material, name it, and leave his mark on history. He had no choice but to admit that, even though Hui was lacking in his ability to name things, his white cluster flames and snow lava were remarkable inventions. Without these two powerful tools, he would not have been able to create Pearblossom Dazzling Silver. Due to his excitement from creating Pearblossom Dazzling Silver, Blind He no longer felt tired and began to forge the swords. He already had a rough idea of the sword's design in his mind. The success in creating the Pearblossom Dazzling Silver implied that the most difficult problem had already been solved. Very soon, he forged the first sword. He furrowed his eyebrows and destroyed it. He destroyed the second one as well. It was as if he wasn't getting tired at all. He continued to forge the swords one by one. However, he was satisfied with none of them. The rush of excitement he'd felt earlier had disappeared. The consecutive failures added on to his fatigue. He stopped and sat beside the furnace in a daze. Without Blind He noticing it, night had descended. The stars in the night sky gave off a bright glow while the night breeze blew silently. "Hui, here is your elemental soup," Lulan said as he sent a bowl of elemental soup to Hui. Blind He returned to his senses and took over the bowl of elemental soup. A smile appeared on his cold face. "Thank you, Lulan." "There's no need to thank me, Hui. In the future, Lulan wants to learn weapon forging from Hui," Lulan said. "No problem," Blind He agreed immediately. As he was drinking the elemental soup, he asked casually, "Lulan, why do you want to learn weapon forging?" Lulan tilted his head and thought for a while before he answered, "So I can make money." In the past, Lulan and AI who used to forge weapons to make money. Blind, he burst into laughter. He did not remind Lulan that AI Hui was so poor now that he was only left with money. The snow lava that Central Pine Valley had accumulated was like a mountain of gold now. Even when the prices of various resources had soared, Central Pine Valley was able to maintain an abundance of resources. Central Pine Valley was no longer that poor valley in the past. Lulan has to work hard then, Blind, he smiled and said. Lulan nodded his head forcefully and replied, Lulan will definitely learn from Hui seriously. After drinking the delicious elemental soup and hearing Lulan's cheerful voice, Blind, he felt that the fatigue in his body had disappeared without a trace. When Lulan saw Blind, he had gone into deep thought again. He did not disturb him and left silently. Before Blind he had concluded his thought process, he discovered where his problem was. He did not abandon the usual weaponsmith's train of thought. Whenever one wanted to forge a weapon, he or she would first consider the issues of how to stimulate elemental energy and how to channel them. However, this train of thought was not suitable for Sword of Lightning. The sword moves that the members of Sword of Lightning executed were very simple. These moves did not need to take into consideration elemental energy. What did the members need the most? After observing them for several days, Blind, he clearly knew the answer to this question. It was synchronization. Synchronization was the key factor to Sword of Lightning's might. This was the biggest difference between Sword of Lightning and other combat divisions. Never before had he seen a combat division that downplayed individual capabilities and emphasized teamwork to such an extreme extent. It was a sick and extraordinary concept. It was only right for such a sick and extraordinary combat division to have a sick and extraordinary weapon. Blind, he was overwhelmed with emotions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 515, The Glory of a Master Comes with Blood. Chapter 515, The Glory of a Master Comes with Blood. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ, KLKL. A gloomy cloud hung over Skyheart City. The destruction of Wall of North Sea rang across everyone's ears like a knell. The delusion of having the capability to make their last struggle had been ruthlessly popped like bubbles under the sun. The path from Avalon of 5 elements to beyond Avalon was filled with blood and corpses. Before the survivors could rejoice, dangers befell them once again. Meanwhile, from the fall of Wall of North Sea to the arrival of Blood of God in beyond Avalon, their path was smooth and level. Who could stop Blood of God's armies as they advanced like a tsunami? The only thing that was worth rejoicing over was probably Yi Bai's injury. North Sea Division's final retaliation made it clear to everyone in the world that North Sea was raging with anger. However, there was only one North Sea Division. Everyone had witnessed the tragic sacrifice of North Sea Division. The performance of the rest of the divisions was simply pathetic. During the rise of Blood of God, the 13 divisions were like decayed, dead trees, unable to put up a decent fight. Some surrendered, some had their division leaders killed, and some were completely wiped out. Meanwhile, those who survived were trembling with fear and trepidation. They were no longer brave and fervent, but instead resembled elderly men that had passed their primes. The 13 divisions' 1,000 years of glory and prestige were completely lost. North Sea Division was the last gleam of hope. Even though they did not secure a victory, they had not let everyone down, and they did not betray the glory and prestige of North Sea Division. And Muta's footprint of glory stayed silently amid the mountains, growing old day by day. The sunset's afterglow was sprinkled over Skyheart City. Skyheart City used to be an ambitious city as well. It was the core of Beyond Avalon, the city where Elders Guild resided, and the place where the 3 central divisions were stationed. However, nowadays its lofty ambitions were shattered and everyone in the city was having sleepless nights. When would the armies from Blood of God arrive? Would Grandmaster Dai come and annex Beyond Avalon in the next few days? Where could one live a peaceful life? The streets were unusually desolate, so much so that not a single soul could be spotted. Most of the shops were closed. There were only a few shops that were still open for business. The light from the sun had turned gloomy. After such a harsh and freezing winter, Skyheart City's economy was in a slump. After the Wall of North Sea had fallen, the situation in Skyheart City worsened significantly. Even heartless individuals did not have the mood to play around now. Various rich and powerful aristocratic families were packing up their valuables and seeking a way out. Should they go to Jadeite Forest? Or should they join Blood of God? They'd heard that Holy Emperor was tyrannical and cruel. If he was enraged, a river of blood could be created at any moment. What if? Suddenly, the light screen in the sky lit up. The people who were on the lookout for invaders bolted upright immediately. That light screen was formed by 5 peaks. The 5 peaks, which were formed by 5 god subduing peaks, guarded Skyheart City from all 4 directions and overhead. Together, they formed an impregnable defensive light screen. Usually, only a small component of 5 peaks needed to be activated to ensure the safety of the city. But recently, due to the tense situation, every component of 5 peaks had been activated. The glow in the sky disappeared within a short period of time. The only time a master would deliver a message personally was when he was delivering a report from the front line. After a short while, Nian Tingfeng appeared in the mayor's residence, his face filled with joy. "Where's the mayor? I have important information for her. Please help me notify her." "The mayor is not in the residence. She went to the Lake of Masters 1 hour ago," the guard standing at the door replied with an apologetic tone. Nian Tingfeng did not stay there and left the place. Lake of Masters was the most heavily guarded place in Skyheart City. It was where the Master's glory was held. There were more than 3 masters guarding that place. Lake of Masters was also the 5 god subduing peaks' primary focus of protection. Every month, Madame Yi would make 2 to 3 trips to Lake of Masters. Master's glory had been proposed by her. After she gained power, she kept on promoting Master's glory and placed all her hope in it. If Master's glory failed, it implied a complete failure for her. She would have no chance of overturning the situation if that ever happened. Lake of Masters was heavily guarded. Even Nian Tingfeng had to give early notice of his arrival and was checked before he could enter the place. After he was checked by the guards, he entered. Lake of Masters was a natural lake. It contained extremely pure water elemental energy. Reportedly, this lake was the defining factor for why Skyheart City was built in its current location in the first place. One had to know that Skyheart City was mainly populated by metal elementalists. Lake of Masters was not really huge. It was 3 kilometers long and 2 kilometers wide. Its shape was long and narrow like a crescent moon. When they first discovered it, it was called Crescent Moon Lake. They only changed its name to Lake of Masters after it was selected as the venue for Master's glory. Madame Yi had placed high hopes on Master's glory, hoping that it could cultivate more and more masters for Skyheart City. Nian Tingfeng saw Madame Yi surrounded by many people at the lakeside. She was listening to a report from an ordinary-looking, middle-aged man. Nian Tingfeng walked over silently, not intending to disturb them. When the middle-aged man saw Nian Tingfeng, he stopped talking and smiled at Nian Tingfeng as a form of greeting. "Division leader Nian is here." He had a goatee, his face was meager, and his hair was worn in a bun using a wooden hairpin, making him look somewhat like a sage. Nian Tingfeng did not dare to hesitate and quickly returned the greeting. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Ma." Ma Shiji was Madame Yi's most important tactician. He was a pedant that had learned Wang Shouchuan's theories. He was Madame Yi's right-hand man. 5 peaks had been devised by him. Master's glory was also managed by him. As such, Madame Yi trusted him deeply. Even though Ma Shiji did not hold any official position, Nian Tingfeng knew he was an important figure and did not dare to offend him. Madame Yi nodded her head at Nian Tingfeng and told Ma Shiji, "Continue." Nian Tingfeng lowered his head and stood on one side. Ma Shiji continued, "The training method for fusion elemental energy that Madame obtained from Assembly of Patriarchs is extremely ingenious. I'm enlightened by it. From the look of it, the only way to counter blood spiritual force is to possess all 5 elements at the same time. The traditional method for obtaining all 5 elements is to become a grandmaster. However, fusion elemental energy allows one to skip this step. The creation of fusion elemental energy proves that Assembly of Patriarchs has truly been the archenemy of Blood of God for the past hundreds of years, but I have taken some ideas from God Subduing Peak to create the circle of 5 elements. I combined the earth elemental energy beneath the lake, the water elemental energy from the lake itself, the fire elemental energy from the sun, and the wood elemental energy from the gigantic lotus seed heads. Then, I fed the lotus seed heads with ores that contained an abundance of metal elemental energy. Initially, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't create a 5 elemental lotus seed head. It was only until I obtained the training method for fusion elemental energy that I could finally create 25 5 elemental lotus seed heads. On each 5 elemental lotus seed head, there are 18 5 elemental lotus pods. That means there are a total of 360 elementalists in them now. A cold shiver went down Nian Tingfeng's spine. He could not help but take a glance at the lake. Huge lotus seed heads were gushing with brilliant lights and floated silently on the surface of the lake. Every lotus seed head contained the vague figures of curled-up humans. He knew there was a total of 500 elementalists who had entered the first round of Master's Glory. Most of them were talented young men and women from various families. Subsequently, more and more people joined the program, especially when it was open to new citizens. They lowered the requirements for Master's Glory and increased Madame Yi's prestige significantly. In total, there were more than 1,500 elementalists who participated in Master's Glory. However, there were only 360 people left now. Where had the other 1,200 people gone? Nian Tingfeng trembled in fear. Surveillance Division's selection of new members was already very strict. However, not being selected and dying after being selected were two completely different concepts. Even Nian Tingfeng, who was used to seeing death occur, was terrified when he knew of the astonishing death rate. Even Ma Shiji's enthusiastic and excited voice caused his hair to stand on end. Right now, there is a total of 360 people who have completed 5 elemental lotus seed coat. There are at least 200 people who are expected to become masters. As long as they awaken, the current situation will be overturned. These 200 masters will possess all 5 elements. Haha, even if Holy Emperor and Dai Gang come here personally, they will not be able to gain anything from us. Furthermore, with a flick of these masters' fingers, Yi Bai will be reduced to ashes in an instant. This is only the first batch. Now that we have experience, the time taken to cultivate the second batch can be reduced significantly. Ma Shiji's eyes were filled with excitement as he continued, I have made some calculations. As long as we can cultivate more than 500 masters, we can take over the world. A smile appeared on Madame Yi's face as she said, Mr. Ma, thank you for your trouble. The day Master's Glory is completed will be the day that you are honored. Madame has devoted yourself wholeheartedly to Beyond Avalon and spared no effort in making it a better place. As compared to your contributions, mine is not worth mentioning. Without Madame's support, I wouldn't have fulfilled my dreams, Ma Shiji replied respectfully. The smile on Madame Yi's face widened. The world before everyone's eyes seemed to light up at this moment. Age did not leave any traces on Madame Yi's face. She was still as beautiful as before. She withdrew her smile and said with a solemn tone, Sir, you're being too humble. You're a peerless tactician. Who else in this world can match up against you? It's my fortune, the Elders Guild's fortune, and the world's fortune to have your assistance. Ma Shiji gasped for air as his mind surged with emotions. He had had a rough life since he was born. He used to be homeless and miserable. He was often viewed by many as an unorthodox individual. He possessed many talents but no one appreciated him. It wasn't until he met Madame Yi that he could have a chance to display his talents. He was not good at bootlicking. The words he had just said were his limit. At this moment, he was restraining his emotions. Following which, he continued, Oh, I have yet to congratulate Madame. Among everyone, Xiaobao is the most outstanding one. No one can match up to him. His achievements in the future will be limitless. Madame Yi sighed as a complicated look appeared in her eyes. After staying silent for a long while she muttered, Xiaobao, I hope you can understand what Mama has done. Ma Shiji and Nian Tingfeng looked at each other and remained speechless. Madame Yi raised her head as clarity returned to her eyes. She shifted her gaze to Nian Tingfeng and asked, Is there news from the front line? Yes. Nian Tingfeng did not dare to look at Madame Yi in the eyes. He lowered his head and passed her the report. When Madame Yi took over the report and read it, her eyes lit up. She exclaimed with joy, Good, good, good. The drought has finally ended. This great victory has arrived at the right time. Silver Soldier and Hong Kunlun did not let me down. Shi Shuemon has done a good job as well. She truly deserves to be Shi Beihai's daughter. Like father, like daughter. A joyful look appeared on everyone's faces involuntarily. It was a great victory indeed. Disseminate this piece of good news, every message village must receive it. Let everyone know that as long as we unite together, even if we don't have a grandmaster anymore, we still can emerge victorious. Blood elementalists are like humans, they die as well. Madame Yi was so emotional that her voice became slightly shrill. However, no one cared about it as everyone was wild with joy at this moment. Yes. Nian Tingfeng replied loudly. Without any hesitation, he turned around and left in a hurry. After a while, the silent and desolate Skyheart city appeared as if it had awakened from a deep slumber. Thunderous cheers erupted throughout the entire city. When Madame Yi heard the increasingly loud waves of cheers, she became high-spirited. With terrifying speed, the news spread throughout Beyond Avalon like a hurricane. Beyond Avalon had been waiting for a victory for too long. The names of Shi Shuemon, Silver Soldier and Hong Kunlun had spread throughout Beyond Avalon like fire. Whenever a new era arrived like a tsunami, all of a sudden some people would be crushed to smithereens, while some would become legends. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 516, Lulan is formidable now, Unity Sword. Chapter 516, Lulan is formidable now, Unity Sword. Translator, TYZ Editor, TYZ, KLKL. The 5 residences were in ruins and the 8 palaces were covered with thousands of holes. Every time we examined his body, he would be shocked and terrified. He was extremely lucky not to have died. He composed himself. The northern underworld king tree did not have many leaves left. This implied that he did not have many chances left to use the demonic god armor. Fortunately, even though he had yet to find a solution, he'd still managed to make some gains. For example, he knew that it wasn't his physical body that was injured, but rather the sword cloud within his body. He also identified some of the characteristics of the sword cloud. When he'd used the lightning bolts in the clouds to counter the venom of the night moth fruit, the lightning bolts almost destroyed everything in his body. Even the sword embryo that he had just formed was shattered. However, the shattered sword embryo did not disappear completely. Instead, it absorbed a huge amount of lightning and transformed into a unique sword cloud. As compared to the sword embryo, the shattered sword cloud had a more outstanding sensory perception. Right now, the range of Hui's sensory perception exceeded 25 kilometers. He never thought he would achieve such a feat in the past. However, the sword cloud was much more unstable than the sword embryo. This observation had a direct link to Hui's injury. His severely damaged body had a mysterious relationship with his sword cloud. If his sword cloud was stable, the condition of his flesh would be stable as well. If his sword cloud was unstable, the condition of his flesh would be unstable too. If his sword cloud was totally out of control, his flesh would completely disintegrate into ashes. Hui's conjecture for this relationship was that both his flesh and sword cloud may have been tempered with lightning. As such, both of them contained lightning. According to this conjecture, as long as Hui could stabilize the sword cloud, his injury would gradually recover. Today was the day he was going to verify his conjecture. Hui was hovering in the sky above the lake in central Pine Valley. There was a small cloud in front of him. The cloud was only half the size of a house. It was dense and sparkling white, resembling a soft cotton ball. Hui was half naked. He stared at the bit of cloud and said, without turning his head, "Lulan, help me record the process." The painful lesson he'd learned from channeling lightning from a whole sea of clouds last time made him realize that he was still a mortal after all. It was safer for him to channel lightning from a single cloud. Hui had racked his brain to find a suitable clump of cloud. Subsequently, he thought of the bit of cloud floating above the lake in central Pine Valley. Not only was the cloud smaller in size, it could be controlled as well. This way, it would be much safer for him. He had paid a painful price for this lesson the last time around. On the lakeside, Lulan's glowing eyes were flickering. He replied with a solemn tone, Hui, Lulan is ready. Hui inserted his arms into the cloud in front of him and carefully initialized the unstable sword cloud within his body. Buzz. A slight numbness started spreading along his arms. Hui increased his focus and observed the changes taking place in his body. The lightning from the cloud was very weak, but it was still able to cause Hui's hair to stand on end, making him look like a porcupine. The lightning flowed through Hui's body and entered his flesh. Like a slithering, silvery snake, the lightning traveled through Hui's flesh. His flesh was dyed with a thin layer of silver-white color, resembling fine silver threads which vibrated every now and then. Hui held his breath and observed every single detail. He clearly knew that many valuable discoveries could be made from observing those insignificant details. A small portion of the lightning was absorbed by his flesh while the rest was absorbed by his sword cloud. The loose sword cloud began to contract and thicken. As the sword cloud absorbed more and more lightning, it became thicker and thicker. Hui's eyes lit up. He could sense that as the sword cloud thickened, his vibrating flesh began to stabilize. The fatigue that had engulfed his body for the past few days reduced significantly. Hui's mind jolted. It seemed his train of thought was correct. At this moment, the numbness throughout his body disappeared and the sword cloud stopped thickening. Hui realized that the soft and sparkling white cloud in front of him had disappeared. All that was left was a wisp of white mist that was dissipating gradually within his fingers. Hui, your conjecture was right. Lulan's tone was filled with a pleasant surprise. The red glow in Lulan's eyes was flickering non-stop. With a serious tone, he continued, the sword cloud is indeed resonating with your flesh. This kind of resonance uses lightning as a medium. Right now, I have come up with 5 conclusions. 5? Hui was stunned. He felt that he had come up with 2 or 3 conclusions. He certainly did not expect Lulan to come up with 5 conclusions. Lu Lan continued with a solemn tone. First, lightning is the source of energy for the sword cloud. It consumes the lightning and we will have to replenish lightning for it frequently. Second, when the sword cloud revolves, it will become more stable. This conclusion can be verified by the stability of your flesh. Third, Ai Hui's body did not have any elemental energy. The lightning in your flesh is strongly repellent to elemental energy. Fourth, the resonance between the sword cloud and your flesh can only stabilize your flesh, not make it stronger. Since your body can't hold elemental energy, it will lack the nourishment of elemental energy and your flesh will have difficulty becoming stronger. Fifth, Ai Hui's body will become weaker and weaker. If you want to stabilize your injured condition, you will have to strengthen the sword cloud. You will have to replenish it with lightning. Lightning is strongly repellent to elemental energy, hence, replenishing the sword cloud with lightning will cause your flesh to degenerate. There will be a limit to how much your flesh will degenerate. When that happens, Ai Hui's body will be weak, yet stable. This is caused by the resonating relationship between the sword cloud and your flesh. Ai Hui was dumbstruck. Why did he feel like Lu Lan had now become much more formidable than before? In the past, Lu Lan had helped him carry out analysis as well. However, he could never analyze things to such an extent. He roughly knew 3 of the conclusions Lu Lan had just come up with. As for the remaining 2, he had no idea at all. He would know whether or not Lu Lan's conclusions were correct once he tried them out. After obtaining a rough idea about what to do next, Ai Hui was filled with zest. Gu Xian and the members of Sword of Lightning, who had just finished their training session, looked as if they had just been pulled out from water, completely drenched in sweat. They were lying on the ground all over the place. Blind, he carried a bundle of swords and walked over to them. Thump! He threw the bundle of swords on the ground and said, "Come and try the new swords." His voice was hoarse and he looked extremely tired. Gu Xian's gaze was immediately captivated by the new swords on the ground. As an elementalist who had taken on the path of swordsmanship, his love for swords came from within his heart. With a single glance, he could tell whether or not the quality of the sword was good. When he saw the new swords, the first thought that came to his mind was, "Beautiful swords." A mysterious power gushed through his fatigued body. Gu Xian stood up and picked up a sword from the heap on the ground. Then, he placed it before his eyes and observed it carefully. Such a good sword. The body of the sword was much wider than an ordinary sword's. At the same time, it was much thinner than most swords as well. It was made of an unknown material. The sword was transparent and dazzling, resembling a crystal that gave off a metallic luster. Sparkling white flower petals could be seen within the sword, looking as if they were frozen in ice. What type of material is this? Gu Xian could not help but ask. Pear blossom dazzling silver. Never heard of it, Gu Xian shook his head. Of course you haven't heard of it before, Blind, he retorted bluntly with a tone that was filled with a strong sense of pride. I just created it a few days ago. So it was created by Master He. Gu Xian was in awe. For any weaponsmith, it was extremely difficult to create an excellent type of material. Gu Xian became increasingly interested in it. Upon taking a closer look, he saw an extremely fine slit in the middle of the blade of the sword, splitting it into half. This slit was extremely fine. If he hadn't looked at it closely, he would not have noticed it. Double-stranded sword? No. The slit extended from the sword tip to the sword hilt. Gu Xian was a connoisseur of swords, and yet this was the first time he had seen such an oddly shaped sword. A pondering look appeared in his eyes. Could it be? He gently brandished the new sword in his hand. Buzz! An obvious vibration was given off by the new sword. In the next moment, Gu Xian's eyes widened as he looked at the other new swords on the ground in shock. They were vibrating too. Feeling lost, Gu Xian blurted out, "This is." A smile appeared on Blind He's face. As a weaponsmith, what made him prouder than seeing that his work shocked other people? The swordsmanship of Sword of Lightning is very strange. It does not focus on moves or elemental energy. It focuses on synchronization. Several hundreds of people move together as one. Generally speaking, this kind of swordsmanship has never been seen before by many. Pardon me for being ignorant, but I had never heard of it as well. The biggest problem of forging these new swords was to figure out, what kind of sword is suitable for all of you and your weird swordsmanship? What kind of sword allows all of you to move together as one? An inspiration hit upon me and I thought of a tuning fork. Isn't the resonance produced by a tuning fork suitable? As Gu Xian kept on brandishing the new sword in his hand, the rest of the new swords on the ground were vibrating as well. The other members of Sword of Lightning were attracted by the commotion. All of them lit up their eyes as they realized the new swords would be a great upgrade for them. Everyone was filled with eagerness as they hopped into Metal Basket Sword Pagoda and began to try their new swords. Blind, he had been observing their training sessions. He made a total of 6 swords for the first batch. The 6 new swords were for the pagoda masters of the 6 sword pagodas. Everyone took up their positions, looking forward to try their new swords. The new swords felt extremely comfortable in their hands, as if they were part of their bodies. Ready! Gu Xian roared with a deep voice. Everyone's faces turned solemn. The relentless training sessions over the past few days had caused their sword moves to become instinctive. They could enter the mental zone of combat and became highly focused in an instant. Gu Xian brandished the sword in his hand. At the same time, the swords in the other 5 pagoda masters' hands vibrated too. Due to the relentless training sessions they had been through, they immediately brandished the swords in their hands. The 6 streaks of sword gleams converged into one. Like a comet, a cold and sharp sword gleam flew into the sky and shot through the layer of clouds. Gu Xian and the rest were overjoyed. It was as if these swords were specially made for them. They were extremely suitable for Metal Basket Sword Pagoda. With the new swords, the difficulty of synchronizing their movements was greatly reduced. Why were their sword moves made to be so simple? That was because the difficulty of synchronizing their movements was too high. Only by reducing the complexity of their sword moves could they then synchronize their movements. With this new sword, however, they could try more complicated sword moves. If the Metal Basket Sword Pagoda was an enormous tiger, then the new swords would be like wings that were attached to it. Such an ingenious idea, this has never been done before. Gu Xian praised Blind He to the high heavens. Such a fine sword. The new swords were not only good at helping them to synchronize their movements. They also had an excellent texture and they allowed Gu Xian and the rest to channel their elemental energies easily. Blind He was smiling non-stop. He was feeling extremely pleased with himself. What's the name of this sword? Blind He heaved a sigh of relief as he could finally name the swords before Ai Hui did it. With a resolute and decisive tone, he replied. Unity Sword. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 517, It's a disgrace to associate myself with all of you. Chapter 517, It's a disgrace to associate myself with all of you. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. Another piece of cloud had been sucked dry. A bitter smile appeared on Ai Hui's face when he looked at his arms. The size of his arms thinned again. The sword cloud within his body strengthened again. His muscles were degenerating at a rapid speed. His clearly defined muscles had completely disappeared. The strength of his arms had reduced significantly and his body was much more skinnier than before. With his body fully covered with bandages, he looked like an air-dried mummy. Ai Hui's body was lacking in life force, resembling a person who was about to die. Even though he had stabilized his injured condition, his body had become significantly weaker. Other than this, there was nothing wrong with him. Ai Hui, himself, was the one who couldn't get used to it the most. In the past, his strong and agile body was one of his most trustworthy weapons during combat. He was very proficient in using his body to obtain an advantageous position during a fight. However, he had completely lost this advantage now. He suddenly became extremely delicate, unable to even truss a chicken. He would be lying to himself if he said he didn't find it a problem at all. On the contrary, the sword cloud had become several times stronger. It slowly revolved and gave off a boundless aura of might. Mysteriously, his eyes had become unusually bright. Nowadays, his gaze varied irregularly. Sometimes, his gaze would be empty and unpredictable. Sometimes, his gaze would be limpid and lofty like the sky. Occasionally, it would be boundlessly deep like the vast starry sky. There were also times where his gaze looked as if it was densely covered with lightning bolts, giving off an aura of destruction. At times, his gaze would look as sharp as a sword, piercing through the heart of whoever he looked at. However, no matter what, his gaze would always dazzle with brilliance, making it impossible for one to look him in the eyes. When he touched the hilt of the sword hanging on his waist, the sword cloud within his body trembled and the feeling of weakness instantly disappeared without a trace. The glint in his eyes became more glaring as well. Ai Hui gently shook the sword hilt and abruptly disappeared from the sky. The next moment, he appeared 1 meter above the ground. He let go of the sword hilt and the power in his body disappeared immediately. He fell to the ground and staggered before stabilizing himself. These past few days, he had made a lot of new discoveries. The sword cloud would only react under 2 circumstances. The first circumstance was when it was absorbing lightning. The second was when Ai Hui held his sword hilt. As long as AI Hui held his sword, the sword cloud would be initialized. It would engulf AI Hui's body with energy and power, resonating with his flesh. AI Hui called this imbuement of sword cloud. However, the moment he let go of the sword hilt, he would revert back to the frail and weak loser who couldn't even truss a chicken. The thing that left him helpless was that the imbuement of sword cloud would deplete the lightning in his sword cloud. As such, he had no choice but to reduce the amount of time that he held his sword. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure approaching him. It was Yang Xiaodong. Yang Xiaodong was travel-worn. When he saw AI Hui, he heaved a sigh of relief. Initially, he did not have a good impression of AI Hui. However, after he returned from the battlefield, he found AI Hui to be cordial. He took out a letter and passed it to AI Hui. This is from Division Leadership. Iron Lady's letter. AI Hui became energized and quickly took the letter. Great victory! Great victory! A wave of cheers swept across the camp of the Dread Division. Even Wan Xinwei's cold-looking face contained a tinge of joy at this moment. He looked in the direction of the front line with a complicated look on his face. What great victory! Lu Buling's voice came from behind him. Wan Xinwei quickly turned around and passed the report in his hand to Lu Buling. It's a report of victory from the front line. The Sky Edge Division, Infantry Division and Spear of Heavy Cloud Division joined hands and inflicted heavy losses on the enemy forces. The enemy forces have lost more than 3,000 men and all of them were elites. After taking a glance at the report, Lu Buling's shriveled face turned red in an instant. He rudely threw the report at Wan Xinwei's face. Even though the report was just a thin piece of paper, it felt like a heavy hammer when it hit Wan Xinwei's face. Wan Xinwei groaned, but he didn't care about the pain on his face and hurriedly asked, "Why is Senior so angry?" Lu Buling ignored him completely and walked toward his room. Wan Xinwei quickly chased after him. Senior! Senior! Lu Buling continued to turn a deaf ear to him. When he reached his room, he began to pack his things. Wan Xinwei forced a smile and asked, "Senior, what are you doing?" Usually, Wan Xinwei did not like to smile. At this point in time, his smile looked extremely unnatural and awkward. Without raising his head, Lu Buling replied, "I am not waiting anymore. I am going to challenge Dai Gang now." Wan Xinwei was startled. He did not know what had provoked Lu Buling and quickly persuaded him, "Senior, didn't we come to an agreement that we will join hands and take on Dai Gang? Why have you suddenly changed your mind?" "It's about self-respect," Lu Buling replied as he continued to pack his things. "Senior, what are you implying?" Wan Xinwei's face turned gloomy. When everyone in the camp saw the two of them arguing, they stopped celebrating and shifted their gazes toward them. "What am I implying?" Lu Buling sneered as he stopped what he was doing and squinted his eyes. An ominous glint flashed across his eyes as he continued, "You still dare to argue with me? If I was a few years younger, I would have killed you by now." Wan Xinwei tried to restrain the anger within him. His body was surging with a murderous aura while his fists were tightly clenched. "Senior, can you clarify your words? At least let me know what you are unsatisfied with." Lu Buling's face was filled with disdain as he smirked. "After spending a few days with you, I still thought you were a real man. A tiger that has rested for too long will lose all its might. A dragon that is locked up for too long will lose its fearsome gaze. My life was full of ups and downs. I have been through countless life and death situations. The only thing I have is courage, so I don't cower from difficulties. A moth that flies into the flame will die, but at least it dies gloriously. Look at all of you, you're a bunch of dogs and flies that think you can outsmart everyone. In reality, you're just a bunch of lethargic cowards and weaklings." Every word that came out from the skinny old man was powerful and resonating. Everyone in the camp was speechless. Wan Xinwei's face flushed with anger and embarrassment. Lu Buling raised his voice as he continued angrily, "The 3 central divisions are useless. Does the armor you wear, the inheritances you have learned, and the elemental food and beans you eat come from the Yi family?" Everyone's gaze gathered at Wan Xinwei involuntarily. At this point in time, Wan Xinwei's face was red with embarrassment, shame, and anger. He did not know how to explain this to his soldiers. Lu Buling did not care about him at all and continued to chide him, "The wall of the North Sea has collapsed, while the North Sea Division has been annihilated. Your fellow comrades have died for the country with their corpses left in the wilderness. They are unable to rest in peace since they were humiliated. The enemy forces have arrived and the world is about to be plunged into an abyss of misery and suffering. Let me ask all of you, who are the ones who are going to die?" Lu Buling's surroundings became even more quiet. Many people felt uneasy. Lu Buling's words were like a knife that plunged into the hearts of every soldier. The citizens who provide for all of you. Everyone's face was bright red as their heavy breathing became erratic. Great victory? Ha ha. Lu Buling's tone became even more sarcastic. Anger erupted from his chest. With a seething look on his face, he yelled, "From the glorious footprints, an old man had died in the enemy country. From the North Seashore family, a lone girl is fighting at the front line. From the infantry and Sky Edge, new soldiers are defending our territory. The so-called elites are hiding at the rear and celebrating the so-called great victory at the front line." Ha 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 ha. Lu Buling let off laughter aimed at the sky. His laughter was ear-piercing. Unable to restrain his anger, he blasted a punch toward an arena in the center of the camp. Boom! It sounded as if a drum had been heavily struck in Skyheart City. The arena in the center of the camp was shattered into smithereens. A fist-shaped hole that was 60 meters deep was created. The five peaks of Skyheart City was alarmed and its light screen was activated. A boundless aura of might engulfed the city. The light screen was as thick and solid as a wall, extending slowly to the defensive line formed by the camp. It's a disgrace to associate myself with all of you. A firm and disdainful voice resounded throughout the sky. It could be heard throughout the whole city, causing everyone's ears to buzz. It was so loud that the soldiers of the Dread Division went into a daze. By the time they regained their senses, shame and anger engulfed them. A skinny, yet lofty, figure calmly flew toward the light screen of the five peaks, without any fear. Golden flames began to rise from his back, giving off a dazzling radiance. A dead thing dares to stop me? Lu Buling sneered. The golden flames engulfed his fist as he blasted a punch onto the light screen. A dazzling burst of light erupted, looking as if the sun had exploded. A vast expanse of whiteness descended upon Skyheart City. By the time everyone regained their vision, they could only see a web-like light screen in the sky that had a hole in the middle. Lu Buling had disappeared. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. The five god-subduing peaks looked as if they were stunned by Lu Buling's terrifying punch. They only regained operations after 10 seconds. The hole in the web-like light screen in the sky was rapidly repaired and disappeared gradually. Skyheart City, Mayor's residence. Everyone held their breath as they listened to Madame Yi attentively. The enemy forces will definitely retaliate. We have to replenish resources and manpower to send to the 3 combat divisions as soon as possible. This must be done at any cost. This issue is of the highest importance now, Madame Yi instructed with a calm and firm tone. Should we adjust the sizes of the 3 combat divisions? Nian Tingfeng asked carefully. Keep them the same, Madame Yi said as she glanced at him. Subordinate understands. Nian Tingfeng nodded his head with a pensive look on his face. Madame Yi continued, by the way, don't we have 3 god-subduing peaks that have just been completed? Send them to the 3 combat divisions as well. 1 for each combat division. A commotion broke out among Madame Yi's subjects. Madam, you must not do this. If the god-subduing peaks fall in the hands of the blood of God, we will be in danger. Yes, yes. Such a precious weapon cannot be given to them just like that. Madame Yi raised her hand and all the voices disappeared. A look of disdain flashed across Madame Yi's eyes. Soon after, she regained her composure and replied, such a precious weapon should be used on the battlefield. Don't tell me we are supposed to leave it in a warehouse and let it rot? Get it done. A look of admiration appeared upon Nian Tingfeng's face. Respectfully, he replied, yes. Madame Yi had a look of satisfaction. She looked at her subjects and said, not only should we publicize this great victory, we have to publicize the rewards for it as well. I want everyone to know that as long as a person is willing to fight on the battlefield, he or she will be rewarded greatly. The Elders Guild will not mistreat anyone. Any combat division that accumulates enough meritorious service will be given a god-subduing peak. It was at this moment that everyone realized what Madame Yi's intentions were. All of them clicked their tongues in admiration. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook and everyone was stunned. It's a disgrace to associate myself with all of you. The piercing voice was loud and clear. It's Lu Buling. A frightened look appeared upon Nian Tingfeng's face. Following which, a white light flashed across the sky. Soon after, everything returned to normal. Madame Yi's face turned ashen. She instructed Nian Tingfeng, go out and see what's going on. Nian Tingfeng disappeared instantly. After a while, he came back with a shocked look on his face. Senior Lu Buling has gone to challenge Daigang. Madame Yi and the rest were astonished. Lu Buling had yet to become a grandmaster. Was he trying to seek death by taking on Daigang single-handedly? What? At this moment, a person hurriedly ran into the hall and made a report. Reporting to Mayor, the Dread Division is striking their camp and preparing to leave the city. Madame Yi stood up quickly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 518, Creditor and Boss. Chapter 518, Creditor and Boss. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. It has been proven that setting up fortifications on the battlefield beforehand and having an Earth Elemental Master who specializes in construction are very advantageous for our defense. A battlefield that has been fortified beforehand provides a favorable position for our side during an intense battle. Furthermore, we can clearly identify the paths to take for counterattacks. We can also foresee that Construction Master will become a new progression path for Earth Elementalists in the future. It might become a brand new profession. The Hellfire Pagoda Cannon is extremely powerful. It played an important role during the battle. However, it has also become the main target for enemy forces. As such, it is necessary to deploy layers of defense around a Hellfire Pagoda Cannon. Fatty's bombardment skills are admirable. He also has a suggestion regarding the Hellfire Pagoda Cannon. After discussing it, we feel that there is high chance for it to work. We will only know if it truly works when we return and ask Master He to try it out. I am shocked by the Hellfire Pagoda Cannon's utility in battle. I have a feeling that it will greatly change the style of warfare in the future. I imagine that if we can equip a God-subduing peak with Hellfire Pagoda cannons, it will greatly increase the offensive power of the God-subduing peak in theory. I have even come up with a few tactics for it. It's a pity I don't have a God-subduing peak. The enemy forces have very high adaptability. In the late stage of the battle, they were able to identify our weaknesses. Luckily, they didn't have many men left and couldn't break through our defensive line. At that point in time, the situation was extremely dangerous. Now that I think about it, I still feel scared. Currently, we are discussing how to resolve this issue. We have a few ideas so far, but we will only know whether or not they will work when we try them out in an actual battle. We read Iron Lady's letter very carefully. The letter was like a battle summary report. In the letter, she did not reminisce about their old times or write anything about missing him. We was slightly in daze. He could imagine the battlefield scene in his mind. The beams of red light that erupted from the Hellfire Pagoda cannons engulfed the enemy forces like floodwater. Ear-piercing screams, explosions, rising smoke, splattered mud that rained down from the sky, soldiers who were struck in the sky and resembled kites with broken strings. Looking down from the sky, the defensive line was like a tidal wave that was being compressed. A blue and white armored girl was fighting at the forward position of the tidal wave with Cirrus in her hands. Without even asking, we already knew where Iron Lady would be on the battlefield. She would always take the lead and appear at the most dangerous place. This was something about her that we admired a lot. To his surprise, the name she signed at the end of the letter was Creditor. We chuckled. He reread the letter a few more times. After furrowing his eyebrows and pondering for a long while, he took out a piece of paper and wrote a letter of reply to Iron Lady. Like what you have said, weapons like pagoda cannons will play an important role in future warfare. As long as we have enough snow lava, the Hellfire Pagoda cannons will inflict heavy losses on the enemy forces. If we can equip God-subduing peaks with Hellfire Pagoda cannons, then these God-subduing peaks will certainly become fortresses that fly in the sky. We will have to provide them with elementalists who specialize in aerial warfare and prevent the enemy forces from getting close to them. Like what you have said, warfare in this era is undergoing huge changes. The idea of a construction master sounds great. You can consider involving wood elementalists as well. Wood elementalists specialize in creating disturbances such as poison attacks and illusions over a large area. If a wood elementalist could collaborate with a construction master, they would produce outstanding results. By the way, Bangwan has gone into secluded training. My condition has stabilized. The Sword of Lightning is gradually forming its offensive capabilities now. After writing a lengthy letter, we realized that if Iron Lady's letter was a battle summary report, then his reply letter would be a battle planning report. Alright, replying to a report with a report. They certainly matched each other. At the end of the letter, we solemnly penned boss. He felt pleased with himself. Didn't the Iron Lady know that the debtor is the boss of the creditor? What was so special about being a creditor? Yang Xiaodong looked on as we rapidly finished writing the letter, solemnly folded it up, put it in an envelope, and passed it to him. At that moment, his facial expression became solemn as well. It appeared that the letter was very important. When are you leaving? We asked. Immediately, Yang Xiaodong replied. The great victory they had just achieved was a truly meaningful victory for the Avalon of 5 elements against the blood of God. The enemy forces had a strong and solid foundation. The defeat of their vanguard division was not enough to fundamentally damage them. It would only enrage them instead. Their upcoming counterattack would definitely be insane. Yang Xiaodong didn't like Ai Hui very much, but he respected Shi Shuemun very deeply. Bring more snow lava with you before you leave, Ai Hui reminded Yang Xiaodong. Okay. Yang Xiaodong nodded his head. He had witnessed the might of the Hellfire Pagoda cannons with his own eyes and knew the importance of snow lava. The upcoming battles would not be easy. Replenishment of snow lava on the battlefield was a problem, so this was the best time to restock their supply. Things weren't like what they used to be in the past. Otherwise, a sand compass would solve all of their problems. Whether it was the sand compass or the message tree, both of them were built at the peak of the Avalon of 5 elements and nourished by generations of experts. The earth elemental energy in the ground blended together well without any barriers. The stable and powerful Avalon of 5 elements was like a plot of rich and fertile soil, while the sand compasses, message trees, and azure wings were the delicious fruits that grew on it. Nowadays, the plot of soil had become infertile and dry, and the trees and plants growing on it were withering. The glory of the past was lost. Many things that they were accustomed to had disappeared. These things included sand compasses, message trees, 3 leaves bamboo carts, etc. The journey was a long one. As such, Yan Xiaodong did not waste time, taking the snow lava and departing immediately. When Ai Hui saw Yang Xiaodong's figure disappear into the horizon, a strong sense of urgency arose in Ai Hui's heart. Sky Heart City. Everyone left their houses and stepped into the streets. The incident just now had alarmed everyone. All of them were startled when they saw 2 groups of people standing across from each other on the street. The group with more people was the Surveillance Division while the group with fewer people was the Dread Division. Was there internal strife among the 3 central divisions? Or were they plotting a rebellion? Why was there suddenly internal strife when they had just announced a great victory? Nian Tingfeng blocked Wan Shenwei's path. He was persuading Wan Shenwei patiently, Lu Buling is crazy, don't tell me Boss Wan is crazy too? Acting rashly like this won't bring you any chance of victory. So what if all of the 3 central divisions enter the battlefield? Can we obtain victory? No, we can't. I know. Wan Shenwei nodded his head calmly. If you know, why are you still doing this? Nian Tingfeng asked angrily. Wan Shenwei replied plainly, Senior Lu Buling is right. It is everyone's responsibility to defend our country. However, we must be the first ones to do so. This is because the world has been providing for us for all these years and the others don't have such a luxury. If someone has to die, then it must be us first. We should be the ones who bleed first, before the rest can do so. Nian Tingfeng was speechless. After a while, he replied, do you think death will solve everything? The most important thing for us to do now is to win. Who will win? Wan Shenwei asked him back. Everyone, the Avalon of 5 elements, Nian Tingfeng replied solemnly. There is no more Avalon of 5 elements, Wan Shenwei sneered. We can't represent everyone. The current Elders Guild can no longer represent everyone. Then who will represent everyone? Dai Gang? So we should act like a sheet of loose sand, fight among ourselves, and become blood elementalists when we fail? Nian Tingfeng mocked Wan Shenwei. You're underestimating the heroes in the world. Heroes emerge in times of chaos, Wan Shenwei shook his head and replied. You would rather place your hope in those so-called heroes than the successor who the great elder appointed? Nian Tingfeng retorted disdainfully. Yes. I don't agree with Yi Lin's conduct and deeds. Nian Tingfeng's facial expression turned ugly as he replied, it's fine by me if someone else does not understand what she's doing. You don't know how rotten the current situation is. Madam has spent an immense amount of time and effort to reach the current stage. Do you know how stressed and tired she is? Precisely. The current situation is rotten. Wan Shenwei interrupted him as a blaze lit up in his eyes. We need courage, not transactions or plots. If you and I don't want to die and everyone puts their own safety before everything else, then who will fight and defend our country? Even ordinary combat divisions should die before the citizens do, let alone the 3 central divisions. This is not about glory, but rather, fulfilling our duty. Well said, Dot. A piercing voice echoed through the air from the end of the street. Nian Tingfeng's eye pupils dilated. It was Shimen Saijue. Wan Shenwei turned and saw Shimen Saijue, who looked like a small girl. I didn't expect Boss Wan to be able to talk so eloquently, Shimen Saijue joked. Now that I speak of it, I truly feel ashamed. Wan Xinwei's weathered face looked slightly flushed with shame. We should be ashamed. The Judgment Division will be heading toward the battlefield with you as well. Shiman Saijue snorted, Nian Tingfeng, the Yi family is evil. You better be careful to not be betrayed by Yilin. Nian Tingfeng's face turned extremely ugly. He had not expected the Judgment Division to butt in as well. Let them go. Madame Ye's voice came from a distance. She was surrounded and protected by many guards. She looked imposing and dignified. Her gaze swept across the scene. With a deep voice, she said, if you want to go, then go ahead. I will not stop you. However, there's something I want to clarify. It's easy to die and difficult to live. If you stay alive, you will be wronged, your name will be tarnished, and you will be blamed. However, only by staying alive can you obtain a chance at victory. The 3 central divisions are the world's best combat divisions. If the 3 central divisions are lost, we will no longer have the ability to make another one. Everyone remained speechless. Madame Ye's words made sense. A worried look appeared on many people's faces. Excuses, Shiman Saijue sneered. With a dignified look on his face, Wan Xinwei looked directly at Madame Yi and said, Madame can stay alive and pursue the victory you seek. The 3 central divisions might be able to protect Skyheart City, but what about beyond Avalon? We can't. What about other cities? Should we not care about their lives? Madame's heart only cares about this small Skyheart City. The 3 central divisions belong to the entire Avalon of 5 elements, not just Skyheart City alone. When Wan Xinwei finished his sentence, he became disinterested in talking anymore. He then gave the order, set off. Everyone in the Dread Division echoed in unison, set off. Set off. Shiman Saijue yelled at the top of her lungs. Set off. Everyone in the Judgment Division yelled in unison. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 519, Grandmaster Dai's Decree. Chapter 519, Grandmaster Dai's Decree. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. The Lu family was the leading illustrious family in the Jadeite Forest. However, compared to other extravagant, high-profile, and prominent families, the Lu family was so low-profile that no one seemed to notice their existence. Whether it was Lu Chen or Lu Mingxiu, neither of them had done anything that was preposterous. Their strict and prudent family culture was praised by many people. The study room of the Lu family's patriarch was unusually simple and crude. The wooden planks that made up the floor were filled with traces of aging. They would produce creaks whenever someone walked on them. There were also a few wooden planks which had a different color from the rest. Clearly, these few wooden planks had been repaired before. Every wooden plank gave off a dark luster. One could clearly tell that they were often used and cleaned with utmost care. The 4 walls of the study room were filled with various books, looking extremely messy. Sunlight shone through the wooden fretwork window, leaving a slanted, flower-shaped shadow on the wooden floor. The wooden fretwork window had a 7-leaf flower design. That was a 7-leaf flower. This kind of design used to be very popular when the Avalon of 5 elements was first established. It symbolized family harmony and prosperity. After about 100 years, this kind of design was gradually replaced by newer and more beautiful designs. One could hardly see this kind of design in modern times. An elegant-looking man who was around 50 to 60 years old was fiddling with a loom in the corner of the room. It appeared that he had finished building the loom halfway through. The floor around him was filled with various components. Thud, thud, thud. Someone was knocking on the door. The man, whose forehead was dripping with perspiration, answered without raising his head, "Come in." The person who entered the room was Uncle Shi. He looked at the floor attentively. Uncle Shi was very familiar with the room itself. He knew which area of the floor had just been repaired and which area was broken. As such, he was very careful with where he placed his feet. Master repaired the floor of the study room by himself. He did not want anyone to interfere with it. As a servant, Uncle Shi was always mindful not to create any trouble for his master. This was part of his experience from being a servant for so many years. He quietly walked behind the man. When he saw the half-completed loom, he smiled. "Master, you have said that you will complete it by tomorrow. It seems like things aren't going your way. I guess I can't complete it." The middle-aged man stood up from the ground. His body was covered in wood shavings, making him look like he was in a sorry state. He brushed off the dust and wood shavings from his body and took the wet towel Uncle Shi passed him. Then, he continued, "This AI Hui is rather capable. The needle-subduing peak is very weird. There are a lot of areas which I don't understand. It's a pity that Mingxiu is such a stubborn girl. She just doesn't want to bring back the needle-subduing peak and let me study it, but... This middle-aged man was the patriarch of Lu family. He was also the father of Lu Mingxiu, Lu Jian. No one had expected that the Lu family patriarch was trying to make a copy of the needle-subduing peak. It's not like you don't know Mrs. Temperament. Uncle, she smiled. That's true. Lu Jian chuckled. Usually, she might appear very smart. In reality, she is a very stubborn individual. After cleaning his hands, Lu Jian threw the towel back to Uncle Shi and strode to his desk. He picked up the cup of cold tea on the desk and downed it. After feeling much cooler, he spoke again. Yesterday, Lu Chen sent me a letter and requested for me to investigate the incident thoroughly. He is such an anxious boy. Tell me, how is the investigation? From the looks of it, there is a very high chance that it was young Master Feng, Uncle, she replied with a prudent voice. Tell me everything that you have found. Yes. We caught a remaining member of the Grass Bandits. He was the archer who tried to assassinate Miss when she was ascending to the master level. This fellow was very tight-lipped. No matter how we tortured him, he refused to say anything. However, young Master Chiu eventually came up with a solution. He used a few herbs that were gathered from the depths of the wilderness and made a soul-grabbing pill. With the help of the soul-grabbing pill, we finally made that fellow talk. Mingxiu, this boy. He doesn't even come to our house when he returns. I have doted on him in vain. Lu Jian was unhappy. In young Master Chiu's eyes, Master's house pales in comparison to Mrs. Embroidery Workshop. Uncle, she laughed. That's true. Lu Jian burst into a laughter. Suddenly, he stopped laughing and asked, Mingxiu didn't visit his teacher? No, he did not. Uncle, she looked at his master and shook his head. Lu Jian furrowed his eyebrows and sighed, forget it, I don't want to interfere in their business. Continue. Uncle, she glanced at his master and said an earth-shattering sentence, young Master Feng is interested in Mississippi. Continue. Lu Jian's facial expression did not change. From the mouth of that Grass Bandit member, the Grass Bandits had received a huge business deal. The other party offered them a huge sum of money to attack Asakusa City and kidnap Mississippi. According to the original plan, the other party would even pay an extra sum of money to buy Mississippi. The Grass Bandits greatly valued this business deal. Furthermore, they have always hated the Lu family, so they set their hearts on this mission. Because they were worried that news of their plan might be leaked, they sent a batch of vanguards to kill everyone along their path. Unexpectedly, they encountered Master AI and were killed by him instead. Lu Jian's facial expression was as calm as water. One could not tell what he was feeling. Uncle, she kept his tone calm and tried not to add any emotions to it. At that time, young Master Feng's fiery floating cloud was heading toward Asakusa City. Looking at the time frame of the events, if the Grass Bandits really attacked Asakusa City according to their plan, young Master Feng's fiery floating cloud would have reached Asakusa City in the heat of the battle. I have intentionally sent some people to ask a few members of the Grass Bandits to understand the situation. They have verified that young Master Feng arranged a huge number of training sessions on sieging a city, attacking a city, and saving a hostage. Some of the training sessions also included familiarizing themselves with the city plan of Asakusa City. He also taught them some special battle tactics. After we showed these battle tactics to that remaining member from the Grass Bandits, he was extremely shocked. However, from the contents of the training sessions, I can see that young Master Feng did not have any intention of hurting Mississippi. Lu Jian nodded his head and exclaimed in admiration, Lu Feng has done a rather good job for coming up with such a meticulous plan. If it was not for AI Hui's accidental interference, his plan had a high chance of succeeding. Mingxiu had been away from home for many years, and her relationship with Lu Feng had become estranged. Even though the method of playing hero to save the beauty is old-fashioned, it's still very effective. At that point in time, Mingxiu was nowhere to be found, so he managed to find an excuse to get close to Mingxiu. Uncle, she did not dare to make any judgmental comments. He continued, as for Zhang Xiaoman, she was offered a chance to seek revenge when a mysterious fellow approached her one day. The internal department of the Grass Bandits strongly objected to this matter. However, Zhang Xiaoman insisted on seeking revenge. No one could stop her. Her subordinates did not understand why young Master Feng wanted to deal with Master AI, but jealousy is a toxic poison. Have you ever seen Mingxiu treating someone so good? Lu Feng was raised as an adopted son. He might look very strong and determined, but in reality, he has an inferiority complex and is a very sensitive individual. He is nothing like Mingxiu. Meanwhile, Lu Chen is a carefree and simple man. As for Mingxiu, she is an iron fist in a velvet glove. She handles things logically and reasonably. How I wish she was a man. Lu Jian said calmly. She's just like you, uncle, she replied. Your flattery comes just at the right time. Lu Jian burst out laughing. Uncle, she grinned. Lu Jian withdrew his smile and sighed. How would I not know Lu Feng's shortcomings? However, who else is more ambitious than him in this residence? Lu Chen is a carefree and simple man who doesn't care about fame. Mingxiu put her heart and soul into embroidery. She treats her junior better than her father. Lu Feng is too anxious. If he did things step by step and let nature take its course, wouldn't the Lu residence be in his hands sooner or later? Anyway, no matter how strong Mingxiu's future husband is, he can't be someone who has the surname Lu. Uncle, she did not dare to say anything. He listened to Lu Jian respectfully. As for AI Hui's message that he asked you to pass to me, even though I know he cares for Mingxiu and it's reasonable for him to say those words, he is still somewhat arrogant. However, I now know that I was wrong. The bloody words on the wooden board in Lemon Camping Ground have yet to dry. Who in this world dares to underestimate? The Central Pine Valley has a hidden tiger. I have just received news of the great victory for Beyond Avalon at the front line. Even though Skyheart City commended the 3 combat divisions as a whole, Sure Shuaman's Spear of Heavy Cloud was really the key to that victory. The Central Pine faction is well established and has a huge number of talents. I am more than happy that Mingxiu is from the Central Pine faction. Therefore, why would I want to risk having a conflict with the Central Pine faction? Lu Jian muttered. Mingxiu is back. No matter how estranged his relationship with Grandmaster Dai is, he is still Grandmaster Dai's disciple. How would it be possible for Mingxiu to put up with the fact that someone is targeting Mingxiu? Lu Jian sighed with sorrow as a tinge of sadness appeared in his eyes. Being too anxious is hurting Lu Feng. Everyone who is involved in this incident is not someone he can provoke. Uncle, she sighed in his heart as well. No one understood more than him about how much hope Master had placed in Lu Feng. Master had spent a lot of time and effort nurturing Lu Feng. Lu Jian's facial expression returned to normal as he continued, hand Lu Feng over to Lu Chen. After all, Lu Feng is Grandmaster Dai's disciple in name. We can't handle him anyhow. Let them resolve their matter by themselves. Yes, uncle. She replied respectfully. Just as he was about to leave, someone knocked on the door. Master, Sir Hai Chine wants to seek an audience with you, a guard outside the door reported. A glint flashed across Lu Jian's eyes as he opened the door and walked out of the room. There was a middle-aged man standing by himself at the bottom of the flight of stairs. When that middle-aged man heard the sound of the door being opened, he turned around. As Lu Jian walked down the stairs, his face beamed with smiles. Rare guest, rare guest. It has been a very long time since Sir Hai Chine visited my humble abode. Come in, come in. This time around, we have to reminisce about the good old times. As usual, Hai Chine did not smile. He bowed and replied, Nice to see you, Patriarch. I am afraid we can only reminisce about the old times next time around. I am here to pass you a message from Grandmaster Dai Hot. Lu Jian respectfully bowed in return and replied, Feel free to tell me the message, sir. Grandmaster Dai said that even though Lu Feng has done something wrong, brothers should not argue with each other, let alone injure each other. Lu Feng will be stripped of his position as the division leader of the Deathgrass Division. He will be punished by entering the Grass Hollow for the 3 years. Whether he lives or dies, it will have to depend on his luck, Hai Ching said with a deep voice. I will obey as Grandmaster Dai has decreed. Lu Jian replied respectfully. Mingxiu Embroidery Workshop. Yu Mingxiu looked at the man in the mirror. The stubble that had covered his face was now completely shaved, and his long hair was tied up using a red string once more. He looked invigorated now. The traces of aging on his face had disappeared. He seemed to be looking at a reflection of himself from the past. A self who had existed 5 to 6 years ago. What would have become of him if the blood catastrophe and everything else after had not happened? He laughed at himself and shook his head, throwing these distracting thoughts out of his head. When he thought of the fact that he could live in the embroidery workshop, he became extremely excited, and his entire body was filled with vigor even though he was staying under the pretense of protecting Mingxiu. The enchanting image of a beautiful girl was so close to him. The absolutely empty room in his heart was sprinkled with sunshine at this point in time. After straightening his collar, Yu Mingxiu walked out of his room with a radiant smile on his face. What should he say when he saw Mingxiu later? His skills were slightly rusty. Hai Ching set foot upon the street after leaving the Lu residence. No one on the street took notice of him. No one knew that this grumpy-looking man who had no guards around him was actually the butler of the entire jadeite forest. After he walked through the street and made a turn, he arrived at the doorstep of an embroidery workshop. He raised his head and looked at the signboard. On the signboard, there were 3 words written in ink: Mingxiu Embroidery Workshop. The handwriting was unusually graceful. Hai Qing, who seldomly smiled, had a subtle smile on his face. Soon after, the smile disappeared. He was all too familiar with Lu Chen's handwriting. Just as he opened the door and was about to enter the workshop, a familiar voice resounded through the air. The whole year must be planned for in the spring. The whole day must be planned for in the morning. The early bird catches the worm. He. Mingxiu, good morning. Hai Qing thought he saw a witty-looking young man with a pair of beady eyes and his hair tied up by a red string who was swaying his head while reciting a poem. He could not help but smile. However, why was he sighing in his heart? As Hai Qing set foot inside the workshop, a familiar view of a back appeared in his eyes. He was still the same. Hai Qing set his gaze on Yu Mingxiu's back for a few seconds before withdrawing it. A lot of things had changed. When Yu Mingxiu saw who the visitor was, the smile on his face disappeared. Hai Qing said emotionlessly, "Xiao Qiu, long time no see. Grandmaster Dai has invited you to his residence. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 520, Panda Mummy. Chapter 520, Panda Mummy. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. Duanmu Huanghuan's eyes were tightly closed like a door. Behind the door, there was a world that had a great, ongoing snowstorm. Green snowflakes danced and fluttered in the air. Every snowflake was a viridescent flower. All of them were shaped differently, possessing a myriad of forms. He was immersed in this pure, yet richly colorful, world. The glowing pattern beneath his body changed its shape silently once more. The 960th type of viridescent flower. A breathless roar resounded through the air from the other side of the valley. Unity? Why not call it transcendence? It has been so many years, no one will care if it's called transcendence. Can't he use his brain? With the name of transcendence alone, we can increase the selling price of each sword by 3 times. No one cared about the air-dried mummy who was jumping up and down in rage. Everyone cared about their reputation. Stealing the name of an ancient sword wasn't something that an ordinary individual would do. "Boss, are you going to train with us?" Gu Xian asked bluntly. Ai Hui shut his mouth. Nowadays, his body was becoming weaker and weaker. Whenever he walked, he felt as if he was floating. In the beginning, he was still able to use the imbuement of sword cloud to suppress Gu Xian and the rest. However, very soon, everyone saw through Ai Hui. They knew he was strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Every training session consumed the lightning in the sword cloud. Right now, the sword cloud within Ai Hui's body allowed him to execute only 10 sword moves. For Gu Xian and the rest, unleashing 10 sword moves in a row was no longer an issue for them. An old fox like Gu Xian naturally would not go head-to-head with Ai Hui. A simple sentence like that was enough to put him down in one shot. Of course, he also did not dare to really provoke Ai Hui. A few days ago, Ai Hui had just taught them a lesson. Even though Ai Hui might appear weak and delicate, he became a completely different person the moment he touched his sword hilt. Within 15 seconds, he brought them to their knees. 15 seconds. He flattened everyone. The sword Ai Hui used was edgeless sword, which usually didn't give off any sword rays. However, at that moment, it released an earth-shattering sword ray that flooded all of them like an angry tidal wave collapsing against a reef. No one could see Ai Hui's sword ray clearly. The sword ray sent Gu Xian flying for more than 40 meters and caused him to lie on the ground for nearly half a day. He only regained his senses when Lu Lan fed him some elemental soup. After that incident, everyone became obedient once more. However, an old fox like Gu Xian naturally would not lose his courage just because of a single failure. Very soon, he tried to test the waters again. Ai Hui gave a humph. He looked as if he could not be bothered with them, but in reality he was mentally noting down their names. He would teach them a lesson one by one in the future. Suddenly, Ai Hui raised his head and looked in another direction. Someone was flying toward them. Everyone, who was laughing and joking previously, became silent immediately. A vigilant look appeared on all of their faces. "Never mind, it's a friend." Ai Hui waved his hand. Upon hearing Ai Hui's words, everyone loosened up. However, they did not have the mood to fool around anymore and continued their training. Very soon, a familiar figure descended from the sky. It was Muley, who had left not too long ago. When Ai Hui saw that it was Muley, he was very surprised. However, his facial expression had already returned to normal by this point in time. He smiled and asked, "What wind blows our master Mu here?" When Muley saw Ai Hui's appearance, he was startled. Ai Hui's entire body was wrapped up with white bandages. Initially, his eyes could still be seen. Now, his eyes were covered with two black circular crystal chips, making him look extremely weird. Not much time had passed since he last left this place. However, Ai Hui appeared to be a few times skinnier than before, resembling an air-dried mummy. Wearing the two black crystal chips made him like a panda mummy. Muley could not help but ask curiously, "Are you eyes injured?" Ai Hui blinked his eyes and a red glint flashed across the black crystal chips. Somewhat. Muley felt as if he had come across this scene somewhere before. The black crystal chips were made by Lu Lan using a fire elemental crystal. They could protect Ai Hui's eyes from the glaring sunlight. After Ai Hui tried wearing them and realized that they were quite effective and comfortable, he had not taken them off since. Lu Lan's workmanship was exceptional. As for the fact that he had transformed into a panda mummy from a regular mummy, a pragmatic fellow like him did not care about it at all. Muley was a very sharp individual. When he saw that Ai Hui did not want to elaborate, he did not ask him any more questions. Muley carefully removed the metal box from his back. The metal box was exquisitely made with countless fine decorative designs engraved on it. "These are the vitality branches that Mingxiu requested for me to deliver to you." As Muley spoke, he meticulously opened the metal box. 3 metallic branches were placed within it. Upon successfully making the delivery, Muley heaved a sigh of relief. Actually, he was the one who volunteered to make the delivery this time around. He felt extremely guilty for the previous incident with the night moth fruit. He felt that he had not handled the situation well. Without being encumbered by a convoy, Muley, who was a master, was able to travel day and night to deliver the vitality branches within a short period of time. Vitality branches? Ai Hui's tone was filled with curiosity and surprise. He walked over to the metallic branches and squatted down. He could sense a faintly discernible aura coming from the 3 metallic branches. This aura was very unique, calm, and profound. It appeared as if it had drifted over from a very far place. Vitality branches are Master Lu's most famous work. They contain a trace of the most primordial life force. As long as you're not dead, it will pull you back from the gates of hell. Muley's voice had a tinge of sincere respect for them. Really? Ai Hui's tone was filled with doubt. Muley's neck thickened and flushed as he widened his eyes. With an unfriendly tone, he replied, "Of course. Humph, if it weren't for the fact that Master Lu dotes on Miss Mingxiu, he wouldn't have taken out these vitality branches for you. Moreover, he gave you 3. Back in the day, Muley's life was saved by Lu Chen, so he was very grateful to him. Therefore, when he heard Ai Hui's doubt, Muley was very unhappy. So they are very expensive? Muley regained his composure. Still feeling slightly unhappy, he could not help but sneer, expensive? Since when can vitality branches be bought with money? They are priceless. Even Grandmaster Dai acclaimed them as priceless treasures. Upon hearing these words, Ai Hui beamed with happiness. Senior Mingxiu is the best. After a while, Ai Hui asked again, "How do I use them?" Muley was momentarily stunned before answering Ai Hui, "I'm not sure, I have never used them before." Ai Hui felt vexed. Suddenly, an idea hit him, and he yelled at the top of his lungs, "Lu Lan! Lu Lan!" A shadowy streak sped toward Ai Hui and stopped in front of him. Cheerfully, Lu Lan said, "Lu Lan is here. Ai Hui, how can I help you?" Ai Hui pointed at the metal chest and instructed Lu Lan, study the uses of these vitality branches. Lu Lan's eyes flickered with a red glow. He was very surprised. Vitality branches? Muley finally understood why he found this scene with Ai Hui so familiar just now. Has Lu Lan heard of it before? Ai Hui asked. Yes, Ai Hui. Vitality branches are the most impressive creation of the white-robed divine physician, Lu Chen. He created vitality branches by treating the wood element as the spirit and the metal, water, fire, and earth elements as the soul. Every vitality branch contains a trace of the most primordial life force, Lu Lan explained. I shall hand them over to you then. Ai Hui felt greatly relieved when he heard Lu Lan's words. No problem, Ai Hui. Lu Lan replied cheerfully. Muley stared blankly at Ai Hui and Lu Lan. He could not believe that Ai Hui would leave a priceless treasure like the vitality branches for a sand puppet to study. Didn't Ai Hui know how many people were willing to pay any price to obtain a single vitality branch? Didn't AI Hui know how hard he had restrained himself from the temptation of the vitality branches on the way here? When is Master Mu leaving? A red glint flashed across AI Hui's black crystal chips. Mu Lei almost choked on his saliva. He had just arrived, hadn't drunk a sip of water, and AI Hui was already chasing him away? Initially, he also wanted to leave right after he had delivered the vitality branches. At this moment, he changed his mind. I will leave after you have used the vitality branches. Vitality branches have a well-known reputation and I haven't seen how magical they are before. It won't be troublesome for you, right? It's not troublesome at all, Master Mu. You can help yourself then. I have something to tend to. AI Hui hurriedly left after he finished his sentence. Mu Lei was bewildered. Was AI Hui really that busy? As a master, Mu Lei was treated with respect in every city. This was the first time he was being ignored. AI Hui was busy with what? Feeling slightly curious, Mu Lei followed him. Lu Lan, Gu Shen, and the rest did not try to stop him. AI Hui was indeed very busy. He was engulfed by an air of urgency. Stabilizing the condition of his injury was a good start. He was slowly tapping into the power of the sword cloud. From the look of it, there were still many side effects. The growth of the sword cloud was neither fast nor slow. However, in such a desperate situation, AI Hui felt extremely anxious. There was nothing he could do to speed up the process. Right now, the area of the clouds he could absorb could not exceed 600 square meters. Otherwise, the lightning he triggered would exceed the limit that his body could endure. His body could not withstand another injury. He could only restrain the anxiousness within him and do everything step by step. Surprisingly, the training level of the Sword of Lightning's members exceeded his expectations. Blind He's Unity swords had doubled everyone's strength. Other than strengthening the sword cloud, there was another problem that urgently needed to be resolved by AI Hui. How could he make the metal basket sword pagoda fly? Initially, AI Hui wanted to use the Northern Underworld King tree to power it. However, he had used the tree to heal his injuries and almost all of its leaves had been plucked off. It no longer possessed the ability to power the metal basket sword pagoda. Certainly, if he wanted the metal basket sword pagoda to fly, he would have to fill it with a surging power. Power, not elemental energy. Nowadays, the price of obtaining elemental energy was surging higher and higher. Due to the characteristics of the Northern Underworld King tree, AI Hui felt that it had the potential of being a power source for the metal basket sword pagoda. Unlike the rich and imposing Elders Guild, AI Hui could not build God-subduing peaks. Every God-subduing peak possessed all 5 elements and formed a 5-elemental cycle. Each God-subduing peak was made up of countless precious materials and its production cost was extremely expensive. In other people's eyes, a God-subduing peak was unusually mysterious. In AI Hui's eyes, however, there was nothing mysterious about it. A God-subduing peak did not consume just one type of elemental energy. Instead, it consumed a power that was formed by the 5-elemental cycle. This was the greatest secret of the God-subduing peak. Wang Xiaochuan had mentioned it in his theories, but it had not been explained. Actually, AI Hui was very impressed that the Elders Guild could study his teacher's theories to such an extent. When the 5 types of elemental energy formed a complete cycle and the cycle attained a level of equilibrium, it would automatically operate perpetually. The power released by the 5-elemental cycle was called the cyclical force of 5 elements. However, it was not easy for the cycle to attain equilibrium. No one had any idea on how to use the cyclical force of 5 elements either. Most people found that using just one type of elemental energy was more than enough. There wasn't an urgent demand for people to find a higher form of power yet. It was only when the terrifying blood poison swept across the Avalon of 5 elements that people realized how weak and delicate a particular type of elemental energy was when used on its own against blood spiritual force. The prominent rise of Wang Xiaochuan's theories and the discovery of elemental traces changed everything. This gave birth to a superweapon like the God-subduing peaks. AI Hui did not have the money or resources to build a God-subduing peak, but he had come up with other ideas. This was because his teacher was named Wang Xiaochuan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 521, Blank Wooden Tablet. Chapter 521, Blank Wooden Tablet. Translator, Irene Editor, XTYZ. The lofty palace in front was surrounded by thriving vegetation, full of vitality. Green radishes cascaded down the palace walls like a waterfall. Only through cracks could one see the exquisite white jade patterns and the auspicious motif on the wall, carefully carved by a master craftsman. An unusual fragrance pervaded the air. It was complicated, yet mild and difficult to deliberately detect, but heart-piercing when unintentionally discovered. Even brilliant wood elementalists weren't able to identify the types of fresh flowers found in this fragrance in a short period of time. Standing before the palace, Yumingqiu was slightly absent-minded. The dense wood elemental energy surged like the sea, and it was as if Yumingqiu was standing opposite from and facing an oceanic sheet of a wood elemental energy. Looking at it surge and overflow soundlessly. Looking at the calm waves and its stillness. He extended his gaze toward the sky and the surging wood elemental energy gathered, approaching from all directions like worshipping believers. Yumingqiu's heart leapt. Exactly how much wood elemental energy is needed to form this oceanic sheet of wood elemental energy? Suddenly, he wondered if that small courtyard in which his teacher had become a grandmaster had been reduced to dust. Hai Qing did not disturb Yumingqiu. He stood before the palace gate and waited quietly. Grandmasters did not need guards. Usually, other than Dai Gang and Hai Qing, there were only a few accompanying servants, so it was very quiet. Yumingqiu regained his senses. Sorry, Hai Qing. My wind wandered. Hai Qing responded faintly, no matter. Yumingqiu followed behind Hai Qing and walked toward the palace, receiving bows from female servants along the way. They looked curiously at Yumingqiu. This face was very foreign to them. What's the name of the palace? Palace of Origin. Yumingqiu's footsteps became slightly sluggish, his heart indescribably shaken up. Power of origin, beyond elemental energy. Grandmasters were still unable to break away from the elemental energy framework. Was teacher trying to detach himself from his grandmaster level? Indeed, there were none above grandmasters. Under the current elemental energy system, grandmasters were the limit. To surpass grandmasters, one would have to break free from these shackles. What would be the realm beyond elemental energy like? Yumingqiu pondered absent-mindedly. Hai Qing, who was leading the way, explained, this palace was jointly built by a few families, the Lu residents included, as a gift to Grandmaster Dai. Yumingqiu commented casually, quite beautiful. The winding pavilion corridor, rockery, and moon gate were beautifully arranged. Koi fish were frolicking in the pond, and there were all kinds of vegetation, many of which Yumingqiu couldn't recognize. He'd also seen some of them in the wilderness. The enormous palace was like a myriad plant garden. His field of view suddenly opened up on a small, undulating hill. The grass was like a blanket, clean and simple. There was also a small, lone courtyard located on the hill. Unknowingly, Yumingqiu's eyes turned moist. Grandmaster Dai feels more comfortable living in his own little courtyard, so it's been moved over. Hai Qing's voice sounded, as if from the high and faraway clouds. Upon seeing Dai Gang, Yumingqiu observed that time hadn't taken its toll on the middle-aged man. He sat before the tea table, looking at Yumingqiu with a slight smile. Welcome back, Xiaoqiu. Yumingqiu felt calm at this point. He greeted expressionlessly, teacher. Sit. I haven't heard anything about you for a few years and have been very worried. Dai Gang's words warmed Yumingqiu's heart. He kept silent, loosened the big bow on his back, and sat opposite his teacher. Hai Qing had already left quietly. Dai Gang poured a cup of tea for Yumingqiu and smiled. It seems like you haven't been suffering for nothing. So much more robust. I've been to the deeper parts of the wilderness and suffered quite a lot too. That's a good place to toughen somebody up. Yumingqiu did not respond as he knew not what to say. Dai Gang eyed the bow beside Yumingqiu and said, let teacher have a look. Yumingqiu grabbed it and handed it over to his teacher. Dai Gang held it and stood up, pulling it in a relaxed manner. He praised, good bow. Is it made from divine cypress? I've seen a divine cypress tree in the wilderness. Its crown was lush, and its core sturdy and resistant to sword slashes. I'd thought of plucking a few branches to bring back for refining weapons, but encountered a strong enemy and was fully occupied. The bow's body was plain and simple. It looked like it was made by carving a stick that was as thick as a wrist with a knife. The bowstring was a white beast tendon that was stretched taut. Dai Gang was considered a tall man, but this bow was a head taller than him. Yumingqiu replied, divine cypress. Dai Gang commented, the bowstring is a little weak. The silver-ringed glue is unable to bring out the might of the divine cypress. Good bow. While it's not on par with Blue Dome of Heaven, it has a lot of room for growth. Plus, you refined it yourself, so it's linked to your life force and can surpass Blue Dome of Heaven in future. Where's Blue Dome of Heaven? Yumingqiu answered, damaged in battle. Blue Dome of Heaven, personally forged by Dai Gang, was a weapon gifted to Yumingqiu. The material he'd used were extraordinary. The 3 branches and green vines were objects that had been while he was undergoing the breakthrough to become a grandmaster. Blue Dome of Heaven rose to fame immediately upon completion. Dai Gong put the bow aside and sat down before saying, "Look, with destruction comes construction. The world is mostly like that." Yu Mingqiu clasped the teacup, not saying a word. Dai Gang looked at him. When the blood catastrophe first erupted, I was convinced that the Elders Guild would not be able to reverse the situation. It's the Avalon of 5 Elements' fate. Yu Mingqiu put his teacup down and responded expressionlessly, "Fate is determined by the heavens and not man." Dai Gang chuckled. He wasn't angry. "Xiao Qiu, do you think Enmuta would have agreed if I proposed for him and I to take over the Elders Guild?" Yu Mingqiu was stunned. This was a question he hadn't thought about. After some serious thought, he felt that Enmuta would have most likely agreed. Dai Gang continued faintly, "Outsiders aren't aware that I ever paid Enmuta a visit. They're clueless about the fact that Enmuta had asked if I was willing to take over." Yu Mingqiu was thoroughly shocked. "And I rejected him." Yu Mingqiu jerked his head up. "Why?" Dai Gang replied calmly, "I asked myself if I was able to save the Avalon of 5 Elements and the answer was no." "No? Correct, I can't. Can I eliminate the conflict between the new citizens and aristocratic families? No. The Elders Guild was already rotten. It was no longer a matter of killing 1 or 2 people, so was I going to kill all of them? And Muta wouldn't have agreed either. Can this bunch of fellows, each with their own ulterior motive, take the Holy Emperor down? I don't think so. The Elders Guild was doomed to fail. And Muta wouldn't have been able to save it. I wouldn't have been able to save it. Yu Mingqiu's eyes were bright and shiny as he looked straight into Dai Gang's eyes. Then why make the Jadeite forest independent? Because I can save it. Dai Gang smiled. And Muta regarded the Avalon as home, so naturally he was willing to sacrifice everything for it. I'm different. What has the Avalon got to do with me? Qin'er, you, and Huanghan are all in the Jadeite forest. I can protect it, protect everyone, and that's enough for me. What do other people have to do with me? Plus, I didn't want to fail and worry about failing. But... Yu Mingqiu opened his mouth, but knew not what to say. I know you want to say that the common people are innocent. You're different from your senior. He's benevolent, yearns for a simple life, and works hard for it. You, on the other hand, are stubborn and obstreperous. You attach great importance on camaraderie and being chivalrous and heroic, but you must understand where you come from, where you're heading to, and who your relatives, friends, and enemies are. You must be clear that you, your senior's Lu residence, and your junior's Duanmo household are all from the Jadeite forest. There are so many things in this world to feel helpless about. Are you able to deal with all of them? Even if you're a grandmaster, your ability is limited when faced with the powerful influences. The pain you've suffered is negligible. Dai Gang gave Yu Mingqiu a meaningful look. If you want to do more, focus on getting stronger. The stronger you are, the better the world will understand your pain and suffering. Yu Mingqiu kept quiet. He had something different in mind, but did not know how to refute. Your senior is here. A knock on the door sounded immediately after. Lu Chen's voice came from outside. Teacher. Come in. Yu Mingqiu was very surprised by his senior's appearance. He felt the trace of a distinct aura when Lu Chen walked in. He didn't look too well and was also very surprised to see Yu Mingqiu. Xiao Qiu's here too. Yu Mingqiu hurriedly greeted, Senior. Lu Chen sat down and got right to the point. Why are you protecting Lu Feng, teacher? But... Hearing this name, Yu Mingqiu turned serious, while the word protecting turned his expression ugly. He'd been involved in investigating who was plotting against Ai Hui and Mingqiu. Seeing his disciples' expressions, Dai Gang sighed. Follow me in. After that, he walked toward the study room. Lu Chen and Yu Mingqiu made eye contact and saw the surprise in each other's faces. Teacher had never allowed anyone into his study room. Not them and not Qinghai. They'd been following teacher for so many years, but hadn't been allowed to enter. They were rather curious. Lu Feng was merely a disciple in name, so why was he worth making a fuss over? It couldn't be said that teacher was unfeeling, but he definitely wasn't someone to place an importance on relationships. The study room was solemn and dim. Candles were lit in all 4 corners, with some high up and some below. The candle flames swayed gently. There weren't shelves full of books or luxurious objects. There was a mat woven from reeds and a faintly green, long-necked vase with a budding plum blossom in it. Overall, it was a simple and unadorned study room. Nonetheless, Lu Chen and Yu Mingqiu's gaze were fixed on the wall. 7 sandalwood tablets hung on the wall in a row. The second wooden tablet had 2 words on it, Lu Chen. The third wooden tablet had 2 words on it, Yu Mingqiu. At the end of the row, in order, were the words Duan Mu Huanghun, Quan Minglong, and Lu Feng. The duo's gaze converged on the first wooden tablet. There were no words on it. You two have a senior. Although they somewhat had a vague feeling about this, Lu Chen and Yu Mingqiu were still greatly shaken upon hearing it with their own ears. They'd been following their teacher around since they were young and had never been aware that they actually had a senior. This was especially the case for Lu Chen. All along, he'd believed himself to be the eldest. Who knew he actually had a senior? Dai Gang's gaze fell upon that blank wooden tablet. Still processing this sudden news, Yu Mingqiu glanced at his teacher out of the corner of his eyes and was startled. He actually saw grief in his teacher's eyes. In his mind, teacher was like a god, always smiling. He'd never seen sorrow or the like on his teacher's face before today. I don't care about the hostility between you guys. I will absolutely not allow my disciples and students to attack one another. Dai Gang's tone was calm, but unyielding. Disobedience was intolerable. Like a god's decree. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 522, Pinwheel Sword. Chapter 522, Pinwheel Sword. Translator, Irene Editor, X, TYZ. Seeing the word boss at the end, AI Huey's rascally face emerged in Shi Shueman's mind. A smile blossomed on her face, but vanished almost instantly. She quickly diverted her attention and pondered over the words in AI Huey's letter. Although there were certain parts she couldn't quite understand, she believed in AI Huey's talent and foresight when it came to combat. She had complete confidence in him. To her, AI Huey was simply a genius born to battle. He had a beast-like instinct, extraordinary perception, and was extremely brave and firm. Silver Soldier and Karakoram Polaris walked over. Silver Soldier handed a battle report over to her and said in a rather complicated tone, "There's been some changes. This is a news report sent over by the Surveillance Division." Shi Shueman took the report and read it carefully. An old man is dead in the enemy country, a lone girl is fighting at the front line, new soldiers are defending our territory. Senior Lu Buling really wasn't afraid to rebuke. How satisfying. Shi Shueman felt herself letting out a long-held breath. It was very liberating. She returned the report to Silver Soldier, looking straight at him. "What do you mean?" Silver Soldier said honestly, "We're here to discuss this matter. If it turns out to be true, do we still need to take this risk? We only have to wait for a while and we will have 3 gods of doing peaks. We can also fight alongside the Judgment and Dread divisions. Capabilities on both sides will undergo fundamental changes." AI Huey's words floated into her mind unknowingly. Do not listen to others' commands. Do not get involved in fights, maintain flexibility. She responded straightforwardly, "I disagree. It is true that our power will increase, but there won't be a fundamental reversal. The enemy, too, is vigilant and on guard, so we won't catch them by surprise. Now that Jibai is still comatose, we must use this time to eliminate all of their forces. Otherwise, the retreating army will confront us and we will be dragged into a deadlocked battle. Our army isn't as strong as the enemy's, so the moment we get dragged into a deadlocked battle, we will sink into a disadvantageous situation." Silver Soldier was now clear-headed. He inhaled a deep breath. "You're right." He was alarmed by the good news in the battle report. Not only was there a strong combat weapon like the Gods of Doing Peak, but there were also 2 strong allied divisions, which explained the joy he felt. Shi Shueman's words brought him back to reality. Karakoram Polaris nodded her head slightly in agreement. Silver Soldier wasn't a timid person. He responded firmly, "Then we'll go according to the plan." Sword, spear, and iron fist collided in the air. The 3 made eye contact, their gazes steady. All 3 shouted in unison. "Victory!" Central Pine Valley. AI Hui was in trouble. Previously, he had been fully confident of dealing with the Ring of Life, but during the later tests he kept running into problems. Theoretically speaking, the Ring of Life wasn't complicated, but in order to produce Ring of Life force, there had to be a very subtle balance between the 5 types of elemental energy. This unique Ring of Life was known as the Shouchuan Ring, named in commemoration of Wang Shouchuan and his theory. Today, more and more people were starting to see the major impacts of his theory. The Shouchuan Ring wasn't very challenging for AI Hui. The difficult part was maintaining the ring force. Sustaining the force meant maintaining its balance. The Shouchuan Ring was a kind of Ring of Life, so it naturally had similar characteristics. A special characteristic of the Ring of Life was that it was always in a state of mobility and fluctuation. It changed unpredictably, making it difficult to control. The God-subduing peak's enormous bulk contained abundant elemental energy. In the energy circulation process, other than the ring force, it could also mobilize elemental energy to use and consume. Having ring force and elemental energy at the same time meant that a God-subduing peak could be in a consistently stable state. The price to pay for a surplus of force was an alarming quantity of precious materials. The Elders Guild was wealthy, so cost wasn't a problem. Ai Hui, on the other hand, was poor. He would have long since been broke if he had followed the refinement process of the God-subduing peak. Ai Hui felt that the ring force had greater prospects because once the Shouchuan ring was completed, elemental energy consumption would decrease drastically. In the past, it was easy to obtain elemental energy in the Avalon of 5 elements and cost was low. Today, it was much more difficult to obtain and afford elemental energy. Ring force produced by identical elemental energy could be more plentiful. The most pressing question for Ai Hui was how he could maintain the Shouchuan ring's stability. Blind, he had always been interested in the things Ai Hui made. The White Cluster Flames, Hellfire Pagoda Cannon, and Metal Basket Sword Pagoda were all embodiments of a super-imaginative mind. Blind He's familiarity with materials was always helpful to Ai Hui. Mule followed Ai Hui since he was also very interested in what Ai Hui was refining. Coming here was wise and, although he wasn't sure what Ai Hui was making, he had a feeling that it was going to be something very powerful. 5 strangely shaped leaves were placed in a row. It was a rather magnificent sight. These 5 leaves were the result of Ai Hui and Blind He's consecutive days of hard work. Gu Xian and others, who were training, were chased out of the Metal Basket Sword Pagoda. Everybody stood at the side, curiously watching what Ai Hui was coming up with. The Metal Basket Sword Pagoda had initially been ridiculed for its weird shape, but its might eventually shocked everyone. The night battle on the peak of Blackfish Mouth Volcano had transformed their mindset thoroughly. The fact that Ai Hui was always able to create unexpected things was now common knowledge. Ai Hui and Blind He jumped into the Metal Basket Sword Pagoda, stood at the rear end Chalawan position, and started refining. Blind He stretched out his palm, and the eye on it opened, shooting out a beam of light. The light beam shot onto the thick and solid metal frame, instantly turning it red and soft. It was like clay, constantly changing shape. Next, an even brighter light beam shot out from the eye on the hollow of his palm and landed on the heated metal frame. Sparks flew everywhere as an exquisite elemental trace extended upward like moving clouds and flowing water. Everyone knew that Blind He's refinement standard was very high, as evidenced by the Unity swords, but none had actually seen him at work, so they felt overawed. The materials piled up beside him flew toward the light beam from his palm like moths flying to a flame, melting amid the light and transforming into molten iron that permeated the red metal. When the last ingredient was consumed, the light beam from Blind He's palm disappeared and the eye shut slowly. As Blind He stood up, his body swayed a little, almost causing him to fall over. Lu Lan was quick enough to support him in time. Seeing how Blind He was sweating from head to toe and how his breaths were messy and hurried, Ai Hui knew his elemental energy had been depleted. He said with all sincerity, "Thanks for the hard work, Master He." Blind He nodded his head laboriously without making any sound. With Lu Lan's help, he landed on the ground and meditated to recuperate. Lu Lan then walked over to Ai Hui. What next? Ai Hui observed the part that Blind He had refined. There was an additional drum kit on the Chalawan position. It was flat and looked like closed muscles and scallops. Behind it was a long and round stick. Ai Hui pointed to the row of leaves and instructed, "Let's start from the fire leaf." Lu Lan shouted loudly, "Okay." With a poof, Lu Lan transformed into a giant sand palm and grabbed a red leaf from the row. It seemed to be rolled up from a thin layer of red crystal. This was when everybody realized that there was a round hole at the tail of the red leaf. Additionally, there was a yellow sand leaf, a transparent shiny silver leaf with petals, a cloud leaf that emitted white cloudy mists, and wooden leaf woven from green vines. Why do I find this familiar? Someone shouted and everyone else nodded in agreement. The object before them was oddly familiar. The light bulb in Gu Xian's mind lit up. He cried out, "Pinwheel! Isn't this a paper pinwheel?" Everyone gasped. It was no wonder it looked so familiar. It was a paper pinwheel they'd all played with when they were young, except that this pinwheel was made from multicolored leaves so it was pretty to look at. Why install a paper pinwheel on the Metal Basket Sword Pagoda? Everyone was puzzled. Only Gu Xian and a few wiser ones opened their eyes wide in surprise. It had to be said that the originally simple and crude Metal Basket Sword Pagoda looked much better with this colorful pinwheel on it. The installation process took longer than expected. Ai Hui adjusted the position of each leaf meticulously, which took a total of 4 hours. Blind He had regained most of his energy by now. He stood at the side and watched. He was also very curious to see how AI Hui would be able to rely on this large paper pinwheel to make the metal basket sword pagoda fly. He found it difficult to believe. As a master weaponsmith, he was extremely familiar with flight equipment and hadn't heard anything about paper pinwheels. The installation was complete and everyone looked on in anticipation. AI Hui felt very emotional as well. He shouted, "Open the shell cover, Lu Lan." Lu Lan answered loudly, "All right." Then, he walked to the shell-shaped cover and opened it. It was empty inside. AI Hui added, "Pour the snow lava in, Lu Lan." "All right." Lu Lan took out the snow lava he'd already prepared and poured it in. The onlookers finally realized what was going on, especially Blind He. He was involved in the refining process, so he had more knowledge and immediately connected the dots. He started to feel emotional. Snow lava filled up the cover. Lu Lan closed the lid. Who? The red fire leaf sprayed a ball of flame onto the sand leaf. The sand leaf quickly became heated, as if it was melting into snow lava. Following that, the petals on the shiny silver leaf became brighter. The silver light blinked and a strong metal wind gusted from the rolled-up leaf. The metal wind blew onto the cloud leaf, instantly turning it into curling mist. The wood leaf woven from green vines absorbed the mist continuously and sprouted. Strands of green light rays shot out from the soft stem and into the fire leaf. The 5-colored paper pinwheel started to spin. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The paper pinwheel spun increasingly fast, to the point where people could no longer distinguish between the leaves. All they saw was a ball of brightly colored, spinning streaks of light. Ka, ka, ka. The metal basket sword pagoda trembled violently and, just as people were getting worried that it wouldn't hold up, it gradually lifted off the ground and hovered. It was beyond overwhelming to witness such a colossal object hovering in midair. Everyone was dumbstruck. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 523, The Boundary of Ring. Chapter 523, The Boundary of Ring. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, TYZ, KLKL. To everyone's surprise, AI Hui, with the sword in his hand, jumped onto the metal basket sword pagoda that was slowly floating up. At this moment, AI Hui was giving off a piercingly cold aura like an unsheathed sword. Standing on the pagoda, AI Hui felt excited. He could feel the strong power contained in the pagoda under his feet. The idea of making a pinwheel came as a flash of ingenuity, but the result was far better than he expected. His biggest problem had been figuring out how to control the Ring of Life to maintain its Shoshuan ring status. The pinwheel perfectly solved this problem. The blades of the pinwheel were made from 5 different materials and could effectively control the amount of elemental energy participating in the Ring of Life. With its curly structure, the elemental energy would flow in a vortex. This not only increased the power greatly, but could also maintain a stable output of elemental energy. Pinwheel Ring was an original creation by AI Hui due to his flash of ingenuity as well as his profound accumulation of knowledge day by day. An amazing power was transmitted via the multicolored flowing light at the end of the sword, and the metal basket sword pagoda was quaking. AI Hui was well prepared. As he expected, the power of the pinwheel would gradually increase until it reached a new equilibrium. Then the multicolored flowing light began to diffuse. It was as if a ball of dough was being rolled out really thinly. It covered the metal basket sword pagoda like an eggshell and gradually spread to the tip of the sword. Everyone was shocked by the miraculous scene. They stopped breathing and widened their eyes as they didn't want to miss any details. When the flowing light converged at the tip of the sword, the whole metal basket sword pagoda was shrouded by the flowing light. The light was in the shape of a shuttle which was pointed at both ends and wide in the middle. The light was brightest at the ends and pale in the middle. It's so gorgeous. Yes, it's like the god-subduing peak. But more beautiful than the god-subduing peak. The onlookers were excited, and praise could be heard everywhere. The metal basket sword pagoda used to be incredibly hideous, but now it had become so gorgeous like an ugly duckling turned into a white swan. Everyone felt excited at the thought of fighting in such a glaring light shuttle. Many people even wanted to jump onto the metal basket sword pagoda to give it a closer look. AI Hui was carefully observing the light shrouding the metal basket sword pagoda. The light was a combination of elemental energies of 5 attributes. When the pinwheel had just started to run, the light was multicolored, but now it became transparent and colorless as the rotation of the pinwheel stabilized. AI Hui was lost in thought. The integration of 5 elements seemed like it would be an inevitable trend in the future. It had to be admitted that the world was improving. Previously, the integration of 5 elements was something only achieved by grandmasters, but now it had become a common subject that was studied more often and more deeply by everyone, as elemental energy was not sufficient nowadays. The reason was simple. The integration of 5 elements could produce more power while consuming less elemental energy. This reminded AI Hui of fusion elemental energy. Admittedly, fusion elemental energy, which possessed all the 5 attributes, was more in accordance with the current situation. Although at the very beginning the training process was slow, its effect grew more and more astonishing as one's elemental energy level went up. Therefore, its benefit was more obvious in the later stage of training. AI Hui was curious about what would happen if elementalists from Assembly of Patriarchs could become grandmasters. The light was thin and almost totally transparent, but could cut off the external sound. AI Hui felt complacent. He had created the pinwheel ring form of 5-element integration. Compared with the God-subduing peak, it was more elaborate and more elemental energy efficient. But on the other hand, limited by materials, the comprehensive strength of pinwheel sword was undoubtedly inferior to the God-subduing peak. But making something that possessed subtlety like God-subduing peak and which could even surpass it in some aspects, while using such cheap materials, was enough for AI Hui to feel proud of himself. AI Hui held the hilt of the sword tightly in his hand and his eyes ran down each corner of the pinwheel sword again and again. Pinwheel sword, which was like a name in a fairy tale, would be the new name of the metal basket sword pagoda. Nobody here had the experience of garrisoning the God-subduing peak like Iron Lady and the rest. Although AI Hui made this pinwheel sword according to his teacher's theory, it was the first time that he had experienced it himself. Standing inside the pinwheel, he could get a more direct and profound feeling. The so-called ring force was actually a special type of fusion elemental energy. But ring force was produced via elemental traces in pinwheel ring, and was more elaborate than Assembly of Patriarchs fusion elemental energy. The latter was balancing the 5 elements through training. It was probably appropriate to describe ring force as the equilibrium within balance. Therefore, there were many special features of ring force. For example, AI Hui found that ring force was different from any other kind of elemental energy. Its shape was like a spindle or a shuttle. This reminded AI Hui of a special noun from the cultivation era, which was boundary. The ring force released by the pinwheel ring constituted a small boundary, and energy could flow freely within the shuttle-shaped boundary. Amazing! Now, elemental energy no longer needed to flow according to certain routes. In this shuttle-shaped boundary, it could reach anywhere in no time. He realized that this feature of ring force was likely to overturn the current elemental energy system. He kept this feature firmly in mind, and decided to study it further later. The boundary of the ring had great advantages, such as strong defensive powers. If it was under attack, the force would be shared by the whole boundary of ring. Therefore, unless the boundary broke, it would never be pierced. But this also posed a big problem for AI Hui, as he realized that his normally strong perception was totally cut off by the boundary. This was not good. With his strong perception, AI Hui could always sense danger earlier than anyone else, which was necessary for him to survive on the battlefield. Rubbing the spot between his eyebrows, he sighed that this problem was beyond his expectations. Although the light shrouding the boundary was thin and almost transparent, AI Hui knew how hard and firm it was. He decided to put this problem aside. With a quick flick of the edgeless sword in his hand, a ray of sword of lightning flew out from the tip. The ray flew out of the light curtain with a roaring sound, and disappeared after gliding a long distance away. AI Hui sighed in relief. The boundary of ring could only cut off one's perception, but not sword rays. But still, there seemed to be some nuance to this. Trying to recall every detail when he'd waved the sword just now, AI Hui thought for a moment and waved his sword again. Once again, a sword ray flew out. AI Hui's eyes lit up as he realized what the nuance was. At first the lightning appeared at the point of the sword, but in the next instant it had already flashed outside of the light curtain. It reminded him of the ring force's feature at once. Now it seemed that not only ring force, but also sword rays could appear instantly at any corner within the boundary of ring. What influence would this have in a battle? The pinwheel sword was indeed designed and made by AI Hui. But it was a brand new weapon, and many mysteries about it were unknown even to its creator. The God-subduing peak must be garrisoned by a master. This was not only due to its preciousness, but also because only a master could make the most of its power. The God-subduing peak contained abundant elemental energy and only a master could manage to control it. The elemental energy of the pinwheel sword, on the other hand, was generated from snow lava. Therefore, it did not necessarily need to be commanded by a master. AI Hui jumped on the seashell cover. Apart from containing snow lava, it could also control the speed of infusion of the snow lava into the pinwheel. By increasing this speed, the pinwheel could generate stronger power. Like a sword with a pinwheel on its tail, it flew very fast. As to controlling the direction, AI Huey's method was very simple. In front of the seashell cover there was a bearing, with which the cover could turn in any direction. If the metal basket sword pagoda was compared to a fish, then the seashell cover and the pinwheel were its tail that could wiggle to control its direction. AI Hui tried to increase the speed. The top of the light shuttle suddenly became very bright. AI Hui was dazzled. Then, after a huge blare, AI Hui felt like he was pushed by someone from behind, and then he was thrown forward. Fortunately, he had been holding the sword hilt all the time and was in the state of imbuement of sword cloud. He reacted very fast. Within an instant, he stabbed with edgeless sword several times. Flap, flap, flap. The sword continuously hit the steel bars in front of him and made intense sounds. AI Hui was like a spring. He tried to stabilize himself with the force from the sword. When he saw what had happened, he was astounded and took in a breath of chilly air. The pinwheel sword plunged into the ridge of the Blackfish Mouth volcano, leaving only less than half of it outside of the ridge. Embedded in the ridge, the front part was dark, while the rear part was hanging in the air. From their AI we could see the crowd running towards him in panic. Gu Xian and the others were all dumbstruck. They'd just seen the metal basket sword pagoda disappear after a flash of light. Then there was a huge blare from afar. When they flew into the sky, they were astonished to see the metal basket sword pagoda was embedded into the hillside. Previously, they all thought that the pinwheel sword was powerful and glaring. However, having seen the scene where about 2/3 of the sword was inserted into the hill, they began to feel chills at the back of their neck. AI Hui climbed out of the pinwheel sword and said embarrassedly, "I'm not yet proficient at controlling it, or else it would be very safe." Everyone's faces looked pale. In the camp of God Nation, Nangong Wulian was reproaching someone, "Don't bother me with such trivial matters. Fighting in the battlefield is your business. Don't ask me how. I'm busy and have no time to waste on this bullshit." Several generals retreated from the camp gloomily. They were all furious about being defeated on the front line, and about their enemies boasting of such a win. One of them asked, "Then what do we do now? If we cannot save face, when they want to find somebody to blame later, none of us can escape." One prudent general who was older in age said, "Sir hasn't woken up. So we cannot act rashly." Rash? Our enemy is slapping our face now and we still have to bear it? We must win our glory back. His Majesty cannot bear the existence of any incapable person. Do you want your family to be involved and punished too? The others were silent. Sir hasn't woken up. We have no right to dispatch our troops. Suddenly someone said in a forceful voice, "Troops? Don't you hear them saying that an old man is dead in the enemy country, a lone girl is fighting at the front line, new soldiers are defending their territory? Our enemies are a girl and a group of new recruits. Don't bother to dispatch out troops. I'll go." Everyone looked towards where the voice was coming from, and saw a strong man with a fierce look walking towards them. General Xing. If General Xing confronts our enemies in person, then we are sure to win. We have nothing to worry about now. Feeling relaxed, people began to express their admiration ardently. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 524, Vitality Branches. Chapter 524, Vitality Branches. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, TYZ, KLKL. Inside a tent. Standing beside the ice coffin, Nangong Wulian stared at Ji Bai, who was still in a deep sleep, and murmured to himself, "Why is he still unconscious? He is supposed to be awake by now. Is it because the base level of the blood fiends was not high enough?" In the ice coffin, Ji Bai looked as if he was really just sleeping. His long hair was like seagrass, and his eyes were closed. A wicked smile appeared on Nangong Wulian's face. "Let me add some more tonics, but..." Then he walked out of the camp, and caught sight of a group of people in preparation to go to the battlefield. The leader looked familiar. Nangong Wulian remembered his background and murmured, "It turns out to be him." That man was Xing Shan. He'd once received blood refinement at the Beast Venom Temple. He was the one who held the record in blood refinement before the Red Devil. Nangong Wulian collected many useful pieces of information from Xing Shan, from which the Red Devil also benefited a lot. But Xing Shan was not as talented as the Red Devil, so he couldn't improve further after reaching his current level. It was said that Xing Shan joined the army later on and had made a lot of contributions so far. Nangong Wulian never associated himself with generals. He clearly knew his position. As long as the people of the Beast Venom Temple did a good job, his position would be stable enough. An association with generals would only incur His Majesty's suspicion, which was very likely to lead to death. Even though the Red Devil was from the Beast Venom Temple, they stayed away from each other and hardly had any interactions. Xing Shan's fighting skills were good. Well, that would be fine. Since Xing Shan had taken the mission, their victory was just around the corner. This could save him a lot of trouble, as those guys would stop buzzing around him like flies. Now his main task was to find a solution to wake Yi Bai up. There had to be more tonics. An announcement was put up at the camp which astounded everyone. A day later, 12 people stood in front of Nangong Wulian, who looked at them with complacency. He had just put up a post yesterday, and surprisingly, more than 100 people were willing to sacrifice their own lives to save Yi Bai. These 12 people were selected as the most outstanding and talented ones. Fastidious as Nangong Wulian was, he was very satisfied with the physical conditions of these people. And he was shocked by how Yi Bai was adored by his people. At first, Nangong Wulian had intended to take some guys by force, but since the process would be very miserable, and it was impossible for any involuntary participant to make it to the final stage, he finally gave up on the idea. But it turned out that so many people were willing to save his life with their own life. He glanced at Yi Bai, and wondered where this guy's charm and charisma came from. Nangong Wulian asked with interest, "I would like to know why you are willing to sacrifice yourselves for Yi Bai. What is more important than your life? Let me tell you in advance that during the process you will suffer a living death. Are you sure you want to do this? You are allowed to give up now." Nobody moved. Nangong Wulian said in surprise, "What favor did he do to you on earth that makes you all so loyal to him? I'm really curious. Tell me your stories, one by one." A strong man with a scar on his face said in a deep voice, "I was a former member of Icy Flames Division. He once saved my life." The person beside him said, "I was a former member of Icy Flames Division too. I was once besieged for 15 days, and was abandoned by the Elders Guild. It was him who led an army and fought for 3 days without sleep or rest to save me. I was a former member of Icy Flames Division too. I served him for 10 years and never encountered any unfairness." Some looked aloof, some excited. Some spoke in a deep voice, and some were impassioned. Nangong Wulian's eyes focused on the last one, who was a young man. He looked like a boy and was still shy. Nangong asked him curiously, "What's your reason?" Under Nangong's gaze, the young man looked unprepared and embarrassed. Face flushing, he stammered, Sir. Nangong Wulian laughed out, "You are free to pull back." "No, I won't." The young man's face got even more flushed, and he stammered, "During the blood disaster, he asked me to run, but I didn't." Nangong Wulian was a bit surprised. He nodded and said, "You can have a good rest for the next few days to retain your energy. I can't guarantee you that Yi Bai can wake up. But what I can guarantee is that you will die a worthy death, and your blood spiritual force will not be wasted." The 12 people said in unison, "Thank you, sir." Just as Ai Hui jumped down from the pinwheel sword and let loose of the sword hilt, he felt tired and flopped down on the ground. Overwhelmed by tiredness, Ai Hui felt like he was totally soaked in his sweat, as if he was just picked up out of the water. The impact was short, but really consumed a lot of energy. Ai Hui. Lulan carried Ai Hui on his shoulders and ran fast into the valley. Ai Hui said weakly, "I'm fine, Lulan." "One more minute, Ai Hui," Lulan encouraged him loudly. "Lulan has found a use for vitality branches." Ai Hui was surprised, "Really? Lulan, you are great." Lulan's eyes were like 2 crescent moons. He said earnestly while running, "The vitality branch's spirit is wood elemental while its soul is metal elemental, water elemental, fire elemental and earth elemental. This is how it should be used." Having finished his words, Lulan brought Ai Hui to a place in the valley where he had already prepared everything he needed. A handful of sand, a basin of water, a bowl of snow lava and a piece of ingot were placed around Ai Hui. Then Lulan put an empty vase in front of Ai Hui, and put 3 vitality branches into it. Ai Hui sat on the ground cross-legged. Lulan shouted out loudly, "Ai Hui, get ready. I'm going to start." Then he threw a flash of flame into the snow lava, sending bursts of fire into the sky. The yellow sand suddenly floated into the air, as if held by an invisible hand. Then, the ingot iron melted into liquid, which, surprisingly, was not hot at all. Smog rose from the water in the basin and transformed into a cloud of mist. Gu Xian and the others were worried about Ai Hui too. They ran to him fast, and saw the peculiar scene. Suddenly, the vase in front of Ai Hui produced a suction force that attracted all the raging fire, the floating sand, the cold, melted iron and the clean mist into the vase. And to everyone's surprise, the 3 vitality branches began to sprout. Green, tender shoots appeared on the black and hard surface of the branches, giving rise to everyone's exclamation. The shoots were quivering and were growing larger at a speed that was visible. Then, in the blink of an eye, 3 branches were full of green leaves, constituting a beautiful scene. When buds grew out, everybody was quiet, as they were afraid to startle the 3 branches. Then, the buds burst into bloom. They could smell a peculiar fragrance from the pure flowers. Everyone was fascinated by the fragrance. When the flowers withered away, fruits grew. After a short period of time, 3 juicy fruits were hanging on the branches, which made everyone dumbstruck. Lulan said hurriedly, "Ai hui, catch the fruits. Don't let them fall on the ground." Just as Lulan had finished his words, the 3 fruits began to fall from the branches towards the ground. Ai hui had been very focused from the very beginning. When he heard Lulan's voice, he stretched out his hand without hesitation and deftly caught the 3 heavy fruits in his hands. He was marveling in his heart about how some methods of wood elementalists were unimaginably weird. The whole process, from sprouting to fruit yielding, was silent, but was more shocking to Ai hui than a massive killing move. Lulan shouted loudly, "Ai hui, eat the fruit, dut." Ai hui was dazed. When he heard Lulan's shout, he sent the fruits to his mouth subconsciously. He could feel coolness floating into his throat when the fruit touched his mouth. 3 streaks of weak, but highly pure, life force were flowing into his body. The lightning in his body could destroy almost any life force except for these. They were totally uninfluenced, and could flow freely in his body as if the lightning did not exist. No wonder why the Vitality Branches was so famous. But what happened next was beyond Ai hui's expectations. The 3 streaks of life force flew around his body, and then wormed their way into the sword cloud. When Ai hui came to his senses, 3 jade green leaves were flickering among the sword cloud. Ai hui was astonished. He had thought that the life force could nourish his blood and flesh so that he would not be so frail and weak. But it was never expected that the 3 streaks of life force would dive into the sword cloud as if they were attracted to it. Ai hui couldn't understand what on earth in the sword cloud was attracting them. And his body was still frail, which meant that his attempt to improve his physical condition with the Vitality Branches had failed. Muley looked at Ai hui enviously when he was eating the fruits. Those were fruits from the Vitality Branches. How many people could get a Vitality Branch in this world? Few. And how many of them could use 3 Vitality Branches at a time? None, at least he'd never heard of any. Ai hui opened his eyes and looked a bit sluggish. Lulan asked with concern, "Ai hui, how is it?" The others thought Ai hui was shocked by the excellent effect when they saw him sitting there motionlessly. Muley's eyes were red. He didn't even try to conceal his envy. Ai hui said weakly, "Seems that it didn't work, dot." Lulan was surprised. "Didn't work? Did I get anything wrong?" "No, it's not Lulan's problem." They dived into the sword cloud. Into the sword cloud? A red light kept flickering in Lulan's eyes as he was analyzing the phenomenon. Lulan needs to think about it. Ai hui noticed that the 3 green leaves were tossing about in the sword cloud. But when he took a closer look, he found nothing weird. Actually, it was not useless at all. Ai hui could feel that he got tired much slower now, and even if he had used up his strength, he could soon recover. However, that was all. This was the only benefit he'd gotten. But this was Vitality Branch, the thing that, in legends, could bring back anyone's life as long as he or she was still breathing. The previous changes were amazing too. But why was its effect so ordinary? Or was it because his body was too special? Ai hui tried a few more times, but nothing happened. The 3 leaves were still tossing about in the sword cloud leisurely. He was disappointed and didn't want to think about it anymore. Since his strength had been renewed, he thought he'd better continue to explore the pinwheel sword. He wished he could go to the battlefield right now. But he also knew that without strength, he would only encumber Iron Lady and put everyone's lives in danger. This was not what he would do. But he was more than pleased to give everyone an exciting experience. Let's start practicing on pinwheel sword from today. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 525, Xing Shan's Target. Chapter 525, Xing Shan's Target. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, TYZ, K. Kermit. Xing Shan's mount was an ardent flower night wolf which was as big as a hill and even taller than a horse. Its black hair was shiny like grease and the scarlet flower pattern traces all over its body were beautiful and harmonious. Its ash-like eyes exuded a wolf's perseverance and ferocity. It curled back its lips to reveal its sharp teeth every now and then. It was more than just a mount, even on its own, its fighting capacity was already amazing. The mounts of the men behind Xing Shan were all doughty ardent flower night wolves. Xing Shan had been a butcher before blood refinement, but after being infected with blood poison, he showed a surprising gift and was noticed by the god priest in his area. That priest had recommended Xing Shan to the Beast Venom Temple for blood refinement, and he soon broke the previous record. 12 times. His record went unbroken for a very long period of time, until the Red Devil appeared and created a record of receiving blood refinement 21 times with 108 kinds of beast's blood. It had shocked everyone in Blood of God, including the Holy Emperor. With such a record, the Red Devil, a poor wretch who'd had nothing, soon rose up and set up his own palace. Xing Shan could not reach such a level, but going through blood refinement 12 times was enough to get him a seat among the top fighters of Blood of God. He didn't continue further, as he felt he was close to collapse by the end of the 12th blood refinement. After the blood refinement at the Beast Venom Temple, he joined the combat divisions and was promoted due to his outstanding achievements. At the beginning of God Nation's establishment, the most important task the Holy Emperor gave to Yi Bai was to set up their system of combat divisions. Yi Bai lived up to expectations. He created the combat division system and designed tactics according to the features of God elementalists. The massive combat division system currently in use was completely created by him. The combat division system of Blood of God consisted of 3 parts: the Sacred Heart Division directly controlled by the Holy Emperor, the subordinate combat divisions attached to each palace, and the God Blood combat divisions. The God Blood combat divisions were the most important and mainly consisted of 6 God divisions: God Dragon, God Tiger, God Wolf, God Shaman, God Demon, and God Spirit. Each God division had 2 direct subordinate combat divisions, all of which were collectively called the 12 Blood divisions. The system made up of 6 God divisions and 12 Blood divisions seemed similar to the 13 divisions of the Avalon of 5 elements, but were totally different in essence. It was Yi Bai's understanding of war and the embodiment of his experience and wisdom. The 13 divisions of the Avalon of 5 elements were separate, but the Blood divisions could be a strong supplement for the God divisions. Besides, each Blood division had 2 beast camps as its reserves. Due to this perfect layer system, the fighting capacity of the combat divisions were largely improved. Even if they encountered any loss, they could soon be supported and reinforced. The combat division system of the Avalon of 5 elements, however, lacked subordinate layers and reserves. Once the elite troops suffered severe losses, the division almost had to be rebuilt, as had been the case with the Sky Edge division and the infantry division. Each God division and Blood division possessed 5,000 people respectively, while a beast camp possessed 10,000. That was to say, a complete God division consisted of 50,000 people. The Holy Emperor placed great trust in Yi Bai. He not only dubbed him War God and built a War God palace for him, but also granted him the power to lead the 6 God divisions. Until the appearance of the Red Devil, when Yi Bai took the initiative to submit a request stating that he was overwhelmed with the responsibility and hoped to transfer 3 God divisions for the Red Devil to lead. The Holy Emperor rejected his request. Then Yi Bai submitted the same request again. Thinking it over again, the Holy Emperor finally decided to put the God Dragon division and God Shaman division under the Red Devil's command. This was because the Holy Emperor knew that Yi Bai was the head of the Icy Flames division when he'd been with the Avalon of 5 elements, and was thus the one who best understood military organization in God Nation at that time. Red Devil, on the other hand, was far braver and stronger than the others, but it would take time to prove his military astuteness. Yi Bai didn't fail the Holy Emperor's trust. He executed a rotation system in the front line, which meant the 6 God divisions would fight against enemies one by one in the battle to improve their fighting capacity. That was how the Blood of God could be equipped with such a strong military force today. Xing Shan joined the combat division when Yi Bai just began to set up the 6 combat divisions. He was strong and good at fighting, and soon won recognition from Yi Bai. With his accumulation of achievements in the battlefield, he became the division leader of the Ardent Flower Blood division, which was subordinate to God Wolf division, and was regarded as a strong competitor for the next head of God Wolf division. Even though the Ardent Flower Night Wolf he was riding was running fast, Xing Shan's body was steady and still. He was tall and strong, with a brutal-looking face. His eyes looked gloomy and frightening. Zhu Chun, the deputy head who was riding beside him, suddenly laughed and said, "Senior, you were so wise. I heard that Shur Shueman and Karakoram Polaris are both rare beauties." The obscene laughter gave rise to chaos among the others. Xing Shan said indifferently, "You can do whatever you want at Karakoram Polaris, but I need Shur Shueman for my own use." The others cheered, "Senior, you are so wise." As if hearing nothing, Xing Shan continued, "But let me make it clear first. If anyone hinders us, don't blame me for being merciless." The others immediately became silent, as they knew that he really meant it. Only a few, including Zhu Chun, looked as if they were absorbed in thoughts. They were clearly aware that their division head was not just impulsive and violent as others thought. He was actually as cunning as a wolf. Xing Shan did have his own intention, or he would not take the initiative to start the fight. His target was Shi Shueman. Among all the targets, Shi Shueman was undoubtedly the most valuable one. The Judgment and Dread divisions were too tough for him to deal with. He would never attempt a stupid thing like crushing a stone with an egg. Neither the Infantry Division nor Sky Edge Division could be compared with Shi Shueman, the former successor of the Great Elder. Moreover, her father just gave Sir Yi Bai a staggering blow. If he could capture Shi Shueman, he could gain not only fame, but also the admiration of the former members of the Icy Flames Division, who, Xing Shan clearly understood, had the closest ties to Lord Yi Bai. If he could build a connection with them, it would be helpful for his future promotions. But he had to win the battle first. Although he appeared to be scornful of Shi Shueman in the camp, he was only doing this to deceive the others. In fact, he did not underestimate Shi Shueman at all, but paid her great attention. He had carefully studied the reports of the survivors without any negligence. The cooperation between the Sky Edge, Infantry, and Spear of Heavy Cloud divisions was ingenious. Besides, they had more people than him. Nevertheless, Xing Shan was confident with his Ardent Flower division. They had been through many battles and were experienced enough. Moreover, he had one advantage: no one knew that his target was only Shi Shueman. Not even his subordinates knew it. He said coldly, "Order the soldiers to throw away their loads and march forward at the fastest speed." Zhu Chan was surprised. "Are we starting our long-range raid so early?" The long-range raid was a strategy that the Ardent Flower Blood Division was good at, as the Ardent Flower Night Wolves could run 10 days and nights without stopping, but it was seldom used in actual combat because if they started too early, both the soldiers and wolves would become too tired. Plus, since no loads could be carried, they had to march forward without any burdens, which meant that once they encountered any accidents, they were likely to fall into a difficult situation due to a lack of supplies. Xing Shan simply said, "Speed is the most important in a war." Zhu Chun was alerted and replied, "Got it." After Xing Shan's orders were announced, the soldiers began to feed their wolves with blood crystals, and also loaded themselves with blood crystals. All the carriages were left aside and no one gave them a second glance. They were well-trained soldiers. Their faces looked indifferent, but their figures exuded a brave and agile aura. Having completed preparations, the Ardent Flower Blood Division was silent. Even the wolves did not make a sound. Xing Shan noticed the concerned look of Zhu Chun, but he chose to ignore it. This move was risky indeed, but Xing Shan knew that he must reach the battlefield and finish everything before the two horrifying combat divisions, Judgment and Dread, finally arrived. Otherwise, there would be no chance for him. A ferocious look flickered in his eyes. He hit the wolf with his legs and said decisively, "Move." No one responded. Silence was flowing like a river. The eardrum-piercing screams could be heard here and there in the pinwheel sword. Even those who tried their best to restrain themselves looked extremely pale. Their faces were twitching. The ground was getting closer and closer at an amazing speed. Closer and closer. The screams suddenly became sharp and miserable as if there was a conductor commanding them. Boom! With a huge blare, everyone felt as if they were bumped by a running rhinoceros and their minds went totally blank. They plummeted down, but were fortunately suspended by strong and tough vines tied to their bodies. Unfortunately, the vines tied them so tightly that they almost cut into their flesh. After some time, someone began to groan. Then, with incessant groans, people came to life one after another. Oh my God! Am I still alive? I feel like I'm dying. I would have preferred to die. It was all dark except the light above their heads. It was like they were standing inside a dry well. The pinwheel sword hadn't been properly controlled just now. It plunged into the ground and rushed over dozens of meters before it stopped. The strong impact left them dizzy. Everyone sat there, weak, limp, and unwilling to move at all. To protect them from possible dangers during the horrifying pinwheel sword's training session, Ai Hui had specially wrapped them with the old vines. This was due to safety reasons, Ai Hui had said. Clang, clang, clang. High above their heads came the sound of an iron spoon hitting an iron basin. It sounded far away from them. The absent-minded crowd seemed to wake up all of a sudden. Those who had closed their eyes to refresh their spirits suddenly opened them, as if they had been cheered up by some stimulant. The desperate look flickering in their eyes changed into the light of hope and desire. They untied the vines in a great hustle. Why is this so tight? Oops. Who is stepping on me? Again. Don't even think that you can get ahead of me. Like agile apes, the crowd of people tried their best to climb up along the vertical pinwheel sword. Their faces looked savage and the scene was really spectacular. In front of Lu Lan's elemental soup, friendship and relationships meant nothing. You all worked very hard. Hearing Lulan's vigorous voice, no one stopped their steps. They were like wolves with green light flickering in their eyes, rushing towards their dishes. Ai Hui had already taken enough soup. He said slowly, "Take it easy. You can take your time." He was totally ignored. Gu Xian was the last one who climbed up. He was in low spirits, as he'd been the sword operator just now. Ai Hui called the person who flew the pinwheel sword the sword operator. A sword operator who failed to complete the whole flying process would be punished, and therefore, he didn't get any elemental soup. Ai Hui walked to Gu Xian, who was dejected and downhearted, patted him on the shoulder, and encouraged him, "Old Gu, come on. Try again next time. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 526, Sword Operator. Chapter 526, Sword Operator. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, TYZ, K. Kermit. As long as safety precautions were taken, the pinwheel sword was actually safe enough to operate. The light curtain shrouding the pinwheel sword had a strong defensive power. In the durability tests, only the combined bombardment of 7 or more sword pagodas could do damage to it. With the protection of the light curtain, Ai Hui accelerated his pace. There was only one sword operator? Of course not. Everyone should try it at least once. The sword operators who performed well would get double shares of elemental soup, while those who performed poorly would have no elemental soup. Gu Xian was today's sword operator. At first Ai Hui thought highly of his performance, but during the last stage, however, due to an operating error, the pinwheel sword plunged into the ground. The pinwheel sword's comprehensive power was incredibly inferior to that of a god-subduing peak in terms of defense and attack force, but it had one advantage. Its speed. The pinwheel sword's speed astounded everyone who witnessed it. Flying was nothing new, as nowadays everyone had their own azure wings, but compared to flying with the pinwheel sword, flying with azure wings was as slow as a snail. Many believed that the pinwheel sword's name was terrible. It should be named Lightning Sword. When flying, the pinwheel sword was as fast as a bolt of lightning. But as a result of its extreme speed, any inaccuracy when operating it might lead to accident. This was too difficult for a new sword operator with no prior experience. Ai Hui found that not everyone could do the job. Only those who were talented in perception of speed could adapt to the amazing speed of the pinwheel sword. He immediately realized the importance of sword operation, especially to future expansions. As a result, Ai Hui specially bestowed a title to the person who was in charge of operating the pinwheel sword, Sword Operator. A sword operator held the same position as a pagoda master. This soon attracted the interest of the other team members. Now there were 7 sword pagodas. Ai Hui himself was in charge of the Migra's sword pagoda, while the masters and probationary masters of the other 6 pagodas had already been assigned to different members. Now there was one more position. Ai Hui gave an inviolable order. Everyone must try to operate the pinwheel sword at least once, and the others must be in it during the attempt. Since there would be no danger at all as long as they were strapped in tightly enough. Since then, the pinwheel sword had been inserted into both the mountain and ground in various directions and positions. No one knew how many times the poor Blackfish Mouth volcano had been pierced by the pinwheel sword these days. The surface of the mountain was full of bumps and hollows, which looked shocking upon being seen. Once, they had even pierced through the entire rock stratum, creating a magma jet that had rushed over 300 meters into the sky. Previously, there might have been some strong dire beasts in the dark eyeing them as prey, but now, there was not a single beast that dared to keep a foothold within 300 miles. At first, the members felt dizzy and vomited a lot, but they later got so used to it, they even thought it was no longer exciting enough. Even so, only 3 were regarded as qualified sword operators. To find these 3 sword operators, the price Ai Hui paid was 3 pinwheel swords. The light curtain around the pinwheel sword had a strong defensive power, but the sword itself was not tough enough. Sturdy as it was, the materials it was made of were not of a high enough level. After repeatedly enduring such strong impacts, it could not be used for long. But it didn't matter, as the cost to make a pinwheel sword was cheap. Had he damaged one of the god-subduing peaks, Ai Hui would be so heartbroken and unable to sleep, but he didn't really care if one pinwheel sword was destroyed. He could easily make a new one. Blind, he had taken a lot of time and effort to make the first pinwheel sword, but to a weapon master of his level, a weapon once produced could be reproduced with little difficulty. Besides, no high-level materials were used to make a pinwheel sword. Except for their large size, he encountered no problems when making new swords. On top of all this, Master he would not be content with simply copying the original style. Since tests were ongoing and materials were consistently provided, why not try more styles? It was almost instinctive for people like Blind He to aim for better quality and faster speed. So every time, Blind He would make some changes and adjustments. As a result, the current pinwheel sword was quite different from what it had been before. Previously, the iron frames and fences had been crude, like 7 metal baskets carried on a shoulder pole. That was where the name Metal Basket Sword Pagoda had come from. Now it was a wide sword made with lots of pear blossom dazzling silver, and the sword itself had been toughened. The wide sword was like a long field used for martial arts practice. The 7 sword pagodas had white walls and dark blue tiles. They were properly distributed according to the locations of the Big Dipper's 7 stars. The wheel sword was located at the end of the tilt. Master He also designed a space for the sword operator which could accommodate 3 sword operators at a time. In this way, even if an operator were to be injured, he or she could soon find a replacement. The operating device was designed as a sword inserted into a ball, so as to match the name of sword operator. Holding the tilt of the sword in hand, a sword operator could easily control the flying direction of the pinwheel sword. The broadened sword allowed for more space, and Master He added more seashell bags to store snow lava. In this way, the flying distance of the pinwheel sword could be largely increased. Besides, the pinwheel sword was equipped with 8 more sword altars, each of which could accommodate 6 people. Altogether, the sword altars could accommodate 48 team members in total. A sword altar could make some low-intensity attacks to support the people in the sword pagoda in case of any casualties. To confuse enemies, unity swords were hung under the pinwheel sword in a circle as spare swords. The unity swords could resonate, so when flying, the pinwheel sword made a clear and melodious chime, like that of a wind chime. Ai Hui and the others also noticed that as long as there were more than 36 unity swords on the pinwheel sword, the chime they could produce was able to influence the elemental energy flow of their enemies. An inspiration occurred to Ai Hui. He thought of his sword chime. So he spent some time rearranging the unity swords, after which the clear sword chimes, when put together, became loud and resonant, like a bell from an old temple deep in the mountains. The temple bell-like sword chime had a strong deterrent power towards elemental energy. Gu Xian and the others had experienced themselves that when the pinwheel sword suddenly appeared above their heads and the loud bell rang like an explosion, their minds became totally blank and their elemental energy stopped flowing. The cool debut of the pinwheel sword made Ai Hui very excited. Unfortunately, he didn't know whether or not the sword chime could influence the blood spiritual force of blood elementalists. This had to be tested on the battlefield. After Master He's improvements, the new pinwheel sword became more powerful and had the potential to be a trump card in the war. As they adapted to flying on the pinwheel sword, the on-sword training finally began. Shi Zhiguang was one of the new sword operators, and the one who operated the sword during the first maneuver. The other 2 operators looked at him with admiration, but since Shi Zhiguang was indeed the most outstanding one of the 3, no one had any objections. Shi Zhiguang looked excited. He used to be an ordinary team member with no special talent. His remarkable performance was beyond even his own expectations. Until today, he still felt like he was in a dream. He himself hadn't known his specialty before, as in a low-speed situation, he was no different from ordinary people. If the speed was increased to or above a certain level, however, he would enter into a stimulated state and the flow of his elemental energy would accelerate uncontrollably. In contrast, the world would appear to slow down in his eyes. Shi Zhiguang enjoyed this feeling very much. Stepping on the sword, Ai Hui walked to Shi Zhiguang and encouraged him, "Just do as you were used to." Shi Zhiguang was excited. "Yes, boss." Previously, as a member of Sword of Lightning, he would kick up a fuss against Senior together with everyone else, but this was the first time Senior talked to him particularly and in person. He was greatly encouraged, as he could feel Ai Hui's expectations of him. Everyone got ready. They were very serious and cautious towards the first aerial trial. Meticulous attention to detail could be seen on everyone's faces. The pinwheel sword was solemn and soundless. Ai Hui said in a deep voice, "Start." Shi Zhiguang tried to calm himself down. He gently pulled the sword operator and the pinwheel sword left the ground, rushing into the sky like a sword ray. It made a circle high in the sky. Ai Hui glimpsed satisfiedly at Shi Zhiguang. He marveled in his heart that Shi Zhiguang, whom everyone had thought was average and untalented in every aspect, unexpectedly possessed an excellent gift in speed. Ai Hui knew that even he himself could not do as well as Shi Zhiguang. The pinwheel sword glided as though on ice, without any jolts. Even the circle it made was perfect. "Everyone, get ready." Hearing Ai Hui's warning, the team members held their breath. Ai Hui didn't use the edgeless sword, which was of better quality, but he chose a unity sword due to its resonant effect. Then, hearing a sword chime, all of them waved the unity swords in their hands at the same time, rippling the air with their sword rays. The sword rays were as bright as the snow and gathered at the sword. Ai Hui, who was fully concentrated, suddenly felt the unity sword in his hand become heavy. He knew this was not because of a change in the sword's weight, but because of the load created by the 200 sword rays converging on the sword. He was familiar with such a load, but this time he felt something different. It was the resonance of the unity swords hanging on the other side of the pinwheel sword under his feet. But there was hardly any time for him to think more. Under the imbuement of sword cloud status, Ai Hui pushed the unity sword in his hand forward gently, as if he was holding a glass full of water. The glaring sword ray flew out of the pinwheel sword and effortlessly pierced into the mountains not far away, leaving a bottomless hole. Then, accompanied by a tremendous sound, something suddenly exploded and left a huge hole with a diameter of over 30 meters at the entrance. A red glint flashed across the black crystal chips on Ai Hui's eyes. It was an amazing surprise that the sword move could have the effect of a shock wave. Previously, the sword move could only leave a bottomless hole, the diameter of which was similar to that of a bowl. Now, the large, deep hole at the entrance was the result of the sound explosion alone. Ai Hui immediately realized that the sound explosion was actually a follow-up damage which would give them more advantages in actual combat. This also meant that the training done during these days had not been a waste of time. The move had been completed perfectly just now. Regardless, Ai Hui knew that this was not enough. In the battlefield, flying at a constant speed like this was courting death. The pinwheel sword was so conspicuous that once it appeared on the battlefield, it would immediately be targeted by all the enemies. Strong as it was, the defensive power of the light curtain would be of no use on the battlefield. Even the light curtain of the god-subduing peaks had been broken through, let alone the pinwheel sword. The only way to survive would be to keep changing their location beyond the predictions of the enemies. This was a great challenge not only to Shi Zhiguang, but to all the members in the sword pagodas as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 527, Courage in Special Training. Chapter 527, Courage in Special Training. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, X, TYZ. A skinny and aged figure shuttled through the woods. His face and hair were covered with dust. Wrinkles on this face were rigid and forceful, like layers of folds piled up by gradually solidifying molten iron. However, his eyes were extremely pure like a baby. Lu Buling left Skyheart City. Instead of flying, he chose to walk through the wild and headed toward the jadeite forest. He walked in the daytime and sat in meditation at night. Wild fruits and dire beasts satisfied his stomach. Water from streams moistened his throat. He measured the earth by his feet and felt its eternity. Compared to the earth, life was as insignificant as dust. Looking into the sky, he indulged in the enormous starry heavens that had witnessed countless geniuses as they wrote down their legends. He recalled his childhood. He was not the most gifted or the worst, but it was without a doubt that his temper was the most troublesome. After all these years, he had become this old, but his temper had not changed much. It was just like his endeavors to become a master, he never succeeded. He had experienced too much failure and mockery in his life. There were too many memories, so he needed to go through them slowly. The courage left behind by him gradually became alive. His youth, faith, dream, pride, and persistence were totally mixed in all sorts of courage. The courage to persist in his decision, the courage to give up in order to survive, and the courage to start again from scratch. Also, the courage when he was in his teenage years, in his adulthood, and in his old age. During his lifetime, he had always wondered about the future from his desk. He had the experience of practicing all year round, no matter the mind-numbing winter or the searing hot summer, and also the experience of standing high above the masses with the command of a combat division in his hand. He had been to the highest mountain and tried to touch the sky in drunkenness, traveled to the snowfields that harbored frozen rivers, and experienced the vast deserts where smoke rose directly into the sky. He had seen bandits running and begging for forgiveness while he sat on top of a city wall and had also vanquished heroes by simply letting them know his name. The first half of his life was mocked by others. People thought he was a freak and laughed at his failures. The latter half of his life was admired by others. People venerated his perseverance and revered him as a master. He had experienced ups and downs as well as all kinds of emotions, but never had he felt regretful. When he recalled his eventful life, the worries in Skyheart City, the ups and downs of the world, the destiny of humanity, and all the other distracting thoughts faded into the wind. His heart was crystal clear. In this manner, he made his final preparations for the battle. At this moment, Lu Buling was like an ascetic believer who was on a pilgrimage. In his mind, the final destination of his pilgrimage was the battle, which was also his whole life. He had failed 8 times, struggled 8 times, and attained enlightenment 8 times. On the way to his final destination, he had been thinking and hesitating. He was like a rusty sword that was dull, but had its sword ray. He climbed mountains like the old vines that clung to the cliffs that overlooked Jadeite City. He had traveled throughout the world and challenged numerous heroes. He had pursued the path of master for his whole life. He strode proudly ahead and sang confidently. There was only one battle left for him to fight in his lifetime. In the bamboo forest of the central Pine Valley, the patterns under Duanmu Huanghun were changing again. This, viridescent flower, variation was number 1200. The pinwheel sword had been inserted obliquely into a ridge on the Blackfish Mouth volcano. The colorful pinwheel on the end of the sword pointed to the sky and twirled against wind. The pinwheel cast large pieces of shadow on the ground where people sat scattered and were taking a break to recover their elemental energy. Shi Zhiguang looked sad. Cupping his chin with his hand, he stared at the ground silently with the ends of his eyebrows pointing downward. His performance today had been awful because he couldn't find a proper rhythm for their striking pace and had failed several times. Each strike of the pinwheel sword had to match an attack from the sword pagodas. In addition, the controller had to deviate the pinwheel sword's direction if it had traveled 50 feet in one direction. Due to the lightning speed of the pinwheel sword, Shi Zhiguang had to remain highly concentrated. A tiny distraction would lead him to failure. Gu Xian sat down beside him. He patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "You are already the best." He meant it. Although Shi Zhiguang was tall and looked simple and honest like a savage fighter, he was the most gifted among the three sword operators and performed the best. Shi Zhiguang didn't respond because Gu Xian's words didn't work at all. He had just discovered what his gift was and was more than eager to earn achievements. Would he have to go back to what he was before? After he experienced being respected and admired, his life became bright, so he could no longer bear the dull and poor life from before. Gu Xian didn't know how to comfort Shi Zhiguang, but he thought that he had to say something after seeing his depression. Shi Zhiguang. In another corner, Ai Hui put down his elemental energy soup and shouted at him. Shi Zhiguang was startled. He hesitated for a while and walked toward Ai Hui. Gu Xian was worried that Shi Zhiguang would be rebuked, so he followed him immediately. "Sit down," Ai Hui said indifferently. His skinny body was wrapped in bandages with 2 pieces of black crystal over his eyes. On normal days, Ai Hui's appearance was privately mocked by everyone, but at this moment, Shi Zhiguang felt inwardly guilty, so he didn't find this funny at all and thought that the person under the bandages must be enraged. Shi Zhiguang murmured, "Standing is okay for me." Ai Hui snorted, "Sit down. You want to go against my orders?" Shi Zhiguang shivered a bit and sat down immediately. He sat properly with his legs held together and his hands on his legs. Gu Xian realized the situation was not good and decided that if Shi Zhiguang was reprimanded, he would beg for leniency for him. Ai Hui cleared his throat and asked, "Why are you depressed?" "It's not your fault. The pinwheel sword is a new weapon, and we are all groping our way forward. Therefore, it's fine for you to fail. I can accept your failure, but I can't tolerate you losing your will to fight. If you keep doing so, I will replace you." Hearing Ai Hui's words, Shi Zhiguang instantly stood up straight, held his chin up, and puffed his chest out. His extreme chest muscles were as strong as a gorilla's. He immediately said, "Master, I won't lose the will to fight." Gu Xian looked at Ai Hui in surprise. In everybody's mind, Ai Hui was strict because he would assign punitive practice that took on unimaginable forms to anyone who made a tiny mistake during training. These punitive practices would consume one's energy excessively. Besides, Ai Hui was impartial and incorruptible, so everyone was awed by him. Still, no one complained. Instead, they were sincerely convinced when Ai Hui joined their training and followed the same criteria as everyone else. Last time, Ai Hui beat the whole Sword of Lightning by himself, which won everybody's admiration. It had to be admitted that Ai Hui was good at training people. The seemingly nonsense tests from before were later proven to be practical. Some members were average in personal strength, but possessed talent in particular aspects. Thus, no one was arrogant in the division, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Gu Zan's mindset had been unknowingly changed. He used to be a loner, but now he practiced and shouldered punishment together with the other division members, which contributed a lot to their relationship. This was especially evident a few days ago when Ai Hui was injured, so Gu Xian had to lead the division in training. From then on, Gu Xian had become used to taking care of others. That was why he had decided to intercede for Shi Zhiguang this time. Ai Hui coughed again. "Although you are not the one to be blamed for the mistakes, you still need to make progress. After all, our lives depend on you." Shi Zhiguang felt excited immediately. Face flushing, he said loudly, "I won't let you down, but..." He had never been so highly valued like that. Conscious of his responsibility, he was full of vigor. Thus, he couldn't wait to operate the pinwheel sword again and start a new practice session. Ai Hui nodded and seemed satisfied. Good, but having guts is not enough to win a battle. We have to improve our overall strength. In order to raise sword operators' strength, I have designed a special training regimen for you all. Shi Guangji straightened his neck and shouted, I will complete the special training. He decided that he would finish it no matter how hard it was. Ai Hui waved his hand. Not only you, but all sword operators have to pass the special training. Gu Xian, tell the other two to come here. The other two sword operators came immediately and stood rigidly in front of Shi Ziguang. Compared to Shi Ziguang, they were not confident at all. Daily training was already difficult enough. They couldn't imagine how hard the special training would be. They were prepared to undergo the most severe trial. Other team members also gathered around since they wanted to know what the special training would be. As everybody arrived, Ai Hui said, being highly concentrated for a long period of time is the top challenge for a sword operator. This special training focuses on that point. Hence, it tasks our sword operators with learning to embroider. After hearing what he said, everybody was silent at first. Then, they exploded with complaints. Embroidery. Oh my god. Boss must be insane. Shi Ziguang, who had been excited a moment ago, was dumbstruck. The other two sword operators also felt astounded. Ai Hui asked, do you know anything about embroidery? Come on, Shi Ziguang. Tell us what you know. Shi Ziguang stuttered, yes, women do embroidery. A strong sense of déjà vu carried Ai Hui back into his memories, returning him to a small, familiar courtyard where an old man patiently taught a teenager. Almost reflexively, Ai Hui said, superficial. A seamstress needs to use elemental energy as a needle, which is not an easy job. The qualities of threads and materials are different, while the designs are complicated. A good seamstress can control 10 elemental energy needles simultaneously that work in different areas of her embroidery work. As for the best embroidery master, do you know how many elemental energy needles she could control at a time? How many? The highest record was 949 needles. Nobody noticed the yearning and nostalgia in Ai Hui's hoarse voice. His mind lingered in the small courtyard where the sound of weaving looms hummed now and then. Master, mistress, your disciple can now teach others how to embroider. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 528, Ability of God. Chapter 528, Ability of God. Translator, YH Editor, X, TYZ. After several consecutive days and nights of forced marching, even the ardent flower night wolves displayed some signs of fatigue. Xing Shan did not continue to move forward, but chose to rest and recuperate. As the distance between the two parties drew closer, the level of danger increased dramatically, and they might confront the enemy at any time. The speed of advancing became unimportant, and the key factor was not to make any mistakes. He bet that Shi Shueman and others would not retreat even with the imminent arrival of the Dread Division and Judgment Division. As the saying went, newborn calves are not afraid of the tiger. Furthermore, they had just won a battle and morale was high. There was no reason for them to choose a conservative strategy. The vengeful response from the blood of God was as expected. Due to their involvement in the previous war, Shi Shueman and Silver Soldier were all proficient in warfare. It was not surprising that Shi Shueman performed very well as she was from a distinguished family. It was the performance of Silver Soldier which surprised everyone. The sudden appearance of Silver Soldier, who wore the title of Karakoram Polaris' senior, gave everyone the impression of him being just a skillful fighter without utilizing military strategy. Many people were waiting to see Madame Yi make a fool out of herself since being skillful in martial arts alone was not enough to qualify as a combat division leader. In actual fact, even the status of master was exaggerated. Combat divisions could be found everywhere and were already considered worthless. That's why in order to qualify as a division leader, military expertise was a requirement. The performance of Silver Soldier on the battlefield revealed his vast experience and one could easily tell that he was a veteran warrior. Even though the amount of casualties was relatively large, it did not lower their evaluation of him. With a bunch of new rookies on the battlefield, a large number of casualties was unavoidable. Even the most powerful division leader would not be able to immediately get a group of new recruits to reach the level of battlefield veterans. Silver Soldier had no problem with attacking or providing support whenever necessary. It was obvious that he had excellent tactical training. In contrast, the more renowned First Sword Master Karakoram Polaris' performance was a far cry when compared to her senior. She was more like an assistant to Silver Soldier who firmly executed his advice. Of course, good execution was also beneficial in the battlefield. Her strong personal strength was like a cold and flickering unsheathed sword. According to the accounts from the battlefield, almost no one could block Karakoram Polaris, and the number of experts who died under her sword was at least 17. Among them were 3 powerful men who had comprehended the ability of God. The strength of the blood elementalists originated from fresh blood, which contained blood spiritual force. Through special mixing and refining, different types of beast blood would blend with the blood elementalist's blood. This process was called blood refinement. Xing Shan experienced the blood refinement of the beast venom temple. It was a major blood refinement where a variety of different types of beast blood were combined, enhancing the effect of the process. Correspondingly, the risk of major blood refinement was also very large, and a slight mistake might inadvertently lead to death by explosion. Xing Shan had undergone 12 major blood refinements, which had been extremely difficult and was only second to Red Devil in number. Apart from major blood refining, the typical cultivation for a blood elementalist was also equivalent to blood refinement. In intensity and effectiveness, it was far less powerful than major blood refining. Of course, the risk was almost negligible and hence very safe. Major blood refining was like a shortcut. If one was uncommonly gifted and extremely fortunate, he would succeed instantly. Just like Red Devil, who had no record of merits from any battles, but became one of the giants of the blood of God, who built his own palace after surviving an unprecedented 21 major blood refinements. Minor blood refinement was mild and harmless. With perseverance, there would also be similar results. Whether it was a mild minor blood refinement or a radical major blood refinement, they were basically 2 different pathways, but their nature was still to enhance the blood in the blood elementalist to increase his or her power. When blood in the body of a blood elementalist continued to grow stronger, the ability of God would be activated. It was like a key, capable of unlocking the mysterious power lurking in the bloodstream and discovering the unique skills of each person. There were great differences between the ancestral mark of different people because of different blood types. Yet after becoming a blood elementalist, a variety of blood, and especially the blood of various beasts, was further absorbed into the bloodstream. These huge differences made the ability of God extremely diverse. Some blood elementalists with the ability of God were able to grow wings on their back end, like the incarnation of birds, roamed among the clouds. On the other hand, some blood elementalists with the ability of God were capable of listening to the wind and hearing movements that were very far away. There was also the ability to grow horns that were super strong and unbeatable. How many kinds of abilities of God were there? No one knew. Blood elementalists who could comprehend the ability of God were the best experts, and their statuses were equivalent to a master. Whether it was the blood division or the God division, blood elementalists with the ability of God were the backbone supporting the divisions. Xing Shan, himself, was a blood elementalist with the ability of God and had 7 such subordinates under him. The combat power of these blood elementalists were powerful and comparable to a master. Even as a secondary combat division, the Ardent Flower Blood Division contained 8 blood elementalists with the ability of God. This showed that a combat division from the blood of God was way more powerful than its Beyond Avalon counterpart. Even so, the ability to kill 3 blood elementalists with the ability of God in a single battle was extremely alarming and had a great impact on the war. This was why, even though Karakoram Polaris had limited tactical acumen, nobody dared to underestimate her. Whoever owned such a large lethal weapon had a great fighting advantage. In particular, when both sides were deadlocked, a sharp sword capable of tearing up the enemy's defenses was often the key to victory. Xing Shan did not want to encounter Karakoram Polaris. He knew that even if he won the battle, half of his generals would get killed. There were no benefits to be reaped, and such victories meant nothing to him. Just as he was eyeing the leader position of the God Wolf Division, someone else was also secretly coveting his Ardent Flower Division leader position behind his back. In contrast, Shi Shueman was a much more enticing and worthwhile target. A very high reward made Xing Shan willing to take the risk. As long as they were able to capture Shi Shueman, they were not afraid if the war sapped their strength. This was because the reward reaped would be worth it. It was a good deal. He had already done some preparations beforehand. He shouted at his 2 subordinates, a bold man and one dressed like a scholar. The bold man was Qin Yong and the scholar was Wu Wenyi. Both of them were blood elementalists with the abilities of God. Xing Shan commanded, "You 2, each lead a small team and go separately. Your task is simply to disrupt the enemy and mislead them into thinking we have 3 combat divisions." Wu Wenyi said, "Aren't we going to launch a surprise attack on them? Won't our strategy be exposed?" Qin Yong also gazed at Xing Shan. "The other party knows that we will take revenge and definitely will take precaution. As long as we get slightly closer to the enemy, they will be alarmed. It is impossible to ambush them. I also suspect they have their traps ready and waiting for us to arrive." Both of them nodded. Boss's analysis was probably correct. Xing continued, therefore, we are going to disrupt their arrangement to ensure they do not know our actual situation. If both of you encounter enemies, just harass them, but do not engage them. As long as you stay active, they will be unable to sleep and eat well. No one knows how many people we will send for revenge. They can't figure out how much depth we have and will definitely take strict precautions, exposing their plan. It will be better if you can mobilize their battle divisions. Let's first muddy the water before fishing in troubled waters. Both said in unison, we understand. They felt that what Boss said was absolutely right. Only if they confused the enemy would they then be able to grab an opportunity to attack. His brilliant achievements in wars and his previous record proved that his strategic insights were excellent, so they were very convinced by Boss. The two teams disappeared into the mountain forest. Zuchun looked at their backs and sighed with emotion, hope their luck will improve. Xing said coolly, it will. Then, he said to Zuchun, we are now slowing down the speed of advance, but by increasing the number of scouts, we need you to take command. Our target is Shueman. Zuchun was startled. Now that he understood the true intention of Xing, he could not help but ask, only Shueman? Only Shueman, Xing emphasized again. He noticed the change in Zuchun's expression and said coolly, I did not tell you beforehand for fear of information leaks. You can imagine the benefits of capturing Shueman. Deploy all the scouts. There is only one target, and I only need to know where Shueman is located. Zuchun calmed down and admitted that the concerns of the division leader were not unreasonable. The competition between the different divisions of the Blood of God was a lot fiercer than the gentle competition of the 13 divisions of Avalon of 5 elements. Each of the scouts soared into the sky or disappeared into the mountain forest. Zuchun looked solemn, his spinal column lit up, and indescribable power emitted from him. There were 3 kinds of blood elementalists. The most common were god guards, followed by god shamans, and in the minority were god priests. Both Zuchun and Xing were god guards. When compared to elemental energy, the effect of using blood spiritual force to temper the body was much better. At the beginning, the physical fitness of the god guards would have an all-round enhancement. Speed, strength, dexterity, and self-healing ability were greatly improved. With training, the blood essence of the whole body began to converge on the spine and condensed as spinal blood. The spine was like the trunk of a tree and was the source of power. The coagulated spinal blood started from the coccyx and moved steadily upward, just like climbing a ladder. A spine had a total of 33 vertebrae, and these were known as the 33 pillars to the sky. It was said that if a god guard could get through the 33 pillars to the sky by traversing the whole spine, he would become a master. However, none of the god guards had managed to get through the 33 pillars as of now. Zuchun only surpassed 17 pillars, and among the god guards, he was already considered a very tough guy. From the 9th column onward, the strength required to get through each column was multiplied and the difficulty was exponentially increased. The glistening spine was naturally curved and entrenched like a dragon. The blood spiritual force in the body converged at an alarming speed toward his back, and a dense scar appeared on his back, just like an ancient emblem. The expression shown by Zuchun was like someone undergoing tremendous pain. It stung. The huge black wings rose slowly from his back, growing and extending toward both ends. Throughout the whole process, Zuchun was grim until the wings ceased to grow. The pain on his face vanished, replaced with indifference. His eyes no longer had focus. Without any nonsense, Zuchun flapped the wings behind him and disappeared all of a sudden. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 529, Reconnaissance. Chapter 529, Reconnaissance. Translator, YH Editor, X, TYZ. Shueman was patrolling the camp when she saw Jiang Wei and Sang Jijun. She nodded and asked, did you arrange for the reconnaissance? Jiang Wei said, arrangements have been made for Zhu Yan to lead and Fatty has set off as well. Having been sharpened by the battle, which had greatly influenced him, he appeared more steady and restrained. Not only him, even Sang Jijun and Fatty seemed like different people individually. Jiang Wei's work could always be trusted since he rarely made mistakes. Shueman was surprised, even Fatty is going? He is not suitable to be a scout. Sang Jijun heard and smiled, aren't they both fire elementalists? Both of them used to soak in the fire reservoirs together, and with Fatty so thick-skinned, how can Zhu Yan be his opponent? Just a short time was needed for them to become good brothers. Jiang Wei said hurriedly, besides being a little bit thick-skinned, Fatty is actually not too bad. Sang Jijun covered her mouth and laughed, are you praising him? Jiang Wei reacted and laughed heartily. Shueman noticed the fluctuation of elemental energy throughout Jiang Wei's whole body and her eyes lit up. Jiang Wei, are you going to have a breakthrough? Sang Jijun was stunned to hear this. She turned her face toward Jiang Wei and gushed, breakthrough? Why did you not mention it? Sang Jijun was prepared for action. It seems like I have to put in more effort and not be left behind, but... Sure Shuemon looked at the two of them and could not help smiling. Jiang Wei and Sang Jijun got close to each other recently and gelled really well. Although Jiang Wei did not come from an aristocratic background, he was destined for a bright future as he was steady and calm. The Sang family used to be mediocre, but their situation was not much better now. Sang Jijun played a critical role in her family and had sufficient authority to speak. Jiang Wei thought of something and said, Zhu Yan has recently improved tremendously. With the achievements of Master Zhu Yan, everyone should have addressed him as master in accordance with the usual practice. However, addressing him as master still made people feel awkward. It also made Zhu Yan uncomfortable, so he requested that everyone address him by his name. Sure Shuemon sighed with emotion. He is probably inspired by Senior Lu Buling. Jiang Wei and Sang Jijun nodded one after another as they agreed with Sure Shuemon. Sang Jijun was full of worries. I wonder if Senior Lu Buling has reached the Jadeite Forest? I admire the courage of Senior Lu Buling, but to challenge Daigang at this time, the odds are slim. Jiang Wei had a different view. When will we ever have a high chance to defeat Daigang? I, however, feel that the timing is just right. Thus, do not worry about the future of Zhu Yan as he is a carefree spirit. After witnessing the actions of Grandmaster and Muda, the battle spirit in Senior Lu Buling was also aroused. Moreover, after seeing the actions of Skyheart City, anger filled his heart. From the moral point of view, it was the limit for Senior Lu Buling. Talking about Skyheart City made Sang Jijun angry and she grunted, unfortunately, I was not present at that time. It is with great regret that I did not get to see Senior Lu Buling in a rage. Skyheart City really makes people angry, but... Jiang Wei saw that Sang Jijun was angry and hurriedly comforted her, there's nothing to be angry about. At least they gave us a god-subduing peak. A god-subduing peak is something I have never even dreamed of. Sang Jijun grinned from ear to ear and was full of optimism. Oh yes, with the god-subduing peak, we do not need to take others' feelings into consideration. Plus, a lot of Shuemon's ideas can also be achieved. Sure Shuemon had the utmost expectation for the god-subduing peak. She used to be stationed at a god-subduing peak, had experienced its power, and had thought about it before. What would be the result if she possessed a god-subduing peak and erected the Hellfire Pagoda cannon on top of the peak? The recent battles had made her profoundly aware of the changes in her surroundings. Former combat divisions only had to confront dire beasts, but now they had to face the blood elementalists who were under the reformed combat divisions. The enemy had undergone tremendous changes and many strategies had become less suitable. This was destined to be a rapidly changing era. She remembered some of the points that Ai Hui had elaborated on in his letter and had to admit that Ai Hui's keen instinct for battle was extraordinary. He obviously lacked rich experience in warfare, but this did not seem to prevent Ai Hui from understanding the battle. Maybe it was a gift. This thought flashed across Sure Shuemon's mind, and she immediately laughed at the fact that it took until now to discover Ai Hui's gift. Wasn't the talent of Ai Hui obvious since the first battle? She repeatedly warned, continue to be alert. Yes. Jiang Wei and Sang Jijun obeyed the order with a salute. No matter how close their relationship was in private, everyone was serious when it came to business. Sure Shuemon accelerated her pace and a thought flickered in her mind. She wanted to capture this feeling. Fatty scanned the mountain below and muttered from time to time, this barren land, not even a shadow to be seen. Nothing, there is nothing at all. We have flown for a long time, and it is very tiring. Little Yan Yan, let's go down to rest. Zhu Yan was speechless, I am taking you to fly. What is so tiring? Fatty nonchalantly said, my eyes are tired. Why don't you try it? Zhu Yan rolled his eyes, but had to admit that Fatty had the right to say so. Fatty was definitely not a good scout, either in terms of size or speed. Zhu Yan was willing to take the trouble of bringing Fatty along despite his habit of constant grumbling for an important reason. Fatty's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's and even the pheasants who hid in the impenetrable grass could be seen. Basically, if Fatty said it was safe after a glance at the place, that meant it was truly safe. Zhu Yan was much more powerful than Fatty, but when it came to eyesight, they were not comparable. Fatty could aim the Hellfire Pagoda cannon so well and so accurately, something that definitely could not be done with bad eyesight. However, Zhu Yan deeply hated some of Fatty's bad habits. A little bit of work, yet he was already complaining of tiredness. Nonsensical talk from his mouth kept pouring out and could not be blocked. Zhu Yan was almost driven crazy by Fatty's nonsense when they were both in the same fire reservoir and had nowhere else to escape to at the beginning. Zhu Yan was powerful and therefore able to endure the high-level fire reservoir. Fatty was obviously not strong, yet he was still able to stay put inside. It should be due to his skin being thick. Zhu Yan was descending and getting ready to land. He picked out a spot with a very good view of the terrain. It was located on a mountain ridge and the line of sight was very far. As Fatty was preparing to rest, his eyes suddenly blinked and his body stiffened. Zhu Yan, who was carrying Fatty, noticed it and instantly asked, "Did something happen?" Fatty did not speak, but squinted his eyes and slowly scanned around. After a while, he turned his body and lowered his voice, "There are blood elementalists." Zhu Yan trembled with fear. Where are they? He had not discovered anything earlier. Fatty stretched, yawned, and whispered, "Behind the rock, about 6 or 7 miles away from us." Zhu Yan looked Fatty's deceitful expression and suspected he was cooking up a scheme. He asked immediately, "What is your plan?" "You go get some prey, but do not go too far." Fatty kept on turning around and his eyes continuously scanned all about, exactly like a veteran scout. Zhu Yan felt suspicious. "Are you hungry? Misleading me by asking me to hunt for you." Fatty felt indignant. Where is the basic trust between brothers? What else? What do you mean by misleading you? Isn't it expected for you to hunt for your brother? When you were in the fire reservoir, I was afraid you would be bored and specially kept you company. Zhu Yan decided to shut up since he had never won an argument with Fatty. After talking, Fatty swaggered toward the low-lying ground, seemingly looking for a sheltered place to rest. Zuchan flew the fastest. He set out last, yet flew the farthest. His ability of God was heavenly rock wings, which were very commonly used. The pitch-black wings grew from his back with sections of black and red feathers folded layer by layer. The pattern formed by the black and red was extremely exquisite, graceful, and elegant. The heavenly rock was an ancient divine beast which was fierce and tough, roaming all over the highest of the heavens. The blood in his body, which contained heavenly rock ancestral mark, should have originated from the blood golden age. However, after millions of years, the content of the heavenly rock ancestral mark in the blood golden eagle had become very diluted. Still, the power of this small portion of diluted blood was already sufficient to make a qualitative change in the strength of Zuchan power. Zuchan had already discovered the presence of the two of them earlier. He did not rush over, but quietly landed. Then, he found a place to hide and waited for the two elementalist scouts to enter into his attack range. A confrontation between scouts was unusually brutal and cruel. Every scout wanted to capture the opposite party since a live captive was worth far more than a corpse. A captive scout would have a miserable end as they would be tortured and treated cruelly. Even suicide was an extravagant hope. The scouts needed not only strong personal strength, but also steel-like willpower. Otherwise, once they were captured, they would not be able to withstand the torture and would divulge information. He never expected the two elementalist scouts to stop moving forward, but they stopped to take a rest instead. Am I discovered? Zuchan felt this was impossible since he was quite a distance away from them and had not exposed himself. Afterward, he saw that one of the scouts unexpectedly went to hunt. He felt relieved and thought that he had not been discovered, but had encountered two substandard scouts. It was extremely dangerous to scout for information. The scouts of any combat division were the best of the elites. However, the amateurish performance of these two made Zuchan shake his head. He was even more speechless after seeing Fatty's figure. Which combat division would choose a fat man with such a bloated body to serve as a scout? Am I getting confused? Am I encountering another combat division? The Spear of Heavy Cloud, Infantry Division, and Sky Edge Division could not be so novice. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed that the victory of Shir Shueman during the previous battle had stimulated the rest of the combat divisions and they also wanted to earn some merits against the God Nation? Zuchan sneered. He quietly walked toward the other party. The other party was negligent and had their backs facing him. In addition, the two seemed to still be in dispute. Two rascals. Zuchan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 530, The Bird is in the Net. Chapter 530, The Bird is in the Net. Translator, Irene. Editor, Lucas, TYZ. Can't you use a little less force? Control the heat, it's already burnt. How are we going to eat? And you're a master. Aren't you ashamed of calling yourself a master when you can't even roast a bird properly? Don't eat it if you don't want it. I'll eat. A master is cooking personally, so of course I'll show my support, but in the name of brotherhood, I'm advising you to learn from Lulan. Even if you don't fight in future, at least you can open a roasted chicken stall and live off it. Or you can follow me back to old territory and I'll give you a roasted chicken stall. I remember how if we refused to return to old territory. He was made for greater things, and I've known it for the longest time. At that time, oui. Can't you even shut your mouth with food? Zuchan listened as they quarreled. Zuchan was feeling increasingly certain about his conjecture. Which cannon fodder division? Oui? Never heard of him. Old territory? Coming from the countryside, it was no wonder he had little accomplishments. And such a rookie master, one without even the most basic vigilance, would only give away his life on the battlefield. A cold light flashed across Zuchan's eyes as he got ready to make a move. The bird is in the net. All on you, pretty boy. Scram. Zuchan was stunned. Just then, like a ball, the fatty in front put his hands behind his head and leapt forward rapidly. And another person turned around and looked at him expressionlessly. The man looked like he was 15 or 16. His skin was quite pale and he looked rather feeble. Zuchan shuddered. To become a master at such a young age meant that his talent was absolutely extraordinary. Plus, was this a trap? A red light lit up beneath his feet. He lowered his head and saw a clearly visible red light web. With the pale youth standing right in the center, the crisscrossed red light enveloped a few hundred meters around him like a giant, red spider web. The pale youth stood in the middle of the red spider web, watching him coldly like a spider hidden in the dark. Zhu Yan was rescued by Lu Buling during the blood catastrophe, and because of the occupation of Fire Prairie, which led to a deficiency in fire elemental ingredients, he was unable to train and was sealed in ice by Lu Buling. Having been frozen over and unable to see the sunlight for a long time, a sickly paleness appeared on his face. Furthermore, the ice seal also froze his looks in time, so he still looked as if he was 15 or 16 years old. Knowing he'd been deceived, Zuchan was furious, but he quickly calmed down. He did not know when he'd been noticed or whether they had special tricks, but at that point, anger wasn't the solution. A sinister smile surfaced on the corner of his lips and his gaze became cold. He was determined to catch them both and show them what he was capable of. He sized his opponent up and felt that he was somewhat familiar looking, as if he'd seen him somewhere before. He stirred. May I know your name, sir? The man expressionlessly replied, Zhu Yan. Zuchan's heart jumped. He looked at that faintly familiar face and finally realized why he found it familiar. Young Master Zhu Yan. Hadn't the Zhu family been completely destroyed? Why was young Master Zhu Yan alive? Complicated emotions that were difficult to understand filled his mind. Although he wasn't aware of what Zhu Yan had been through, Zhu Yan was indeed standing before him, alive and well. Zhu Yan's mind and views of the world were still stuck in the time of induction ground, so they were young and tender. In contrast, Fatty, who was hiding far behind Zhu Yan, was very experienced. He'd sensed the change in Zuchan's expression and demanded, "Tell us your name too." Quivering, Zuchan blurted out, "Zuchan." He immediately regretted revealing his name. Indeed, Zhu Yan's face turned grave. He asked coldly, "Which branch are you from?" The Zhu family was a powerful family. It was well established and still growing, with many side factions. Upon seeing someone from the same family on the battlefield, Zhu Yan's heart felt constricted, as if a ball of fire was stuck in his chest. The Zhu family was destroyed, but the branch family was relying on their mortal enemy. Zuchan kept silent for a moment before responding. The Hongling Zhu branch. Zhu Yan's voice was like an echoing, bitingly cold wind. There are even branches in the family. The Hongling Zhu family is ranked third. The family head is a generous man. I was 12 when I last saw Hongling Zhu family's head, Uncle Ming. Is he still alive? Zhu Yan was a direct descendant of the Zhu family, so ever since he was young, he'd been regarded and nurtured as the successor of the family and was well respected. After a long period of silence, Zuchan shook his head. Hongling was surrounded for 20 days, and the situation was hopeless. Refusing to surrender but not wanting the family to be slaughtered, Uncle Ming killed himself. Those with Ming in their names have all died. The rage in Zhu Yan's chest was quickly extinguished and overtaken by sorrow. Zhu Yan almost fainted upon waking up to the news that the whole Zhu family had been slaughtered without exception. What followed was a long period of depression and decadence. Seeing Zuchan reminded him of his family, which threw him into a fury. Knowing that Uncle Ming and the rest refused to surrender and committed suicide calmed him down. He'd felt angry because he was of the opinion that the family head had been betrayed. And the sorrow he felt now was due to his realization that there was nothing they could have done. Zhu Yan could understand the despair and helplessness Uncle Ming and the rest must have felt when they ended their lives. Zhu Yan said faintly, "Go, I'll pretend we've never met." Fatty opened his mouth, but he swallowed the words that were about to come out. Zhu Chun shook his head. "You don't have to do that, young master. There's no more Hongling Zhu family. We're separate individuals and we're airy on our own, so since we've met, let us have a death match, clean and open, fair and square, so that our friends and families will not be dragged into this." Zhu Yan gave Zhu Chun a meaningful look and nodded. "I'm too soft-hearted." In these few years, Zhu Yan had been like a blank slate. He was inexperienced and was still a melancholy and moody youth. Hearing Zhu Chun's words woke him up. Not only were their lives at stake but their comrades as well. If letting Zhu Chun go would result in a defeat and the loss of his companions' lives, he wouldn't be able to forgive his sin even if he died. He reminded himself inwardly. Zhu Chun inhaled a deep breath, gazing deeply at Zhu Yan. "I'm assuming this is the family's absolute art, Flaming Heavenly Spider Transformation?" Flaming Heavenly Spider Transformation was the Zhu family's absolute art, and only direct descendants had the right to practice it. Zhu Chun had only heard of the name and had never seen it for himself. Zhu Yan replied, "That's right, but there are differences as well." In induction ground, Zhu Yan practiced the Flaming Heavenly Spider Transformation. It was an absolute art that had undergone generations of deepening and perfecting. Zhu Chun hadn't seen it not only because only descendants weren't able to practice it, but also because it was an extremely difficult skill to master. It demanded a lot, even from the most talented, since it was astonishingly challenging to comprehend. In each generation, no more than 3 people were able to comprehend Flaming Heavenly Spider Transformation. But once they were enlightened, their accumulation would constantly deepen with time and turn them into very strong players. Due to having been frozen over for many years, the preserved wisp of unextinguished fire element in Zhu Yan's body was extremely pure. This was also the reason why he was able to become a master so effortlessly upon being replenished with a huge volume of snow lava. Zhu Chun's laughter carried on for a while, his vigor rising drastically. "Young masters, Flaming Heavenly Spider Transformation isn't the only exception." Whoosh! He engaged heavenly rock wings, and his body abruptly vanished. Zhu Yan's gaze sharpened. With a snort, he swiftly sprang up from the red spider web and wove a shield-sized spider web before him. Bang! A blurry afterimage flashed past as a dent appeared on the spider web shield. Sparks flew everywhere. Interesting indeed. Zhu Chun's laughter sounded in mid-air. Borrowing the force of the spider web shield, he flew up into the sky. The durability of the spider web surprised him. As a member of the Zhu family's branch family, it could be said that Flaming Heavenly Spider Transformation had a well-known reputation and a special place in his heart. Because of that, he was even more excited to face his opponent. His battle lust was overflowing. Returning to the sky, Zhu Chun's hands no longer felt restricted. He felt more carefree. Sky rock wings worked better in the sky. With a tremble of the wings on his back, Zhu Yan vanished once again. He reappeared behind Zhu Yan almost immediately like an oblique sword ray, going straight for Zhu Yan. As if he had eyes behind his head, Zhu Yan sprang up from the spider web and stayed in the air. A spider web appeared before Zhu Chun once again. He saw Zhu Chun approaching, but he disappeared yet again. Zhu Yan snorted. Like a poisonous snake that had sensed danger and raised its head, the few spider webs beside his legs gathered to form a big spider web over his head. Diving down without dodging, Zhu Chun increased his speed and tilted his body slightly. The wings behind his back spread open like a scissors and smashed violently onto the spider web above Zhu Yan's head. A devilish, red knife ray sliced the spider web. Zhu Yan's face changed and he took a step toward his left. The descending red ray sliced Zhu Yan's body into 2. Snap! The red spider web threads broke. Zhu Chun did not look the least bit happy. That slice felt strange. Indeed, Zhu Yan, who had been split into 2, did not bleed at all. Instead, he gradually became blurry. Zhu Chun caught a glimpse of a shadow out of the corner of his eye. Unknowingly, Zhu Yan had already appeared 100 meters away from him. Zhu Yan looked up. The flickering flame in his eyes could cause one's heart to palpitate. He raised his right arm, his fingers spread open, and his forefinger pointed at Zhu Chun. An intense sense of danger rose in Zhu Chun's heart. Without the slightest hesitation, he engaged heavenly rock wings. Hiss hiss hiss. It sounded like a spitting poisonous snake or a whining of a spider concealed within the darkness. Fire-red spider web threads shot toward the sky. Zhu Yan quickly engaged his wings and flew upward frantically. Densely packed red spider web threads chased closely behind him like a swarm of rapidly slithering red snakes. Zhu Yan, who was on the ground, became a small, black but the red spider web thread showed no indications of giving up. Zhu Chun had decided. If he wasn't able to dominate them in the sky, he might as well admit defeat. The exquisite red pattern on his heavenly rock wings emitted a devilish, red light. Zhu Chun's speed increased drastically and the afterimage in the sky flickered nonstop. His body had become erratic. He was like a sharp, red knife ray, plunging into the bitingly cold, golden wind-filled deep space. The red spider web threads quickly became disordered. At the same time, a few hundred meters away, a shadow dove from the deep space toward the ground like a sharp arrow. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 531, Fatty's Lethal Weapon. Chapter 531, Fatty's Lethal Weapon. Translator, Irene. Editor, Lucas, TYZ. The wind whistled as Zhu Chun increased his speed, the surging airflow like cutting knives. His field of vision was shaky, but he fixed his gaze onto that shadow on the ground. It was as if the violent force in his blood had been roused. Zhu Chun wasn't aware that his eyes were bloodshot. The red light enveloping his wings was as dense as a thick layer of red crystal. His aura was strengthening and a gush of azure air surged upward. It was as if he was seeing himself fly beyond the end of the world, over a void, and across the stars. He used to rule the sky. Pride and agitation spread within his body. An enormous spider web lit up beneath the feet of Zhu Yan, who was on the ground. As if he hadn't seen it, Zhu Yan had sufficient confidence that even flaming heavenly spider transformation would not be able to stop him. Bang! Just then, with a jolt on his back, it was as if there was a moment of enlightenment. A gush of extremely vigorous force entered his body in an instant. He couldn't help but emit a stern and long hiss, his breath surging. He was wild with joy. He hadn't expected to undergo a breakthrough at this time. The 18th column had been unlocked. The curled spider web on the ground enveloped Zhu Yan like an unbloomed rose whose petals had folded and stacked over one another. The defensive strength displayed by the crisscrossed canine teeth was absolutely intimidating and unbreakable. But Zhu Chun was full of confidence, and sinister smile surfaced on his lips. As if feeling Zhu Chun's murderousness, Zhu Yan raised his head once again and got into an odd position. His left leg was propped up while his right leg was in a squat, and his upper body was leaning forward. The slightly paling blazing flame overflowed from Zhu Yan's eyes. His eyes were completely hidden amidst the flames. At this moment, his expression was calm, as if a fire god was arriving. He lifted his face up and fixed his gaze at Zhu Chun, who was rapidly plunging downward. The red light enveloping Zhu Chun's body was like a sharp, red knife ray. A mournful, sharp hiss filled the whole sky. It was a soul-shaking sound. Zhu Yan's right leg slammed onto the ground, effortlessly splitting the mud as if a giant had swung his hatchet and drawn a solid and cold arc. The surroundings curled up and a petal-like spider web lifted off the ground simultaneously as if being blown up by the wind. Piece after piece entered the disc slowly, creating a dazzling sight. It was as if the arc had been dyed red as layers of flower patterns folded over one another. It was absolutely exquisite and beautiful, and the red glow on the arc became increasingly introverted. Since induction ground time, Zhu Yan had already been able to attack with his heavy, axe-like leg, but his execution today was thoroughly different. There had been an intrinsic transformation. When that wheel, which looked as if layers of flower patterns had been engraved on it, of red flame shot toward the sky silently, a chill went up Zhu Chun's spine. An unprecedented sense of danger enveloped his heart. It hadn't been an easy journey for Zhu Chun to survive till this point and serve as the Ardent Flower Blood Division's Vice Division leader. The fear of danger did not urge him to escape. Instead, he knew that when his life was at stake and that the only way to survive was to be even crazier and reckless. He placed both hands in front like an ancient, ferocious beast that had been angered. With a sky-filling hiss and devilish red light, he dashed toward that red, flaming arc. Both had the same surname and both had the same red ray. The difference was that one was devilish and fearful while the other was reserved and refined. Like a delayed predestination, the rays collided with a great impact. The splendid rays lit up abruptly, filling the sky with a sheet of white. Nothing could be seen. An ear-splitting boom sounded, causing the ground to shake intensely. A pounding windstorm followed, frantically sweeping and ripping everything apart. The solid rock shattered instantly as if smashed by a heavy hammer. Even before its fragments could fly everywhere, they were swallowed up by the wind. Trees also got twisted and shattered instantly, and the mud on the ground was lifted a few meters up as if a monster was trampling forward. It felt like Judgment Day. Time seemed to have stopped at this point. Some time later, a wild laughter rang in the sky. Ha 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 ha. Zhu Chun was covered in blood, but his aura remained strong as he floated in mid-air. As he looked at the enormous pit below, his laughter became increasingly wild and arrogant. Zhu Yan was in a much more sorry state as he struggled his way out of the giant pit. His clothes were torn and there were quite a few wounds all over his body. His right leg was twisted at a weird angle. Ha 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 ha, that's all there is to the young master of the Zhu family. That's all there is to flaming heavenly spider transformation. Zhu Chun only felt an indescribable ease and excitement, as if an invisible shackle that had been binding him was broken. It was satisfying. From then on, he was no longer the Zhu Chun from Zhu family side faction. He was the Vice Division leader, Heavenly Rock Wing, Zhu Chun, from Ardent Flower Blood Division. Boom! A dull sound rang from afar. Zhu Chun was stunned, and before he could look toward the direction of that boom, he felt as if he'd been dealt a blow by a heavy hammer. His body shook uncontrollably. When he turned around, he saw a small mountain peak and an odd-looking mini pagoda cannon tube from which black smoke was rising in spirals. The pagoda cannon was propped on Fatty's shoulder. Fatty was in a half-squat position, his body steady as a mountain. There was no fear, dread, or cunningness on his face, only complete focus. He was expressionless, with his right cheek stuck close to the scalding cannon tube. Before him was a sturdy trestle that formed a stable triangle with his legs. The cannon tube's tail was connected to a thick and soft tube which extended to a water tank that contained the clear-as-water snow lava on his back. Their eyes met. A cold light flashed across Fatty's eyes. Boom! Another earth-shattering boom sounded and a dazzling white flame sprayed out from the cannon tube. As if he had suffered a heavy hit, Fatty's feet sunk ankle-deep into the rock. His face was flush red, his round eyes filled with anger, and his whole body's power activated. Even then, the huge impact still threw his body backward. Zhu Chun's body trembled once again as the immense force ripped his body. He lowered his head and saw two bowl-sized bloody holes on his chest. Connected to them were two biting discs of moon. What a domineering pagoda cannon, and how accurate. Could it be Sky Heart City's secret weapon? He fell into an unconscious state and dropped down from the sky. Fatty was soaked in sweat, and vapor was rising from his body. He was like a freshly roasted pig. His skin was bright red and his sweat was overflowing, but it was as if he was numb. He kept the trestle before him, took down the cannon tube on his shoulder, and disassembled the soft tube. He used a palm carrying elemental energy to wipe across the cannon tube slowly and then it became soft. He then carefully rolled the cannon tube and soft tube up and packed both along with the trestle inside the bag he was carrying. The whole process was done meticulously and skillfully. After packing, Fatty leapt off the hill nimbly, which was surprising because of his body size. With a few jumps, he appeared by Zhu Yan's side. Zhu Yan was staggering, still overwhelmed with shock, and out of it. Zhu Yan was used to seeing Fatty carry that bag all the time. Little did he know that there was a lethal weapon hidden within. Zhu Yan was already aware that Fatty was an expert in handling the pagoda cannon. Yet, Fatty had actually modified it, again and again. Zhu Yan knew not how to describe this completely innovative single pagoda cannon. Was it considered a weapon? Probably, although it was very different from the weapons Zhu Yan was familiar with. Without a word, Fatty supported Zhu Yan up and lugged him over his shoulder. Zhu Yan only felt his world spinning, and when he regained his senses, he realized he'd been manhandled. Put me down, I can walk on my own. Shut up. Don't attract the army. Zhu Yan was stunned. He'd never heard Fatty using such a stern and serious tone and was caught off guard. It seemed effortless for Fatty even though he was carrying a big adult and a big bag at the same time. Another few jumps took him to Zhu Chun's side. Zhu Yan saw that Zhu Chun's eyes were wide open. It wasn't a peaceful death. There was also disbelief on his face and two ghastly bloody holes on his chest. Fatty's cannon had pierced two holes through Zhu Chun's chest. The extremely hot snow lava had scorched all around the holes. This was also why there wasn't any blood flowing out from the holes. Not at peace, the deceased Zhu Chun had probably found it difficult to believe that he would actually die by Fatty's hands. Zhu Yan thought suddenly. He wasn't confident. He'd seen Fatty using it to get rid of powerful blood elementalists and had been shocked by the Hellfire Pagoda cannon's might at that point in time. But the Hellfire Pagoda was cumbersome to set up, since it required a lot of time. Unless it was for a big-scale battle or for defending purposes, it wasn't a favorable piece of equipment, especially in the face of an unexpected attack. He hadn't expected Fatty to modify the pagoda cannon into a weapon that could be used by one person. Can't judge a person by appearance. While Zhu Yan was in thought, Fatty grabbed Zhu Chun up and lugged him over his other shoulder. Zhu Chun's wide-open eyes met Zhu Yan's, causing Zhu Yan's hair to stand on end. Why are you carrying the corpse? Fatty explained while dashing, to show Shueman and the guys. Maybe they'll find some useful information. At least we'll know which combat division he was from. Zhu Yan immediately felt ashamed. as investigator, he really wasn't qualified. He was worse than Fatty. An investigator's responsibility was to source for information related to enemies. He only cared about killing his enemy and got tangled into family affairs, forgetting his responsibilities. How careless. Plus, I haven't checked the corpse. Isn't this all for nothing if we waste natural resources? No, leave it to rot? What a pity. I don't do meaningless businesses. Fatty dashed wildly with both men on his shoulders. He knew that the commotion from earlier had alarmed both sides. If they did not hurry, they might get chopped into minced meat if other blood elementalists rushed over to investigate. Zhu Yan was already half crippled and had no strength left. Using his pagoda cannon to launch a sneak attack was alright, but to use it in a one-on-one battle was no different from seeking death. Before he could set up the pagoda cannon, he would have been chopped into pieces. Fatty was so fast that his legs were producing wind and his face was flush red. Beads of sweat were rolling down his cheeks. He was like an elephant running in the forest. Quick, come and save me, Iron Lady. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 532, Face to Face. Chapter 532, Face to Face. Translator, Irene. Editor, Lucas, TYZ. Even when tidying up the camp, no one in the Ardent Flower Blood Division made any sound. Other than the breaths of the Ardent Flower Night Wolves and the soldiers petting them to pacify it, the whole campground was solemn. Xing Shan managed the military strictly, but whatever war god Yi said, he would complete wholeheartedly. He, too, would do that. Military order was strict, and anyone who dared defy his instructions would be killed on the spot and without hesitation. On the other hand, he knew how to coax his subordinates. Whenever there were money-making opportunities, he would bring everyone along instead of hogging everything for himself. He was born in the marketplace and was very practical and tactful. He knew that flattering and fawning hadn't the least bit of use. Those who led the team well and were loyal and devoted to him would be rewarded immediately and given important posts. That way, subordinates felt it to be rather fair. As time passed, people were convinced of this boss leadership. Boss appeared rough, but he was actually a complex person and not someone to be fooled easily. Xing Shan leaned on his chieftain wolf and sprawled on the floor with his eyes slightly shut as if he was resting. He was lightly stroking the wolf's fur with his palm. This Ardent Flower Night Wolf was his saddle horse. It was extremely spirited, but also hot-tempered. In the beginning, Xing Shan suffered some hardships when dealing with the chieftain wolf. He was extremely frustrated, but he couldn't bear to slaughter it. With much effort, he finally managed to tame it. They had a very close relationship, and the chieftain wolf had saved his life repeatedly. In Xing Shan's eyes, no one in the whole of the Ardent Flower Blood Division was comparable to his chieftain wolf. With his chieftain wolf's ability, this long-range raid wasn't a big deal. The chieftain wolf enjoyed Xing Shan's caresses and yawned occasionally. With his eyes shut, Xing Shan was deep in thought. He didn't know why, but he started to feel ill at ease, which disturbed him, because he had met with danger the previous time he felt this way. This was an omen, he thought. He sorted recent affairs carefully but couldn't find anything amiss. Suddenly, he felt that something wasn't right and jerked his eyes open. A dazzling light ray lit up in the faraway sky, its intense wave motion alarming Xing Shan. Such a strong motion could only be due to a confrontation between two powerful players. Was there a powerful figure? The whole camp had been startled. Everybody stood up and looked toward the ray in bewilderment. A short while later, an obvious airflow swept across the campground, and Xing Shan's face changed. This was the shockwave from that earlier collision. From amid the wind, he captured Zhu Chun's aura of blood spiritual force. Quite a few people had detected this. Having interacted with Zhu Chun day and night, many of them were familiar with his blood spiritual force's aura. If it had been any other day, no one would be too worried, since in the Ardent Flower Blood Division, Zhu Chun's ability was second only to boss Xing Shan. Yet that wave motion was simply too intense. Zhu Chun must have met a master elementalist. Xing Shan's face was ashen-colored. Zhu Chun was his right-hand man and Xing Shan relied heavily on him. Zhu Chun had always been the one in charge of daily training, and even after so many years, he'd never failed to live up to Xing Shan's expectations. He quickly suppressed his anger, his mind spinning rapidly. Xing Shan had secured his position as the division leader not only because of his own capability. He originally planned to seek out the location of the Spear of Heavy Cloud first. He hadn't expected to scout out the opponent so quickly, and a master elementalist at that. The enemy was very close. Xing Shan's expression worsened with this realization. The distance between them was much shorter than he'd expected. This meant that the enemy was positioned even more aggressively and invasively and was more ambitious. While he didn't know which combat division his opponent was from, he knew that the three teams that cooperated and claimed victory previously had no reason to battle separately. If they wanted to join forces, they could not be too far apart. After analyzing, Xing Shan realized that they were in a very dangerous situation. The Ardent Flower Blood Division could be attacked from all sides. Xing Shan calmed down. He was aware that whether or not the opponent was from Shi Shuemon's combat division, he would have to use the power of lightning to attack and prevent getting closed in on three sides. Any hesitation in the face of such an encounter could lead to a catastrophe. In a battle encounter, both parties were usually unprepared. Many would wait for the right opportunity and hope that they could be more amply prepared, but retreating and hesitating was like bowing and giving away victory. Get ready, army! We're setting off shortly. Xing Shan roared before turning over and sitting on his wolf. Everybody responded loudly as they got up in succession and sat on Ardent Flower Night Wolves. They transformed into a deluge and whizzed toward that dazzling light. Shi Shuemon was in the tent, summing up her insights. If they had a god-subduing peak and installed a pagoda cannon at its crucial position, it would be alarmingly powerful. She put pen to paper and in the blink of an eye an outline of god-subduing peak appeared. She'd been stationed in one before, so she was very familiar with it. Propping her chin, she fixed her eyes on the drawing and quickly marked out a suitable position for the pagoda cannon to be installed. A mighty force like a Hellfire Pagoda Cannon was very well suited to a heavy weapon like a god-subduing peak. A Hellfire Pagoda Cannon could double the power of a god-subduing peak and seal off a region that was more than 10 times bigger. Shi Shuemon was also startled by her deductions. Any tripling or quintupling of power of a heavy weapon was already considered remarkable. A tenfold increase was completely unbelievable. Shi Shuemon never would have thought that such a small Hellfire Pagoda Cannon could cause such a huge change. What else would a god-subduing peak need if it had a Hellfire Pagoda Cannon? Shi Shuemon was very aware that a god-subduing peak wasn't without its flaws. The wall of North Sea wouldn't have collapsed otherwise. And her father wouldn't have. Shi Shuemon pursed her lips tightly, her expression steadfast. She tried hard to dismiss her distracting thoughts. Now's not the time to feel sad and weak, she told herself. She started thinking again. She thought about the flaws of a god-subduing peak since thinking from this angle might lead her to something. She recalled her journey to Jadeite Forest, trying hard to capture the god-subduing peak's weaknesses. Its speed. The god-subduing peak's speed wasn't considered slow. Elementalists would get tired from flying, but a god-subduing peak could travel from Silver Mist Sea to Jadeite Forest without needing to stop. When it came to battles, however, it always seemed clumsy. The god-subduing peak was too bulky and could only resist instead of dodge enemies' attacks. Enemies would throw themselves onto it like a swarm of bees, and that was when the god-subduing peak was in greatest danger. It wouldn't be able to bear the attacks no matter how solid its defense was. If enemies managed to get close, some unique attacks would smash its tortoise shell like a heavy hammer. Some extreme blood elementalists would even self-detonate. The scene of a blood elementalist exploding was very heroic, and its impact was extremely shocking too. In the midst of killing, soldiers would usually become even more crazy, be it blood elementalists or elementalists. There wasn't any difference. A god-subduing peak's speed and agility was difficult to change because of its bulk. How could she compensate for this flaw then? What about an even more compressed pagoda cannon? Shi Shuemon immediately rejected this idea. While Hellfire Pagoda cannons were indeed very mighty, their firing frequency was simply too slow and more suited for focused targets. A god-subduing peak wasn't very useful when it came to dealing with this swarm battle technique. What to do? Increase the number of defending elementalists? This could be a solution. Elementalists were good at flying, so they would be able to block off approaching enemies. An inspirational flash lit across her eyes. That's right, as long as they prevented enemies from getting close to the god-subduing peak, its might could fully be unleashed. Shi Shuemon was feeling rather agitated. She was aware of the value of this idea. Quite a few god-subduing peaks had already been created, but there were always only a few elementalists stationed around each of them. Because there weren't many battle positions on board, there had always been few battling elementalists. But its gigantic build could definitely fit the entire combat division. They just hadn't done it, because they believed that increasing the number of elementalists on board wouldn't increase the god-subduing peak's might. But it was as if Shi Shuemon had just opened up a new window. She felt that a god-subduing peak wasn't just an empty castle, it could actually be a beehive. A flying beehive. If they weren't able to handle the swarm battle technique, the enemies, too, wouldn't be able to. Adding a Hellfire Pagoda cannon to a god-subduing peak would greatly increase its lockdown region, which meant that their own soldiers would be able to get assistance from a greater area. Shi Shueman got increasingly excited and stood up abruptly, left her tent, and got ready to discuss this matter with Sang Zijun, Jiang Wei, and the rest. This was their daily activity, non-stop pondering and discussing. From the start of the blood catastrophe, Ai had been the one to host the discussions, and this tradition never stopped since then. Shi Shueman, who had just walked out of the tent, turned rigid. She raised her head and looked at the dazzling light ray at the horizon. That was Zhu Yan's elemental energy wave motion. Zhu Yan must have met an extremely remarkable blood elementalist. Zhu Yan was very capable. Although he had become a master a little later than usual, his abilities in the Spear of Heavy Cloud was second only to Shi Shueman's. He was an even notch better than Yang Xiaodong. Such a violent impact could only be due to an encounter with a powerful blood elementalist. An enemy was here. And they were already very close by. Get ready for battle. Without needing for her to shout, members of the Spear of Heavy Cloud were already alarmed. The elemental energy wave motion was simply too intense. Gather the troops quickly, Wang Xiaoshan. An enemy is here. Get ready to face the enemy head-on, Jiang Wei. Get someone to inform the Sky Edge soldiers that the enemy is here, Sang Zijun. Follow me, Yang Xiaodong. We're going to save them. The azure wings on Shi Shueman spread open with a jolt and she soared into the sky. Not daring to lag behind, Yang Xiaodong quickly followed behind. Jiang Wei fixed his gaze on their silhouettes, clenching his fists. The more dangerous the situation was, the usefulness of a master became more apparent. This battle encounter occurred too suddenly, and everyone was caught off guard. Yet none panicked, since they already had a contingency plan. From top to bottom, everybody was working in an organized manner. The camping ground was in full swing as everyone was operating at full speed, like precise gears. The courageous reigned supreme. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 533, so be it. Chapter 533, so be it. Translator, Irene. Editor, Lucas, TYZ. Fatty was carrying 2 men on his shoulders, but his speed did not reduce. He was like a rapidly rebounding cannon or a leaping, wild boar. His big body moved surprisingly gracefully. Only each time he landed, it was as if a terrifyingly powerful cannon had gone off into the earth, causing a layer of it to rise up. Fatty was gasping for breath, and his whole body was covered in sweat and was misting. His legs felt really heavy, but he dared not stop at all. He suddenly felt the ground trembling and fear emerged on his face. In the past, such tremblings occurred whenever a group of beasts charged across the field, but how could there be a group of beasts now? That wave motion from earlier would only have scared all of them away. They wouldn't dare to approach this region. There could only be one possibility. The enemy's cavalry. Fatty exerted even his milk-sucking strength and started sprinting with his teeth clenched. The vibrations were getting closer and Fatty was about to burst into tears. Come save me, Ah Hui. Zhu Yan, who was still on his shoulder, regained his senses. He was already severely injured and was very feeble. Initially, he felt somewhat embarrassed for having to be lugged by Fatty, but upon noticing that Fatty could run pretty fast, he realized that Fatty had been bluffing all along. He was just lazy. Each time they were out, he was the one carrying him along as he flew. After having considered that, Zhu Yan immediately felt at ease. After carrying Fatty so many times, it wasn't unreasonable for him to allow Fatty to support him this once. But he regretted it soon after. Fatty ran jerkily and landed heavily without the least bit of cushioning. This quickly made Zhu Yan feel dizzy and nauseated. He felt that the bones in his body were about to fall apart. The worst thing was that Fatty was sprinting in the forest like a nimble wild boar. This wild boar had thick and rough skin, so naturally it was alright, but the branches, shrubs, rattans whipped him directly like raindrops. Red slashes continued emerging on his snow-white skin in a criss-crossed pattern. It was a tragic sight. He asked weakly, "Can't you just run properly?" Fatty's movements chopped his short sentence into 3 trembling sections, leaving Zhu Yan breathless. Fatty responded in a sobbing tone, "Why do you have so much sh*t to say? How about you try?" Zhu Yan was stunned. He softened his tone, answering, "What are you crying for? You don't have to be so anxious. Rest for a little while if you're tired." Fatty burst into tears. "How can I not be? The enemy's chasing us." Zhu Yan stared blankly for a while, listening with rapt attention. His face changed and he hurriedly urged, "Run, quick! Run, quick! Faster!" Fatty cried, "I'm trying. Or do you want to do it? Zhu Yan was very worried by now. He thought about what to do, turned his face around, and saw Zhu Chun's wide-open eyes staring back at him. He immediately screamed, "Why are you still carrying this thing? The enemy is reaching us. Throw it away." Fatty stopped crying. "No." Zhu Yan was shocked. "No? He's scorched, so why won't you toss him aside? This is my loot. I haven't searched him yet." Fatty's tone was resolute and decisive. "My head can break, my blood can flow, but I can't lose my loot." The rumbling sounds from behind became increasingly clear. The ground was shaking, and the movement alone was enough to turn Zhu Yan's face white. Fatty calmed down at this time. "Don't be afraid. It's nothing actually. Ahui and I have seen migrating dire beasts during our time in the wilderness. That is the real deal." Zhu Yan couldn't read Fatty. Fatty was usually as timid as a mouse and was all kinds of lazy. He was so money-faced that people often wanted to give him the finger. Still unwilling to give up his loot at this point, Fatty was the quintessential foolish guy, willing to give up his life for money. Yet this same fellow had just killed Zhu Chun and was the one who had silently modified a Hellfire Pagoda cannon. Even at this time of crucial danger, Fatty did not abandon him, and they joked together. How could there be such a strange and contradicting person in this world? Zhu Yan quickly noticed that Fatty wasn't running in a straight line but in a zigzag manner, constantly changing directions. He couldn't help but ask, why not run toward the R-camp? Stupid. Even during this mad sprint, Fatty couldn't help but roll his eyes and answered in annoyance, "Remember, when you're fleeing, do not run in a straight line, or the wild beasts can easily catch up to you." Zhu Yan asked automatically, "Why? How can you be so stupid? It's such simple logic, so simple that it's difficult to answer. How did you even become a master?" "Under the table, dot." Zhu Yan was about to retort, but the rumbling sounds were ear-splitting and he could faintly see some silhouettes. "There!" Shouts could be heard from behind. Fatty, who had been full of metal, was now shrieking, "Oh my God!" The wind between his legs grew even stronger, like a whirlpool, shuttling nonstop through the forest. Xingshan fixed his gaze on the corpse on the shoulder of that faraway figure. His face turned ashen and his eyes were about to pop. Zhu Chun! Although only a back view was exposed, Xingshan was certain that he did not make a mistake. Zhu Chun had been following him for years and was a trustworthy assistant. Their relationship was beyond that between ordinary bosses and subordinates. Seeing Zhu Chun's corpse made Xingshan's heart boil. He made a long and sharp hiss. Sensing its owner's grief and indignation, the ardent flower wolf, too, howled. The fresh, red flowers on its black, shiny fur transformed into flames that slowly separated from its body and floated around. There wasn't any stray fur on its body. It was pitch black and smooth like satin. With its head high, it hissed in an extraordinarily spirited manner. The wolf's forelimbs stomped onto the ground, causing flames to splatter everywhere. Carrying Xingshan on its back, it soared into the sky and toward that faraway silhouette. Hunting was an inherent ability of the wolf. It locked onto his sprinting prey. But as if that fat target had anticipated this ability, he jerked his body to the side and borrowed a big tree to obstruct its line of sight before changing directions constantly. The wolf noticed that its prey had managed to break free from its focus. Boom! The chieftain wolf was like a small mountain, crashing onto the ground heavily and spraying flames from its hoofs. The flames mixed with the earth with a whiz, as if a broad axe had been raised up. Every tree within a 30-meter radius was chopped in half and instantly turned to ashes. The mountain rocks shattered and the fragments shot into the woods, fast and powerful as arrows while emitting pew sounds. Leaving a burnt, deep pit of a few meters radius on the ground, it soared into the sky once again. Its deep red, ruby-like blood eyes were burning. It had been angered by its prey. That large prey was exceptionally sly, its body unceasingly moving around like a slippery loach. One moment it was on the left and the next moment it went to the right. Sometimes it used trees to cover itself and other times it drilled into the dense shrubs. The prey could always sense that it was being locked onto. The chieftain wolf had never met such a crafty prey. Xingshan had calmed down by now. He had always been an ambitious and ruthless character, so the more angry he got, the more he calmed down. He was extremely cool-headed now, and his body was emitting cold air into the surroundings. People who were familiar with Xingshan would definitely run far away upon seeing this. They knew how terrifying a raging Xingshan was. Xingshan looked coldly at that slippery figure. He couldn't help but admit that this was the most deceitful scouter he'd ever seen. It was true that one shouldn't judge a person by his appearance. It was unbelievable that such a fat figure could actually be this agile. It was his first time seeing a scout with this physique, and one so powerful at that. But no matter how capable he was just a scout. He grinned coldly and grabbed hold of a black hatchet that was hanging on the wolf's body. Fatty felt completely different. His whole body was flush red, as if he was drunk. His pouring sweat was no longer visible and the veins behind his neck were popping. He opened his eyes wide in fear. His breaths were becoming coarser and red flames could faintly be seen coming out of his mouth. Zhu Yan could hear Fatty's drumming heartbeat and feel his tensed muscles. Flaming breaths were a sign that a fire elementalist was nearly exhausting his elemental energy. Fatty! Zhu Yan felt indescribably moved, and his nose started feeling sour. He was simply too grateful for being able to survive the ice seal and to meet such a good companion. He called out, "Toss us aside, Fatty." Without a sound, Fatty was focused on spriting, his bulky body trembling all over like a frantic wild boar. Zhu Yan raised his voice and shouted, "Toss us, quick, Fatty." Again, Fatty made no sound, as if he hadn't heard him. Zhu Yan sensed something amiss and struggled to look at Fatty's face. He received a jolt. Fatty's eyes were hollow-looking and only white flames were flowing within. Central Pine Valley. The sword operator's embroidery training had become something everybody watched during training intervals. It was a joy to observe those manly hands holding a delicate embroidery needle, cautiously attempting to create a pattern while sweating buckets. AI Huey's stern criticism could be heard occasionally. "Slow down. Why are you going so fast? Are you holding a sword or an axe? Focus. Stabilize your state of mind. Do you know what stability means? It means that you're able to complete your embroidery unruffled, even if someone behind you is trying to slice your ass with a knife." Someone from the crowd shouted, "Then what about the butt situation, boss?" "Butt?" AI Hui tilted his head to think. "Mend it after completing the embroidery." Ha ha ha. Everyone was rolling on the floor and forgot at that moment that they had been the butt of the joke too when they were training in the metal basket sword pagoda. Shi Ziguang fixed his eyes on the embroidery needle with all the focus he could gather. The audience's laughter fell on deaf ears. It must be said that this was a totally new experience since he had only been training at a rapid speed in the past. The faster the speed, the slower he felt time was moving. But embroidery required slowness, and when a certain speed was reached, he realized in surprise that time seemed to move increasingly faster. He wondered if others felt the same way. But as time went by quicker, he felt a different and indescribable kind of slowness. His heart was exceptionally calm, like a rock amidst the long river that was time. Time was like a river brushing across the stone surface, yet every detail was so crisp and clear. It was a very peculiar feeling, and he was engrossed in it. He had found his talent. He was extremely sensitive to speed. He felt different sensations toward the lightning speed sword and the slow and focused embroidery. He was unclear of the uses of these sensations. He had sought guidance from Boss, and after some thinking, Boss told him to spin silk from cocoons. As compared to embroidering, spinning silk required an even slower speed, and the sensation Shi Ziguang felt was even more intense. AI Hui looked at Shi Ziguang, his heart singing praises. Shi Ziguang was the most talented out of the 3 sword operators and had been the quickest to enter that state of mind. As if he felt something, AI Hui looked toward Shi Ziguang and was emotionally moved. The thread in Shi Ziguang's hand lit up faintly, buzzing and trembling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 534, Fatty's Talent. Chapter 534, Fatty's Talent. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lucas, TYZ. Shi Ziguang recounted what he felt just now to AI Hui with excitement. An envious look appeared on everyone's faces. They could all tell that Shi Ziguang had an extremely bright future ahead of him. He was very fortunate to have discovered an unknown talent that was hidden for many years. Everyone possessed a treasure within them. But how many people actually unearthed it? Even though aristocratic families possessed absolute arts, famed teachers, and an abundance of wealth, very few of them possessed talents. As such, one could well imagine how few talents those ordinary families possessed. It was unfortunate that Shi Ziguang didn't discover his talent when he was young and had missed the best period of life to practice it. However, compared to other people, he was still considered very lucky to have discovered an unknown talent after so many years. At this point in time, AI Hui had already confirmed that Shi Ziguang's talent was speed. In normal speed, Shi Ziguang would not have too much of a reaction. However, when his speed was overly fast or overly slow, he would produce reactions that were completely different from ordinary people's. Everyone gathered around him with curious looks on their faces. When they thought of talents, they would think about things like a higher elemental energy connectivity and etc. They had never heard of a talent in speed. Those who were quick-witted were thinking about whether or not they had some unknown talents as well. When Shi Ziguang was talking, everyone was holding their breaths while listening to him attentively. When Shi Ziguang finished talking, everyone shifted their gazes to Ai Hui. In the past, Ai Hui was only known for his powerful strength, superb swordsmanship, and specialization in the theory of elemental traces. After the training session with Shi Ziguang this time around, all of them realized Ai Hui was a good teacher. This discovery roused everyone. Everyone hoped that they could discover what their talents were. Ai Hui could see the hopeful look on everyone's faces. After thinking for a while, he said, "Nowadays, the training system focuses on the 5 residences and 8 palaces. After all, this system has been established for quite a while. Indeed, there are many types of talents. During the cultivation era, talents were being classified distinctively. That is because the training system at that time was extremely huge. There were many diversifications and types of tests. For example, if a person was slow-witted but had an unusually high willpower, he or she was suitable for the field of meditation. However, if a person in today's world is not gifted in the field of elemental energy, he or she will not have much of a future. Take Jiguang, who has a talent in speed, as an example. If it wasn't for the fact that our pinwheel sword needed a driver, he would not have brought out his talent." Everyone thought hard and long about Ai Hui's words. Meanwhile, Shi Ziguang was nodding his head repeatedly. Ai Hui thought of something, and his lips behind the bandages that covered his face curled into a grin. "The most unique talent is probably the talent in escaping." "Talent in escaping? Does escaping need talent?" "Ha ha ha, this talent is quite practical. The moment you see something not right, quickly turn and escape." "Who has this talent? Who has this talent?" Everyone broke into a lively discussion. All of them looked at Ai Hui with curious looks on their faces. For a moment, Ai Hui felt as if he had become a teacher, standing on the podium while giving a lesson to his students below. Was he going to become a teacher after teaching them embroidery? Was he taking up the roles of master and mistress at the same time? "Everyone knows this person," Ai Hui replied. "Boss, stop keeping us in suspense. Quickly tell us who it is." Everyone became impatient. "Fatty," Ai Hui chuckled. "Fatty? Really? I don't believe it. With his body size, he is suitable to be a sacrificial victim for those who are escaping." "I don't believe it either." Everyone shook their heads. "I am really not lying to you. You guys better not underestimate Fatty. Fatty is good at 2 things. The first is his greed for money, and the second is escaping. I am willing to play a second fiddle to him with regards to these 2 aspects," Ai Hui said solemnly. "Boss, you're being too humble. With regards to the point of being greedy for money, you definitely will not lose out to Fatty." Someone blurted out. "Ha ha ha. That's right. Don't try to make Fatty the scapegoat." Everyone burst out laughing. Drenched in sweat, Ai Hui was exasperated as he said, "Don't spoil my reputation." "Am I this kind of person?" "Yes," everyone said in unison and dragged out the word. They were laughing all over the place. Ai Hui remained speechless. When he turned around and saw Lu Lan laughing too, he flew into a rage. "Lu Lan, have you finished cooking the elemental soup?" "Ai Hui, you have just finished yours." Lu Lan blinked his eyes. "Ai Hui. Boss, is Fatty's escaping talent very formidable? Is it like my talent in speed?" Shi Ziguang asked curiously. "Is it slightly more formidable than yours?" Ai Hui answered. Suddenly, everyone's curiosity was piqued. For the past few days, all of them had witnessed Shi Ziguang's talent with their own eyes. Usually, Shi Ziguang might appear to be unremarkable. However, when he boarded the pinwheel sword and took up the driver's seat, he became a totally different person. Until now, only Shi Ziguang was able to make those extremely difficult maneuvers and moves in an utterly short period of time. As such, when Boss said that Fatty's talent was more formidable than Shi Ziguang's, everyone's curiosity was piqued. Boss would never lie about such things. Ai Hui smiled. Other than him, no one knew about Fatty's talent. He explained, "If you fight alongside Fatty on the battlefield, you will notice a very strange phenomenon. Even when the battlefield is very chaotic, there are a lot of people, and the ongoing battle is very intense, Fatty will always be ignored by everyone. The most extreme case that I have ever seen is when we were in the wilderness. At that time, we were still working as laborers in the wilderness. One day, while we were setting up camp, a dire beast attacked us. More than 100 people had died that day. Everyone in Fatty's unit, except him, had died. I saw with my own eyes that after the dire beast finished biting everyone to death, it walked past Fatty as if it never saw him. An uproar broke out. Really? Sounds like Bull's **T to me. Boss, are you telling us a fake story? Everyone reacted strongly. That was because the story did not make sense and none of them had never heard of such a thing before. We did not get angry and continued. At that time, I was like all of you. I myself was stunned and even got injured because of it. From that day onwards, I started to observe Fatty. Eventually, I discovered that there is indeed something strange going on with this fellow. Every time he runs into a dangerous situation, he is able to escape unscathed. Later, I slowly understood what was going on. Everyone pricked up their ears, fearing that they might miss out on any details. It is as if he was born with the ability to know which area is dangerous and which area is safe. Subsequently, we were put in the same unit. At that time, I still had not figured out what was going on with Fatty. We managed to dodge dire beasts a few times because of this talent of Fatty's. Eventually, I understood that Fatty has a talent in escaping, because he is naturally extremely sensitive to smells. Even if he is very close to a dire beast, he is able to hide in the blind spot of that dire beast and dodge it. Everyone came to a realization. We continued, this innate ability of Fatty is best used when he is escaping. He can use trees, rocks, hills, rivers and etc. to hinder a dire beast from locking onto his smell. Unlike humans, most dire beasts don't rely on their eyes. Instead, they rely on the smells to lock onto their targets. Everyone looked pensive. There's one more reason, we continued, Fatty is timid. An uproar broke out once more. Being timid can be a strength too? Boss, are you encouraging us to be timid? We shook his head. After everyone quieted down, he continued, Fatty is more timid than ordinary people. Whenever he encounters a dire beast, he will become very scared. To Fatty, fear is also a power. In the state of fear, Fatty can outperform his usual self. Once, I was injured and my unit abandoned me. Fatty was extremely scared at that time. He carried me and ran behind our unit for more than 10 days. Everyone was speechless. This was the first time they had heard this story. Their eyes widened involuntarily and their facial expressions turned shocked. No wonder Boss and Fatty had such a deep relationship. We felt touched as he narrated this story. However, he kept his tone calm as usual and continued, toward the end, he was extremely exhausted and he had almost lost his consciousness. He relied solely on his will to survive. Fatty's will to survive is a lot stronger than most people's. This is a strength. Having a strong will to survive allows Fatty to do a lot of things that ordinary people can't. For example, he was able to carry me for more 10 days with his energy completely depleted. I'm inferior to him with regards to this aspect. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. They did not expect Fatty, who is usually so lazy and timid, to have such a formidable moment. We eventually concluded, the only reason why I said Fatty is more powerful than Shi Ziguang was that he discovered his talent at a very early stage. When we were in wilderness, dangers were everywhere and they happened to stimulate Fatty's gift. However, Ziguang, don't give up. Now, you have your talent. As long as you keep on sharpening it, it will become stronger. With a determined look on his face, Shi Ziguang yelled, I will continue to work hard. We swept everyone with his gaze and said, I will think of other talents and see if there are any ways to test them. However, I can't promise they will work. Upon hearing these words, everyone cheered in unison, long live our boss. When we saw the joy on everyone's faces, his lips could not help but curl into a smile. Just as we was analyzing and explaining Fatty's talent to everyone, in a distant battlefield, Xingshan was sitting atop a wolf while admiring Fatty's talent. Fatty's plump and huge figure was a facade. He was more nimble and slithery than a snake. However, this was not the only reason why the division leader of the Ardent Flower Blood Division was full of praise for him. The thing that truly roused Xingshan was Fatty's instinctive sensitivity to smells. This was an extremely rare talent. Smells were harder to detect than elemental energies and blood spiritual force. An outstanding expert could only form this ability after going through countless battles. Xingshan could tell that Fatty's strength was around the same as his subordinates and yet his performance was unusually impressive. This fellow's sensitivity towards smell was so formidable that he could use obstacles and directional angles to hinder the chieftain wolf from locking onto his smell. He used this kind of special technique to escape again and again. One must know that the chieftain wolf was one of the most outstanding ardent flower blood wolves bred by the Beast Venom Temple. As a beast, it possessed powerful hunting capabilities and its sensitivity towards smells far exceeded humans. The chieftain wolf, which had never failed before, had missed its target again and again today. Xing Shan did not expect to encounter such an interesting fellow in this world. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Following which, the black, heavy axe in his hand emitted a bloody glow that shot towards Fatty like a tidal wave of blood. When the bloody glow left Xing Shan's heavy axe, Fatty, who had been escaping with all his might, froze in his tracks. A look of despair appeared on his face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 535, Xing Shan's Strength. Chapter 535, Xing Shan's Strength. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lucas, TYZ. Being the division leader of the Ardent Flower Blood Division, Xing Shan was definitely very powerful. He had completed 12 rounds of blood refinement. Even though this number paled in comparison to Red Devil's, it was still the second highest record. After leaving the Beast Venom Temple, he did not stop improving himself. Not daring to slack off at all, he trained diligently every day. Going through the blood refinement was like taking a gamble. Before the result was revealed, one would never know whether he won or lost. However, if he lost the gamble, he would never have a chance to play again. The effort Xing Shan put in had yielded great returns. 12 rounds of blood refinement had established an extremely solid foundation in him. His blood contained an abundance of precious ingredients. The hard work he put into his training caused the beneficial effects of the ingredients in his blood to be released. His strength was increasing steadily over a long period of time. Out of 33 vertebrae, he had unlocked 30 of them. Among so many god guards, this was an extremely impressive result. Some of Fatty's talent had amazed him, but that was because he had never seen anything like this before. The disparity between their strength levels was enormous. By waving his axe casually, Xing Shan was able to cut off all of Fatty's escape routes. Fatty might have been able to cut off his smell and hinder Xing Shan from catching him, but he was completely helpless against an attack that covered such a wide range. There was no way out for him. As such, when Xing Shan waved his axe, Fatty immediately knew he was stuck. Fatty could not even imagine the disparity between his strength and Xing Shan's. His heart was filled with despair. A strong sense of fear flooded him like a tidal wave. Suddenly, he looked as if an idea had erupted within his head. He reached out his hand and plucked out the hose that was connected to the snow lava on his back and stuffed it into his mouth. Gulp, gulp. Like an incredibly thirsty traveler that was lost in the desert, he began to gulp down the snow lava. Zhu Yan's facial expression changed drastically. He cried out in alarm, "Fatty!" The crystal-clear liquid was snow lava. It was an A-grade fire liquid. A drop of it could effortlessly burn through a rock, and Fatty had actually taken 2 mouthfuls of it. He was done for. Zhu Yan's head was buzzing and his mind went blank. How could a mortal drink an A-grade fire liquid? Following which, Fatty spat out the hose. His face was in daze, looking extremely weird. When the snow lava entered his body, his nearly depleted fire elemental energy reacted as if it had been doused with a basin of hot oil, intensifying and becoming extremely violent in an instant. An endless stream of flames was emitting from Fatty's body. These flames were not bright red. Instead, they were white in color, resembling the blaze flowing in his eyes. Fatty's flushed cheeks suddenly became pale white, looking as if his blood was being sucked dry. Every now and then, his facial muscles were twitching, making him look unusually sinister and crazy. "Fatty, why don't you want to put me down?" Zhu Yan's cheeks were streaming with tears. After he was released from the ice seal, his teacher told him that the world nowadays was much more cruel than before. He felt that he had made enough mental preparations, but it turned out that reality was completely different from his expectations. Fatty could hear Zhu Yan crying. At this point in time, he had lost his sanity. Suddenly, he made a very weird posture. He raised his right arm perpendicular to his body and straightened it. Then, he bent his left arm and used it to support his right arm. When Xing Shan saw that Fatty did not run and turned around instead, a sneer appeared on his face. "Now you know you can't escape. Your courage is indeed laudable, but your strength is too weak. You're merely making a fruitless attempt." However, when Xing Shan saw Fatty gulping something and then made a weird posture, he was stunned. What inheritance was this? Boom! A muffled boom resounded through the air. Zhu Yan, who was previously on Fatty's shoulder, was tossed into the air by the impact. In the mid-air, Zhu Yan saw an amazing scene. Fatty's straightened right arm jerked back like a cannon. A white-colored blaze was shooting out from the fist of Fatty's straightened right arm. Zhu Yan's mind went blank. What kind of technique was this? Meanwhile, on the opposite side, a cold glint flashed across Xing Shan's squinted eyes. The white blaze did not look very powerful, but it was extremely fast, resembling an attack that was launched by a pagoda cannon. A white burst of light flashed across everyone's eyes. Following which, the bloody gleam from Xing Shan's axe crashed into the white blaze, resembling a surging tidal wave that collided against a solid reef. Boom! A bloody glow rushed towards the sky, making the sky look as if it was raining blood. The result of the impact caused everyone to turn pale with fright. All of them knew how powerful Boss Xing Shan's axe was. It would take at least 4 people to be able to withstand a casual attack from his axe. This fatty had actually used such a weird attack to block Boss Xing Shan's axe. Furthermore, Fatty looked as if he was in dire straits just now. Just as everyone was feeling astonished, Fatty's body wobbled, looking as if he was going to collapse. So he was just an arrow that had reached the end of its flight. A sinister smile appeared on Xing Shan's face as he raised his heavy axe once more. The chieftain wolf beneath broke into a small run. It was repeatedly infuriated by Fatty today. Following which, it began to pick up its speed. Thud, thud, thud. Every step it took, the earth shook and the mountain trembled. Dirt and flames flew up the air, resembling a hurricane that was devastating the trees and plants in its surroundings. Die! A roar echoed through the air. In midair, the man and the beast looked as if they had merged together. The axe gleam descended from the sky, resembling a powerful, bloody waterfall. It was accompanied by a terrorizing vibrating whiz. No living things within 300 meters of Xing Shan could escape unscathed. Zhu Yan widened his eyes as he looked at the red-colored sky that was rapidly falling towards him. His mind had gone totally blank. They were going to die here today. Like a wooden puppet, Fatty couldn't move at all. His face was deathly pale. Suddenly, a shrill whistle rang echoed through the air. It sounded as if it came from a distant place. However, in the blink of eye, the whistle appeared to be right here with them. A blue-white shadow appeared out of thin air in front of Fatty. The shadow was moving so fast that it appeared blurry. Xing Shan couldn't see the face of the shadow clearly. He could only see a ponytail fluttering behind it. And the tip of a spear that was rapidly expanding in size before his eyes. The spear effortlessly pierced through the bloody, waterfall-like axe gleam as if it was a red-colored curtain. The blue, firmament iron-made spear tip collided heavily with the blade of the black, heavy axe. Xing Shan felt as if he had been hit by a berserk dire beast. The terrifying attack caused his facial expression to change drastically. Starting from the bottom of his spine, the vertebrae in his back began to light up one by one. His eyes widened angrily while his muscles trembled violently. He roared, "Break, dot." To his horror, just as the word left his mouth, he discovered that the power coming the spear was becoming stronger and stronger. If his axe gleam was like a surging tidal wave, then the spear tip would be an entire sea. How could it be? The scenery on both sides of Xing Shan's eyes was flashing by, turning into streaks of shadows from his perspective. The chieftain wolf beneath him had already entrenched its 4 limbs in the ground, but it still could not stop despite using all its strength. Bang! Xing Shan's back slammed against a huge tree. The huge tree was smashed to smithereens and wood shavings were sent flying through the air. Bang, bang, bang. Xing Shan's body kept on trembling as he continued to fly backwards and knock down trees and rocks along the way. His gaze was fixated on the blue-white shadow that was pulling apart in distance from him. The sounds of dried branches snapping, rocks shattering, and the earth splitting could not conceal the confident and vigorous voice of a girl. "I am sure Xuemon." To Xing Shan's horror, before he could even stabilize himself, he realized that the girl in the distance was pointing her spear at him. Sure Xuemon's eyes were so cold that they resembled the ice-blue sky above a snowy mountain. Suddenly, she disappeared. Not good. Xing Shan's eyelids twitched as he subconsciously placed his heavy axe in front of him. Like the sound of raindrops landing on a banana leaf, a crisp and clear sound of collision resounded through the air. Xing Shan's body trembled. Every spear move Sure Xuemon executed was crisp, powerful, and unblockable. Xing Shan had never encountered such an attack before. Every move was plain and simple, resembling a standard thrust. There was no dazzling luster, gorgeous techniques, or unnecessary changes. However, her spear thrusts were still extremely formidable. The tens of spear thrusts gathered. Xing Shan looked as if he had been struck by a lightning bolt as terrifying power gathered in the blade of his heavy axe. He and the chieftain wolf had completely lost control of their bodies. However, what everyone saw was completely different. Sure Xuemon suddenly appeared in front of Xing Shan. At almost the same time, Xing Shan and his mount, who were still flying backwards, disappeared. In midair, Sure Shueman calmly withdrew her spear with the side of her body facing forward. She looked around and asked, "Who are you?" The faces of everyone in the Ardent Flower Blood Division had turned white. All of their eyes were filled with fear. No one dared to reply to Sure Shueman. Suddenly, a loud rumble resounded through the air behind everyone. Xing Shan and his mount had created a huge trench on the ground. Everyone regained their senses and rushed towards Xing Shan like a swarm of bees. A 2-meter deep trench appeared on the ground in front of Sure Shueman. It was perfectly straight and extended over several hundred meters. All of the trees and rocks along the trench were reduced to fine powder. Zhu Yan was dumbstruck as he looked at the scene. He was utterly stunned. This was the first time he was shocked by someone's might other than his teacher's. Sure Shueman was actually so powerful to such a terrifying extent. Even Yang Xiaodong, who was standing behind Sure Shueman, was startled. He had fought with her before in the past. At that time, even though she was very powerful, she was only slightly more powerful than him. How could she have grown so much in such a short period of time? Yang Xiaodong felt that his training was a waste. Sure Shueman landed gracefully on the ground. An ordinary-looking movement from her looked peerlessly magnificent in everyone's eyes. Without turning her head, she said, "Yang Xiaodong, bring them and leave first." Yes. Division leader, be careful. Yang Xiaodong replied. His tone involuntarily carried a tinge of respect. He picked the unconscious fatty and Zhu Yan and flew in the direction of their camp. His heart was twisting at this moment. He wished that he could stay behind and fight with Sure Shueman. However, this was an order, so he had to obey it. Zhu Yan turned his head around and looked at Sure Shueman too. In the past, he only listened to his teacher's orders. However, from this moment onwards, he regarded himself as a member of the Spear of Heavy Cloud. Zhu Yan turned his head back when he could no longer see Sure Shueman. When he saw Fatty, who was in the other arm of Yang Xiaodong, he was shocked. Fatty's hand was holding on to a person. Zhu Chun. The unconscious Fatty was holding on tightly to Zhu Chun's leg, appearing as if he was holding on to a treasure. When had this fellow picked up the body of Zhu Chun? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 536, Netherworld Bestialox. Chapter 536, Netherworld Bestialox. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lucas, TYZ. Xing Shan stood up from the trench. Holding his heavy axe, he made a soft jump and jumped out of the trench. His chieftain wolf followed suit as well. It shook off the dirt on its body and stared at Sure Shueman with fear and hatred in its eyes. When Sure Shueman saw that Xing Shan looked as if nothing had happened to him, she had no choice but to admit that a blood elementalist's body was far more stronger than an elementalist's. After going up against so many blood elementalists, she realized that they had tenacious life force and powerful physical bodies. Their life force and bodies even surpassed blood fiends. Excellent spearmanship. Xing Shan praised Sure Shueman with sincerity. Sure Shueman's spearmanship was not dazzling at all. It looked no different from the basic spearmanship that any ordinary training hall would teach. However, it was this unremarkable spearmanship that produced an invincible aura. Xing Shan was no longer the town butcher that he was in the past. He understood that this spearmanship was a result of hard work and countless revisions. If this type of spearmanship appeared in the hands of someone like Lu Buling, no one would find it strange at all. However, when it appeared in the hands of a young girl, everyone found it incredible. Xing Shan petted his chieftain wolf dearly. Sure Shueman's previous spear move was unusually powerful. Even though he knew the chieftain wolf wasn't weak, he still felt sorry that it was hurt. Like a docile dog, the chieftain wolf intimately licked Xing Shan's wide palm. Xing Shan's gaze turned cold. He stretched his back and shook his 4 limbs. The vertebrae at his back lit up one by one. With a calm voice, he said, "I am Xing Shan. Miss Sure, nice to meet you. I have long heard of your famous name. I am truly blessed to be able to see your beautiful face today." A storm was brewing beneath his calm tone. Deep down, Sure Shueman shivered with cold. She could feel that Xing Shan's aura was intensifying. During the previous battle, Sure Shueman had seen many powerful blood elementalists. However, none of them could be compared to Xing Shan. After Xing Shan introduced himself, a look of realization appeared on Sure Shueman's face. She swept her gaze across his subordinates, nodded her head, and replied, "So you're the Ardent Flower Blood Division's division leader, Xing Shan." As the conflict between Blood of God and Avalon of 5 elements intensified day by day, both sides became more and more familiar with each other. Eventually, more and more people knew about the mysterious combat divisions of Blood of God. I didn't expect Miss Sher to have heard of my name before. Xing Shan suddenly burst into a laughter. He waved his heavy axe wildly and continued, Miss Sher's superb spearmanship is indeed impressive. Let's have a good fight today. As he finished his sentence, a tyrannical aura surged through the air. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of fried beans exploding was given off from whole of Xing Shan's body. Like a balloon, his body began to inflate. His body became tall and sturdy. His height was around 4 meters, his shoulders were broad, his back was wide, and his hair was thick and dense. His skin was now giving off a black, metallic luster. His huge and sturdy muscles looked as if they were made up of iron, and his black-colored armor burst open and embedded itself into skin, resembling black fish scales. A bone-made helmet grew out of his head. There were 2 sharp, bull horns on each side of his helmet, giving off a threatening, cold aura. Even though Shi Xueman looked calm on the surface, she was on high alert deep down. She had never seen such a weird scene before in a battlefield. When Xing Shan used his huge, cattail leaf fan-like palm to hold up his heavy axe, he looked like he was holding a stalk of rice straw. The heavy axe, which previously looked too big and awkward for his size, looked just right for him now. A fearsome aura soared through the sky and engulfed the battlefield. The sky looked as if it had darkened at this instant. Xing Shan looked like a 1,000-year dire beast that had emerged from the depths of the wilderness, intimidating everyone present. Even the Ardent Flower Blood Division soldiers, who were used to seeing their boss might, took a few steps back at this moment. Beside Xing Shan, his chieftain wolf howled and shook its body. Crack, crack, crack. Its body began to inflate rapidly. All its hair became thick like needles. Its initial calf-sized body had become the size of an elephant now. The ardent flowers that were previously fluttering around it had transformed into streaks of scarlet flames. These streaks of flames were then absorbed by its hair. Its sharp claws were giving off a bright red glow, looking as if they were just taken out from a furnace. Its deathly pale teeth were growing at a great speed. They became thicker and sharper. Traces of flames were spiraling in and out of the gaps between its teeth. Xing Shan then sat on the back of the chieftain wolf. Shi Xueman lowered her gaze, took half a step back with her right foot, and pointed her cuirass towards the front. Xing Shan squeezed his legs and the chieftain wolf dashed forward all of a sudden. Eat my axe! A thunderous voice erupted through the air. Everyone felt their visions blur as they lost sight of Xing Shan and his chieftain wolf. Shi Xueman squinted her ice-cold eyes and stepped forward half a step with her left foot. Following which, she thrusted her cuirass forward. Clank, dot. A deafening sound of metal colliding erupted in everyone's ears. A circular air current that was formed by a white-colored mist and a red, bloody glow swept across the entire place like a red-white hurricane. The blood elementalists' facial expressions changed as they put up their shields to defend themselves. The dirt and fragments mixed within the red-white hurricane was extremely destructive, causing sparks to fly when the hurricane collided against the blood elementalists' shields. Those slightly weak blood elementalists were being pushed back repeatedly. Their bodies were trembling and blood was flowing out from their mouths and noses. However, at this point in time, no one dared to wipe off the blood on their faces as their eyes were fixated at the scene. The two figures separated immediately after making contact, drawing a distance of a few hundred meters from each other. There was a hole that had an area of 350 square meters in between them, shocking everyone. Before the onlookers could regain their composure from the impact of the collision just now, the two of them disappeared at the same time. The two indistinct figures continuously streaked across the air and collided against each other. The densely packed sound of the collisions between the spear and the axe resounded through the air, striking fear into the onlookers' hearts. Every collision was earth-shaking, creating a red-white, ring-shaped shockwave that swept across the area. Everything in the path of the ring-shaped shockwave was reduced to smithereens as if they were being swatted by a huge, invisible hand. The Ardent Flower Blood Division kept on retreating. All of them were overwhelmed with horror. When a battle between two experts was taking place, it was extremely dangerous for one to spectate it, let alone lend a helping hand to one of the parties. The longer Shi Xueman fought, the more astonishment she felt. Compared to before, Xing Shan was a completely different man after he summoned his ability of God. A blood elementalist's ability of God was mysterious in many ways. Xing Shan's strength had increased by at least 10 times. Previously, he was easily knocked back in the air by Shi Xueman's spear moves. Now, he could easily ward them off. His blood spiritual force had undergone weird changes as well. Every attack he launched with his axe was covered with a layer of red-colored bloody glow. The red, bloody glow had high viscosity. There were a few times that it almost pierced through her spear gleam, posing an unusually dangerous threat to her. The chieftain wolf also became more powerful and sly. So this was an expert blood elementalist? However, the surprise Xing Shan was feeling was no less than Shi Shueman's. His ability of God was the rare, netherworld bestialox. One day, while Xing Shan was training, he suddenly sensed a trace of ancient aura in his blood. That was when he formed the ability of God in the netherworld bestialox. Legend had it that the netherworld bestialoxen lived in the nether river that connected the realm of life and the realm of death. They were an extremely rare species that lived in the realm between life and death. The netherworld bestialoxen were immensely powerful. Furthermore, their bodies were surrounded by the blood water of the nether river. Any living thing that touched their bodies would be dragged into the netherworld. In this day and age, ancient beasts were thought to possess a myriad of remarkable abilities. Even though the ancestral mark of the netherworld bestialox in Xing Shan's body was very weak, it still allowed him to become extremely formidable when he summoned it. In the past, whenever he summoned the netherworld bestialox, his opponents would be suppressed by him immediately. The quality of every component of his body would improve drastically and he would become immensely powerful. An ordinary attack from him would become unblockable. His skin and muscles would become as hard as metal, giving him an extremely formidable defense. There were a few sparring sessions where he used his bare hands to ward off weapon attacks and not a single mark was left on his arms. His blood spiritual force not only became more vigorous and concentrated, it also possessed the aura of the nether river, which allowed it to become unpredictable. Initially, he thought that he could completely suppress Shi Shueman by summoning the netherworld bestialox. He didn't expect Shi Shueman to be able to ward off his attacks steadily. Every time he increased his power, Shi Shueman's spear would increase in power as well. The thing that bewildered Xing Shan was that the power of Shi Shueman's spear moves was comparable to his. Shi Shueman's cirrus was surrounded by ribbon-like traces of mist. These gentle-looking traces of mist were unusually dominating and forceful. The physiological differences between a man and a woman gave rise to many differences in traits and abilities between the two genders. Strength was one of these differences. A woman's strength seldom matched up against a man's. As such, how would one expect Shi Shueman to go up against Xing Shan, who had just summoned the netherworld bestialox? Was Shi Shueman made of iron? If he found out that Shi Shueman's nickname was Iron Lady, he definitely would not be so surprised. The continuous head-on collisions aroused Xing Shan's bloodlust. With a roar, he streaked towards Shi Shueman. Shi Shueman was also becoming stronger and stronger. The tougher her opponent was, the more her strength grew. With a snort, she rose into the air. The ribbon-like traces of mist released by her cirrus were fluttering and dancing along with the wind. Xing Shan did not have the slightest bit of fear in him. His chieftain wolf made a leap and both of them turned into a streak of red shadow. Boom, boom, boom. Every now and then, a burst of light and a terrorizing aura would erupt throughout the sky. The onlookers raised their heads as the battle dazzled their eyes. The two figures in the sky were moving extremely fast. They could see the white-colored mist and the red-colored bloody glow colliding against each other continuously. Thunderous booms fell incessantly on the onlookers' ears. The two people had completely different fighting styles. Shi Shueman's spearmanship was superb. She forcibly used her spearmanship to ward off Xing Shan's heavy attacks. Those blood elementalists that practiced spearmanship widened their eyes for the fear of missing out any detail. Shi Shueman's spearmanship had indeed reached an unimaginable realm. Meanwhile, Xing Shan's attacks were extremely heavy and forceful. Every attack caused the sky to turn bloody. All of his subordinates had a taste of his bloody glow before. The moment it made contact with a person, it would invade and attack that person's bone marrow, usually ruthlessly. Xing Shan and his chieftain wolf were telepathically connected. A man and a wolf. Their powers were harmonized perfectly, producing an utterly formidable impact. One could clearly tell that Shi Shueman was very scared of Xing Shan's bloody glow. She did not dare to touch it at all. The traces of mist surrounding her body were soft like ribbons, changing their forms endlessly. Like an imposing mountain, they were heavy and dominating. They could always shatter the bloody gleam at critical moments. Shi Shueman was on high alert against the bloody glow. Every time her spear gleam collided against it, she could tell that a trace of her water elemental energy was absorbed by it. Xing Shan was like a crazy man. His might was terrifying, appearing as if he possessed a boundless amount of energy. The chieftain wolf beneath him kept on howling, not showing a single sign of tiredness. Shi Shueman quickly realized that this could not go on. The other party had a huge advantage over her in terms of physical energy. A battle of attrition would be disadvantageous for her. All of a sudden, Shi Shueman withdrew her spear and flew towards the sky. Trying to escape? Xing Shan's sinister laugh followed Shi Shueman relentlessly. Suddenly, Shi Shueman stopped at the thick and dense layer of clouds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 537, Axe of Nether River vs. Ironflower's Thrust. Chapter 537, Axe of Nether River vs. Ironflower's Thrust. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lucas, TYZ. Yang Xiaodong was flying with all his might. The distant explosions coming from his back were torturing him. When he turned his head around, even though he was very far from the scene, he could see the red and white gleams streaking through the air. Like a tsunami from the netherworld, the overflowing red glow was tyrannical and fearsome, dyeing the sky in the color of blood. Streaks of sparkling white spear mist were dancing and raging in the sea of blood like white-colored dragons. As he looked at the distant scene, he was trembling with fear. At the same time, he was very worried. Honestly speaking, he joined Central Pine Valley because he had no choice but to do so, and he was very unwilling then. However, after joining the Spear of Heavy Cloud, his impression of Shi Shueman changed completely. Unlike the sly and unpredictable AI Hui, Shi Shueman was candid and upright. Even though she had a tendency to pull out her spear when things did not go her way, she would lay out the issues and talk about them candidly, winning over everyone. Yang Xiaodong liked Lady Shi Shueman's style very much. Unlike the selfish AI Hui, who only cared about himself, Lady Shi Shueman would take the initiative to help people around her and assume responsibilities bravely. In Yang Xiaodong's heart, Lady Shi Shueman's image was far better than AI Hui's. Even though the life in the Spear of Heavy Cloud was very tough, Yang Xiaodong felt that it was very enriching as well. Lady's order was for him to send back the 2 injured people. He resisted the urge to reinforce Lady and flew towards the Spear of Heavy Cloud's camp at top speed. When Yang Xiaodong was near the camp, he was quickly discovered by Jiang Wei and the rest. When he landed, Jiang Wei, Sang Jijun, and the rest immediately gathered over. When they saw the unconscious Fatty and the heavily injured Zhu Yan, their facial expressions changed drastically. Very soon, Fatty and Zhu Yan were sent to receive treatments. "How's the situation?" Jiang Wei asked with a deep voice. "We have encountered an enemy combat division. Lady is engaged in an intense battle with the enemy. I have to go and help her." Yang Xiaodong was extremely anxious. Jiang Wei remained calm and stopped him. "Did Lady instruct you to do anything?" Yang Xiaodong went into a daze momentarily before blurting out, "She just wanted me to leave first and take the injured back." "Leave first?" Yang Xiaodong seemed to have regained his composure. Jiang Wei nodded his head and replied, "Lady will find a chance to escape. We have to believe in the lady. It's very likely that the enemy might be arriving soon, so we have to make preparations." "The enemy is from which combat division? Did you recognize him? What characteristics did he have? They ride on black-colored wolves and their leader wields an axe," Yang Xiaodong replied. When Jiang Wei was in the Sky Edge division, he was the key figure that the higher-ups wanted to nurture. They felt that he had great potential of becoming an excellent leader. Jiang Wei was calm, meticulous, diligent, and very strict with himself. All along, he paid great attention of the combat divisions of Blood of God. Upon hearing Yang Xiaodong's words, he immediately said, "It's the Ardent Flower Blood Division. Their division leader is Xing Shan. He is a fearsome and troublesome individual." Usually, Jiang Wei would hide key information from everyone. Back when he was gathering the intelligence on the combat divisions of Blood of God, he had already thought of how to handle the information. At that time, while he was coming up with ideas and deductions, he probably never thought that he would use the information so soon. In a critical moment, there was no time for deliberation. The experience that was accumulated over time played the most important role now. Without any hesitation, Jiang Wei quickly said, "We need to add more fortifications. Shan, I want many pits. Each of them should be 40 centimeters deep and wide. The more pits there are, the better it is. I want the camp to be surrounded with them." Wang Xiaoshan was slightly anxious, but he was able to keep his cool. "This is a very easy task. Do the pits need to be hardened? Or should I add some stone spikes in them?" For a master that played with mud, digging holes was extremely easy. He could even make these holes as hard as iron and add spikes into them. However, to Wang Xiaoshan's surprise, Jiang Wei shook his head and replied, "No, don't harden them. I want you to soften them. Can you fill them up with mud? Can the mud be slightly more slippery than the usual types of mud?" Wang Xiaoshan quickly replied cheerfully, "This is a good idea. Yes, there is a type of mud called quicksand mud. It is very slippery, so much so that it is more slippery than oil." Jiang Wei's eyes lit up as he replied, "All right, we will use quicksand mud then. You have to be fast, the enemy forces are arriving soon." "Don't worry, it will take at most 20 seconds, Wang Xiaoshan said candidly. After finishing his sentence, Wang Xiaoshan turned and left. Jiang Wei gave instructions to everyone in an orderly manner as he rearranged the defense line. Even though no one understood the uses of most arrangements, they knew that the vice division leader had a purpose for every arrangement. When Sang Jijun saw Jiang Wei calmly giving everyone instructions, a glint flashed across her eyes. Following which, a look of adoration appeared on her face without her knowing. Wang Xiaoshan was half squatting at the edge of the defense line. Both of his hands were pressing against the ground, making him look like a huge toad. Suddenly, his eyes widened angrily and an air of might erupted from his body while a bright earth-yellow glow engulfed his body. A concentrated aura of earth elemental energy diffused along the surface of the ground, then the ground began to tremble lightly. Suddenly, everyone felt as if the entire place was going to sink into the ground. It was as if Wang Xiaoshan was standing on top of an abyss. One by one, pits began to appear on the ground, spreading all over the place rapidly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a pillar of deep brown mud shot out from the ground. Following which, the mud fell from the sky like rain and filled up the pits in the blink of an eye. The surfaces of the mud-filled pits began to coagulate. Within a few seconds, the pits vanished and the ground looked just like before. Wang Xiaoshan, whose body was glowing faintly, stood up from the ground. His face looked simple and honest, completely lacking the formidable air that he exuded just now. If everyone had not witnessed the scene with their own eyes, they would not think that this farmer-like fellow was actually an earth elemental master. I have added a very thin layer of camouflage to the ground surface, Wang Xiaoshan explained. It's much better with a layer of camouflage, Jiang Wei praised him. He estimated the time and took a deep breath. Then, with a deep voice, he said, "Everyone, get ready to battle." Below the sea of clouds, Shi Shueman suddenly stopped in her tracks. From the corner of her eyes, she could see the murderous-looking Xing Shan. However, she was able to maintain her composure. With a solemn facial expression, she gently brandished her cirrus. Buzz. A heart-penetrating buzz resounded through the air. The sea of clouds above her head caved in. Following which, the sea of clouds formed a white-colored tornado that surged into Shi Shueman's spear gleam. Shi Shueman's arm trembled as a rarely seen strenuous look appeared on her face. The eyelids of Xing Shan, who had been pursuing Shi Shueman closely, were twitching furiously. An intense premonition suddenly arose in his heart. Not good. However, it was too late for him to turn around now. If he gave his back to his opponent now, the incoming killer move would destroy him. Xing Shan was a ferocious and ruthless individual. He obtained the position of division leader of the Ardent Flower Blood Division by accumulating meritorious credits from countless battles. He would give it his all in a life-and-death moment. The blood spiritual force in his entire body was surging, and an ox-like roar erupted from his chest. The red glow surrounding him suddenly became dense and sticky, resembling fresh blood. The fringes of the fresh blood surrounding him were releasing faint, red energy waves, resembling blood ripples. An ancient aura descended upon Xing Shan's body. The black heavy axe unknowingly became deathly white, resembling the color of a bone that was eroded by time. The blood-like, sticky-looking, red glow surrounding his body surged towards the deathly white axe in his hand and transformed into a river of blood, dyeing half the sky red. With the blood river trailing his deathly white axe, he slashed it in the direction of Shi Shueman. Axe of Nether River. At this moment, Xing Shan no longer cared about catching Shi Shueman alive. Facing such an immense pressure from Shi Shueman, he was actually using his killer move. Unlike inheritances, once an ability of God was summoned, the ancestral mark would be activated and the user would naturally understand the marvel within the ability. However, if a blood elementalist wanted to improve his ability of God, he or she would need pure ancestral characteristics. Even though Xing Shan only possessed a thin trace of the netherworld Bestialox's ancestral mark, his strength had ascended into an unknown realm. The Nether River connected the realms of life and death. A drop of water from the Nether River would sever karma. Xing Shan had yet to understand what karma was. The ancestral mark of the netherworld Bestialox in his body was not pure, and the bloody glow from his axe of Nether River naturally would not be as powerful as the real Nether River. However, at the moment it came into contact with elemental energy, it would sever the connection between an elementalist and his elemental energy. Subsequently, it would devour that elementalist's elemental energy and strengthen its user's body. This attack of Shi Shueman must have contained a tremendous amount of elemental energy. In Xing Shan's eyes, this was just a sumptuous meal. Shi Shueman did not know what Xing Shan was thinking. She did not even sense the aura of the axe of Nether River, as she had placed all her attention on her cirrus. The cloud of firmament iron. The gushing mist entered her spear gleam, making it as heavy as iron. Meanwhile, the cirrus in her hand had become as heavy as a mountain. She needed to focus all her attention on the cirrus to be able to control it. Black-colored, flower-like sword gleams were released from the spear tip. Following which, they slowly spiraled around Cirrus. These flower-like sword gleams looked as if they were made up of iron, but in reality, they were made up of mist and clouds. Every iron flower weighed more than a few hundred kilograms. Shirshuemon's self-formed technique, iron flowers thrust. People always used adjectives like elegant, light, gentle, and graceful to describe spearmanship. However, at this point in time, the style of Shirshuemon's spearmanship was completely different. Hers was dense and heavy. When 6 black-colored, iron flowers swirled around the sparkling white cirrus, Shirshuemon's aura of might suddenly disappeared. Her gaze shifted from the cirrus to Xingshan. The image of an enormous axe that had a torrential bloody glow trailing it entered her eyes. The bloody glow was like a red-colored flood that had broken through a dike, surging towards her with an earth-shattering might. Phew! Shirshuemon slowly heaved a breath of air. The breath of air she exhaled was like a sword, splitting the sea of cloud above her head into two. Her gaze was resolute and tranquil, not the slightest bit of panic could be seen in his eyes. It was as if she did not see the incoming blood river. She took a long step and thrusted her spear forward. The spear move was simple-looking and ordinary. There was nothing fancy about it. However, in the hands of Shirshuemon, a simple and basic move possessed an indescribable sense of beauty. It was as if all the lights were shining upon her now. Unknowingly, everyone's attention was captured by her. This ordinary-looking forward thrust transformed into a chilly gleam. 6 iron-made flowers were slowly spiraling around it as it flew towards the blood river. Compared to the terrifying might of the Axe of Nether River, Shirshuemon's iron flowers thrust looked very ordinary. However, for some unknown reason, this normal-looking thrust managed to catch everyone's attention. All of the onlookers were holding their breaths. Guarded by the 6 spiraling iron flowers, the chilly spear gleam collided into the overwhelming, fearsome blood river. Suddenly, Xingshan's facial expression changed drastically. The blood river in front of HM exploded. Before he could react, the hand that he was using to hold his gigantic axe went numb. His heavy axe, which was releasing an aura of fear and might previously, crumbled into fine powder like a crispy biscuit in an instant. Following which, his palm exploded into a rain of blood. It happened so fast that he could not even feel the pain coming. Following which, he saw that his right forearm was gone. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 538, The Enemy Forces Are Arriving. Chapter 538, The Enemy Forces Are Arriving. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lucas, TYZ. Shirshuemon didn't look alright all. The armor that covered her right forearm had been shattered, revealing her slender, snow-white forearm. She was still holding on to her cirrus tightly. Her blue-white body armor was filled with cracks. She had been wearing this armor since she was in Central Pine City. Years of battles and training sessions had caused some damage to it. However, she certainly didn't expect this battle to completely destroy it. Her face was emotionless, but in reality, she was battling hard with the bloody glow in her body. Even though her powerful iron flowers thrust had shattered Xingshan's Axe of Nether River, a few traces of the bloody glow had still managed to enter her body. By the time she could react, it was already too late. These few traces of bloody glow were thin like hair strands. Even though they were not deadly, they swam extremely fast through her body. To Shirshuemon's horror, her body's elemental energy circulation was becoming increasingly sluggish. Ha 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 ha. Xingshan burst into laughter and pleased look appeared on his face. His severed arm was still bleeding, but he looked as if he couldn't feel any pain. How is it? Miss Shir, do you like my Axe of Nether River? Xingshan smiled. No one could tell what Shirshuemon was feeling. Deep down, she was trying to expel the bloody glow within her body as soon as possible. However, the bloody glow was unusually slippery, like a loach. There seemed to be a layer of membrane on the surface of the bloody glow. The membrane looked very thin, but it was actually extremely tough and durable. It stopped elemental energy from eroding the bloody glow. If Miss Shir has 4 hours to spare, you might be able to think of a solution. However, right now, you should just follow me. Isn't it too much for your soft skin and tender flesh to take so much pain? Xingshan sneered. His injury looked horrifying, but it was not really severe. Blood elementalists had powerful physical bodies, and their regenerative ability was comparable to dire beasts. The Beast Venom Temple had many odd methods that could help them recover from their injuries. Xingshan purposely used his injury to bait Shirshuemon into fighting him head-on. And by doing so, he could plant Gadfly in her body. gadfly, was a technique of netherworld bestialux. It wasn't deadly, but it could hinder its host's elemental energy circulation. Its effect would last for 4 hours. From the moment he thought about capturing Sir Shuaman alive, he had been thinking of ways to do so. Eventually, he came up with this idea. Suddenly, Sir Shuaman raised her head and looked directly at Xing Shan and said, "Is it? You're getting happy too soon." The smile on Xing Shan's face froze as a premonition arose in his heart. He then roared, "Get her!" Beneath him, there were a few experts that were prepared to take action any time. They rose into the air and lunged for Sir Shuaman. Suddenly, Sir Shuaman dug into the sea of clouds above her head. Xing Shan's facial expression changed drastically. He had lost Sir Shuaman. Without Xing Shan saying anything, his experts took action immediately. Streaks of red light blasted towards the position where Sir Shuaman had disappeared into. A burst of odd-looking, blood-colored flames erupted and burned a huge hole in the sea of clouds. However, they still could not see Sir Shuaman. The experts flew through the layer of clouds and appeared above it. They scanned the boundless sea of clouds but still could not find Sir Shuaman. Xing Shan's face turned ashen. A cooked duck could fly? Suddenly, the chieftain wolf beneath him howled in at a particular direction. Everyone stared at that direction. More than a few kilometers away, they could see a figure that resembled an agile whale in the sea of clouds. "Chase her!" Without any hesitation, Xing Shan led the chase. That few experts followed suit as well. His main forces on the ground advanced with a loud rumble too. Xing Shan clearly understood that such an exceptionally good chance wouldn't come by a second time. His eyes were very sharp, so he could tell that Sir Shuaman wasn't using her elemental energy to fly. Rather, it was the cirrus in her hand that was helping her fly. Upon thinking about it, he felt that it wasn't surprising. After all, she was a member of the Sher family, so how could she not have a few treasures in her hands? Within these 4 hours, Sir Shuaman's capabilities would be limited. To the Ardent Flower Blood Division, these 4 hours would be the best and only chance to capture her. Without Sir Shuaman, the Spear of Heavy Cloud would suffer a huge loss in strength. Sir Shuaman's strength was extraordinary, and her skill basics were extremely solid. Furthermore, her spearmanship was out of this world. If it weren't for Gadfly, Xing Shan felt that he wouldn't have a high chance of pulling this mission off. This time around, Sir Shuaman was unprepared. Hence, Gadfly would work by surprise. This move could only be used once. Once the opponent was prepared for it, it would be ineffective. Sir Shuaman was holding her cirrus very tightly. Traces of mist were spiraling around the body of cirrus. It was flying Sir Shuaman through the sea of clouds at a lightning speed. The cirrus body was forged using a bone of a humpback cloud whale. Sher Beihai personally chose the most perfect bone to forge the cirrus. Humpback cloud whales were powerful entities that lived in deep space. They were at the peak of the food chain and they were born with the ability to fly in the sea of clouds. At this moment, the cirrus was flying Sir Shuaman nimbly through the clouds. Meanwhile, above her head, Xing Shan and his counterparts were chasing relentlessly after her. There was no sign of panic on Sir Shuaman's face. She even closed her eyes and let cirrus fly her through the air freely. Even though she knew that the hair-like traces of bloody glow in her body weren't deadly, she had no intention of becoming a sitting duck. Xing Shan and his counterparts could only see a faintly discernible figure flying swiftly through the vast sea of clouds. The sea of clouds was like a thick, protective screen, hindering their sensory perception. Traces of mist entered Sir Shuaman's body in a steady flow. She used the boundless water elemental energy from the sea of clouds to compress the water elemental energy in her body. The thin traces of bloody glow were very weird. Their surfaces were extremely slippery and they were swimming like loaches in the water elemental energy within Sir Shuaman's body. Ordinary methods would not work against them, but Sir Shuaman thought of an idea. She intended to compress the water elemental energy in her body and turn it into the firmament iron that made up the tip of her cirrus. This way, those traces of bloody glow would have nowhere to hide. Firmament iron was only made up of one ingredient, water. However, now it had become one of the hardest materials in the world. Compressing water elemental energy was a very bold idea. It was extremely risky as well. The water elemental energy in the sea of clouds was mixed with other elemental energies as well. For example, metal elemental energy from the metal winds and fire elemental energy from the sun. At this point in time, Sir Shuaman did not have the time to remove the impurities. Along with the endless stream of water elemental energy, these impurities would gather in her body. Every elementalist pursued the state of purity for the elemental energy within their bodies. Impurities would affect an elementalist's control over his or her elemental energy. The greatest impact of impurities was that they might gather in the 5 residences and 8 palaces and directly reduce an elementalist's connectivity with his or her elemental energy greatly. Very often, once an elementalist's connectivity with his or her elemental decreased, the effect would be irreversible. If one wanted to reverse the effect, it would be as difficult as improving his or her talents. However, at this moment, Sir Shuemon couldn't care about these things. It was too early to think about the negative effects of impurities. She could last for a long period of time before the negative effects set in. Right now, all she cared about was making it out alive. She kept on compressing the water elemental energy that gushed into her body. Her eyebrows knitted slightly as a rarely seen tinge of agony appeared on her face. The process of converting water to firmament was extremely arduous and difficult. Similarly, the process of compressing water elemental energy wasn't easy either. However, Sir Shuemon did not give up. She could sense that as the water elemental energy increased in viscosity, it became more and more difficult for the traces of bloody glow to travel around her body. Suddenly, her body trembled. Time was passing slowly. The atmosphere in the Spear of Clouds camp was becoming extremely tense. The anxiousness on Yang Xiaodong's face was becoming increasingly intense. Sang Jijun and the rest were becoming nervous and worried as well. Jiang Wei was the only one that was calm and collected. He wasn't affected by any emotions. The tightly closed eyes of Fatty, who was still unconscious, kept on trembling. It appeared that the eyeballs behind his closed eyelids were rolling around. Zhu Yan was keeping watch over Fatty by his side. Upon seeing Fatty's eyelids trembling, he became worried. Was he having a nightmare? Suddenly, Fatty opened his eyes and quickly picked himself up. With a voice filled with panic, he yelled at the top of his voice, "The enemy forces are arriving." Everyone shifted their gazes to Fatty. Zhu Yan quickly assured him, "Fatty, we are back in the camp." There's nothing. It appeared Fatty was really frightened this time around. A sympathetic look appeared on everyone's faces. They also thought that Fatty acted this way because he was traumatized badly. However, they also knew that it wasn't easy for Fatty to make it back alive. Meanwhile, those meticulous individuals felt that Fatty was having a nightmare as they noticed his eye pupils weren't focused. Jiang Wei, who had been emotionless all this time, suddenly asked, "Fatty, where are the enemy forces coming from?" "That side." Fatty pointed to a forest in his southeast direction. "Get ready for battle. Everyone, get ready for battle." Jiang Wei suddenly shouted. He walked around the camp and urged everyone to prepare for battle. Everyone then began to make preparations. However, they were feeling extremely confused. What was wrong with the Vice Division leader? Fatty was obviously traumatized, so how could the Vice Division leader believe his words? However, Jiang Wei's gaze was limpid and resolute, putting pressure on everyone. None of them did not dare to hesitate, and they all made their preparations. Suddenly, Yang Xiaodong's facial expression changed. An incredulous look appeared on his face. "I think the enemy forces are really arriving." He could not help but take a glance at the dazed Fatty. Fatty had actually sensed the enemy forces' presence earlier than him. His strength was much higher than Fatty's. Furthermore, he was a master. Suddenly, he let out a yelp again and looked at Fatty with doubt. He realized there was something wrong with Fatty's body. At this moment, the ground began to tremble. Veterans were able to tell that the enemy forces were huge in number. Rumble! Rumble! The ground was trembling furiously. Jiang Wei and the rest felt as if they were standing on a drum that was being beaten. The rising smoke in the distance was coming towards them with tumultuous momentum, and the enormous forest ahead of them turned blurry. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The previous Blood of God's combat divisions that they fought were much weaker than this incoming combat division, but... Pagoda cannons, get ready! Jiang Wei remained composed. In the center of the camp, the 12 pagoda cannons were already prepared. Vats of snow lava were being poured into the fire pools continuously. When the battle intensified later on, they might not even have the time to replenish the snow lava. At this moment, Fatty had regained his senses as well. The loud rumble struck fear into him and caused his face to turn white. He quickly dashed to a nearby pagoda cannon and snatched over the main cannon position. "Let me do it!" The level of Fatty's control of the pagoda cannon far surpassed everyone in the combat division, so naturally, no one would snatch the position from him. At this point, all of them could see the enemy forces. Deafening rumbles filled their ears. They could clearly see the sinister-looking faces of the enemy forces now. In the face of such a terrifying flood of blood elementalists, many members of the Spear of Heavy Cloud had their faces turned pale white and their minds went blank. The enemy forces were charging towards them. At this point in time, a familiar figure descended from the sea of clouds above their heads like a kite that had its string broken. Lady Shu Eman. Everyone's facial expressions changed drastically. Sang Jijun did not care about anything and soared into the air to catch the falling Shu Eman. The layer of clouds above everyone's head suddenly exploded and howling laughter echoed through air. Jiang Wei clenched his teeth. At this moment, even he himself could not maintain his composure. He widened his eyes angrily and roared at the top of his voice, "Pagoda cannons! Listen to my commands! Listen to my commands!" 12 pagoda cannons were slowly initializing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 539, Confrontation. Chapter 539, Confrontation. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lucas, TYZ. The one leading the charge of the Ardent Flower Blood Division was its Vice Division leader, Tao Feng. Tao Feng and Zhu Chun had a deep relationship. After he found out that Zhu Chun had died, he cried his eyes out. He was bent on seeking revenge for Zhu Chun. When he saw the camp of the Spear of Heavy Cloud, his eyes turned bloodshot with hatred. He raised his arm and roared, "Kill them! Kill all of them!" His soldiers echoed after him in unison, "Kill them! Kill all of them!" Amid the deafening clamor, Tao Feng and the ardent flower night wolf beneath him lit up with a bloody glow. The rest of the soldiers lit up with a bloody glow as well. All of their bloody glows made contact with each other and combined together into one. Their aura intensified abruptly. An aura of death rose into the sky. Like a bloody, heavy axe, the aura split the thick layer of clouds above their heads into two. The bloody glow engulfed the entire Ardent Flower Blood Division. The movements and rhythm of every soldier in Ardent Flower Night Wolf began to synchronize more and more. Their grandeur intensified and their momentum turned increasingly terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. The thousands of soldiers advanced together as one. Every time the wolves placed their paws on the ground would tremble like a drum that was being beaten. Everything that was in the path of the charging, red glowing army was reduced to fine powder. When the usually composed Jiang Wei saw the Ardent Flower Blood Division raise a 6-meter-tall hill to the ground, his facial expression changed drastically. He had never seen such a grandeur from a combat division of Blood of God before. Was this the true might of a proper combat division from Blood of God? This thought flashed across his mind. The situation that they were facing now had reached a critical junction. He widened his eyes and held his breath. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Wei was counting the pace of the Ardent Flower Night Wolves. Wang Xiaoshan's quicksand pit zone was right in front of them. Like a bloody, heavy axe that was swinging crazily, Tao Feng led the Ardent Flower Blood Division and charged into the quicksand pit zone. Jiang Wei widened his eyes while holding his breath. He also did not know whether his idea would work or not. He came up with this idea when he was devising battle tactics. At that time, he felt that it would work. However, now that he witnessed the powerful charge of the Ardent Flower Blood Division for himself, he knew he had underestimated his opponent. Bang! Suddenly, the outermost edge of the quicksand pit zone exploded. Under the powerful impact of Ardent Flower Blood Division's charge, the quicksand that was more slippery than oil flew into the air from the pits. Tao Feng and his wolf wobbled. He and his Ardent Flower Night Wolf were telepathically connected. As such, they would immediately sense if there was something wrong. It was a trap. His mind jolted. However, at this point in time, he couldn't think too much about it. Both sides were only separated by a small distance. He could clearly see the fear and shock on the elementalists' faces. He immediately made up his mind. He was too familiar with this facial expression. Once they covered the small distance and charged into the elementalists' camp, the elementalists would definitely crumble. A sinister smile appeared on Tao Feng's face, then he roared, "Charge!" Jiang Wei continued to widen his eyes. However, he was not looking at the incoming Tao Feng. Instead, he was staring at the ground beneath Tao Feng's Ardent Flower Night Wolf. The quicksand that splattered into the air was like a raised brocade, giving off a dazzling luster. However, the quicksand did not break. A look of joy appeared on Jiang Wei's face. Yes, the quicksand did not break. Xiao Shan had succeeded. The bloody glow that surrounded the paws of Tao Feng's wolf was like knives, shattering the rocks on the ground. However, the soft-looking quicksand did not break under the impact of the bloody glow. The soldiers following closely behind Tao Feng had charged into the quicksand pit zone as well. Their bodies could not help but wobble as well. The bloody glow that engulfed the entire combat division suddenly dimmed slightly. Bloody Axe Charge was a unique charging tactic of the Ardent Flower Blood Division. It involved everyone's blood spiritual force combining together and forming a powerful and invincible momentum. However, Bloody Axe Charge was very demanding on the combat division that was executing it. Everyone's pace and tempo of blood spiritual force circulation had to be the same. The more synchronized they were, the more powerful they would be. In a perfect, Bloody Axe Charge, everyone moved together as one, their hearts beat together, their blood spiritual force circulated in the same tempo, and they advanced and retreated together. A perfect, Bloody Axe Charge was simply unstoppable for attacking a city or a camp. Jiang Wei had studied the Ardent Flower Blood Division before, so he roughly knew the characteristics of Bloody Axe Charge. He knew that it was ineffective to slow down the enemy forces or increase their own defense when dealing with this type of charge. Instead, they had to disrupt the enemy force's tempo. The more chaotic the enemy forces got, the less powerful the charge would be. He had been waiting for this chance. He roared, "Pagoda cannons! Fire!" Boom! The first boom came from the pagoda cannon of Fatty. A beam of white light flashed through the air and landed squarely on the Ardent Flower Blood Division. Fatty made a very smart move. He did not aim at Tao Feng, who was right at the front of the combat division. Instead, Fatty aimed at the side of the combat division. The beam of white light pierced through 5 blood elementalists, leaving a bloody hole in each of their bodies. A commotion broke out among the blood elementalists surrounding them. The bloody glow that they thought was impregnable was utterly delicate against the beam of white light. Even though it only killed 5 blood elementalists, it shocked the rest of the blood elementalists greatly. The other pagoda cannons reacted as well. Boom! 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 Booms resounded through the air continuously while beams of white light repeatedly shot out of the pagoda cannons and landed on the Ardent Flower Blood Division. Since the two sides were so close to each other, it wasn't too difficult for the pagoda cannons to hit their targets. Only 2 pagoda cannons missed their targets as the elementalists controlling them were too nervous. The killing machines from Central Pine Valley had displayed their might. Those blood elementalists that were hit by the pagoda cannons did not explode into a pool of blood. Instead, a basin-sized hole was created on each of their bodies. If such a huge injury appeared on any part of a body, it would be more than enough to cause death. When a blood elementalist saw the internal organs and bones dangling from the horrifying hole on his comrade's body and then his comrade collapsed to the ground without saying a word, it was very difficult for him not to feel panic. Just like how it was the first time the Spear of Heavy Cloud's elementalists had seen Bloody Axe Charge, it was also the first time that Ardent Flower Blood Division's blood elementalists had encountered Hellfire Pagoda cannons. Aihui created the Hellfire Pagoda cannons simply because Blind He complained that the flames used to refine and forge weapons were not good enough. At the same time, Aihui also wanted to recycle the snout of the lava-spitting beast. He definitely didn't expect the Hellfire Pagoda cannon to become a weapon that struck fear in people's hearts one day. In the sky, the faces of Xing Shan and his counterparts turned ugly. Looking down from the sky, they could see what was going on clearly. They saw with their own eyes how the invincible Ardent Flower Blood Division became sluggish and chaotic instantly when it entered the Spear of Heavy Cloud's trap zone. The straight and brilliant beams of white light were like the gazes of death itself, creating more chaos for Ardent Flower Blood Division. As the division leader of the Ardent Flower Blood Division, Xing Shan clearly knew the might of the Bloody Axe Charge. When he saw the Bloody Axe Charge becoming soft and weak, he knew he had to do something. Otherwise, even if he ultimately obtained victory, it would come at a price of heavy casualties. "All of you, go down," Xing Shan instructed with a deep voice. In the Ardent Flower Blood Division, there were 7 blood elementalists that had ability of God. One was Zhu Chun, who had died. 2 of them were Tao Feng and a blood elementalist who were currently leading the charge. The remaining 3 were beside Xing Shan. The 3 of them knew that the situation had reached a critical junction. All of them replied in unison, yes. The 3 of them were veterans that had been through countless battles. They immediately split up and flew down from different directions. While they were in mid-air, they summoned their ability of God. One person had a row of spurs growing from his back. His limbs became thick and solid and his body became broader. His skin turned coarse and thick with a layer of densely packed fish scales covering it. A spiky tail grew out of his tailbone. His eyes became almond-shaped, giving off an ice-cold aura. Another person had a pair of black-white wings growing out of his back. His nails became sharp and crooked while his gaze became unusually piercing. The sound coming out of his mouth resembled the cry of a crane. The last one was a girl. A pair of thin, spotted wings grew out from her back. Her body was petite, making her look like an oversized butterfly. Xing Shan did not move. Even though the injury of his severed arm wasn't life-threatening and it could be healed by taking a trip to the Beast Venom Temple, it still dealt a significant damage to his body overall. Sure Shuemon's spear gleam was wreaking havoc in his body. Even though it wasn't deadly, it had a huge impact on his fighting capabilities. That 3 blood elementalists with ability of God flew towards the camp of the Spear of Heavy Cloud. To everyone's surprise, their target was Sure Shuemon, who was still in the arms of Sangjijun. As long as they could get hold of Sure Shuemon, their mission would be a success. As the division leader of the Spear of Heavy Cloud, Sure Shuemon was deeply adored by everyone. If they could capture Sure Shuemon, they could force the Spear of Heavy Cloud to surrender. The 3 blood elementalists flew extremely fast. They drew 3 odd-looking arcs as they swooped down from 3 different directions towards Sangjijun. Sangjijun looked as if she sensed something. She raised her head and revealed a weird smile on her face. The next moment, Sure Shuemon, who was unconscious in Sangjijun's arms, suddenly disappeared. Not good. The image of a spinning top-like spear gleam that was wrapped by traces of mist expanded rapidly in the 3 blood elementalists' eyes. Intense fear struck the 3 blood elementalists. They had witnessed Sure Shuemon's battle with Xing Shan with their own eyes. From Sure Shuemon's terrifying strength and perfect spearmanship, they knew they had no chance of defeating her. When Sure Shuemon suddenly lunged at them without any warning, their first thought was they had been tricked. Which part of the whizzing, piercing cold spear gleam looked weak? In midair, the figure of Sure Shuemon was very blurry, and only her cold-looking eyes could be seen. Her gaze was so resolute that it sent fear down their spines. The butterfly-like blood elementalist flew the slowest. Despair arose upon her face. Her hands kept on sprinkling gorgeous drizzles of light through the air. Following which, illusions appeared amid the drizzles of light. She did not know that even Ai Hui had to play second fiddle to Sure Shuemon's determination. Her extraordinary willpower was the reason why she had never encountered an inner demon in her path of training. Her teacher, Enmuda, did not give her many pointers. He only told her to continue walking her path. The spear gleam effortlessly pierced through the gorgeous rain of light in the body of the butterfly-like blood elementalist. The immensely heavy mist spiraling around the spear gleam blasted onto her petite body. Her beautiful and transparent wings were shattered and its remains drifted in the air. The spear gleam, which had yet to lose its power, reached the lizard-like blood elementalist. He let out an angry roar and the bloody glow around his body surged. He then turned his body and swung his spiky tail. The bloody glow entered his tail and the spikes on his tail dazzled with a scarlet glow, resembling the iron nails that were just taken from the furnace. Following which, he swung his scarlet glowing spiky tail at the spear gleam. The whizzing spear gleam suddenly trembled and brushed past the scarlet glowing tail. From an extremely ingenious angle, it pierced through the lizard-like blood elementalist's chin. Bang! A rain of blood descended from the sky while the spear gleam passed through a white rainbow. Holding a spear, the lone figure of Sure Shuemon suddenly surged forward. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 540, 20 meters of life or death experience. Chapter 540, 20 meters of life or death experience. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lucas, TYZ. When Sangjijun caught Sure Shuemon in the air, she had already sensed that something was not right with her. After Sure Shuemon surged into the air, Sangjijun no longer placed her attention in the sky. She felt relieved in any place that Sure Shuemon was in charge of. Sangjijun shifted her gaze to Jiang Wei, who was roaring commands frantically now. She seldom saw such a fervent look on Jiang Wei's face. Her mouth curled into a faint smile. The common seasoned Jiang Wei was usually called Old Ginger by everyone. The older a ginger was, the spicier it was. 1. Sangjijun shifted her gaze, withdrew her smile, and placed her attention on the battle. The situation was much more intense than expected. The Ardent Flower Blood Division had arrived too fast. The Infantry Division and the Sky Edge Division had yet to arrive. Even though the Spear of Heavy Cloud was somewhat powerful, it was still a relatively new combat division with little experience. This was only the second battle of the Spear of Heavy Cloud. One could imagine their stress in facing a legitimate combat division of Blood of God. When Sangjijun took over the command of the archers, the previously chaotic rain of arrows became orderly now. Jiang Wei looked very excited, but deep down he was unusually calm. When he noticed there was a change in the nature of the rain of arrows, he knew Sangjijun had taken command of the archers. This took some pressure off him. The two of them had collaborated for many years, so they were well coordinated. Jiang Wei fixed his gaze on the quicksand on the ground. He had underestimated the Ardent Flower Blood Division's Bloody Axe charge. However, he also did not expect Wang Xiaoshan's quicksand mud to be so formidable. The quicksand mud was more slippery than oil and yet it was stickier than sugar syrup. Every time a pagoda cannon was fired, a commotion would break out in the ardent flower blood division. Every shot would kill or injure at most 5 people. For the ardent flower blood division, which had thousands of men, this number was insignificant. However, the chaos that was created by the Hellfire pagoda cannons caused the charging speed of the ardent fire blood division to reduce sharply. The impact of having their charging speed reduced was deadly. The charging impact of a high-speed ardent flower blood division was extremely powerful. It would cause the pits on the ground to be destroyed. However, once the speed of the ardent flower blood division was reduced, they would lose their momentum, making it very difficult for them to advance in the sticky yet slippery quicksand mud. The ardent flower night wolves had to be very careful to maintain their balance in the slippery quicksand mud. Every step they took would be harder than usual. The stickiness of the quicksand mud made them felt as if they were walking in a marsh. Every now and then, if the body of a ardent flower night wolf swayed, it implied that it had stepped on a pit. The quicksand mud and pits were not powerful enough to cause any damage to the ardent flower night wolves. They only had one purpose, and that was to slow down the speed of the ardent flower blood division. In the sky, Xing Shan's attention was caught by Shi Shueman. Tao Feng, who was leading the charge, had yet to notice her. All he was thinking of was seeking revenge for Zhu Chun. The spear of Heavy Cloud's camp was almost within reach. As long as he and his soldiers could cross this quicksand zone, the victory could be easily obtained. The quicksand zone, which was less than 300 meters, was insignificant in the ardent flower blood division's eyes. The commotion created by every shot from the pagoda cannons dimmed the bloody glow that surrounded the ardent flower blood division. And every time this happened, a rain of arrows would be released from the archers under Sang Jijun's command and descend upon the blood elementalists. This scenario resembled a wolf pack that kept on tearing off the flesh of its prey. Every small commotion created was like a small cut. Eventually, the small cut would become a huge cut. Within a short period of time, the sharp and heavy blade of the bloody axe was riddled with damage unwittingly. At this point in time, the most sharp front end of the damage-riddled bloody axe had finally reached the edge of the spear of Heavy Cloud's camp. An evil grin was upon Tao Feng's face. As the one leading the charge, he was at the front end of the army. The bloody glow surrounding his body was the most concentrated as well. However, Tao Feng, who was solely focusing on moving ahead, did not notice that he was slightly separated from his army. The nearest blood elementalist to him was 20 meters away. Master Yang! Jiang Wei suddenly yelled. When Yang Xiaodong saw that Shi Shueman was alright, he placed his attention on the battlefield. A master was an important offensive power that posed a significant impact on the battlefield. In the daily training sessions of the Spear of Heavy Cloud, a master's attack was utterly formidable. A master usually had 2 responsibilities. The first was to deal with an enemy expert that was of same level as him. The second was to launch a point source explosion and overturn the battle situation. The number of masters in the Spear of Heavy Cloud was very limited. Only Shi Shueman, Zhu Yan, and Yang Xiaodong were masters. Therefore, they had to be very careful on how the masters were utilized in the battlefield. As such, they placed a lot of effort on devising tactics that could be used by a master. Zhu Yan was too young. Furthermore, he had been ice-sealed for a rather long period of time. Even though he had attained the level of master, he was still lacking in combat experience. On the contrary, Yang Xiaodong was much more experienced and shrewd. An experienced veteran might not necessarily have an advantage in an one-on-one battle. However, when he was in a dire situation, he knew what should be done. When Jiang Wei gave the order, Yang Xiaodong immediately took action. Refraction Forest. Numerous prisms that were made up of water elemental energy appeared behind Tao Feng. Like a prism wall, it separated Tao Feng from the rest of the ardent flower blood division. After losing its speed, the bloody hammer's momentum reduced greatly. It was easily split by Yang Xiaodong's refraction forest. The blood elementalists were dazzled by the sudden burst of light in front of them. Those who had fast reactions attacked the refraction forest at the first instance. To their surprise, the bloody glows that they released bounced to and fro within the forest of prism pillars. Hovering in mid-air, the prism wall remained the same. Pagoda cannons. Concentrate your shots on. Boom. The roar of a blood elementalist commander behind the wall could be heard by all blood elementalists. Boiling blood gushed up their heads in an instant. Not good. Vice Division leader Tao Feng is in danger. The other blood elementalist who possessed the ability of God couldn't care less. They flew into the air and lunged towards the position of Tao Feng. While in mid-air, he saw an appalling sight. There was someone who had targeted Tao Feng earlier than Jiang Wei. That person was Fatty, who had been controlling the pagoda cannon with all his might. From Fatty's puffy cheeks and the traces of hot steam coming out from his body, one would think he was utterly exhausted. In reality, he was looking for the weaknesses of the enemy forces. He had long noticed Tao Feng, who was at the front end of the charge. Tao Feng was too ferocious, too arrogant, and too conspicuous. However, Fatty had been restraining his urge to shoot Tao Feng, as he knew he had to wait for the right moment to do so. Tao Feng was coming at them with might and great momentum, so Fatty was not confident he could kill him. As such, he targeted the main forces behind Tao Feng first. In reality, Fatty was responsible for more than half of the casualties the Ardent Flower Blood Division had suffered. When Fatty took up the position for the pagoda cannons, the other pagoda cannons placed their attention on him. During the daily training sessions, everyone had witnessed Fatty's exceptional prowess in using the pagoda cannon and his extraordinary despicability. Fatty's shots would always land on the enemy force's most unbearable area. After learning from experience, everyone fired at whichever direction Fatty fired at. The casualties the Ardent Flower Blood Division were mainly caused by this tactic. Fatty felt exceptionally good today. Even though his body was emitting traces of hot steam, he did not feel tired at all. On the contrary, he felt he had an unlimited amount of energy. The pagoda cannon felt unusually good in his hands as well. Wherever he pointed his pagoda cannon, he would hit whichever specific target he had in mind. His accuracy was simply on point today. Fatty also did not know why he was so excited today. However, he knew that today he was on fire. When Jiang Wei's roar rang across the air, Fatty immediately knew what he was thinking. When Yang Xiaodong's refraction forest erupted with a dazzling radiance, Fatty's pagoda cannon sounded off. Boom! A beam of scorching, white light hit Tao Feng squarely. Tao Feng sensed danger immediately. He let out a weird yelp that sounded like the cry of a bird. When the white light hit Tao Feng, he transformed into a pheasant feather with a pop. Following which, the pheasant feather was reduced to ashes. When Fatty fired that shot, he immediately knew that something was not right. Without any hesitation, he carried the heavy pagoda cannon and took 2 steps forward diagonally. His feet were unusually nimble and quick. The heavy pagoda cannon weighed almost nothing in Fatty's hands. Whoosh! A heavy and muffled sound of wind could be heard. The pagoda cannon was fixed, pointing towards a position where there was no one. Without any hesitation, Fatty fired the pagoda cannon. Boom! A beam of scorching, white light erupted from the pagoda cannon. A blurry shadow appeared in front of the pagoda cannon. All of a sudden, a burst of white light erupted. It was too late for Tao Feng to dodge the attack. He could only look on blankly as the beam of white light struck his body. The scorching, white light collided heavily with the bloody glow around Tao Feng's body. Tao Feng's body trembled as a red-white brilliance erupted. Fatty felt that his situation was unprecedentedly good. He was visualizing the snow lava being poured into the pagoda cannon and sensing the fine and complicated traces and elemental energy rings on the inner wall of the cannon barrel. He was doing this purely by his feeling. Boom, boom, boom. 3 muffled booms resounded through the air as 3 balls of dazzling white-colored flames erupted from the cannon barrel. Every loud boom caused Tao Feng's body to tremble. Clink! A loud and crisp sound that sounded like glass shattering could be heard. The bloody glow around Tao Feng's body had completely collapsed. Blood was seeping out from the corner of his mouth as his eyes widened angrily. However, at this point, his body trembled so much that it became numb and immovable. The Ardent Flower Night Wolf's front limbs were half bent, looking as if they were forcibly being held down to the ground by a pair of invisible hands. Despicable. The bitter roar that was echoing repeatedly in Tao Feng's head was drowned by the incessant deafening booms. The rest of the pagoda cannons responded and fired at Tao Feng frantically. The bounded Tao Feng could only look on blankly as the beams of scorching, white light shot towards him from all directions. Bo! He snarled in his heart. Dazzling radiance erupted from the refraction forest behind him, resembling the rising sun. Beams of white light devoured Tao Feng's body. When the white light dissipated, charred footprints were left on the ground. The man and the wolf were destroyed physically and spiritually. At this moment, the refraction forest was shattered. They had finally crossed the 20 meters of life or death quicksand zone. It was because of these 20 meters of quicksand that they lost their vice division leader. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. The 100 people at the front end were already setting foot on hard and sturdy ground one by one. At this moment, all of them knew that their so-called battle tactics and strategies were useless now. Courage was all that mattered in close-quarters combat. Only the brave ones would emerge victorious. A devastating and bloody scene began at this point. Similarly, the battle in the sky became lopsided. After the crane-like blood elementalist witnessed two of his comrades die, he was overwhelmed with horror. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to run. His speed was exceptionally fast. In a blink of an eye, he disappeared into the sea of clouds. Even Sir Shuemon couldn't catch up to him. However, Sir Shuemon's target wasn't this man. Her target was Xing Shan. Note. 1. The Chinese word for ginger is zheng. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 541, Surviving. Chapter 541, Surviving. Translator, Irene. Editor, Lucas, TYZ. His troops had already broken into the enemy's front line. Even though a huge price had been paid, they had already gained dominance. In previous battles, as long as they entered the Elementalists' front line, the latter would fall into a state of panic. Elementalists' inheritances were exquisite and abundant, and they were courageous and bold. Blood of God hadn't been established for a long time. It was like a young and vigorous youth. Beyond Avalon, on the other hand, was like an old man who was past his prime, lacking in drive and bravery. Fighting at close quarters required valor. Xing Shan felt that the present conditions were already fixed, so he just had to wait for the bottom combat division to claim victory. So what if Sir Shuemon was strong and powerful? It takes two hands to clap. He smiled. Why would you fight this hard-pressed battle? Your troops have already been broken into. Do you still think there's a chance to overturn the situation? Sir Shuemon replied coldly, what a pest. At that, her figure vanished. Xing Shan quickly drove his wolf toward a corner to dodge. The snow-white mist curling around the cirrus brushed past his body like a whip that carried overwhelming power. Clap. The mist fell into the sea of clouds, causing it to explode and transform into a 600-meter crack. Sunlight pierced through the crack like golden light swords. Xing Shan's scalp went numb. If that mist had struck him, he would have been severely injured if not dead. He was bewildered. Sir Shuemon was like a lively dragon, her elemental energy completely unaffected. Was his gadfly ineffective? Or was it her plan to lure the enemy? Looking at the mingled crowd beneath, he dismissed that thought. If her opponent had assisting armies, she would reasonably avoid meeting them head-on. Why would she present herself at their doorstep? But Sir Shuemon seemed not the least bit affected even after two of his own troops had been taken down by her personally. Xing Shan racked his brains but still couldn't understand. But he knew that waiting was his only chance at victory now. The battle situation on the ground was very tight. Xing Shan dodged continuously. It was a sorry sight. Sir Shuemon's spear techniques were extremely peculiar. The strips of white mist wound around her spear body were like white dragons, and it was precisely this mist that caused Xing Shan such a huge problem. The mist would disperse in a spiral along with the onward spear ray like a big, open umbrella, enveloping a wide region. Yet this spotlessly white and floaty mist that looked soft and powerless was in fact exceptionally potent. These overbearing mist strips had made him suffer quite a bit. It was the case this time as well. Seeing that he wasn't going to be able to dodge, Xing Shan could only wave the machete in his left hand to block them off. But the high-quality machete cracked instantly upon impact and shattered into countless fragments that flew in all directions. Xing Shan spurted out a mouthful of fresh blood, which spilled and stained his garment. His wolf was covered in injuries as well, with a leg that was bent unnaturally. Xing Shan bit between his teeth. He mustn't retreat now. The soldiers below would lose confidence and hesitate if he fled. Their morale would take a hit and they would lose the upper hand. He threw the sword hilt away and burst into laughter, disregarding the bloodstains on his face. He was like a malicious spirit that had risen up from the sea of blood in hell. With glaring eyes, he suddenly shouted, Ardent Flower Blood Division. Kill! The members below, who had already sunk into a bitter struggle, received a morale boost upon hearing their division leader's command. Blood elementalists in every corner of the battlefield raised their weapons in unison and responded wildly, Ardent Flower Blood Division, kill! All covered in bloodstains, Xing Shan watched Sir Shuemon coldly. Blood overflowed from the wound on his palm as he stroked his wolf's head gently. The state of battle was extremely desperate, especially at the front line, where blood had already dyed the entire ground red. Elementalists on both sides had bloodshot eyes. The blood elementalists broke into the disposition in hope of opening up a nick, but the guarding elementalists were going all out to defend against the attacks. Those shooting cannons and arrows bombarded enemies who had sunk into the quicksand in order to cut off the strength of incoming enemies. Jiang Wei's heart was bleeding. His men were falling successively, but so far no one had cowered. Elemental energy light rays and fresh red blood rays interweaved. About 6 meters away from the troops, Yang Xiaodong was fighting at close quarters with a powerful blood elementalist. They were both keeping away from the disposition. A battle between masters would influence a wide area, so not only would enemies be affected, team members would be involved too. Looking down from the sky, the spear of heavy cloud was gradually into a disadvantageous position. The current Blood of God combat division were well trained, their combat strength matchless. When the blood catastrophe first erupted, the combat divisions had an equal number of weak and strong players, but ever since the Holy Emperor made War God Yi Bai to lead and establish the combat divisions, the situation immediately changed for the better. Yi Bai had been serving the army for many years and was well versed in the ways of a combat division. He did not blindly imitate the 13 divisions of Avalon of 5 elements. Instead, he altered the allocation of resources according to the unique characteristics of blood elementalists. Following that, he created a duty roster that got the soldiers in the combat division to take turns going to the front line to accumulate actual combat experience and tempering. It was precisely Yi Bai's string of actions that made abilities on both sides comparable and created a fundamental change. Blood of God's combat divisions trained efficiently and its soldiers were brave, good, and unyielding when it came to battling. Beyond Avalon's combat divisions, on the other hand, had a bunch of newbies. It hadn't been established for long and so it lacked drilling and the temperings of actual combat. If not for a batch of outstanding key players inside the Spear of Heavy Cloud defending against the heedless assault of the Ardent Flower Blood division, the combat division would have crumbled long ago. These key players, taking lead in spite of the dangers, were the ones who managed to keep the situation controlled. Even then, the scale of victory was still gradually tilting toward the Ardent Flower Blood division as more and more blood elementalists stepped onto the battlefield. Yet, blood elementalists weren't the only agitated ones. Struggling bitterly to brace the disposition, Fatty was going insane. Eliminating a powerful blood elementalist pleased him greatly and gave him a big morale boost in regard to his condition that day. With his inflated confidence, he performed remarkably by killing 36 enemies with 12 consecutive shots. He had killed 36 because one shot of his would pierce through 3 blood elementalists. In the battlefield, the enemies weren't as closely packed, so it was actually much more difficult to kill off 3 blood elementalists with one cannon, yet Fatty did it 12 consecutive times. It could be said that he had the assistants, who were refilling the pagoda cannon with snow lava, utterly dumbstruck. Fatty's well-built body was like an iron tower, resisting the strong recoil of the pagoda cannon. With each shot, his body sank a little and his sweat-covered flesh tensed up like solid metal. His whole body became red, like burning steel. ZZT, ZZT, ZZT. His sweat instantly turned to thick vapor. The mist practically enveloped the whole pagoda cannon and Fatty's body. No one noticed Fatty's gaze changing from its initial ease and confidence into a frightened look. Each shot was still perfect and flawless, but why was the number of mounted soldiers increasing? Not only did his exceeding performance fail to enhance his confidence, it brought about an increasing number of enemies, resulting in him feeling increasingly despairful. He couldn't control his fear and dread. He'd been overperforming, so why were the enemies respawning quicker and quicker? He had already hit his maximum potential. Amid the vaporization, Fatty shivered, his gaze full of fear. His footsteps grew heavier, as if he was sinking into quicksand. He was beyond afraid. Ahui, ahui. Come and save me, quick. Tears welled up and fell quickly. ZZT, ZZT, ZZT. His red-hot skin vaporized his tears immediately, leaving only 2 white tear stains. He dared not stop and could only continue attacking with even more wildness. It was as if Fatty had become possessed. His face warped and involuntary sounds of crying came out of his mouth. Suddenly, a white figure descended from the sky. A spinning spear ray carrying strips of mist smashed strongly into the crowd of blood elementalists like a meteorite. Boom! The ground shook and the earth-shattering boom made everyone freeze. The incomparably aggressive mist was like long vines that whipped the ground strongly, shattering the corpses of the blood elementalists and night wolves together with the mud. It was like a reverse waterfall where everything shot upward into the sky. A petite silhouette half-squatted on the ground with Cirrus pointing toward the ground. Their blue and white armor was crushed and only a few pieces remained. Only half a sleeve was left on one shoulder and fresh blood was spilling out from her mouth, causing her porcelain white skin to look even more snowy and tender. Her hair tie was broken and her head full of hair fell upon her shoulders like a waterfall, fluttering along with the wind. She got up slowly and surveyed the battlefield coldly and loftily. She raised her head and took a look at Xing Shan, who was in the sky. She responded not with words but the cirrus in her hands. Cheers erupted from the troops of the Spear of Heavy Cloud. The elementalists who had been bitterly assisting were now crying frantically, their morale spiking. Sure Xuemon's universally shocking strike had jolted Fatty out of his despair. With a quiv, his crazed mind leapt into action once again. Like a drowning man, he grabbed onto the last straw of hope. Whether or not that straw could save him wasn't for him to ponder over. It was his last chance of surviving, so no matter how tiny, it was significant. Catching sight of a trace of life amid the abyss of despair converted all his fear and dread into drive. As if injected with chicken blood, his flesh started rousing and his footsteps became swift. The heavy pagoda cannon that had been weighing down on him became light as feather. An image of piled-up corpses in the cold forest of the wilderness appeared in his head. He was digging with a shovel at the heap of dead laborers, some of whom he remembered the names and others whom he did not. Scenes from the breezy evening that he left the wilderness floated into his mind. With the tangerine yellow sunset as backdrop, Fatty called out to AI Huey's back, "Live on, AI Huey. Live on. Live on. You must live on. Boom boom boom. Faster, faster. Damn it, how do I do it faster? There isn't enough power, but more snow lava would overheat the pagoda cannon. What to do?" He grabbed the snow lava by his feet and gulped it down abruptly. Whoosh! Surging white flames came out from his body and the white blaze in his eyes throbbed. This time, Fatty did not lose consciousness. Clap! He clasped his fingers together over the cannon tube like two metal pincers that carried flames. The tail was supported by his shoulder, and with his feet placed firmly on the ground, he stood motionless. The raging fire elemental energy surged into the cannon tube in his hands. Like an enormous beast, the pagoda cannon drew out all of the snow lava in the fire pond in an instant. Complicated spiral patterns formed by white flames lit up in the inner wall of the cannon tube, from the tail of the tube to its mouth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 542, Pale Flames. Chapter 542, Pale Flames. Translator, Irene. Editor, Lucas, TYZ. Sure Shuemon gave up on Xing Shan and joined in the close quarters fight, which immediately stabilized the situation. Just then, she sensed something. She looked toward the disposition of troops and joy emerged on her face. Amid many pagoda cannons one was especially bright, and rings of bright veined patterns had appeared on its body. When it lit up, the air instantly became stifling, as if there was an invisible hand pressing down from the sky. Xing Shan's face changed. Someone was actually becoming a master at this time. When his gaze fell upon the pagoda cannon, he noticed by chance that it was the fatty who had slipped away from his fingers from an earlier chase. Xing Shan was already spent, but at this point he threw himself toward that pagoda cannon without hesitation. He mustn't allow him to become a master. An intense sense of danger arose within his heart. He had a premonition that this fire would be earth-shattering and alarmingly powerful. Usually, one more or one less master wouldn't make much difference, but in this close battle, any change on any side could become that very last straw that breaks the camel's backle. Both sides had sustained significant losses, and due to fighting aggressively till now, they were all exhausted. Everyone was relying on their last breath, and the side to let go first would lose. Under these circumstances, a defeat would only lead to one outcome, an all-army wipeout. Xing Shan couldn't care less about his own safety. With an angry growl, he tightened his grip on the chief wolf under him. The crippled chief wolf was also spent, but upon hearing its master's command, it started galloping and producing bright red flames with a hiss. They were the flames of its blood core. When the flames die out, the chief wolf turns into ashes and dissipate in the air. The fresh flames of blood core wrapped around Xing Shan to nourish his withered body. The tongue of flames was like a mischievous tongue, licking all over his body, full of love and yearning. Amid the flames, tears rolled silently down Xing Shan's bloody face. The chief wolf raised its head, and with a bend of its back it shot up toward the sky with Xing Shan on its back. Hanging its foot in mid-air, it transformed into a red fire flow that dove toward the brightly lit pagoda cannon on the ground. The fire flow whizzed downward like falling stars. The air trembled as strips of white mist swept across the sky swiftly and struck the fire flow. Bang! Amid the flying sparks there seemed to be a sorrowful whimper of a wolf. The sparks dimmed and transformed into pale white ashes that filled the sky and faded away with the wind. Sure Shuemon had also been sprung into the sky by the powerful jolt. Boom! The heavy boom sounded like a resolute striking of the drum above the battlefield, which made everybody's hearts jump. Before they could react, their field of vision was occupied by a dazzling sheet of white light rays. The white light rays did not disperse but grew brighter instead. The blinding white flames were like beautiful metal flowers blooming on the ground. The rapidly extending waves of white flames were like unfolding flower petals that swept across the battlefield while carrying an aura of death. The blood elementalists couldn't dodge in time and were engulfed in the white flames. The blood elementalists who were close by were immediately swallowed up by the flames and couldn't even scream in time. The spattering white flames, dense as raindrops, raided about a third of the whole battlefield. Many blood elementalists were caught by the white flames. The finger-sized white flames hadn't aroused their attention, since they were still overwhelmed in shock by that astonishing bombardment of the cannon. However, the piercingly painful misery snapped them out of it. They were alarmed upon realizing that the white flames on their bodies weren't extinguishable. No matter the methods, they were unable to put out these strange, white flames. Fearful screeches and anguished wailings echoed. They were completely out of courage and frenzy. In the face of something unexplainable, they felt afraid. Some blood elementalists did not get a lot of flames on them, and so they clenched their teeth and sliced the parts of their flesh that were caught in flames. Fresh blood poured out of their wounds at a visible pace before being swallowed by the white flames. The ones who saw this happen were all feeling cold inside. The blood elementalists affected by the flames could only howl in grief, their sharp cries causing hair of those who could hear them stand. Xing Shan's limbs were ice cold, his expression grieved. He had thought that Fatty's firing would be extraordinary, but the white flames before his eyes had exceeded his imagination. Xing Shan shut his eyes in despair. Fatty's launch had a destructive impact on the morale of the Ardent Flower Blood Division. Their companions were rolling on the ground, howling in grief and pleading for a quick finish. It was a sight difficult to ignore. Those were devilish flames from hell. Shi Shueman observed the misery in awe and subconsciously turned her gaze to Fatty. Such strange white flames, what was Fatty's path of master exactly? The battlefield that had just been filled with shouts and cries was now dead silent as everyone was stunned by Fatty's launch. The survivors were pale in the face, as if they'd just seen the devil. The red glow over Fatty's body gradually faded along with the cooling down of the heated pagoda cannon. As if all his hair had opened up a valve, sweat started pouring out. ZZT ZZT ZZT, his sweat instantly vaporized into mist, leaving white, salt stains. The vapor surged like the smoke rising from an erupting volcano. As if the gates of hell had been opened, Fatty's iron-like body was faintly discernible amid the mist. The salt stains all over his body extended like frost, making the overall sight more ghastly and cold. Fatty's gaze was vacant as he murmured, "Live on. I must live on." He then collapsed face down. Upon seeing this hellborn terrifying fellow collapse, the blood elementalists subconsciously cheered. Since the start of the flickering white light till now, the Ardent Flower Blood Division had actually been so intimidated by this Fatty that they had forgotten to resist. Xing Shan wasn't the least bit happy, however. He had heard a sword whistle. The Sky Edge Division was here. A bitingly cold sword ray broke the sky. A veiled Karakoram Polaris appeared on the battlefield. The beautiful eyes behind the veil swept across the field full of corpses, evidence of the gruesomeness of the battle. Her eyes were cold and recklessly murderous. She inhaled a deep breath, calling out, "Sorry I'm late, Division Leader Sure, Dut." Before she could finish her greeting, a concentrated sword whistle sounded from the sky. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Sword rays lit up the sky and the number of figures increased. The Sky Edge Division had arrived. Karakoram Polaris did not talk much. She lowered her gaze and ordered in a cold voice, "Kill. Leave not a single one alive." A sky full of sword rays fell down like rain. Karakoram Polaris locked down her target, and with a light wave of her white hand, a sword light flew toward Xing Shan. Xing Shan looked disappointed. He had thought that the young and impetuous Karakoram Polaris would capture him alive after seeing that he had no strength to defend himself. Who knew that she was so cautious? Xing Shan gave a disdainful look. "I'm a hero, how can I die by your sword?" He stabbed his chest with his intact left palm and gouged his bloody heart out. He then pinched and broke it, causing a blood fog to erupt. His body rapidly withered and transformed into ashes. When Karakoram Polaris smelled the floating fragrance, her face changed. She withdrew her palm and the sword light circled toward the blood fog. The sword light rolled the blood fog upward into the sky, taking it higher and higher without any intention to stop. It continued to fly upward until it finally brought it into the wild metal wind. The sword light and blood fog melted like ice cubes at a visible speed. Blood of God hadn't stopped analyzing elementalists, and elementalists, too, had never stopped studying Blood of God. The blood elementalists' poison was much more potent than before. It was alarmingly contaminating to soil and vegetation, and so the best way to get rid of it was to throw it deep into the sky. The wild metal wind could completely melt the blood poison. The surviving blood elementalists weren't willing to stay idle, and so they retaliated frantically. Their division leader had committed suicide, they had been surrounded, and they knew that they weren't going to be lucky enough to live past today, so they were going to fight and bring down as many as they could before they perished. The blood rays did not grant the bitingly cold sword rays easy access. Within a short time frame, the Sky Edge Division had accumulated a high number of casualties. Karakoram Polaris appeared calm but was shaking inside. The Ardent Flower Blood Division hadn't actually crumbled yet. She could imagine how cruel the battle must have been for the Spear of Heavy Cloud. Contending against the Ardent Flower Blood Division one-on-one and causing enormous damage without falling into a disadvantageous situation was a remarkable feat that forced her to re-evaluate the Spear of Heavy Cloud's combat power. The battle had already ended when the Infantry Division arrived. Seeing the ground full of corpses and the battlefield in complete disorder, Silver Soldier had a grave expression on his face. He was reenacting the bitter battle scenario in his head. Sir Shuemon was inspecting the campground and encouraging the injured. Upon seeing Sir Shuemon, Silver Soldier called out in surprise, "You." Sir Shuemon shook her head slightly as an indication for him to shut his mouth. While holding onto the Cirrus, she walked around the camp once to examine everyone before handing over the remaining work to Jiang Wei. She brought Karakoram Polaris and Silver Soldier to somewhere private. With a worrying look on her face, Karakoram Polaris explained to Silver Soldier, she forcibly compressed the water elemental energy from the Sea of Cloud into her body. There are now a lot of impurities that are hard to dispel. Sir Shuemon was very calm, however. I had to do it under those circumstances, or I would have lost my life. It isn't a major problem for my elemental energy to receive some damage. Silver Soldier knew not how to console her. When he thought about how she had stopped him from talking and encouraged the soldiers, he couldn't help but feel deep veneration for her. After some thought, he started, "You guys were seriously injured this time. Why not retreat and rest for some time? Heal your injuries first. Even with replenishment, you'll need to train for some time." Karakoram Polaris reminded, "The God Subduing Peak should be here soon. How about we go and receive it first? The Ardent Flower Blood Division is very powerful and our odds of success aren't high. With the help of God Subduing Peak, we will be much better off." Silver Soldier already knew that the Karakoram Division had sustained significant injuries. At that he nodded. "All right. Let's all go back and receive it." The quake caused by the destruction of the Ardent Flower Blood Division isn't something our 3 novice military units can handle. Converging with Shunwei and Saijua's combat divisions is the way to go. Sir Shuemon found his suggestion reasonable and agreed right away. "Let's all go then. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 543, Reward. Chapter 543, Reward. Translator, Irene. Editor, X, TYZ. Sure Beihai's daughter indeed, Madame Yi praised as she read the battle report over and over again. Nian Tingfeng stood at the side, smiling. Like father, like daughter indeed. She's quite similar to her father. I was also very surprised when I received the report and only handed it over to you after 3 confirmations. Yeah. Madame Yi sighed sorrowfully. It's been so many years since the blood catastrophe, and speaking of which, this is the first time the God of Blood's organizational structure has been destroyed. Nian Tingfeng responded respectfully, "It's all because of your wisdom, madam. The situation was so rotten, but you emerged, overturned it, and saved us from the crisis." Madame Yi burst into laughter. "You're getting better at bootlicking, eh?" Nian Tingfeng cried out, "These are my heartfelt words. Others aren't aware of your troubles, but I've seen them all." Unconcerned, Madame Yi smiled. "Why care about them? They're either old men one step into their coffins, a bunch of overindulgent fellows, or a group of impulsive and brainless people who think that their enthusiasm can change the world. There's nothing to worry about." "You're right, madam." Madame Yi flicked the report lightly with her fingers and mumbled, "What do you think of this pagoda cannon?" Nian Tingfeng replied, "What a sharp eye you have, madam. Your humble servant thinks that this pagoda cannon is one of the key reasons why Sir Shuemon was able to resist and prevail over the Ardent Flower Blood Division. Its appearance has had a great impact in that battle. Before, there were not any weapons that could allow those who were of lower skill levels to attack and kill masters or blood elementalists with ability of God. Vice Division Leader Tao Feng of the Ardent Flower Blood Division died directly under the might of the pagoda cannon. His body and soul were utterly crushed." Madame Yi nodded and said in a low voice, "Go on." "Yes." Nian Tingfeng sorted his thoughts out. He had just gotten the battle report a short while ago after all. He added, "Be it the blood elementalists or our own people, the number of master-level experts determined the combat strength. Strong master-level experts were extremely useful on the battlefield, and yet, the pagoda cannon is a threat to their lives. Even if the pagoda cannon was targeted only at the enemy's master-level soldiers, it could greatly restrain their military unit. Madame Yi sighed and asked after a short while, then are we able to forge a pagoda cannon? Nian Tingfeng answered, I've studied the Spear of Heavy Cloud's pagoda cannons. In the previous ambush battle, the Hellfire pagoda cannon's performance was very remarkable as well. At that time, I was wondering if we could create it. After asking some master weaponsmiths, I was informed that forging it isn't difficult. The snout of the lava-spitting beast is difficult to obtain, but not impossible. The problem is not the pagoda cannon, but the snow lava. Only the central Pine Valley can create snow lava. Many have tried to get a hold of its recipe, but no one has succeeded yet. Madame Yi was rather surprised to hear that. The Central Pine Valley's leader is that laborer named Ai Hui? Pretty capable fellow, always coming up with new things. Nian Tingfeng replied, he's Wang Shouchuan's only student. No wonder. Madame Yi continued in realization, a famous teacher producing an outstanding student. Nothing surprising. I've underestimated him, and he actually went on to create such a quality weapon by himself. He might excel someday. Nian Tingfeng stood tall at the side, lowering his head without making a sound. Madame Yi added suddenly, award Shi Xuemon on behalf of Skyheart City. Didn't we reward them with a god-subduing peak previously? Give them another. The Spear of Heavy Cloud sustained heavy losses and is in urgent need of replenishment of their manpower. Give her the authority to seek local recruits. Also, the Spear of Heavy Cloud is an important combat division of Beyond Avalon, but has too few masters. Give her 5 of them. We can give Shi Xuemon a list of masters to select from. The surveillance division will provide a few and the other families will provide the rest. Pick wisely. Nian Tingfeng nodded. I understand. He was speechless. Even he would find it difficult to turn down such a generous offer. 1 god-subduing peak and 5 masters, even if Shi Xuemon knew that there was possibly a hidden motive, she might still be moved. Since these were enough to substantially improve the Spear of Heavy Cloud's power. Pleased, Madame Yi looked at him and said, inform those selected to obey Shi Xuemon's orders and not to act willfully. Of course, do not pressure her if she doesn't need them. Yes. Madame Yi said suddenly, find a way to get this report to New Light City. Nian Tingfeng shuddered, I understand. He retreated with a respectful bow and realized that he was breaking out in a cold sweat. The sunlight was shining down on him, but Nian Tingfeng couldn't feel any warmth. Sir, The subordinate waiting below gently reminded him upon seeing that Nian Tingfeng was lost in thought. With a quiver, Nian Tingfeng regained his senses. Return to the camp. He smiled bitterly. He was actually frightened by a woman. He had thought that she coveted the pagoda cannon and hadn't expected her to want the news to be brought to New Light City. Getting someone else to do the dirty work, a classic. There was master's glory in Skyheart City, so Madame had confidence, but New Light City had nothing except for people. If this news was spread, New Light City would seek out the recipe for snow lava at any cost. Watching the fires burn across the river, Madame Yi was waiting for the right time. For example, when Ai Hui was killed and the Central Pine Valley lacked a leader. Then, she would be able to incorporate these soldiers into her troops in the name of justice and revenge. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What a good game plan. All it took for her to come up with something this brilliant was reading that battle report. How amazing. The blood of God's army camp. Nangong Wulian looked at the soldiers rushing into the tent and asked in annoyance, who let you in? A high-ranking military officer stepped out and answered, it's very urgent, please forgive us. Nangong Wulian's heart thumped. He was prepared to flare up, but seeing the panicked looks on their faces, he had a premonition. What happened? The Ardent Flower Blood Division has been destroyed and Xing Shan has died in battle. Nangong Wulian was stunned. What did you say? The Ardent Flower Blood Division was destroyed? Wiped out? The soldiers quickly gave a battle report in trembling voices. Nangong Wulian inhaled a deep breath. So it's still Shi Xuemon? Yes. Nangong Wulian flew into a rage, cursing aloud, trash. Bunch of trash. Taken down twice by a woman. You guys are worse than trash. Are you all not useless? Tell me. What use are you guys? Everybody lowered their heads, not daring to retort. After giving them a scolding, Nangong Wulian's face turned pale, and he started pacing back and forth. The God Nation had always had the upper hand and the Avalon of 5 elements was relying on the Wall of North Sea as their last straw of hope. On the battlefield, the God Nation had a major advantage as well and had basically suppressed the elementalists. If not for Shi Beihai defending the Wall of North Sea, the Avalon of 5 elements would have long since been razed to the ground. All of the God Nation looked down on the Elders Guild and felt that only Shir Beihai was worthy of their respect. This wasn't a simple defeat. It was the first time the God Nation faced such an devastating defeat. How unlucky. Needless to think, Nangong Wulian knew how angry His Majesty would be upon hearing this news. And he would have to bear the blame. Thinking about this made him panic even more. His Majesty had bestowed the Heart of God in response to Yi Baiyi's defeat. He would definitely not let Nangong Wulian off the hook easily now that the latter had made such a huge blunder. He would have to save himself. Not only Nangong Wulian, but the other soldiers were also feeling anxious. This was the worst defeat ever in the whole history of the Blood of God. His Majesty's rage wasn't something anyone could endure. Why are you guys still standing here? Nangong Wulian's face was as white as sheet. Go out and attack. Wipe beyond Avalon out and bring Sir Shueman back to her to His Majesty, or else we're all dead. But Sir Yi isn't awake. Without his orders. Are my words not clear enough? Nangong Wulian seethed with anger. I'll be straight with you guys. I'll eliminate the families of those who make me lose face in front of His Majesty. Seeing the hesitant look on the soldiers' faces, Nangong Wulian suppressed his anger and took a deep breath. I'll tell him when he wakes up, but if you guys continue dilly-dallying, we might as well just sit around and wait for death. The soldiers made eye contact, knowing it was time to make a choice. We'll leave Sir Yi to you and set off now. Then, they hurriedly left. Shortly after, a bugle horn sounded and the voices of men mixed with the whines of blood fiends were heard continuously. The army was setting off. The atmosphere over at the Spear of Heavy Cloud wasn't too great. No one seemed happy about their victory. They had lost too much this time. A quarter of their soldiers were gone and half of the survivors were injured. This was the result of occupying a defensive stance. It was considered a heavy loss for a new combat division like the Spear of Heavy Cloud, especially with the death of 13 Central Pine faction veterans. Sir Shueman and the others weren't the least bit happy. Members of the Central Pine faction were all survivors from the blood catastrophe. They had fought alongside one another in Central Pine City and survived through the battle together. Their friendship ran deep. Along the road, upon seeing the Spear of Heavy Cloud's flag, other combat divisions rushing to the front line would clear a path for them out of respect. News had already spread and the Spear of Heavy Cloud's reputation skyrocketed, even surpassing that of the Sky Edge and infantry divisions. It was currently the premier combat division for elementalists. Sir Shueman advised these combat divisions not to stay idle at the moment since the enemy would soon take revenge. Yet, no one heeded her warning. The Ardent Flower Blood Division's destruction and Skyheart City's rewarding of the Spear of Heavy Cloud made everyone hopeful that one day they, too, could create such a miracle and make a name for themselves. Blood elementalists weren't undefeatable after all. Sir Shueman watched their disappearing silhouettes and shook her head helplessly. She knew that their victory was due to luck. If not for Wang Xiaoshan, the Pagoda Cannon, Fatty's breakthrough, and the Sky Edge's reinforcement. The distant sky was gloomy, and her heart was disturbed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 544, Central Pine Valley. Chapter 544, Central Pine Valley. Translator, Irene. Editor, X, TYZ. Central Pine Valley. Viridescent flower, type 4800. Duanmu Huanghun stood motionlessly like a statue. Ai Hui and Lu Lan visited him regularly, but he was still engrossed in his own moment of enlightenment. No one dared to disturb him, but they were somewhat worried. They had never seen such a prolonged moment of enlightenment. 2 months had passed, but he had yet to waken. It was as if he had fallen into a deep sleep and lost consciousness. He remained spotless, but the aura surrounding him fluctuated. Sometimes it was tranquil, other times it surged. Occasionally, the wind circled around his body, but periodically, the whole bamboo forest was completely still, like an impenetrable steel jungle. The bamboo forest grew lusher as the withering drifting jadesword bamboo leaves created a magnificent sight. Not only the bamboo forest, but the Central Pine Valley's vegetation was also growing wildly, perhaps due to Duanmu Huanghuan's influence. A sword ray flashed across the sky. As if out of nowhere, an enormous pinwheel sword appeared in the sky above the Central Pine Valley. The children who were training raised their head and looks of anticipation appeared on their faces. They had seen for themselves how the pinwheel sword came and went like the wind, mighty and unpredictable. 3 kids clung onto Ai Hui, wanting to sneak into the Sword of Lightning. Ai Hui had promised them that they could join the combat division if they were capable enough. As such, the children in the Central Pine Valley trained passionately and diligently. The pinwheel sword gradually descended and a group of sweaty men jumped off of it. How satisfying. How are we going to use Azure Wings when we have gotten used to the pinwheel sword? Yeah. Azure Wings are as slow as tortoises. Everyone talked about Azure Wings with a look of resentment. The pinwheel sword's speed exceeded that of any kind of Azure Wings. Even those known for speed weren't comparable to the pinwheel sword. Needless to say, slower flight options, like the fiery floating cloud, lagged far behind. Once they had gotten used to the pinwheel sword's lightning speed, no one was able to endure the exasperatingly slow speed of Azure Wings. I just don't know when we'll be able to go to the front line. Big Sister claimed victory once again. Boss said we're not at actual combat standard yet. Boss demands too much from us. 5 swords in one breath, how's that possible? The so-called 5 swords in a breath meant that the pinwheel sword had to complete 5 entire attacks in one breath. If it was just one person, with their current sword mastery, they could easily execute 5 strikes. However, using the pinwheel sword to execute 5 strikes was extremely challenging. So far, they had yet to succeed. Yeah, 5 perfect resonances in one breath. How unrealistic. 3 are enough. I don't believe anyone can block our triple strike. Not even a grandmaster. People were discussing fervently when someone suddenly shouted, "Zhiguang, how about you talk to boss?" Sure, Zhiguang had become one of boss's favorites. Everyone knew that boss thought highly of him and regarded him as the future top candidate of sword operator. Sure, Zhiguang remained unmoved. He spread his hands out and said, "Forget it. However he wants us to train, let's just do it. I still have to practice embroidery later on. Seeing embroidery needles make my fingertips numb, but..." Sure, Zhiguang is going to be the Central Pine Valley's first seamstress. Not many of us are as virtuous as Zhiguang. After being ridiculed, sure, Zhiguang did not get angry. Instead, he said, "You guys better treat me well. If I can't master embroidery, none of us will be going to the battlefield. I really want to fight as soon as possible. I heard that the Spear of Heavy Cloud was severely depleted and practically ruined." How worrying. Boss is definitely feeling even more anxious. Yeah. Everybody subconsciously looked up at Ai Hui, who was absorbing lightning on Blackfish Mouth Mountain's peak. A ring of faint clouds were fastened to the mountain like a hat. Every now and then, silvery light would streak across the ground. Rumbling booms could be heard in the air as well. Everybody worked hard. Elemental soup is here. Lu Lan's enthusiastic voice rang, immediately producing cheers. Seeing everyone greedily gulping down the soup, Lu Lan's eyes narrowed into 2 crescent moons. Shortly after, Lu Lan turned around and looked toward the mountaintop. The conical bamboo hat was becoming fainter and gradually dispersing. A figure completely wrapped in bandage was revealed. On the mountain peak, Ai Hui exhaled a long breath. Who? Whoosh. A white sword-like aura appeared with an indistinct lightning flickering inside it. Behind the red crystal sheet, a light ray flashed past. He hadn't been training for nothing. His body was still becoming thinner day by day, but the sword cloud within his body had been growing consistently. He carefully controlled the volume of the lightning intake in order to prevent overabsorption, which would damage his body. The sword cloud was now like an orb solid cloud. It rotated slowly, churning indeterminately. At times lightning would flash inside of the cloud orb. Beneath it, there were 3 tender young sprouts that emitted faint green light. Although the green light was thin, it protected the sprouts firmly. The 3 young sprouts were transformed from the vitality branches. The green light continuously seeped into Ai Hui's flesh to nourish his terrible body. It was precisely the 3 vitality branches that prevented his body from worsening. The green light released by the branches was the source of life. Ai Hui looked to the horizon. The mountains previously accumulated with snow had regained their verdant colors. The sky remained boundless, and the figure that flew by was silent, leaving no trace. It only flitted across the mountain range, producing a gust and faint bell-like laughter. Ai Hui was slightly out of it. The good news was that Iron Lady had won. The bad news was that it was a bitter victory. He had to be quick. He took a deep breath and suppressed his worry. Reason told him that being anxious wasn't going to be of any help at this point. Be it the Sword of Lightning or himself, they were further away than anticipated. Until now, the pinwheel sword could only execute 1 sword move in a breath. Such inefficiency was preventing it from unleashing its advantage in speed. They only had 1 pinwheel sword, and if it could only release 1 strike per breath, its contribution in battle would be seen as pathetic. It would then be practically useless in the war. Sure, Zhiguang's piloting standard was very lacking. Only by maintaining its speed combined with directional changes could the pinwheel sword survive in battle. Its defensive power was far behind that of a god-subduing peak. His current state had become a problem as well. He was worried about the sword cloud and not his body. Could a sword cloud in this state handle a battle? If it couldn't even persevere through a battle, he would only become everybody's burden. These problems were actually very easy to solve, but they required sufficient time. If they had an adequate amount of time, executing 5 strikes in a breath wouldn't be a problem. If they had enough time, sure, Ziguang's standard would rise significantly because of his potential. If they weren't short on time, AI Hui's sword cloud would grow strong enough to assist him in a major battle. Yet, what they lacked most now was time. Upon being informed of the severity of Iron Lady and her combat division's injuries, AI Hui had been looking ghastly for the past couple of days. Not only him, but the members of the Sword of Lightning were training much more intensely since they were all feeling very anxious. Yet, AI Hui knew that this was precisely the time that they needed to maintain their composure. He grabbed the sword hilt, the anxiety in his heart vanishing. His whole person had cooled down instantly. The sword was like an extension of his body as his thoughts and perceptions spread along the body of the blade. With a tremble of the sword tip, it ripped across the sky, taking in and spitting out sword light. A gush of power channeled outward from the sword hilt, carrying his body up into the air and transforming into a sword ray that descended toward the valley from the mountain peak. The cloud layer dispersed. Sunlight sprinkled over the land, illuminating the mellow and smooth sword ray, producing a dazzling sight. Members who had just finished their elemental soup were just in time to witness the scene. It wasn't the first time they had seen Boss's swordplay, but not once had it failed to take their breaths away. Everyone held their breaths and looked toward the sky admiringly as the sword ray formed a beautiful, painting-like scene. Gu Xian was especially bewitched by it all. Boss's swordsmanship was becoming increasingly unimaginable and mysterious. Gu Xian's swordsmanship wasn't at a low standard to begin with, yet he couldn't understand Boss's swordsmanship at all. Whenever he saw Boss's sword ray, he would repeatedly simulate it in his mind and wonder if he would be able to execute such a beautiful sword move as well. Beautiful was the first impression people had of Boss's sword ray. Breathtakingly stunning. Everyone knew what kind of person Boss was. He was mean, petty, stingy, cold, ruthless, and even his battle style was blunt and efficient. Basically, there was nothing beautiful about his personality or style. In comparison, Duanmu Huanghuan's temperament was more fitting. Yet, it was just beautiful. Even a sword reed that Boss casually swiped with was so beautiful that Gu Xian simply couldn't move his eyes off of it. However, no matter how much he racked his brain, Gu Xian was unable to comprehend and imitate Boss's amazing sword ray. It seemed as though Boss could accomplish anything with a sword. It was unbelievable. The sword ray was like a rainbow after the rain, gradually dimming and vanishing. Gu Xian's face was still filled with surprise and admiration. AI Hui, who had descended and found Blind He, shouted, "This sword is about to be destroyed." Blind He took AI Hui's sword, gently stroking the sword body. The eye in the center of his palm opened up, shooting out a light ray that swept across the sword body and instantly exposing dense cracks. Blind He explained, "Your sword ray contains lightning, which is very damaging to a sword. Even if it's a heaven-grade weapon, it would be unable to endure the impact. I've yet to find suitable ingredients. Just a unity sword will do, or else I won't be able to train." Frustration was evident in AI Hui's tone. "Or do I really have to hang swords all over my body in future?" Blind He responded, "Lightning is in primordial power, the nemesis of all living things. It's a force even stronger than elemental energy, and no one has studied it before. I'll need time to figure things out. Furthermore, the Unity Sword isn't just any sword." AI Hui burst into laughter, feeling as though Blind He had just cracked a cold joke. "It's a heaven-grade weapon. I know. Give me a few more to carry with me." Blind He replied expressionlessly, "There's only one." Stunned, AI Hui asked, "How come?" "Haven't got time to make more." Blind He groaned, "Been creating fire reservoirs." AI Hui now remembered. Since the volume of training had increased, the amount of snow lava the pinwheel sword consumed had spiked as well. Plus, their original snow lava stores were depleting as well. AI Hui had also considered the fact that the Spear of Heavy Cloud's victory was largely due to the Hellfire Pagoda Cannon's performance. He'd reckoned that the rise in price of the snow lava also contributed to Blind He's forging of more fire reservoirs in order to produce more snow lava. However, he had still underestimated the influence of this victory. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 545, Pagoda Cannon Master. Chapter 545, Pagoda Cannon Master. Translator, Irene Editor, X, TYZ. Again. Boom. A loud sound rang as white flames sprayed out from the pagoda cannon's barrel. As Fatty's body sank a little, vapor rose up from all over his body. A faraway hill exploded suddenly, causing fragmented rocks to fly everywhere. It was a magnificent sight. The observing audience gasped in surprise. "Wow, Fatty, you're amazing." "What Fatty? Is that how you should address him? Don't be foolish. Call him Master Fatty." "Oh yeah, Fatty's a master now. We gotta call him Master Fatty." "But Master Fatty doesn't sound suave at all." "Still gotta call." Everybody was rather interested in Fatty's performance. Time passed and the Spear of Heavy Cloud gradually recovered from their disaster. The respect and courtesy other military units had showered them with along the way gave even the lowest-ranked elementalists a new lease on life. They raised their heads and puffed out their chests, striding forward in high spirits. Their demeanor and appearance had undergone a complete transformation. They sustained heavy injuries, but they were the victors. They had accomplished something people regarded as an impossible miracle. The difficult victory had given this novice combat division an extraordinary morale boost. They were no longer afraid, and the painful loss reminded them not to be arrogant or get carried away. Fatty had become a popular figure in the Spear of Heavy Cloud. If not for his last shot, the strange white flames that almost collapsed the Ardent Flower Blood division, their victory wouldn't have been certain. Even if they had won, they would have incurred a heavier loss. Every time they pitched camp, Sir Shuemon would allow Fatty to demonstrate his pagoda cannon. Until now, Fatty was still unsure of his path of master. Sir Shuemon was very knowledgeable, but was somewhat unable to make any sense of it either. Fatty's cannon attack had indeed become entirely different. Placing the same pagoda cannon in Fatty's hands would produce a very disparate power when used by another gunner. Ordinary fire elementalists' cannon attacks would only produce a long thin flame that carried a red glow and injured the target by piercing through its body. In Fatty's hands, however, the flames sprayed by the cannon barrel were much bigger. The flames were pure white and burned even more fiercely. Its damage was much more variable as well. Sometimes it would produce white flames like in the previous battle, but it could also produce an explosion and even ring-shaped bullets. Yet, Fatty was unable to account for this. Including Fatty, other than being overwhelmed with shock and admiration, everyone felt glad. Only Sir Shuemon was keenly aware that a whole new profession had been born. Fatty was the first ever pagoda cannon master. No one really placed heavy regard onto the pagoda cannon since it was a new weapon that hadn't been released for long. Even the core members of the Central Pine Valley didn't think highly of it. If not for the Spear of Heavy Cloud's mass recruitment of fire elementalists, Sir Shuemon wouldn't have thought about using pagoda cannons in battle. New fire elementalist recruits were rather weak. Even with the help of snow lava in their daily training, they needed a much longer time to reach an elite elementalist's level. Because of that, the pagoda cannon, which demanded little from fire elementalists, but produced considerable power, came into Sir Shuemon's field of view. After a period of verification, it ultimately became the Spear of Heavy Cloud's standardized weapon. At that time, she even purchased, through Chao Meichi, a batch of lava-spitting beast snouts in order to forge more pagoda cannons. The emergence of a pagoda cannon master allowed the pagoda cannon's might to undergo a fundamental change. The pagoda cannons in ordinary fire elementalists' hands were more like a strengthened bow and arrow. It was mightier than an ordinary bow and arrow, but its rate of fire was much slower and required more manpower to operate. Yet, in the hands of a pagoda cannon master, its flaws disappeared. It became mightier, and more importantly, more battle tactics became available for use. It was very difficult to become a master. Fatty also became a master somewhat accidentally, and only heaven knew when the next master would emerge. Yet, the birth of a pagoda cannon master meant that its potential had far exceeded everyone's initial prediction. Sir Shuemon was thinking about how to unleash its full potential and decided to pester Fatty for every single detail. How did you control the cannon attack? Was the snow lava able to sense it? What state was it in? Tormented, Fatty felt as though his brain was about to combust. He was someone who went by gut feeling. Hui was the one who liked digging up roots and getting to the bottom of things. Although Fatty was very pleased about becoming a master, he absolutely did not dare to act boastfully in front of Big Sister. Even Hui lowered his noble head before her abuse of authority, so Fatty was merely a docile baby in front of her. Sir Shuemon started gathering more and more information to gain a rough idea of the special traits of a pagoda cannon master. She asked Fatty, "Do you think there's still room for improving the pagoda cannon?" "Of course." Indeed, Sir Shuemon thought to herself. She added, "How so?" Gesturing with his fingers, Fatty started, "The cannon's structure can be simplified. I'm able to use it single-handedly because I've stripped it down many times. It would be good for AI Hui to use it too, since that fellow would definitely modify until it was unrecognizable. The lava-spitting beast's snout makes a pretty decent cannon barrel, but it's a little weak and is unable to endure a slight increase in the amount of snow lava. Leaving snow lava in the fire reservoir is simply too hazardous. Fatty rambled on, as if enumerating one's family valuables. Zhu Yan, who stood by the side, was stunned. He had never seen Fatty speaking with such frankness and assurance. To him, Fatty was a bum, all take and no give. He would never sit if he could lie down and would never stand if he could sit. Sure, Shueman noticed people approaching and interrupted. I'll leave the modifications to you then. Fatty's eyes lit up. He kind of liked that idea, but immediately started grumbling, but there's no master weaponsmith. If only Blind he was here. Sure, Shueman responded bluntly, I'll think of something. Fatty was somewhat excited and somewhat distressed. I'll have to think about it too. Sure, Shueman continued, I have a mission for you now. She saw some elementalist guards stopping a group of people. The leader of the group wore armor and was surrounded by a bunch of guards. Fatty was puzzled. What mission? Sure, Shueman said, see that group of people? They're interested in our Hellfire Pagoda cannon. Go receive them. Fatty stared blankly while pointing at himself. Me? Sure, Shueman replied, you're the first ever Pagoda cannon master. Of course it's you. Fatty was rather satisfied with her answer. Then am I not quite powerful? Of course, Sure, Shueman answered with certainty. You're the secret weapon responsible for our victory. You deserve the most credit. Blushing, Fatty responded, everyone worked hard together. Immediately after, his tone changed. Any reward? Yes. Sure, Shueman answered straightforwardly. Other than the god subduing peaks, Skyheart City also sent a batch of treasures and you'll get to pick. Also, you'll get essence elemental beans. 1,000,000 of them. Fatty was over the moon. He rubbed his hands together in anticipation. But how can I accept, how can I? Things were different now. There had been a steep decline in the production of essence elemental beans, so 1,000,000 of them cost an enormous sum of money. But you know that the division's budget is tight. Sure, Shueman changed the topic. Do you reckon it's easy to imitate the pagoda cannons? After some thought, Fatty answered, it's quite easy. Even I was able to create a simple single-man pagoda cannon. Perhaps you're worried about others making fakes? It's easy, but they don't have snow lava. Sure, Shueman asked, then can we sell snow lava to them? Fatty's eyes shone brightly. Oh my god. How could I have missed such a brilliant business idea? We'll be a monopoly. That's stable profit. Sure, Shueman continued, so, go demonstrate what the pagoda cannon can do. You're the only one here who's done business before. What do you think? Fatty patted his chest in assurance. No problem. Sure, Shueman led Fatty toward that group of people and greeted them in a friendly manner. I am Sure, Shueman, and you are? The man in armor half rose and responded politely, my armor makes it inconvenient to bow, please forgive me. I'm Kuning, division leader of the Blue Flag Division. Sure, Shueman greeted, nice to meet you, division leader Kodut. Recently there had been innumerable combat divisions popping up like springtime bamboo shoots, and she was unfamiliar with many of those names. Kuning gazed at the hill that had exploded earlier and asked somewhat curiously, was that a demonstration of the legendary pagoda cannon? Legendary pagoda cannon made Sure, Shueman smile. Yes. Kuning's eyes lit up, and he asked with embarrassment, this is bold of me, but could I please take a tour around this area? Sure, Shueman replied generously, sure, I'll let Master Qian Dai bring you around. He is a pagoda cannon master, the one responsible for single-handedly securing our victory in the battle against the Ardent Flower Blood Division. Kuning had thought that Sure, Shueman would have kept such a high-level weapon confidential. Who knew that she would be so generous about it and even allowed a master to demonstrate its power? He was overjoyed and hurried expressed his gratitude, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thanks for the hard work, Master Qian. The Hellfire Pagoda cannon, once unknown and disregarded, had become a mighty weapon. As more details about the Spear of Heavy Cloud became public, more people started attributing the victory of the combat division to the Hellfire Pagoda cannon. Sure, Shueman responded, you're being too polite. Fatty stood at the side with his chest puffed out. He nodded toward the group of people and said loftily, follow me. Kuning and gang followed behind eagerly. Sang Zijuan was dumbstruck by it all and stuttered only after they were gone, boss, this. Sure, Shueman wasn't smiling. She gazed afar and responded after a short while, we've lost too much this time. If not for Fatty's breakthrough, we would be in a worse state. I'm wondering if we would have sustained less injuries if we had been better prepared and stronger? It's worth working hard if it means we can sacrifice even one less member. Plus, the Ardent Flower blood division is merely a blood division. What if we bump into a god division in the future? Sang Zijuan and Jian Wei remained silent since they could relate to her thoughts. Sure, Shueman added, we need more resources and more money in order to grow quicker and save more lives. Everyone looked toward the nearby pagoda cannon. Fatty was talking non-stop, his saliva splattering everywhere as he introduced his pagoda cannon to Kuning and Gang, whose eyes were all brightly lit. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 546, The Popular Pagoda Cannons, 1. Chapter 546, The Popular Pagoda Cannons, 1. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. Kuning and his counterparts walked out from the camp of the Spear of Heavy Cloud. There was an unconcealable look of joy on Kuning's face, but he did not say anything. After they had walked far away from the Spear of Heavy Cloud's camp, Kuning suddenly asked an unremarkable-looking man, Uncle Li, what do you think of this pagoda cannon? The unremarkable-looking man was a famous weaponsmith, Li Hotang. Extraordinary. Li Hotang's voice was powerful and resonating. I'd like to hear the details. Kuning's eyes lit up. I wonder who created this pagoda cannon. It is truly extraordinary. When I first heard that the Spear of Heavy Cloud won the previous battles because of these pagoda cannons, I still thought everyone was exaggerating. After witnessing it for myself today, I realized that I am the one who was ignorant. The emergence of pagoda cannons will pose a huge threat to masters on the battlefield in the future. A look of admiration appeared on Li Hotang's face. Can we imitate and make our own pagoda cannons? Kuning quickly asked. He was at an age where he was impatient for success. He wanted to achieve accomplishments in the current times of chaos. Li Hotang and Kuning's father had a deep relationship and he treated Kuning like his nephew. He praised Kuning, small Ning, excellent foresight. The pagoda cannons will definitely be popular in the future. It is a top-notch weapon in the battlefield. Li Hotang remained silent for a moment and muttered, I have carefully studied their pagoda cannons just now. It is not really difficult to forge a pagoda cannon. I more or less know how to do it. However, even if I know how to forge a pagoda cannon, there's still the issue of the snow lava. Sure, Shueman probably publicized the forging method for the pagoda cannon because she wants all of us to buy snow lava from her. I see. Kuning came to a realization. Li Hotang nodded his head and continued, if the Central Pine Valley is willing to sell their snow lava, then we will not have any issue with obtaining it. However, from what I know, the snow lava is extremely expensive. Also, we might not even need snow lava for our pagoda cannons. Upon hearing these words, Kuning looked slightly disappointed. He then asked, how about we build one pagoda cannon and give it a try first? Li Hotang shook his head and replied, from what I see, the more pagoda cannons there are, the more useful they will be. On the contrary, if we only have 1 or 2 pagoda cannons, they will not be of any use to us. However, other than the Spear of Heavy Cloud, who else can equip so many pagoda cannons with snow lava? Kuning asked again. Li Hotang thought for a while and replied, perhaps we can think of a solution with regard to the fire liquid. After thinking about it, as long as a fire liquid is used, the pagoda cannons will work. A pagoda cannon actually imitates the lava-spitting beast. A lava-spitting beast spits out lava. Snow lava is so powerful that it's an A-grade fire liquid. We can mix a few B-grade fire liquids together and add in a small amount of snow lava. As long as we can get the proportion right, we can reduce our costs. Even though this mixture might not be as powerful as the snow lava, it is still powerful enough against ordinary soldiers. Kuning's eyes lit up once more as he said, Uncle Li, you're right. The Spear of Heavy Cloud's pagoda cannons are indeed powerful and can kill masters, but then again, how can there be so many masters on the battlefield? There are more ordinary soldiers. Since the fire liquid we will be using is weaker, the quality of our pagoda cannons can be lowered as well. Therefore, can we use other materials to replace the snouts of lava-spitting beasts? Kuning thought of the rain of fire released from Fatty's pagoda cannon. It covered an enormous range, making it impossible for anyone to dodge it. Kuning's eyes became increasingly bright. If they could carry out a large-scale distribution of pagoda cannons for their soldiers, they could use the rain of fire to seal off the entire battlefield. This tactic might not be effective against masters, but it would be an absolute nightmare for ordinary soldiers. As for the enemy masters, he could just leave them to his masters. The more Kuning thought about it, the more he felt this plan would work. Li Hotang cast a satisfied look at Kuning. It wasn't easy for someone of his age to not be deceived by the might of pagoda cannons and pursue more formidable forms of power. He nodded his head and said, "We will think carefully about it when we get back to our camp. We need to seize the moment now. The pagoda cannons have just come into vogue, but the future battlefield will definitely be dominated by them." Kuning and the rest nodded their heads. Nowadays, Thunder City had become extremely prosperous. Being the place where the first lightning master, Ai Hui, had had his breakthrough, many people visited it and went to Thunder Mountain to get a feel for the concentrated lightning aura. Up until now, other than Ai Hui, no one was able to comprehend the power of lightning. Many people also understood that what Ai Hui had experienced was an extremely rare event. For instance, there were also several master swordsmen, but none of them could be compared to Karakoram Polaris. Thunder City's prosperity was directly linked to Ai Hui. Other than the travelers who were here to admire Thunder City, there were also many businessmen that came here for one thing, the snow lava. Everyone knew there were only two places in this world where snow lava was sold. The first place was the Central Pine Valley, the second was Thunder City. Ai Hui had a very close relationship with the mayor of Thunder City, Xiao Meiqi. Xiao Meiqi was the biggest retailer for snow lava. More than 90% of snow lava on the market was from Xiao Meiqi. The Central Pine Valley was mysterious and dangerous. The bloody words at Lemon Camping Ground had yet to dry. That was the burial place for many masters. Nowadays, the Central Pine Valley's reputation had spread far and wide. Some people did not believe the rumors they heard and tried to approach the Central Pine Valley. In the end, these people disappeared forever without a trace. No scouts dared to get too close to the Central Pine Valley. They could only observe the Central Pine Valley from more than 50 kilometers away. Xiao Meiqi was like the spokesman for the Central Pine Valley. He was the only one who could obtain snow lava from them. Furthermore, all of the Central Pine Valley's purchases of resources depended on Xiao Meiqi. Ever since snow lava developed the potential as a weapon, its sale had increased sharply. Xiao Meiqi had made an immense amount of money. Furthermore, the Central Pine Valley was like a monster that devoured money. The colossal amount of money they earned from the sale of the snow lava was then converted into a colossal amount of resources. Xiao Meiqi could earn money from both sides. It was impossible for him not to get rich. However, as a visionary businessman, he clearly understood that the Central Pine Valley was the main reason why he could earn so much money. Nowadays, many people felt that he was just a puppet of the Central Pine Valley. Xiao Meiqi did not deny such rumors. He knew that no one harbored any ill intentions against him because everyone was afraid of the Central Pine Valley. The bloody wooden sign at Lemon Camping Ground frightened away many covetous and evil individuals. Right now, after the Spear of Heavy Cloud achieved a huge victory, Shi Shuemon's prestige skyrocketed. Xiao Meiqi led a luxurious life as he was able to earn top dollar safely. One could tell how happy he was by looking at the everlasting smile on his face when he checked his account book. The supply of snow lava was almost empty. Given the current speed, we have to go to the Lemon Camping Ground a few days earlier. Xiao Meiqi could not restrain the happiness in his voice. At this moment, he suddenly heard someone yelling from outside, "Is there snow lava for sale?" The manager outside replied politely, "Yes, there is." "Sir, how much do you need?" "I want all of it." Xiao Meiqi could sense the wealth of the customer from inside his room. As such, he decided to go out and take a look. Judging from the person's generosity with money, he must be a very rich customer. Xiao Meiqi walked out of his room and took a close look at the appearance of the customer. It was a man who was around 30 years old. "Sir, nice to meet you. I am Xiao Meiqi, may I know your name?" Xiao Meiqi greeted the customer politely. Following which, he instructed the manager, "Give this customer a 10% discount on the price of snow lava." Apparently, that man knew who Xiao Meiqi was. When he heard there was a discount, a look of joy flashed across his face. Cupping his hands, he replied, "So it's Mayor Xiao." "Thank you very much, Mayor. I am the division leader of the Silver Sword Division, Liang Zidao." Xiao Meiqi was a businessman and was very good with his words. Upon hearing Liang Zidao's name, he became even more friendly. He replied, "So it's Division Leader Liang, I have long heard of your renowned name." Nowadays, there were many combat divisions. Xiao Meiqi did not even know half of these combat divisions. Clearly, he had not heard of the Silver Sword Division. However, Xiao Meiqi was still beaming with smiles, looking extremely friendly. After a while, the snow lava was brought out. After taking a look, Liang Zidao furrowed his eyebrows and said, "You have so little snow lava, that." Knowing that he had encountered a legitimately rich man, Xiao Meiqi's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Is this amount not enough for you?" Liang Zidao shook his head repeatedly and replied, "Not enough, not enough." How can this little amount of snow lava be enough? Brother Liang, how much snow lava do you need? I need at least 3 more vats. Liang Zidao signaled with his fingers. Deep down, Xiao Meiqi was overjoyed. However, he replied with an apologetic look on his face, Brother Liang, I am really sorry. These are all I have right now. Brother Liang, don't worry, I will procure more as soon as possible. Upon hearing these words, Liang Zidao's facial expression loosened up. He asked, how long will that take? Xiao Meiqi clenched his teeth and replied, 3 days. All right, I will wait here for 3 days then, Liang Zidao replied. Suddenly, someone barged in and asked, is there snow lava for sale? Huo De was a master that Xiao Meiqi had just hired. After Xiao Meiqi became immensely wealthy, the thing he worried the most about was his safety. In times of chaos, one could live without money, but not without strength. When it came to hiring experts, Xiao Meiqi was willing to pay any price. Currently, Thunder City had 3 masters. The money and benefits Xiao Meiqi offered were much more generous than that of other mayors. With 3 masters overseeing Thunder City, the city had extremely good public security. No one dared to create trouble. Huo De led a carefree life. If there was no war, everything would be perfect. However, if it weren't for the war, masters wouldn't be so valuable. He could not have lived such a life in the past. The mayor had just summoned him. After packing his things, he flew straight to the mayor residence. Xiao Meiqi was extremely polite to him. As such, he had never put on airs in front of the mayor. Usually, other than inviting the masters to dinners, the mayor seldom summoned them. After arriving at Thunder City for so long, Huo De had yet to receive any missions. Therefore, when Xiao Meiqi summoned him this time around, he was very excited and was prepared to put up a good performance. When he landed at the mayor's residence, he shocked to see a massive crowd beneath him. Was it a rebellion? Those people glanced at Huo De and turned back to continue arguing. No one cared about him. Do you understand what a first-come, first-served basis is? I came here earlier than you, so I will buy them before you. How much I want to buy is my business, what can you do about it? Stop bullshitting me. If you're a man, let's have a fight at the arena now. Do you think I am scared of you? When Huo De saw these people arguing furiously, he felt puzzled. However, at the same time, he felt relieved that these people were not after the mayor. When he entered the mayor's residence, he was shocked by the mayor's haggard face. He asked, Mayor, what happened to you? Xiao Meiqi waved his hand and replied with a solemn look on his face, Master Huo. I have an extremely urgent mission for you. A cold shiver went down Huo Da's spine as he replied, Mayor, feel free to tell me about it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 547, The Popular Pagoda Cannons, 2. Chapter 547, The Popular Pagoda Cannons, 2. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lucas, TYZ. We still did not know that Iron Lady was actively promoting the pagoda cannons. As usual, he was training at the mountain peak, absorbing the lightning from the clouds. Suddenly, he stopped and shifted his gaze to a distant mountain range. Someone was coming. Closed his eyes and grabbed his sword hilt. The range of his sensory perception extended and the world became unusually quiet and clear to him. He saw a man holding a white flag walking through the forest towards Central Pine Valley. The appearance of that man was fuzzy. However, his movements were clumsy and his base level was low. Suddenly let out a yelp of surprise and looked at another direction. What day is today? Why are there so many customers? Shook his head. Following which, he transformed into a streak of sword gleam and appeared in front of Gu Xian and the rest. He said to Gu Xian, stop training. 2 guests are coming. Get some people and welcome them. Huo De did not expect his first mission to be transporting goods. He wanted to reject this mission. After all, he was a master and he had his dignity. Transporting goods? Is this a joke? However, he could see the unconcealable anxiousness and seriousness in the mayor's eyes. All right, the mayor had treated him rather well. He could only console like this. Restraining his face from twitching, he forced himself to accept the mission. However, when the mayor took out an astronomical number of essence elemental beans from the treasury and placed it before him, his eyes widened abruptly. At that moment, he knew this was an extremely important mission. He was not the only one. When the mayor took out the essence elemental beans, the noisy mayor residence quieted down immediately. The glow and elemental energy undulations released by the essence elemental beans were filled with destructive power. Everyone was affected by it. Subsequently, the mayor reminded him that the other party did not like to sell the snow lava on credit. If he did not see the essence elemental beans, he would not take out the goods. The mayor also told him that the other party had a bad temper and not to get into a conflict with him. Right now, Huode was carrying these essence elemental beans and flying in the sky. Honestly speaking, this was the first time he had come into contact with so many essence elemental beans. Every now and then, an evil thought would arise in his head. What if he ran away with them? However, his rationality eventually defeated his irrationality. In the current times of chaos, it was very fortunate for him to encounter a boss like the mayor. If he ran away with these essence elemental beans, he would not be able to find a place in this world to settle down. Now he finally understood that whether or not a flight would be tiring depended on what the flyer was carrying. Even though he carried so many essence elemental beans, he did not feel tired at all. He was flying at his top speed. When Huode thought of the mayor's reminder, he took out the flag that he gave him. An eye-striking chow was written on the flag. The mayor gave him the flag because he was afraid he might get injured accidentally. Huode did not completely agree with what the mayor thought. After all, he was a master. How could he get injured so easily? Even though the story of the bloody sign at the Lemon camping ground spread like wildfire, he still felt that he could not get injured so easily. Right now, all he wanted to do was complete the mission as soon as possible. The mayor had said that this mission was extremely urgent and that he needed it to be completed as soon as possible. After a while, a few figures appeared in front of him. Huode became energized. Central Pine Valley had a mysterious background. Various versions of rumors surrounded it, and he was very curious. Whether it was the so-called Lightning Blade, the influential Shi Shueman, or the disciple of Grandmaster Dai, Duanmu Huanghan, all of them had achieved renowned feats. Right now, they had one more pagoda cannon master. He was the first ever pagoda cannon master, Qian Dai. There is a ferocious tiger in Central Pine was the mainstream opinion that everyone had of Central Pine Valley. In everyone's eyes, Central Pine Valley wasn't huge in size and it did not have many people, however, it was filled with experts. However, when Huode saw the elementalists that came to greet him, a disappointed look appeared on his face. They looked ordinary. They could not even be compared to the weak guards of Thunder City. There was nothing special about them. When the person saw Huode's flag, he asked, "May I know who are you?" "I am Huode from Thunder City. I am under the orders of my mayor to come here and purchase a batch of snow lava urgently," Huode replied humbly. The other party cast a glance at him and said, "Follow me." Huode had been sizing these few elementalists from Central Pine Valley along the way. He was greatly disappointed. Their elemental energy undulations were weak and inert. They lacked wariness as well, casually showing their backs to other people. Was this the true strength of Central Pine Valley? Huode felt very disappointed. It appeared that there was no lack of con artists in this world. Central Pine Valley was deliberately mystifying their existence to build up their reputation. Huode followed the elementalist from Central Pine Valley to an empty earth-made city. This city was really ugly. Compared to the prosperous Thunder City, this earth-made city was pathetically small. Furthermore, it was crudely made and it had no defensive capabilities. At this point in time, Huode was utterly disappointed. All he wanted to do now was to complete the mission and return to Thunder City as soon as possible. He was not willing to stay here any longer. The elementalists from Central Pine Valley brought Huode to an empty house. Then one of them pointed to the house and said, "Wait inside." Instead of getting angry, Huode wanted to laugh. This elementalist was weak, but he was arrogant, huh? As a master, no matter where Huode went, he would be treated with respect. This was the first time he was being bossed around since becoming a master. He wanted to see how arrogant Central Pine Valley could be. He strode in the house with his head high. The house was empty. There was only a stone table inside. On the table, there were a pot of tea and a few ceramic bowls. To Huode's surprise, there was a person sitting front of the table. This person was short and fat. His body was covered with dirt, making him look utterly pathetic. His base level was very low as well. The fat man was panting as he gulped down the tea. When he heard footsteps behind him, he turned around to see who it was. When he saw Huode, he smiled warmly at him. "Are you here to buy snow lava too?" He took a bowl and filled it up with the tea from the teapot. Then he placed it on the table where there was an empty seat. "Come and have some tea, you must have flown for a while." Huode's facial expression loosened up and then he sat down on the empty seat. With a reserved tone, he said, "Thank you." He took a sip of the tea and he furrowed his eyebrows. It tasted really bad. In Thunder City, the treatment he received was top-notch. When was he ever served such lousy tea before? The fat man asked smilingly, "Brother, which city are you from?" "Thunder City, I am Huode," replied. Then he asked, "Who are you?" The fat man replied with a smile on his face, "My name is Nchachu, I'm from New Light City." Thud. Huoda's hand trembled and his bowl dropped to the ground, splashing the tea over the floor. New Light City. So she rejected? Madame Ye's voice was calm like water, but it still sent a cold shiver down Yen Tingfeng's spine. He lowered his head and replied, "Yes." Sir Shueman said that the Spear of Heavy Cloud currently doesn't need so many masters, and she thanked Madame for your kind intentions. Madame Yi smiled. It's normal for youngsters to have resolution. They need to hit a snag to know what this world is truly like. Madame is right, Nien Tingfeng replied. Anyway, what's with the issue of pagoda cannons? Madame Yi picked up the teacup in front of her and took a sip. Whenever the Spear of Heavy Cloud encamps, they will showcase the technology of pagoda cannons. They allow people to spectate and study the pagoda cannons. From the looks of it, I think they are trying to sell more snow lava. Nien Tingfeng looked somewhat helpless. Since when has Sher Beihai's daughter become a profiteer? It doesn't seem like something she would do. Madame Yi was astounded. I am also thinking whether or not it is AI Hui's idea, Nien Tingfeng conjectured. Is the price of snow lava on the market dropping? Madame Yi asked. Nien Tingfeng shook his head and replied, no. Then how can those ordinary people afford to use pagoda cannons? Even though the pagoda cannons are powerful, they consume a substantial amount of snow lava. Not many people are rich enough to use pagoda cannons, Madame Yi said. I heard they have discovered that B-grade fire liquids can be used as well. As long as they add a small amount of snow lava, the power of pagoda cannons won't reduce too much, Nien Tingfeng reported. Madame Yi put down the teapot in her hand, and a mysterious sense of panic arose in her heart. The Elders Guild had long studied the pagoda cannon. The pagoda cannon was a first-class weapon, but it was very expensive to forge. Furthermore, it needed to use snow lava, and the cost of snow lava was very high. The pagoda cannon also had numerous weaknesses. For example, it needed to be erected, its attacking frequency was low, and etc. Actually, it was more suitable for attacking a city or a defensive battle. Because of these weaknesses, even though the pagoda cannon was very powerful, the Elders Guild did not really care about it. They certainly did not expect Sher Shueman to use the pagoda cannons to obtain a great victory. Sher Shueman actively promoting the technology of pagoda cannons was unusual. Madame Yi also did not think that someone was able to come up with a solution for the weakness of high consumption of snow lava. Her initial plan to ignite conflict between New Light City and Central Pine Valley was unexpectedly disrupted by Sher Shueman. Madame Yi looked very far into the future. The popularity of pagoda cannons would have a deep impact on the future. It had a deadly impact on her master's glory. If a grandmaster was an asset to a nation, then a master was an asset to the battlefield. The number of masters and their strength had a direct impact on the strength of a combat division. And the pagoda cannons were a weapon that could threaten masters. In the past, only Central Pine Valley had pagoda cannons, and they did not have many of them. With the rise of pagoda cannons, a master's importance on the battlefield would be reduced sharply in the future. Madame Yi, who had placed all her chips in the master's glory, undoubtedly would be the one that suffered the most losses. After remaining silent for a while, she asked, "Do you have any solutions?" Nien Tingfeng clenched his teeth and answered, "The success of pagoda cannons lies in the snow lava. If we can take control of the snow lava." He clenched his fist in the air abruptly. A look of uncertainty flashed across Madame Yi's face. Even though Nien Tingfeng's plan would settle the issue once and for all, it faced many impediments. Sher Shueman had just obtained a great victory, and her had reputation skyrocketed. She had done a meritorious service for Beyond Avalon. If they targeted Central Pine Valley at this point of time, it would deal a huge blow to Skyheart City's prestige. People would start to question Skyheart City's impartiality. Righteousness was a very important weapon in Madame Yi's hands. Moreover, Central Pine Valley's strength worried Madame Yi very much. Up till now, no one knew how the masters that tried to infiltrate Central Pine Valley had died. If it was another city, that city would have already been razed to ground. What should she do now? Madame Yi could not help but clench her fists tightly. Master's glory was a war that she definitely had to win at all costs. She took in a deep breath of air. With a determined gaze on her face, she asked, "Do you have any idea how to get rid of Central Pine Valley? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 548, The Deep Conversation with Ugly Elephant. Chapter 548, The Deep Conversation with Ugly Elephant. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lucas, TYZ. This was the first time AI we had met in Xiaochu. And Xiaochu, who was also known as Ugly Elephant, was the current mayor of New Light City. Under his leadership, New Light City had changed beyond recognition. Even though New Light City's prestige paled in comparison to Madame Yi's Skyheart City's, and Xiaochu still did a great job by creating the prosperity it was enjoying now. Using his performance, and Xiaochu was able to gain the respect of everyone in the world. His appearance was ugly, he was born poverty-stricken, and his base level was extremely low, and yet he could become the mayor of New Light City. Everyone could not help but respect him for his achievements. After finding out that this pathetic-looking fat man was the renowned Ugly Elephant, Huode became reserved instantly, sitting down there quietly. And Xiaochu was sizing up AI Hui as well. AI Hui's appearance was too weird. His entire body was covered with bandages and he wore 2 red crystal chips on his eyes, resembling a red-eyed mummy. And Xiaochu had encountered many experts before, and he had a very high adaptability towards weird-looking clothings. Experts' tempers were usually different from ordinary people's as well. It was very normal to see some eccentricities in experts. And Xiaochu remained calm to AI Hui's appearance and chuckled. I have long heard about the legendary lightning blade. All this time, I have been thinking about when to pay you a visit, but I certainly didn't expect I would wait until today to do so. I heard that Brother AI is injured. How's your injury now? A cold shiver went down AI Hui's spine. The outside world did not know about his injury, hence, he did not know how Xiaochu had gotten wind of it. However, on second thought, he felt that the new faction having a few spies was nothing to be surprised about. After all, they were a powerful faction. AI Hui did not want to beat around the bush and asked bluntly, Ugly Elephant is a busy man and yet you're here personally. May I know what are you here for? And Xiaochu was surprised at AI Hui's bluntness. However, he regained his composure very soon and continued, I am here to propose an alliance. Alliance? AI Hui was looking at Xiaochu doubtfully. I don't quite understand what you're saying. Even though Central Pine Valley is small, it is powerful. Even though New Light City is very huge, it is weak. Skyheart City uses righteousness as its banner and combat divisions as its sword. Master's glory is about to be completed. Why would they let outsiders share a slice of their pie? The day Master's glory is completed is the day that my faction and your faction are hegemonized, and Xiaochu explained calmly. AI Hui laughed involuntarily and replied, New Light City is a huge city and you have numerous new citizens. It's normal for Skyheart City to view you as a threat. On the contrary, Central Pine Valley is so small. I'm afraid Madame Yi doesn't care about us at all, If that's the case, why is Mr. Spear of Heavy Cloud conscripted? And Xiaochu chuckled. AI Hui was stunned momentarily. Brother AI, you have underestimated yourself. Central Pine Valley possesses the technology of pagoda cannons, and snow lava is the key to its success. Currently, Madame Yi sees Central Pine Valley as an eyesore. On the battlefield, the Spear of Heavy Cloud's pagoda cannons were able to rid of the Ardent Flower Blood Division's blood elementalists that possessed the ability of God. Therefore, it shouldn't be much of a problem for the pagoda cannons to get rid of masters as well, and Xiaochu said casually. AI Hui was terrified. He suddenly understood the severity of the issue. Everyone knew that Master's glory was Skyheart City's brainchild. If the pagoda cannons threatened the existence of masters, wouldn't the Central Pine faction become an impediment that Madame Yi would want to get rid of? For a moment, AI Hui was breaking out in cold sweat. And Xiaochu smiled and continued, if I was Madame Yi, I would first use the name of righteousness to incite the public. A powerful weapon like the pagoda cannon is essential in the war against the blood elementalists. It's related to the fate of mankind, how can it be monetized? Then I would send Surveillance Division and force Central Pine Valley to hand over the refinement method for snow lava to the Elders Guild. Oh, I meant by. As long as Brother AI is willing to sell the snow lava, the Yi family will still be willing to fork out a sum of money to buy it. Subsequently, the Elders Guild just needs to say that they will equip every combat division with pagoda cannons and provide them with snow lava. Naturally, no one will object to what they are doing. By then, will Brother AI hand over the refinement method for the snow lava? Huoda's facial expression changed drastically. He was regretting deeply now. If he knew something like this would happen today, he wouldn't have come even if the mayor kneeled down and begged him. At this moment, he was flustering. These two people were blatantly talking about such classified information in front of him. Would they kill him to prevent him from divulging this information? AI Hui, however, calmed down and picked up the teapot. Then he filled up Chaochu's bowl with tea and said, "Brother Cho, don't tell me you came all the way just to scare me?" Deep down, Chaochu was praising AI Hui. Usually, when a person heard such words, his or her facial expression would change drastically. AI Hui acted as if he wasn't affected by it at all. He was calm and collected, and he still could joke about it. He was truly worthy to be the leader of Central Pine Valley. Therefore, I am here to propose an alliance with your Central Pine Valley. And Chaochu smiled brightly. If you hand over the refinement method for snow lava to the Elders Guild, at least you can become a rich person. The Yi family will still show some leniency towards you. However, the case for us is different. New Light City represents the new citizens. We have a lot of people, so the Yi family will definitely not let us off. The Yi family will only feel relieved when New Light City is destroyed, the new citizen faction's elders are dead, and the new citizens are broken up. It's a pressing issue for New Light City. If Central Pine Valley allies with New Light City, we can keep the refinement method for the snow lava? AI Hui asked. As long as you form an alliance with New Light City, when the surveillance division arrives at your doorstep, we will definitely send troops to assist you. And Chaochu said with resolution. How do we form an alliance then? AI Hui asked again. Deep down, Chaochu heaved a sigh of relief, then he answered, we will enjoy the benefits of snow lava together. I will provide manpower and you will provide the refinement method for snow lava. New Light City does not have a lot of things, but we do have a lot of manpower. We also have a lot of smiths. Therefore, we can carry out large-scale production of pagoda cannons and snow lava. Other cities don't have as many smiths as we have. How do we split the profits then? AI Hui continued to ask. We will split the profits evenly, and Chaochu replied. I roughly understood Brother Chao's idea. However, this is an important issue, so I have to think about it first. AI Hui nodded his head. Of course. And Chaochu nodded his head as well. But Brother AI has to make your decision fast, as the Yi family is already taking actions. Alright, I get it, AI Hui replied. Following which, AI Hui summoned Gu Xian and asked him to bring in Chaochu to his resting place. AI Hui drummed his fingers lightly on the table as he pondered over the issue. Huo De looked as if he was sitting on a bed of needles, not daring to move an inch. Previously, he was still looking down on Central Pine Valley. However, when he saw the renowned ugly elephant anxiously seeking alliance with Central Pine Valley, he knew how foolish he was. Suddenly, AI Hui turned around and stared at Huo De. Being stared at by the blood-red crystal chips, Huo De's heart tightened. Was AI Hui going to kill him? He felt the urge to run away, but his rationality made him stay. Old Xiao asked you to come? Huo De's body was frozen. He summoned his courage and replied, yes. What's the matter? AI Hui asked. The mayor wants to buy a batch of snow lava urgently. I have brought the essence elemental beans, Huo De replied honestly. Are there many people buying snow lava? AI Hui asked. Yes, they are filling up the mayor residence, Huo De nodded her head. AI Hui's mind jolted as he thought of a good idea. He said, go back right now and tell your mayor that if he wants the snow lava, gather a batch of news villages and send them to Fishback City. Huo De heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that he wouldn't be killed. However, very soon, he became surprised. News villages? Does Thunder City have them? AI Hui asked. I'm not sure. Huo De shook his head. He was a revered master, so why would he care about such trivial matters of marketplace? No matter what, you have to ask old Xiao to get them for me, AI Hui instructed Huo De with a solemn tone. This matter is extremely urgent. When Huo De heard the two words extremely urgent, a premonition arose in his heart. When AI Hui saw that Huo De did not say anything, he continued to ask, have you remembered what I told you to do? Yes, I have memorized your words. Huo De's voice was quivering slightly. Tell old Xiao that how much snow lava he is going to get will depend on whether or not he does this job well, AI Hui continued. I will convey this message to the mayor. Huo De nodded his head. When Huo De thought of the mayor residence that was fully packed with buyers, he knew how destructive this message was to the mayor. Then what about the current batch of snow lava? Huo De asked carefully. Get this thing done first. AI Hui said bluntly. What about these essence elemental beans? Oh, you bring them back then. For a moment, Huo De felt that he was going to cry. He painstakingly carried these essence elemental beans and flew here, and now he was going to carry them back to Thunder City? At this moment, he suddenly heard AI Hui muttering, no, he flies too slow. Huo De was annoyed. What a joke. He flew too slow? His azure wings were called comet wings. they had an extremely fast speed. He flew like a comet with them. That was why they were called comet wings. Speed was a field that Huode specialized in. He could not help but blurt out, "Sir, I am using comet wings." "That's still too slow." Ai Hui shook his head. Following which, he yelled towards outside, "Get me Shi Zhiguang." After a while, a tall and muscular man came in. His entire body was drenched in sweat. He asked, "Boss, you asked for me?" Without saying anything unnecessary, Ai Hui said, "Zhiguang, I have a mission for you. Bring this master to Thunder City. Ask the mayor to find some news villages and gather them here." "Okay." Shi Zhiguang replied and prepared to run out of the house. "Use pinwheel sword," Ai Hui instructed Shi Zhiguang. "Ask Gu Xian to bring some men and go along with you. Take care of your safety." "Yes." Shi Zhiguang answered. Huode could not believe his eyes. This muscular man that was built like an iron pagoda could fly faster than him? And what kind of azure wings was pinwheel sword? He had never heard of it before. Was it a new model? He wanted to see what model of azure wings was faster than his comet wings. Huode was filled with incredulity. He had decided that later he would compete with Shi Zhiguang's pinwheel sword to see who was faster. Set off immediately. Remember, this matter is extremely urgent. Get it done as soon as possible. Ai Hui reminded them with a deep voice. A cold shiver went down Shi Zhiguang's spine. Without saying anything, he broke into a run and dashed outside. Huode quickly followed him. After a while, Huode felt slightly puzzled. Shi Zhiguang wasn't using azure wings, he was actually running with his legs. Huode unhurriedly followed Shi Zhiguang, who was running frantically. Subsequently, they arrived at a huge and odd-looking structure. Huode could not help but take a second look at the structure. Such an odd shape. Emergency gathering. Old Gu, boss wants you to bring a team of men and follow me on a mission. All right. Gu Xian, who had just walked over, turned around and yelled, "Members from Merak and Migres. Board the sword now." Replies resounded through the air. Huode saw a group of people run out from the crowd that was resting. All of them ran frantically towards the odd-looking structure with their foreheads beaded with sweat. They ran up the structure and dashed into two pagodas. Huode was slightly curious. Were there azure wings inside the pagoda? "Come up!" Shi Zhiguang yelled at Huode. Huode acknowledged him and went up structure with a confused look on his face. He was waiting for those members to equip their azure wings. Suddenly, the floor beneath Huode trembled. His eyes widened abruptly. It was actually flying. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 549, It's Coming. Chapter 549, It's Coming. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lucas, TYZ. Every first time in life was always unpredictable. For example, Huode certainly didn't expect his first mission in Thunder City to be transporting goods. Shi Zhiguang and Gu Xian also didn't expect their first mission on the destructive pinwheel sword would be fetching people. However, boss had said that this matter was extremely urgent, so none of them dared to idle. Shi Zhiguang stood at the position of sword operator with widened eyes, looking extremely focused. To him, the difficulty level of controlling the pinwheel sword to move forward at full speed paled in comparison to the difficulty level of controlling it to make complicated maneuvers. Usually, his training was much more complicated than this. The pinwheel sword could not fly so fast. He had to control the speed, keep on changing directions, and finding suitable angles to make maneuvers. Shi Zhiguang was extremely excited to be able to fly the pinwheel sword at top speed without any worries. Such a chance was hard to come by. Ever since he became the sword operator, his love for speed had reached an unprecedented level. Being as fast as lightning gave him a mysterious sense of thrill. This was a speed that Shi Zhiguang found pleasurable. However, from the moment the pinwheel sword took off from the ground, Huode's face had been deathly pale. He was scared out of his wits. In terms of size, the pinwheel sword was much more smaller than the God-subduing peak. However, in terms of speed, the God-subduing peak was not pinwheel sword's match. Not only the God-subduing peak, but no flying machine that Huode had come across before, be it the fiery floating cloud or azure wings, could match pinwheel sword's speed. It was simply too fast. Huode, who was specialized in flying, actually felt dizzy. It was too fast. The last time he felt dizzy was when he was 12 years old. That was the first time his teacher had brought him to fly. At this moment, Huode finally understood why Ai Hui said that he was too slow. As Hwada got used to the speed of the pinwheel sword, the color of his face gradually returned to normal. A brand new experience entered his body. He was slightly excited, looking as if he had gotten a new toy. How was it possible that it could fly so fast? Hwada paid attention to the elemental energy changes taking place in the pinwheel sword. Gradually, a look of awe and realization appeared on his face. The pinwheel sword was indeed a sword. The design of the pinwheel sword was very odd. There was a layer of sword gleam formed around it. The sword gleam was white and thin, effortlessly slicing through the incoming gale. Its flying style was very unique as well, resembling a stone that was skipping on water. The pinwheel sword would always slice through the blasting wind through various very small angles. It flew swiftly along the gaps within the wind instead of going directly against it. Such insane creativity. It was too perfect. Hwada never stopped exclaiming in admiration in his heart. In his eyes, the pinwheel sword was the perfect flying machine. No other flying machine could be compared to it. He sharply realized that the other flying machines would become obsolete with the emergence of the pinwheel sword. It was simply like a streak of lightning. He could not imagine how much fear and surprise such a sword gleam would cause in the enemy forces if it appeared on the battlefield. Hwada's gaze subconsciously swept across the other people on the pinwheel sword. Gu Xian was older and more experienced than Shi Zhiguang. This was his first mission and his mind was tense. He had to do his best for this mission. Throughout the journey, he was on high alert. The two sword pagodas took turns to rest and keep watch. When Thunder City appeared in Hwada's line of sight, he was dazed. He found it very hard to believe what he had seen. Had they really reached Thunder City? Even though he had already accepted the extraordinary speed of the pinwheel sword along the way, he still received a huge shock when Thunder City appeared in his line of sight. In Thunder City, the cloud defense layer was keeping watch over the city vigilantly. Last time around, the Battle of Masters destroyed more than half of Thunder City. In the process, the cloud defense layer was completely destroyed as well. The current cloud defense layer was built afterwards. Xiao Meiqi still remembered the lesson he learned from that incident. Having immense wealth now, he built a cloud defense layer that was thicker and sturdier than before. Its defensive capabilities were more outstanding as well. Of course, the price was much more expensive too. The number of elementalists stationed on the cloud defense layer was more than before too. There were at least 20 elementalists. Nowadays, Thunder City had tight security. Even if it was an ordinary day, the guards would not dare to idle at all. The mayor had told them that any lazy behavior would result in them being fired. The treatment that Thunder City's guards received was far better than the other cities, so everyone treasured their jobs very much. Suddenly, someone asked puzzledly, "Do you all hear something?" The rest stopped joking and listened attentively. "Nothing. I hear nothing as well." "What did you hear? Have you heard wrongly?" Everyone shook their heads. A puzzled look appeared on the face of the elementalist who heard something. Was it possible that he heard wrongly? "What's that?" an alarmed cry broke out. Everyone shifted their gazes and saw a pin-sized light spot in the distant sky. The light spot was very small but unusually bright. It was trembling slightly in the sky. What was that? The spot that seemed to be glowing with light was far away from Thunder City. They widened their eyes but still could not tell what it was. Is it a dire beast? What dire beast is it? Who has seen this dire beast before? I have never seen it before. Just as everyone broke into a lively discussion, someone said, "Eh? Is it becoming slightly larger?" Everyone took a closer look. The previously pin-sized light spot indeed became larger. Became larger. A fast-reacting elementalist's facial expression changed drastically as he screamed, "It's flying towards us!" Everyone looked as if they had just woken up from a dream and all of their facial expressions changed. The inside of the cloud defense layer went into chaos. Alarm! Pull the alarm! Cloud defense layer, activate! Rain screen defense, activate! Elemental energy pools, all elemental energy pools take note. Various orders were being passed down continuously. The atmosphere inside the cloud defense layer was extremely tense. Everyone was on high alert, and a layer of perspiration had appeared on their foreheads. An elementalist cleared his throat and yelled, "It's too fast. We can't lock onto it." The intense feeling of nervousness and fear altered the tone of his voice. After a while, the dazzling light spot had become the size of a fingernail. It looked as if the sun was flying towards them. The light spot was vibrating slightly, displaying its terrifying speed in great detail. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The elementalists could feel their bodies trembling. They quickly discovered that it was the cloud defense system that was trembling. The fragmented yet powerful energy undulations made the cloud defense system look like if it was on a high-speed vibrating sieve. Not good. The elemental energy undulations are interfering with the cloud defense layer. An alarmed cry rang across the interior of the cloud defense layer. Everyone's faces turned numb with fear. What dire beast was it? How was it possible for it to possess such an incredible speed? The atmosphere of the cloud defense layer's interior was solemn and tense. The mayor residence. Xiao Meiqi rubbed his temples. Not only did the number of buyers waiting outside the mayor residence not decrease, it was increasing constantly. Reportedly, someone had developed a new type of fire liquid that was suitable for pagoda cannons. This fire liquid reduced the usage of snow lava. This also meant that the cost of using a pagoda cannon would decrease. Until now, all the fire liquids that were developed for the pagoda cannons needed snow lava. People had tried many methods, but they eventually discovered that the power of pagoda cannons could be increased significantly by adding in a small amount of snow lava. Even though fire liquids that did not contain snow lava could still work, they were not powerful enough. After obtaining this piece of good news, everyone realized snow lava had become even more important now. Previously, even though the pagoda cannons were very powerful, no one was interested in using them, as their cost was overly expensive. However, now that the technology of the pagoda cannons was gradually decoded and their cost was lowered, everyone could afford them now. As such, snow lava became more important and the demand for snow lava in the market increased significantly. Due to this series of information, those merchants who previously did not intend to buy snow lava changed their minds and joined in the panic buying of snow lava. This in turn caused the overcrowding outside the mayor residence. Xiao Meiqi was a businessman. Those who visited him were his guests, and as such, how could he chase them away? He did not want to offend anyone, but he was extremely anxious. Considering the time, Huode should be reaching Fishback City. Now he was just hoping that Huode could bring enough snow lava back. It was still not enough. When Xiao Meiqi saw the massive crowd, he felt blissful and vexed at the same time. After Huode brought back the snow lava, who should he sell it to first? When a commodity was in high demand, a lot of science was involved in deciding who to sell it to. Suddenly, a deafening alarm rang across the air, disrupting Xiao Meiqi's thought process. His facial expression changed slightly. During the Battle of Masters last time, he almost lost his life. When he heard the alarm now, he was trembling with fear. However, when he thought of the huge sum of money that he invested in the defense system, he felt slightly at ease. Especially when he saw the two figures in the air, he regained his composure. What was there that Masters couldn't solve? There were two Masters in the sky. At this moment, someone yelled, "Look, what's that in the horizon?" When Xiao Meiqi heard these words, he quickly looked at the horizon. An extremely dazzling light spot appeared in the horizon, and it was expanding in size rapidly. The light spot was so glaring that it caused everyone's eyes to tear. No one could look at it directly. It's moving extremely fast. Oh God, how is it possible that such a fast-moving beast exists? An unprecedented sense of fear slowly extended throughout Thunder City. Those who were looking at the horizon had their faces turned white. A strong sense of fear and uneasiness engulfed their minds. Suddenly, a faintly discernible vibrating rustle rang across the air. The light spot became so bright that no one could look at it with their naked eyes. A sharp and dangerous aura engulfed the city. Like a star that fell from the sky, it was expanding continuously in everyone's eyes. "It's coming," someone yelled in alarm. Inside the cloud defense layer, all the guards were extremely tense. They let off an off-key, alarmed cry in unison. "It's coming!" The indescribable light spot was very close to the city. The visual impact from its extreme speed was overwhelming. A lightning-like streak of light flashed across everyone's trembling eyes. The glowing trail left by it looked as if it had pierced through time and space. An odd-looking structure appeared outside of Thunder City. A dead silence swept across Thunder City. Everyone's mouths were agape as they stared blankly at the sky. All of their minds were in a daze. After a moment, like a delayed tidal wave, the whistle and boom that followed tightly behind the flying structure collided heavily on the cloud defense layer. Boom! Snow-white mist swept across the area. Like a tottering bubble, the rain screen was fluctuating irregularly, looking as if it would collapse any moment. Thunder City exploded into an uproar instantly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.